Chapter 298. Rimuru hopped over to a combat drone, his eyes brimming with envy at its thick muzzle and its gleaming blade-like wings. Finally, Rimuru shamelessly asked for one made for one to play with. It was something he had always imagined. Rimuru piloted the combat drone, flying it around the goblin village, having a blast. Inside Yi-Yun's shop, Yi-Yun was making soup when Little Evil God and Xiangling arrived to help prepare breakfast. Soon, the aroma of food filled the carriage. A portal flickered, and Asmodeus and Silver Wolf emerged. Both had dark circles under their eyes. Silver Wolf sniffed. I knew there was food here. Asmodeus gave Silver Wolf a thumbs up. It has to be you. The two had stayed up all night playing PUBG last night and hadn't eaten much, so they were already hungry. They had originally planned to buy some food in Liyue Harbor, but it was too early and there was nothing to eat anywhere. So, they decided to try their luck on the train. Under the supervision of GZ and Yi-Yun, the six little ones had a very regular schedule, waking up at 6 every morning to exercise. Accordingly, Yi-Yun and the others would also start preparing breakfast early. Silver Wolf and Asmodeus scurried into the kitchen. Silver Wolf stood beside Yi-Yun, his eyes fixed on the stew pot. Yi-Yun rolled his eyes at Silver Wolf and poured him a small bowl of soup. Yi-Yun was making mushroom and chicken soup. Silver Wolf happily took the small bowl and ran to the dining table to sit down and drink. A short while later, Asmodeus also received 3 pancakes and 2 tea eggs from Xiangling. The two exchanged glances and shared half of their food. Asmodeus drank a sip of chicken soup and instantly felt revived. Another bite of the tea egg brought a sense of relief. In the cave treehouse, Xing's wolf cub woke up. The cub came over to Xing, licked her face, and finally woke her up. Xing groggily opened her eyes and saw the cub hugging her. Flash Wolf, shut up and sleep a little longer. Flash Wolf was the name Xing had given her cub. Yesterday, during their battle with Lanya, although Lanya's strength wasn't great, her lightning transforming ability was quite impressive. The name Flash Wolf came from this. Seeing that Xing hadn't woken up yet, Flash Wolf barked a few more times. Xing had no choice but to get up, wash up, and take Lightning Wolf to the inn for breakfast. After breakfast, Xing, Sanyueki, and the others prepared to go play with Rimuru. Yi-Yun, meanwhile, took the 6 little creatures to Mondstadt. Yi-Yun and the 6 little creatures arrived in Mondstadt. As soon as they landed, the 6 little creatures clamored to catch slimes. Over half an hour later, in the ruins of the Wind Dragon, Tevlin stared speechlessly at the 6 slimes before him. To the side, the 6 little creatures stared at him expectantly. What the hell? A dragon can teach slimes to speak? Where did this rumor come from? Faced with the 6 little creatures' expectant gazes, Tevlin decided to give it a try. Come on, repeat after me, Sunbeam. The 6 slimes stared at Tevlin blankly, unresponsive. Tevlin was speechless, having laughed at himself. These slimes are mindless monsters. How could they possibly learn to speak? The 6 little ones felt a little disappointed at this scene. Huh? Is that impossible? Yi-Yun saw this and soothed them. Maybe it's because the worlds are different. Rimuru is a slime from another world. Okay, don't be angry, my little darlings. Let's go, let Tevlin take us high. The 6 little ones felt a little better after hearing Yi-Yun's words. After hearing that they could ride dragons and fly high, their mood brightened immediately. Great! Ride dragons and fly high. The 6 little ones, Yi-Yun, and the 6 wolf cubs sat on Tevlin's back. Tevlin flapped his wings and soared through the clouds. In Azuma, at the foot of Mount Narukami, Coral Palace Shinhai and Goro arrived here. They had received an invitation from the Son of God to discuss peace talks. Goro was a little worried. Master Advisor, what if this is an ambush? Coral Palace looked at Goro and soothed him. No, Lady Shinsi is a member of the General's family, a great demon. If she wanted to deal with me, she wouldn't have to go to such great lengths. Goro thought for a moment. It was true. Lady Shinsi was the General's close friend. At this moment, a voice rang out from beside them. I suppose you two are Miss Coral Palace Shinhai and Mr. Goro? Hello, my name is Kamisato Ayaka. Lord Shinsi sent me to pick you up. Coral Palace Shinhai and Goro looked at Ayaka. Hello, Ayaka. Thank you for your help. Ayaka smiled and shook her head. No problem. With that, Ayaka led the two to a stone platform. She injected elemental energy into it, and the platform glowed faintly and slowly ascended into the air. This stone platform was purchased by the Son of God from Liyue. It only needs to be infused with elemental energy to operate. Shanhu Gong Shinhai asked curiously, looking at the stone platform beneath his feet. What is this stone platform? Linghua said. This was purchased by the Son of God from the Liyue immortals. Shan Hugong Xinhai was a little surprised upon hearing this. He had heard of the Liyue immortals. Rumor said that each of the Liyue immortals was extremely powerful, most of them elite warriors, who had fought in the Demon God War. Wu Lang looked at the stone platform beneath his feet. It would be great if we had this thing too. The villagers would be able to go to the river valley to collect pearls more conveniently. Linghua smiled. This stone platform is very difficult to find. There's only one left, and we're selling it to you out of respect for the Son of God. Don't you know? The Son of God learned his trade from the immortals in Liyue as a child. Shan Hugong Xinhai and Wu Lang felt a pity upon hearing this. This stone platform is indeed very convenient. Heike Island's income primarily comes from the pearl trade, and the land there is saline, making it unsuitable for growing crops. Food is largely imported. Soon, the three arrived at Narigami Taisha Shrine. Ayaka brought Coral Palace Xinhai and Goro to the front of the child. The child waved his fan slightly. Oh my! Isn't that Xinhai and Goro? You're finally here. Coral Palace Xinhai bowed slightly. I'm sorry, Master Shensi. You invited me a few days ago, but I only arrived today. I had no choice. I have many things to attend to on Heike Island. The child smiled. It's okay. Come and sit down. Coral Palace Xinhai, Goro, and Ayaka sat down. The child said, I invited you here to discuss peace talks. The shadow has left the castle tower, the eye-hunting order has been lifted, and the isolation policy has been lifted. How about a ceasefire? Coral Palace Xinhai said. Of course, we are Inazuma's people. We are rebelling to convey our voice to the general. Chapter 299. Shinkai nodded in satisfaction. Well, you're short on supplies on Umi Island, right? In a few days, I have General Kujo lead a team to deliver a batch to you. Shinkai nodded slightly. Thank you, Lord Shinkai. Umi Island is indeed very short on supplies. Shinkai smiled suggestively at this. You should also speed up the restoration of trade and engage in some legitimate business, understand? Also, the general is collecting primo gems. Make sure you collect some when you return. Shinkai was stunned by Shinkai's words, then nodded in agreement after a few seconds. Then, Shinkai and Goro left Narigami Taisha Shrine. Ayaka watched them leave and looked at Shinkai. Palace Chief, Shingha Sanwei invited me to visit for the next few days. Shinkai heard this. Okay, it's been a while since you've been there, hasn't it? Ayaka nodded. Yes. Shinkai shook his head. You guys are so lucky. Unlike me, I have to deal with a lot of shit every day. Alas. My leisurely life. When will you come back? Ayaka chuckled in agreement. Lord Chief, I'd be leaving now. Goodbye. At the foot of Narikami Taisha Shrine. After Shinhai saw himself descend the mountain, he glanced back at Narikami Mountain with lingering fear. Fortunately, it was Lord Chief who discovered this. If it had been anyone else. Goro was puzzled by Shinhai's sudden, inexplicable words. Master Military Advisor, what are you doing? Senai asked. Goro, Lord Chief has learned about your last purchase of supplies with primo gems. Her last few words were a pointer to us. The general needs primo gems for legitimate business. The opposite of legitimate business is illicit, clandestine trade, like smuggling. And the general's need for primo gems means that the chief of staff knew about our primo gems transactions. Goro felt a wave of fear after hearing Shinhai's analysis. He thought, as the military advisor had said, that we were truly lucky. Luckily, it was the chief of staff who stumbled upon this. If it had been any other family or faction, the consequences would have been disastrous. Shinhai said to Exai and Goro, Goro, when you return, gather some primo gems and send them to the general. Goro bowed slightly and accepted the request. Inside Yun's shop. Rimuru had come to the shop again to eat and drink for free. There was nothing he could do. Those goblins' cooking was truly mediocre. Plus, there were no seasonings, not even the most basic salt. Wanmei asked Esther to help dispatch a warship, which took all the monsters Wanmei had captured back for experiments. Wanmei was in high spirits, having collected so many novel experimental subjects in one go. Along with the warship came several construction robots. These robots belonged to the Black Tower space station and were specifically responsible for its construction. Wanmei handed control of the robots to Rimuru. Rimuru, these are construction robots. They have thousands of architectural blueprints stored in their chips. Rimuru looked at the construction robots in amazement. Oh! Amazing! Thank you, Wanmei. Wanmei nodded slightly, boarded the warship, and left the train. As Wanmei left, Linghua emerged from the portal. Linghua glanced around the shop. Yi Yun, where are Xing and the others? Yi Yun heard this. Xing? They went to Rimura's world to play, saying they were going to be wolf riders. Rimura looked up when Yi Yun mentioned him. Hello, I'm Rimuru, a kind slime. Linghua looked at Rimuru. Hey! A talking slime. Rimura was speechless. It seemed like he heard this phrase many times before. Is a talking slime so strange? If Yi Yun knew what Rimura was thinking, he would definitely say so. Of course it's strange. In the universe, most slimes are mindless monsters. Linghua looked at the dejected Rimuru and realized she had slipped up. Sorry. Rimuru shook his head. It's okay. If you want to go find Xing and the others, just go straight over. They're playing over at my place. Linghua thanked him and ran through the portal. After finishing his meal, Rimuru returned to the goblin village with a few robots. Upon his return, he saw Xing and Linghua galloping across the open space near the village, riding a full-grown Storm Fong wolf. Xing made a series of woohoo sounds as she rode the Storm Fong wolf. Rimuru glanced at them, and then ignored them, letting Xing and the others play on their own. Rimuru led a few construction robots to begin building a house. Due to limited materials, they could only build wooden houses for now. Rimuru was already quite satisfied. It was much better than these rag and paper tents. Xing, Sanyueki, and the others rode the Storm Fong wolf for a while, and then Xing waved his hand. Let's go and take a look in the forest. March 7 and the others heard this, and patted the Lan Fong wolf sitting on it, but sending it running into the forest. As they ran, Xing suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. Xing stopped Lan Fong. Linghua, Hu Tao, listen, do you hear any noise? Linghua, Hu Tao, and the others listened carefully and faintly heard screams. There's a fight ahead. Should we go help? Lu Ying said. Rimuru said, there are many monsters living in this forest. Maybe a passerby has encountered one. Let's go help. Then, they rode on the Lan Fong wolf and galloped away. As they got closer, the sounds they heard grew louder. The shrill screams echoed around them. Hu Tao, Lu Ying, and Ying transformed into Samus. One mounted their hot wheels, and one summoned their light wings. They quickly headed towards the source of the sound. And at the source of the sound, inside the Great Demon Clan village, a demon led a group of pig-headed men to attack the village. As soon as the two sides engaged, the Great Demon Clan noticed something was amiss. Why would the pig-headed men, clearly just low-level monsters, dare attack the Great Demon Clan? The Great Demon Clan is the most powerful race in this forest. Furthermore, the strength of these pig-headed men is unusual. According to experience, an adult Great Demon Clan male could easily kill dozens of pig-headed men. The results on the scene were different. A single Great Demon Clan member could only handle 4 or 5 at once. The entire village was surrounded, and the chief and his people could only fight desperately. The masked demon crewman stood atop a large tree. Ha ha! That's it! Devour. Become stronger. Pig-headed Emperor. The mastermind behind this was the demon crewman, a member of the Demon Lord Clement's staff. After learning that the storm dragon Druilla had disappeared, Clement had Crummet come to the forest and frantically give names, causing the monsters in the forest to kill each other and eventually choose the strongest race to replace Clement and occupy the forest. Chapter 300. Suddenly, a flash of fire lit up the horizon. In Crummet's sight, an armored figure descended from the sky, his feet blazing with flames. The moment the mysterious figure landed, the entire village collapsed, and a wave of fire engulfed the village. The fire wave seemed to come alive, avoiding the great ghost tribe and sweeping towards the pig-headed men. Before the pig-headed men could react, 2 more figures descended from the sky and charged into the battlefield. Hu Tao's fire spear swung relentlessly, while Ying's Adventer's sword continuously emitted a white radiance. Crummet was stunned by the 3 men displaying their might. Their power was too terrifying. No! I had to run. Otherwise, I would truly die here. Crummet slipped away, leaving behind a group of pig-headed men, still under the influence of their skills and moving forward. Not long after Crummet left, Xing, Sanyueki, and Linghua also joined the battle. Finally, Rimuru rushed over after hearing the commotion. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the 20,000-strong pig-headed army was quickly annihilated. The Great Demon Clan leader's expression relaxed, and his body slumped to the ground. His body had long since reached its limit. Benimaru, the young master of the Great Demon Clan, also returned at this time with a few trusted followers. After learning from his father about the village's fate, Benimaru felt a surge of anger. How dare these little pig-headed people attack the Great Demon Clan? Just as Benimaru was about to seek revenge, the Great Demon Clan leader stopped him. By Maru, there's something wrong with the pig-headed clan. I have a suspicion about what's going on today. Old Bai, standing nearby, understood the clan leader's meaning. They had all experienced that catastrophic blade. Pighead Emperor. Hongwan froze at the words. Pighead Emperor. This was a true monster. The birth of a new Pighead Emperor would trigger a catastrophe. The Great Demon Clan leader stood up and patted Hongwan on the shoulder. Revenge will come later. Let's thank our benefactor first. Rimura was currently treating the wounded, dispensing bottles of perfect recovery potion. Just one bottle was enough to restore the wounded. Seeing how effective the potion was, Xing asked Rimuru for a few bottles, hoping to use them for future healing. The Great Demon Clan leader, along with Hongwan and the others, approached Rimuru and the others. Thank you all for your help. I'm deeply grateful. The Great Demon Clan members bowed 90 degrees to show their sincerity. Xing waved. It's okay. I'm the Galaxy Skyfire man. This is what I should do. After saying this, Xing put his hands on his hips, looking very proud. Rimura looked at his village, reduced to ruins, and suggested, how about you go to my place first? Your village has been burned down, and you have nowhere to live. The Great Demon Clan leader thought for a moment, then, after expressing his gratitude, agreed. Rimuru then led the others back. Shuanai looked at Xing, and the others with curiosity. She felt their clothing was strange, and most importantly, she could not sense any magic energy from them. The remaining members of the Great Demon Clan followed Rimuru back to the goblin camp. Xing and the others looked at the sky, said goodbye to Rimuru and the others, and returned to the train. After Xing and the others left, Rimuru led the Daiki tribe to a wooden house. After several construction robots had constructed, 32-story wooden houses rose from the ground. Each house was designed to fit the uniform 200 square meter area, and each floor was open, without separate rooms. Since we're just starting out, having a place to stay is a plus. Last night, the Lanya wolf tribe slept on the grass. Rimuru looked around the room, very satisfied. As expected of the robots Ruanmei brought in, they're really impressive. With that, Rimuru turned and looked at the Daiki tribe leader and Benimaru. You will stay here for now. This village is new, so the conditions are simple. Please forgive me. The Daiki tribe leader bowed slightly. Having a place to stay is already great. Thank you, Rimuru, for your hospitality. Rimuru nodded. Rest for now. I have some food delivered shortly. Goodbye. Rimuru skipped out of the cabin. The Great Demon Clan leader glanced at the remaining members. There were only about 30 left. Rest everyone. At the leader's command, the Great Demon Clan dispersed and found a corner to rest. After experiencing the destruction of their homes and the slaughter of their members, the Great Demon Clan members were exhausted both physically and mentally. The Great Demon Clan leader summoned Hongwan and the others to the second floor for a meeting. The pig-headed clan must have seen the pig-headed emperor. Let's discuss what to do next. Hongwan pondered. I think we can stay and form an alliance with that Rimuru. Old Bai also said, Young master, that's my suggestion. Mr. Rimuru is certainly powerful. I sense the threat of death from him. Jukai continued. Well, and those girls too. They're so strong. They're in a dangerous forest, yet they act like they're on a picnic, completely unprepared. The Great Ghost Clan leader nodded upon hearing Jukai's words. Yes, you returned too late and didn't see. Those human girls are incredibly powerful. This time, there were over 20,000 pig-headed people besieging our village, but under the attack of these girls, they were annihilated in less than 10 minutes. And the most terrifying thing is, they seemed to be hesitant and kept holding back. The Great Ghost Clan leader witnessed with his own eyes how Xing had intended to unleash the holy judgment of heavenly fire to annihilate the entire pig-headed army, but just as she was about to launch the attack, she seemed to have thought of something and stopped. The Great Ghost Clan leader had no doubt that if that attack had been unleashed, it would have completely annihilated the pig-headed people. Hongwan and the others were shocked upon hearing this. 20,000 pig-headed men. 10 minutes. The Great Demon Tribe leader looked at the others. Since there's no objection, I go find Mr. Rimuru tomorrow and establish an alliance with him. Hongwan and the others agreed. Afterwards, they each found a spot to rest. They would have to sleep on the floor tonight. The entire village was in ruins, nothing left. Inside the cave, Yi Yan planted a seed next to the amusement park. The seed grew rapidly, slowly transforming into an enormous rose castle. Yi Yan had purchased the seed through the system. Once planted, it would transform into a rose castle, straight from a fairy tale world. The castle wasn't large, only 300 square meters, divided into 2 floors, each with 5 small rooms. The rose castle style was full of fairy tale charm. The moment the 6 children saw it, they were captivated. Even without Yi Yun's words, they clung to his thighs, wanting to move in. Yi Yun smiled at this and called Dan Heng and Zhou Ri, who were busy in the fields opposite, to help move the 6 little ones' belongings into the rose castle. Chapter 301. The next day arrived. Yi Yun and the others were enjoying breakfast. Kiana gulped down her preserved egg and lean pork porridge from a small bowl. After finishing, Kiana licked her lips. Mia, delicious, Mei, your cooking has improved again. Mei smiled. No, Xianling taught me a new recipe. Kiana and the others finished breakfast and were about to continue their adventure with Rimuru when Yi Yun stopped them. Don't rush over today. Today's dungeon rewards are generous. You can check it out. Kiana jumped up from her chair upon hearing this. What dungeon? I'm going to check it out. Kiana reached the dungeon entrance and examined the wooden sign. Today's dungeon, Goose and Duck Killing Introduction. 3 rounds will be held today, each with 16 players. Players will be assigned a random role upon entering, and in each round, 3 players will be assigned the role of Duck Killer. The remaining players will be randomly assigned to Goose roles. Duck Victory Condition: kill all geese. Goose Victory Condition: find 3 ducks through voting. Victory Reward: the winning team will receive a golden treasure chest, which can contain one of the following prizes: Resurrection Cards, Senzu Beans, Hersher's Cores, etc. March 7th. This is just a deduction game, and the rewards are so generous. Xing's eyes lit up when he saw the golden treasure chest in the reward column. A treasure chest. And this treasure chest can contain a resurrection card. Xing took out his phone, took a photo, and posted it to the group chat. A few minutes later, Zhongli, Wendy, Ying, and Teresa appeared in the store simultaneously. They headed straight for the dungeon portal and registered. Undoubtedly, their goal was the resurrection card in the golden treasure chest. Seeing this, Xing and the others also signed up. Soon, the 16 players for the first round were confirmed and teleported to the dungeon. Everyone was in a garden. The system's voice rang out. The first round of Goose and Duck Kill is about to begin. Rules are now announced. First, players must play diligently, and must not engage in match fixing or other such behavior. Anyone caught will be disqualified. Second, roles will be randomly assigned. Third, the map is the castle. The game is about to begin. Please prepare. 3, 2, 1, game begin. The system's voice faded, and everyone's vision went dark. When their vision returned, they found themselves inside a gloomy and eerie castle. Ying checked her role. Birdwatching grants the ability to see through walls. Ying didn't think twice, and took out her dream heart. She believed that as long as she killed everyone, she would win. Ying looked around and found herself in a cemetery. Ying looked in the distance, and saw a door leading to the castle. Ying entered the castle, and was met by Xing, who was charging towards him. Seeing this, Ying placed his right hand on Meng Xiangyisan. Seeing Ying, Xing first glanced at the name above his head. White, not one of them. After confirming that no one was around, Xing excitedly rushed towards Ying. Just as Xing was about to reach Ying, Ying made a move to draw Meng Xiangyisan from his waist. Suddenly, Ying noticed something was wrong. Meng Xiangyisan wouldn't come out. Xing wielded Duck's special knife and struck. Ying's body exploded in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a large chicken drumstick. Next to it was a sign with the name Ying. Ying, transformed into a ghost, was completely bewildered. What was going on? Why couldn't he pull out his sword? Xing dispatched Ying and quickly fled the scene. A moment later, Zhongli arrived, saw the chicken leg, and approached, pressing the alarm button. A bell rang throughout the room, and everyone was transported to a conference table, including the ghostly Ying. Ying found himself unable to move, and could only stare blankly at the others. Shunzi, upon seeing that the deceased was Ying, couldn't help but hold his head in his hands. Ying, where's your vigilance? You didn't even know the other person's identity, yet you stayed with him. Who else would you be? Shunzi simply didn't know the truth. If she knew Ying's thoughts at the time, she would probably be speechless. Ying, you're a birdwatcher. Your character doesn't carry a sword. Zhongli revealed the location of the crime. Everyone had a map in front of them, visible only to them, with the names of each area marked on it. I left the auditorium and headed upstairs. The murderer would surely flee the scene after killing someone. The only way they could escape is towards the lab. Did anyone see anyone go there? Zhongli finished speaking, and it was Xing's turn to speak next. As the murderer, Xing naturally took the blame. I have a theory. Maybe you, Zhongli, committed suicide and reported the crime yourself? You lived so long, so you must be quite skilled at scheming. Did you think that by reporting the crime, you could clear yourself of suspicion? Okay, next, here's my opinion. Xing's words caused everyone present to ponder. Shenzi glanced at Xing and Zhongli, labeling them both dangerous. From their statements, it was clear they were on different sides, but who the killer was unclear. After Xing, San Yueki, and Luing also gave their speeches. They both talked about irrelevant topics, simply explaining their whereabouts to clear themselves of suspicion. Now, it was Shenzi's turn to speak. As soon as Shenzi opened his mouth, everyone in the room suddenly looked at him in surprise. Shenzi was also shocked. My voice. How did it become a duck's quack? Xing chuckled inwardly at Shenzi's bewildered expression. That's right, it was Xing's doing. Her identity was a party duck, capable of not only stabbing people, but also of making a person's voice sound like a duck's quack during a meeting. Shenzi was completely bewildered. The others couldn't understand what she was saying, so Shenzi could only helplessly skip over it. Shenzi's next stop was Teresa. Teresa looked at Shenzi. The Son of God has clearly been struck by a skill. Everyone, please check your identities, some have skills. On my side. The round of speeches concluded. Since no one had seen anyone run from the crime scene to the lab, everyone abstained from voting to avoid making a mistake. After casting their votes, everyone was teleported out of the conference room. In the lab, Xing and Ying were teleported together. They looked at each other's names above their heads. Both were red. They exchanged a look, beaming with joy. Their eyes confirmed that they were on the same side. Ying chuckled. You did it, didn't you? Xing raised an eyebrow and replied slyly. Yes, let's go. Straight to the operation? Let's go together. Ying agreed immediately. The two of them exited the lab through the left door. Downstairs, they could reach the altar, storage rooms, and several tunnels. The two of them continued downstairs, turning a corner and running into San Yueki and Kiana. Just as San Yueki and Kiana were about to greet each other, Xing and Ying rushed over. The two of them walked past each other and simultaneously struck out, slashing San Yueki and Kiana, putting their slashing skills on cooldown. San Yueki and Kiana were stunned. San Yueki was stunned. No way. Are you assassins that arrogant? Just attack. Chapter 302. At the altar entrance, Zhongli, Shenzi, Wendy, Teresa, Sunday, GZ, and Walter were waiting. Zhongli pulled people into the altar one by one to gather information. There was only one entrance, which helped them avoid being attacked by swordsmen. Shenzi leaned against the wall, chatting with GZ. The two had resurrected together in the previous round. The two exchanged sincerity, revealing their identities to each other. One was the Justice Messenger, the other was the Sheriff. The Justice Messenger could attack once per game, while the Sheriff could attack as many times as he wanted, as long as his cooldown was up. However, if the Sheriff attacked a good person, both he and the good person would be killed instantly. That being said, whether the other party believed it or not was another matter. GZ asked. I just tested it. My sword only works when you're close to someone. I suspect the reason you were hit by a skill last round was because someone was close to you. Shenzi followed GZ's line of thought. Besides GZ, the only person who had been close to him in the previous round was Xing. At that time, the two of them had just passed each other and didn't exchange much. Thinking back to Xing's intense reaction at the meeting, Shenzi began to seriously doubt Xing's identity. Just then, Shenzi heard hurried footsteps. Shenzi turned and saw Xing and Ying running towards him. Shenzi quickly became alert. Hold still, you two. Don't come over here. Xing chuckled and rushed forward. Shenzi saw this and said, No. Cut. Shenzi's quick eyes and hands struck Xing, instantly killing him. Seeing Xing's sudden death, Ying attacked Shenzi with a slash, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing this, GZ understood everything and attacked Kiana. Unexpectedly, Hu Tao suddenly rushed out from around the corner. GZ's strike landed squarely on Hu Tao. Hu Tao instantly died, transformed into a chicken leg. At the same moment, Chike, Yin Lang, and Hanabi suddenly appeared in the same spot. The three of them were thrilled. Excellent strike! Excellent strike! Excellent strike! Hu Tao, you pelican. Too aggressive, aren't you? You just came right in and ate us. Hu Tao's role in this round was the neutral pelican. Her skill allowed her to devour people, and by the time the meeting began, the people inside her stomach would be digested. Seeing this, Ying quickly fled. Seeing Ying about to flee, Jeezy quickly walked over to Shinse's chicken leg and pressed the alarm button. A bell rang, and everyone appeared at the conference table. Jeezy, the person who called the police, was the first to speak. Let me tell you what happened. In the last round, I switched roles with Shinse. She was the messenger of justice, and I was the sheriff. She and I were discussing information at the altar entrance when Xing and Ying rushed over. Shinse struck Xing first, and Ying then struck Shinse. Just as I was about to strike Ying, Hu Tao darted out and blocked the blow. Hu Tao's identity is a pelican, capable of eating humans. From her stomach, I dug out Chike, Yin Lang, and Hanabi. I suggest a unanimous vote for Ying. Himiko's argument was well-reasoned, convincing everyone. With Chike, Hanabi, and Yin Lang as witnesses, everyone believed her story. Just as she was about to press the button to end her speech, her body suddenly exploded in smoke, transforming into a ghost. The remaining survivors were startled by the scene. Chike, who was sitting next to Jeezy, jumped out of his chair in shock. Zhongli said, "Don't panic, everyone. This is Sniper Duck skill. It allows you to guess a person's identity. If you guess correctly, you can snipe and kill them. You can only fire 2 shots per round and 1 shot per meeting." This also proves Ms. Jeezy's point. I agree with the unanimous vote for Ying. The next few people also made their choices, saying they would vote for Ying. Seeing the result was already decided, Ying didn't know how to refute it, so she simply admitted it and stood on her chair with her hands on her hips. Hee hee. Come vote for me. I already won. I killed 2. Hee hee. Ying was unanimously voted out and escorted away by several NPC guards. She then transformed into a spirit and reappeared at the next round. Ghosts can hear each other's conversations. March 7 and Kiana flew directly to Xing and Ying. Alright. You two? Just wait, I'm going to kill you in the next round. Ah! So pissed. Xing and Ying chuckled and ran off to do the wolf quest. I bet you can't get a character with a knife. At the scene, Silver Wolf, the last assassin, was thinking of a way out. There were still many people outside, and it wouldn't be easy for her to just kill them. She planned to blend in with the main group for now. As a sniper, she could even snipe one out. Silver Wolf ran around and finally found the main group at the altar. Zhongli saw Silver Wolf and called him in. Zhongli asked, "Silver Wolf, tell me the truth about your identity." Silver Wolf retorted, "You're asking me? My identity is strong. What is yours?" Zhongli didn't reveal his identity. "I can't tell you my identity. Didn't you see I was the one who called the police the first time? Xing was framing me back then. Later, it was proven she was the assassin, and my identity was impeccable." Seeing this, Silver Wolf realized he couldn't trick Zhongli into revealing his identity, so he just gave a random one. "I'm an engineer." Zhongli silently noted this, and let Silver Wolf leave the altar. After Silver Wolf left, Zhongli immediately rang the bell for the meeting. Everyone gathered in the conference room again. Zhongli, the bell ringer, was the first to speak. "Everyone, I just spoke to Silver Wolf. She said she was an engineer, and the Nautices San Yuchi told me she was an engineer." "Come on," explained Silver Wolf. Soon it was Silver Wolf's turn. "I'm really an engineer. Isn't that what March 7 told you she is? There are also neutral players on the field, as well as Pigeon and Slowpoke. And you, Zhongli, you say you're good, but you haven't revealed your true identity. You keep asking about our identities. I seriously suspect you're the Sniper Duck, trying to figure out our identities and then snipe us." Silver Wolf's words were echoed by some. Indeed, Zhongli hadn't revealed his identity when they were discussing it with him. Compared to Zhongli's story, Silver Wolf's was more convincing. Zhongli was using a dead person as his argument, while Silver Wolf was using a living person. In the end, Zhongli and Silver Wolf received 5 votes to 4, and Zhongli was voted out. Zhongli transformed into a ghost and smiled in front of everyone. The crowd, seeing this smile, immediately thought something was amiss. No! Slowpoke. Slowpoke, if voted out, would win directly. Congratulations to player Zhongli for his victory. Reward, 1 gold chest. Everyone was teleported back to the shop, and they looked at Zhongli in anger. Damn it! They actually let Slowpoke win. Chapter 303. Zhongli held a treasure chest made of pure gold. Wendy urged, "Old man, open it quickly and take a look." At the same time, everyone cast curious glances. Just now, Zhongli's victory was due to his own skill, but he had always pushed himself to the center of public opinion, every round, naturally arousing suspicion. Amidst the crowd's expectant gazes, Zhongli opened the golden treasure chest. After opening it, The golden treasure chest dissipated in a flash of light, leaving behind a card. When everyone saw the card, they looked at each other in shock. Card. Resurrection card? Everyone quickly glanced at the card, and upon it were 3 large characters. Resurrection card, everyone gasped. Zhongli was pleasantly surprised. A resurrection card had indeed appeared. Yiyun then walked over. Zhongli, try it out. Zhongli asked Yiyun. Yiyun, how do you use this resurrection card? Yiyun asked. Place it between your eyebrows. Silently recite the name of the person you wish to resurrect. The resurrection card will automatically retrieve your memories and accurately resurrect the person you wish. Zhongli understood, and following Yiyun's instructions, he placed the resurrection card between his eyebrows and silently recited. World of Teyvat, Demon of Dust, returns. After Zhongli finished reciting, the resurrection card suddenly vibrated rapidly, abruptly slipping out of his hand and falling to the ground. Then, a portal opened, and a beautiful woman slowly flew out. Zhongli, usually composed, was overcome with excitement upon seeing the woman, his entire body trembling slightly. Hu Tao, noticing Zhongli's state, tugged at him. Guest, why are you so excited? This is the first time I've seen you like this. Zhongli looked at Hu Tao upon hearing this. This time, he didn't try to excuse himself, he was genuinely excited. Yes, indeed. Hu Tao asked curiously, looking at the woman. Guest, who is she? Zhongli said slowly. My old friend, the demon god of dust, Gui Zhong. Hu Tao was also surprised to hear Gui Zhong's name. Gui Zhong. The one who founded Liyue with you? Zhongli nodded slightly. Yes. At the same time, Gui Zhong slowly opened his eyes, and looked around curiously. Where is this? Am I here? Morix? You're here too? You're here too? Oh my, let me see. Our demon god of rock has come down too. Zhongli's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing Gui Zhong's words. Gui Zhong's personality was very similar to Hu Tao's. Both were quirky and playful. In the past, Gui Zhong had often teased Zhongli, and always made fun of him. Zhongli said slowly. Gui Zhong, you're resurrected. Welcome back. This time, it was Gui Zhong's turn to be confused. Huh? I'm resurrected? Zhongli then explained the whole story to Gui Zhong. After listening, Gui Zhong realized that he had been resurrected. Gui Zhong then wanted to pull Zhongli back to see Liyue's present state. Back then, in her final moments, her biggest regret was not being able to see Liyue's future. Zhongli heard this. Wait a moment. We still have 2 more dungeons to participate in. Gui Zhong heard this, and looked towards the dungeon portal. Is this the game where you got the thing that resurrected me? Zhongli nodded. That's right. Do you want to join? Gui Zhong's eyes lit up. Okay. Seeing this, Hu Tao ran to the bar and poured herself a glass of juice. Then I won't play anymore. Sister Gui Zhong, you go ahead and play. Gui Zhong heard Hu Tao, and asked Zhongli angrily. Who is this? Zhongli heard this. I forgot to introduce you. This is Hu Tao, the current head of the Wanxing Hall. Gui Zhong realized. Oh, that's where you work now, right? That's what I heard you say just now. Zhongli nodded slightly. Gui Zhong saw this, and sat down next to Hu Tao. Are you little Hu Tao? Sigh. Let me ask you, is Morix a lavish spender? Hu Tao heard this. More than that. Let me tell you. Hu Tao complained to Gui Zhong bitterly about Zhongli's evil deeds, how he spent his days walking his bird, listening to music, and drinking tea, and how he paid for all his expenses himself. Her tears welled up. After listening, Gui Zhong looked at Zhongli. Morix, after all these years, you haven't changed your extravagant habits. I remember one time, you spent a full 30,000 kilograms of grain on a bag of flower seeds. At that time, our Liyue had just been established. Zhongli was silent for a moment. He couldn't refute it, so he could only listen. Gui Zhong recounted Zhongli's past misdeeds, and everyone present was amused and listened quietly, not interrupting. Finally, Gui Zhong seemed tired and stopped. Then everyone began the second game. Zhongli admitted his guilt, and gave his place to Hu Tao. Gui Zhong took Hu Tao's hand, made a face at Zhongli, and was teleported into the dungeon. After Gui Zhong and the others left, Yiyun walked over, gloating at Zhongli. TSK 6, what do you mean, a cup of tea? Zhongli glanced at the reception room, and nodded slightly. Okay. Yiyun and Zhongli walked into the reception room, brewed a pot of tea, and sipped it carefully. 0. Inside the dungeon. Hu Tao was the pelican again. Hu Tao decided that this time she couldn't be like last time. She had to be more focused. She had died tragically in the previous round, having taken the blame for someone else's. Hu Tao spawned in the laboratory and ran to the right. Just outside, she ran into San Yuqi. San Yuqi, having learned his lesson from the previous game, quickly broke away. Hu Tao. Who are you? Don't chase me. Hu Tao checked the map. Below was the altar, where there were usually many people. If she chased San Yuqi there, she would definitely be attacked. So Hu Tao stopped. I'm Canada Goose, what about you? March 7 stopped and walked back. That's easy. I'm an internet celebrity. If I die, all the good people will get the message. Hu Tao feigned surprise and swallowed March 7 in one gulp. Okay, I get it. The internet celebrity is dead, hee. March 7 was dumbfounded again. Hu Tao. The person swallowed by the pelican was still alive, and Hu Tao could hear what March 7 said. March 7 yelled and screamed in Hu Tao's stomach, trying to distract her. Hu Tao turned a deaf ear to her. Hu Tao ran to the altar. As expected, almost everyone was there. Gui Zhong saw Hu Tao approaching. Little Tao, come here quickly. Who are you? Hu Tao heard. There are so many people here. I can't tell anyone. What if the sniper duck hears? Gui Zhong said. Don't worry, this round features party duck, serial killer duck, and professional killer duck. Professional killers kill people, so we can't see the bodies, and if we step on them, it will automatically trigger an alarm. Hu Tao understood and said seriously. I'm an internet celebrity. Inwardly, San Yuqi was furious to see Hu Tao wearing his identity. You eaten me, and you're wearing my clothes. How abominable. Chapter 304. San Yuqi was furious, shouting so loudly that Hu Tao's ears almost rang. Hu Tao quickly told a few more people that she was an internet celebrity, and then ran off. This way, many people knew she was an internet celebrity. The good guy thought that since he was an internet celebrity, there was nothing wrong with going it alone. As for the bad guy, come on, at most they both perished together, because there was still a real internet celebrity in his belly. As for Daozi, it would be like having a C-section. If a good person popped out of his belly, Daozi, the killer, would definitely be shocked. Silver Wolf was on a mission. When doing a mission, he couldn't see his surroundings. A screen would appear in his field of vision, filling his field of vision. Seeing this, Hu Tao accelerated and rushed over, swallowing Silver Wolf in one gulp. Silver Wolf's vision suddenly went black, and he arrived in a familiar small space. San Yuqi lay on the ground, dejected, and looked at Silver Wolf. Hey! Here they come! Silver Wolf glanced around, his face instantly drooping. Isn't this inside the pelican's stomach? Has he been swallowed again? Silver Wolf saw the name on the pelican's head, Hu Tao. Silver Wolf went berserk. No! Sister? You're swallowing me again! Last time. And again this time. Am I really that delicious? March 7 rested for a moment, regained his strength, and stood up. He turned to Silver Wolf, and gave him a look that said, you know what I mean? Together? Silver Wolf understood instantly. Together. Hu Tao's ears had barely cleared when the ghostly howls of March 7 and Silver Wolf rang out again. All around, three-dimensional surround sound. That feeling was exhilarating. Hu Tao endured it. She experienced it before. Hu Tao wandered aimlessly around the map, her stomach filling up with more and more people. Wendy, Teresa, Xing, Luing Yunli, and so on, all ended up in Hu Tao's stomach. With so many people clamoring in her stomach, Hu Tao couldn't hear the voices of the others still alive. As Hu Tao passed the altar entrance, Gui Zhong called out to her, but she didn't hear him, and simply ran over. After another round, Hu Tao found no one left alone. Unable to bear it any longer, she ran to the altar, and rang the bell to get rid of the noise. As soon as Hu Tao rang the bell, her ears were instantly quieted. Hu Tao breathed a sigh of relief, and sat quietly in her seat, closing her eyes to rest. Gui Zhong, noticing this, reminded her. Little Taozi, did you ring the bell to say something? Hu Tao came to her senses, and opened her eyes. Oh, it's like this. I walked around outside for a few rounds, and didn't see a single person alive. I felt something was amiss, so I rang the bell to see if anyone was dead. Oh my god! How come so many people are missing all of a sudden? I don't know. I just wanted to ring the bell to see how many people are dead. Some people know my identity, so I won't go into details. Next. Hu Tao's next move was GZ. GZ's identity this time was a professional assassin. She had just heard Hu Tao mention her identity as an internet celebrity. As for the lineage, she didn't choose to go alone, but instead stayed at the altar with the main group to minimize her suspicion. I've been at the altar, exchanging identities with a few people. There's nothing much information. Pass. Next was Ing. Ing checked her identity and recalled the last-minute lesson Shinzi had given her after the first round. Vote for me, I'm a werewolf. Ing remembered what Shinzi had said. Shinzi, when you gain the identity of Slowpoke, you must find a way to get others to vote you out. Only then can you win. The few people still alive burst out laughing upon hearing this. Hanabi, Ying's next in command, burst into laughter. Don't worry, Ing, I'm voting for you this round. I'm a birdwatcher. I've been spying on you. Hee hee. Hu Tao, I didn't expect it. I saw you committing the crime. You're a pelican. Hanabi's words made Himiko and the others look at Hu Tao in surprise. They hadn't expected Hu Tao to be a pelican. Thinking about it, it made sense. No wonder Hu Tao had always walked alone without incident, and the number of people outside was dwindling. It seemed like all these people had become Hu Tao's possession. Kiana looked at San Yueki Silver Wolf, and Xing, who had transformed into ghosts, and burst into laughter. Xing, you're so pitiful. You were eaten by the pelican. Hu Tao saw this, and tried to struggle. I'm an internet celebrity. You trust me. Ultimately, Hu Tao was eliminated unanimously. There was no way around it. The pelican was neutral, and could eat people. Neither good nor bad people would stand by her. The voting concluded, and everyone returned to the castle. Hu Tao, transformed into a ghost, was instantly surrounded by Xing and the others. Hu Tao. Hu Tao was startled. She turned around, glanced at everyone, swallowed hard, and ran away. Oh no, ghosts don't have legs, they just float. Xing, Kiana, and the others gave chase. At the scene, after learning that the internet celebrity was dead, GZ and another werewolf, Sunday, began to attack. GZ is a professional assassin. The chicken legs left behind by those she kills become invisible, visible only to teammates. Anyone who steps on the invisible chicken legs automatically triggers an alarm. GZ followed the main group into the altar. She imitated Zhongli's approach from the previous game, calling everyone in for a conversation one by one. Suinri understood GZ's plan and quietly left the altar. That way, even if GZ was discovered, he wouldn't be exposed, because the dead were all inside the altar, and he wouldn't be there. GZ led the group inside, killing them one by one, waiting until their cooldown was up before returning to call the next person. Everyone knew there was only one exit from the altar, and no one would be foolish enough to kill anyone inside. Wouldn't that mean they'd be discovered immediately? Until Kiana, wandering in, stepped on Guizhong's chicken leg, triggering the automatic alarm. Kiana arrived at the meeting room, bewildered. Kiana looked around, stunned. Oh my goodness! Only me, GZ, Zhou Ri, and Yunli are left alive. GZ also took a look at the remaining people at the scene, exchanged glances with Zhou Ri, and knew what to do. Kiana said. How did so many people die all at once? This is horrifying, isn't it? I don't have any information. I automatically called the police after stepping on a chicken leg. Next. Kiana's next choice was Yunli. Shike glanced at the three people present. As a sheriff, she wasn't sure if Kiana had stabbed someone in Canada. In Canada, people who are stabbed automatically call the police, and the person who calls the police is the murderer. I don't have any information either. Next. It was GZ's turn to speak. GZ stared intently at Kiana. Kiana, just take a picture of your identity. I know the identities of most people. If you can't, I suggest you be voted out unanimously. I suspect you stabbed someone in Canada. Sunri didn't speak and skipped to the public discussion time. Chapter 305. Kiana spoke bluntly. I'm an engineer. I don't know. I've been hiding in the closet, trying to figure out if I can find the crime scene. Hearing this, GZ understood the situation. Okay, game over Sunday. Let's go straight to the knife. If we're still at 2-2 and haven't won yet, there's someone else with a knife. Let's both vote for Kiana. Go to the altar and gather to drop the green sparrow knife, and we win. After saying this, GZ crossed her legs and leaned back in her chair, exuding a domineering air. Sunday smiled and nodded. Okay, let's do it. Kiana was stunned. What? 2 more werewolves. And this werewolf is so arrogant. A group of souls discussed together. Teresa, seeing Kiana's identity revealed, covered her face in silence. Stupid Kiana. Your identity was revealed in one trick. Teresa decided to give Kiana a good lesson when she got home today. The voting ended, a 2-2 tie, with no one eliminated and advancing to the third round. Kiana had initially tried to shield Chike from the attack, but ultimately failed, and Chike was slashed by Sunday. Congratulations to Werewolf player Jeezy, Sunday, and Walter for the victory, receiving 1 gold chest. The second game ended, and everyone was teleported back to Yiyun's shop. Hu Tao was roundly criticized upon her return. Especially Silver Wolf, who, being shorter than Hu Tao, could only raise his hands and grab Hu Tao by the collar. You beast! Hu Tao! Twice! You ate me twice! Can you please let me go? Yunli also ran over. And me! I was eaten twice too! Hu Tao! You're such a jerk! Hu Tao chuckled, stuck out her tongue, and spread her hands. It's not my fault. The rules say you must participate seriously, and not cheat. Silver Wolf and Yunli sighed at this. Alas! Life is so sad. Playing a game can make you eat twice. Xing looked at the golden treasure chest in GZ's hand with envy. Envy. Sunday heard this. Oh! Xing, how about I open this for you? Xing was extremely surprised. Really? Don't worry, I just enjoy the fun of opening the box. I don't want the stuff inside, I just want to have some fun. Xing took the golden treasure chest from Sunday and opened it. Several beans appeared in Xing's hand. Xing picked one up curiously and examined it. Yiyun, what is this? Xing said. This is a Sinza bean. As long as you're still alive, eating one will save you and guarantee you be full of life. Xing thought, isn't this just a souped-up version of the Destiny coin? The coin of fate has a 50% chance of being struck by lightning, but this one doesn't. Xing returned the Sinza bean to Sunday. Sunday took it and put it away. Xing looked at the golden treasure chest in Jeezy's hand again, leaned in front of Jeezy, and rubbed his hands. Jeezy, hey, can I? Before Xing could finish, Jeezy handed the golden treasure chest to Xing. Xing took it and opened it. Another card? Xing picked it up and glanced at it. Another pickup card? This thing is really haunting me. Xing returned the pickup card to Jeezy, who took a look. This is it. A pickup card for 1 million star coins. Xing was shocked. What? A pickup card for 1 million star coins. Xing leaned in to take a look. It was indeed a 1 million star coin pickup card. Shoo! That much, Jeezy didn't take out the star coins, but instead put the pickup card into her storage ring. She couldn't use them right now, so there was no need to take them out. It would just take up space. Then Xing looked at Walter again. Uncle Yang. Walter handed the golden treasure chest to Xing, who happily opened it. A few more Sinza beans appeared in Xing's hands. Xing examined them, and returned them to Walter. Then everyone unanimously decided to take a break to discuss tactics. They gathered in the sofa tea area, discussing each character's skills. Knowing yourself and your enemy is crucial. Understanding the skills first is crucial to understanding the game and avoiding unexpected situations. Just like how an undertaker's duck can drag a chicken leg, dragging it into a furnace or a graveyard river will make the leg disappear. Noelle poured tea for everyone and served everyone a drink. Jinglu arrived at the shop. She had some free time today and planned to visit Bailu. Jinglu now teaches selected talented Yunchi swordsmen the art of swordplay. Jinglu wandered around the train, but couldn't find Bailu. She went to Yiyun's shop and approached him to ask him about it. Yiyun pointed toward the cave. Bailu and the others are watching cartoons at their new home today. If you want to find them, just go straight there. Jinglu heard this. New home? Aren't they living on the train? Yiyun smiled. I recently had another guest from the new world. Bailu and the others each got a wolf cub from him. The old room was too small, so I moved them to a bigger one. Jinglu understood. You go ahead and do your thing. I go find them. Yiyun nodded. Thank you for taking care of Kelly and the others. Jinglu said. It's okay, just by the way. Soon, everyone's break ended, and they confidently signed up for the third round of goose and duck kill. Everyone was assigned roles, and teleported into the castle. March 7 looked at his role. Sheriff. March 7 burst into tears of joy. Wow. I finally have a knife. Xing. Hu Tao. Wait. I'm coming for revenge. March 7 waved his knife, causing Chike, who had been teleported to the side, to twitch his lips. What a huge hatred and grudge. March 7 ignored Chike, and headed straight for the altar. It was crowded there, so he checked there first to see if Xing and Hu Tao were there. Chike looked at his role. A serial killer. Killing someone reduced his cooldown on surgery. So, Chike chose to follow March 7, disguising himself as an Avenger. The Avengers were good guys, and they could use surgery on anyone they saw. Chike followed March 7. The altar soon appeared behind him. March 7 spotted Xing in the crowd and, without a word, rushed over. Seeing this, Xing thought to herself, "This is bad," and quickly fled. Xing was playing as a neutral pigeon. She had to infect everyone still alive with the virus within a single round to win. So, Xing decided to hang out at the altar, where there were more people. To her surprise, March 7 was carrying a knife. It was obvious he was out for revenge. March 7 yelled, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! I'm a police officer. Captain! I'm going to kill Xing!" Everyone quickly stepped aside to avoid being blocked by the sword. March 7 chased Xing, with Chike following closely behind. Finally, in the lab, March 7 caught up with Xing and slashed at her with his sword. Xing disintegrated into smoke and retreated to the spot. Seeing this, Chike stabbed Wendy, who had followed behind to watch the fun. March 7 saw Chike draw his sword and immediately looked at him warily. Chike hurriedly explained, "I'm an Avenger. My sword is shining." Chapter 306. Sanueki heard this and thought for a moment. Chike had been following him the whole time. If she were a bad person, she would have killed him long ago. Is that so? Then follow me. I tell you, Hu Tao is definitely a bad person too. Let's go find her. After circling the map, Sanueki finally found Hu Tao in the aisle to the right of the altar, where she was using her skills to spy on the altar. Sanueki rushed forward and slashed at her. Hu Tao and Sanueki exploded into chicken legs. Just then, Silver Wolf came down from the upper passage. Chike, without a word, slashed at him and then stood still, guarding the corpse. She decided to try her luck and clear herself of suspicion by standing there. Soon, someone called the police near Xing's chicken leg. Entering the meeting room, Chike saw that besides Xing, Sanueki, Hu Tao, Silver Wolf, GZ, and Shinzi were also dead. Chike glanced at the crowd and spotted his other two teammates, Luing and Ying. Chike silently gave them a thumbs up. Well done. 6 people died in the first round, leaving 7 after the 3 of them. Just go in and kill 3 more, and they basically win. Unfortunately, Ying was caught red-handed this round, and not just one person, but a whole bunch of them. That's right, Ying attacked again in the crowd. Ying slashed GZ to pieces with a single blow, then was caught red-handed by a large group. And Shinzi, even more tragically, was in a more tragic situation. She was the messenger of justice in this round, and she even tried to drag others into a fight over her identity, but she hadn't expected Luing to be so decisive. She just slashed him, leaving her no chance to shine. The meeting concluded, and Ying was overwhelmingly voted out as the eliminated player of this round. Chike raced to reunite with Luing this round. Luing asked, "Chike, what's your plan next?" Chike folded his arms and spoke confidently. "Let's just go for it. I bet there's still a neutral one. Let's bet there's still a neutral one. If we kill 2, we bet one of the remaining 3 is neutral. Or, let's just kill 4 and end the game." Chike and Luing wandered around the map until they finally spotted 2 targets in the cemetery. Without hesitation, they charged forward and attacked them both. Unfortunately, Qingchua's last strike landed on Canada. Luckily, one of the survivors knew who Canada was. Coincidentally, the other one they just killed was the last neutral pigeon. Chike was completely stupefied. In the end, Chike, Luing, and Ying were defeated, and the good guys triumphed. Congratulations to Guizhong, Hu Tao, Wendy, Sanueki, Shinzi, GZ, Yunli, Walter, Sunday, and Fireworks for their victory. Each received 1 gold chest. Everyone was teleported back to Yiyun's shop. Xing glanced at the dungeon portal. Honestly, she felt a little unsatisfied and wanted to play a few more rounds. This goose and duck killing game is really addictive, especially when you get a character with a sword. The thrill of slashing is irresistible. Those who received gold chests opened theirs one after another. Surprisingly, Shinzi actually opened a resurrection card. Ying was thrilled to see this and rushed into the portal, grabbing Shinzi's hand. As for the others, most of them opened Sins of Beans. Sunday was lucky enough to open a pickup card worth 500,000 star coins. Inside Narukami Grand Shrine, Miko had all the shrine maidens temporarily leave the shrine. Kaguya looked at Miko. "You make the choice, anyone is fine." Miko chuckled. "Let's choose Shin. Inazuma needs her. We two are governing the country, one half-witted, the other completely clueless." With that, Miko placed the resurrection card between her eyebrows. Soon after, a woman who looked exactly like Kaguya flew out of a portal. Miko looked at Shin. "Sister Shin. Welcome back." Shin looked at the two of them. Miko? Kaga? What's going on? Miko told Shin what had happened. Shin understood. I didn't expect I'd be resurrected. Kaga, Miko, thank you for your hard work. Miko nodded. It's been tough. I've been exhausted lately. This Inazuma has to worry about everything, and Ing doesn't help. Ing glared at Shinsi, seeing him dare to complain about her. Shinsi! You're actually complaining about me in front of your sister. Wait! This isn't over yet. Shin smiled at the interaction between the two. It's okay, Shinsi. I'm back. Leave it to me from now on. Shinsi nodded. Then, as usual, the three of them set up a coffee table under the cherry tree in the courtyard, brewed a pot of tea, and brought out some snacks, happily chatting. This conversation lasted the entire day. In Liyue Harbor, Zhongli and Hu Tao returned to the Hall of Rebirth with Guizhong. Guizhong stood by the window on the third floor of the Internet Cafe building, admiring the bustling beauty of Liyue Harbor. It's wonderful. It's even more beautiful than I imagined. Zhongli nodded slightly. Well, do you want to go to Jianjian later? Guizhong nodded. Yes, I will. If I don't go find Liyun when I get back, she'd definitely start complaining to me again. Zhongli nodded slightly. That's right. You stay here for a while. I go downstairs to temporarily take over as network administrator. My sister, Iguan, is going to Wuwampo with the hall master today. Guizhong smiled at Zhongli. Morix, you can actually work? I thought you were just living off other people's little huteos. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Zhongli's forehead. Zhongli went to work as a temporary network administrator without a word. Guizhong quietly admired the prosperity of Liyue Harbor. After a while, a voice came from the side. Hey! Aren't you that so-and-so? That so-and-so? Let me think, oh. Right. That demon lord of dust? You've been resurrected? Guizhong followed the voice, and saw Asmodeus, who had gone out to forage for food. Who are you? Asmodeus forgot to introduce himself. Let me introduce myself. I'm Asmodeus, the ruler of the sky. I'm also a guest of the Hall of Rebirth. I met you before. You used to be an ally of that Morix. Guizhong, upon hearing Asmodeus's introduction, immediately knew who he was. He was one of those people in the sky. Demon Lord of Dust, Guizhong, greets His Majesty Asmodeus. Asmodeus waved his hand. All right, no need to salute. Was it Moraxis who resurrected you? Guizhong nodded. Yes, he participated in a dungeon at Yiyun's place and obtained the resurrection card, which resurrected me. Asmodeus understood. Is that so? Okay, welcome back to Teyvat. Have you eaten yet? Let's go grab something together. Old Lu told me yesterday that they have a seafood stew today. His seafood stew is the best. I'd take you to try it. Guizhong agreed and followed Asmodeus downstairs. The two chatted and laughed along the way. Guizhong felt that, as expected, seeing is believing. His Majesty Asmodeus was not at all aloof. Chapter 307. The next day arrived. Yiyun, Rios, and the 6 little ones arrived at Inazuma. Yesterday, the 6 little ones had seen the prayer scene on TV, and they wanted to go and pray for something. So, Yiyun brought the 6 little ones to Inazuma, ready to pray at the Narragansett shrine. When the godchild heard that Yiyun was coming, he personally came out to greet the 6 little ones. The 6 little ones stood in a row, waiting for the godchild to teach them how to pray. The godchild held up a lottery bucket and smiled at the 6 little ones. Children, are you ready? The 6 little ones responded in unison. We're ready. The godchild handed the lottery bucket to Klee, who was standing in the first position. Klee, shake it vigorously. Klee happily took the lottery bucket and shook it a few times. Soon, a lottery stick flew out. Seeing this, Klee picked up the bamboo sticks on the ground and examined them with anticipation. A great fortune? Sister Shinsi. Did Klee get a good one? Klee tugged at Shinsi's skirt, looking at her with wide, curious eyes. Shinsi smiled faintly, and took the bamboo stick from Klee's hand. Klee's luck is very good today. The stick says Klee will make a new friend today. Klee instantly jumped for joy. Great. Klee loves new friends. Shinsi then drew lots for the other 5 little ones. All 6 had good luck today, with the worst being a good one. The 6 little ones then followed Shinsi to the sacred cherry blossoms to pray. Shinsi stood in front, and the 6 little ones followed behind him, clumsily imitating his movements. Whatever Shinsi did, the 6 little ones would imitate him. Shinsi clasped her hands together, her back to the 6 little ones. Bai Lu stood on tiptoe to look, but couldn't see them. Wait! Bai Lu called for a pause, then ran to Shenzi's side to observe his movements. Everyone, put your hands together. Bai Lu returned to the group and clasped her hands together. Okay, let's continue. Shenzi immediately felt Bai Lu was adorable. No wonder everyone doted on these little ones. I heard that a factory executive was hunted down by General Jing Yuan, Dan Heng, and the others because he had offended the 6 little ones. Shenzi finished praying for the 6 little ones and turned to look at them. Okay, kids, it's time to pay the incense money. The 6 little ones were stunned. Huh? You have to pay for praying? Klee hasn't heard of that, Bai Lu said. That's what they say. It's a rule on the immortal ship. Hearing Bai Lu's words, the 6 children each took out their own small wallets, which contained the pocket money Yun had given them. It wasn't much. He usually had 10,000 star coins, 1 million credits, and 1 million mora. Each of the 6 children gave 100 star coins to the Son of God, who placed them in the donation box and smiled. Thank you, 6 children, for your donation. After praying, the 6 children looked around, intending to play around. Brother Yiyun, can Kelly play around for a while? Yiyun agreed, asking Rios and Dudu to look after the 6 children. With permission, the 6 children trotted around the shrine. Yiyun and the Son of God sat under a pavilion, drinking tea. Under the protection of Rios and Dudu, the 6 children played around the Mingjin Taisha shrine. The 6 little ones gathered in a circle, and Bai Lu suggested, let's play hide and seek. Klee, Hook, Chi-Chi, Diana, and Yao all agreed. Bai Lu patted her chest. I suggested it, so let me be the cat first. I'm going to start the countdown. Klee, Hook, and the others quickly took off, looking for a hiding place. Klee ran to a cherry tree. She looked up at the tree and decided to hide inside. Klee scrambled up the tree, and once there, she found a stuffed animal next to her. Klee poked the stuffed animal curiously. It wobbled, and instantly intrigued, she pushed harder. Although the stuffed animal wobbled violently, it didn't fall over. Just as Klee was about to push it, a puff of smoke suddenly emerged from the doll, and a girl with a fluffy tail and 2 laughing ears appeared next to her. Who are you? Why are you disturbing my sleep? The girl said, and then she started to feel sleepy again. Klee apologized. I'm sorry, Klee didn't know the doll was you. What's your name? The girl said. My name is Zio. Klee heard. Oh. Zio, my name is Klee. Nice to meet you. Do you want to play? We're playing hide and seek. Zio shook her head. No, I need to sleep. Lack of sleep will keep me from growing taller. Klee heard. Huh? That's not what Brother Yiyun said. Brother Yiyun said that if you want to grow taller, you need to exercise more. Who told you that sleeping can make you taller? Zio thought for a moment. I read it in a book. Kelly nodded. That's right, my brother Yiyun is right. Because my brother Yiyun is tall. Zio instantly believed Kelly when she heard her say that. Because her brother Yiyun is tall. What's that? He's an authority figure. He must be very knowledgeable about height. Okay, then I play with you. Kelly happily grabbed Zio's hand and ran out, calling the other little ones over. Everyone, come over. Kelly has made a new friend. Bai Lu, Hook, Diana, and the other little ones gathered around. Kelly introduced them. She's Zio. She wants to play with us. Hook happily welcomed her. Welcome, new friend. Hello, Zio. I'm Hook, Lord Dark Hook. Bai Lu, Chi-Chi, Diana, and Yao Yao each greeted Zio and introduced themselves. Zio looked at the 6 little ones and nodded. Yeah, I got it all. My name is Zio. What game are we playing? Bai Lu jumped, raising her hands high. Let's play hide and seek. Zio, do you know how? Zio nodded. I know. Bai Lu heard this. That's good. Let's start over. Just now doesn't count. Then, the 6 little ones and Zio played hide and seek. This game lasted the entire day. The 6 little ones and Yiyun had lunch at Naruto Shrine. After lunch, Yiyun and Shenzi took the 6 little ones and Zio to the forest at the foot of Naruto Shrine. In the evening, Yiyun bid farewell to Shenzi and Zaoyu, leading the 6 little ones into the portal. Zaoyu waved with deep reluctance as Klee and the others returned. Shenzi, standing nearby, saw this and rubbed Zaoyu's head. Today, Zaoyu was the happiest she ever seen her. Shenzi looked at the portal and made a decision. Zaoyu, go ahead. Go ahead and play with Klee and the others whenever you want. Zaoyu beamed with joy, exclaiming in delight. Thank you, Lord Palace Administrator. Chapter 308. A little after 10 o'clock in the evening. In the cave, in the Rose Castle, Klee, Hook, Bailu, Diana, Chi-Chi, and Yao helped Xiaoyu decorate a room. Xing, Sanueki, and Luing wanted to help, but the 7 little ones refused, wanting to do it themselves. After taking a shower, the 7 little ones huddled together on the cat sofa in the hall to watch cartoons. Xiaoyu leaned against Bailu, watching the cartoons on TV with her adorable eyes wide open. It was something she had never seen before, and was very amusing. After watching the cartoons for a while, the 7 little ones returned to their respective rooms to sleep. At the same time, Jiyunjian. Zhongli brought Guizhong to Jiyunjian, along with Hu Tao. The moment Li Yun saw Guizhong, he was stunned and slapped himself, wondering if he was dreaming. After confirming that it was indeed Guizhong, he was so excited that he stared at him here and there, trying to see if he had changed. Guizhong looked at Lu Yun, who was so concerned about him, and smiled happily. All right, Lu Yun, I'm fine. Come on, take me to see the new inventions you made over the years, and give me some pointers. Lu Yun was surprised. Guidance? My mechanical skills are far superior to yours, and you're still giving me pointers? Let me give you pointers. Just as the two were about to enter the cave, Hu Tao suddenly pulled out an account book. Master Lu Yun, wait a moment. I have something to tell you. Hearing this, Lu Yun turned back to Hu Tao. Master Hu, what do you want to tell me? Hu Tao coughed twice to clear her throat. Master Lu Yun, as the internet cafe's maintenance worker, you've been absent and late 27 days this month. And what's more, you secretly took 10 machines from the internet cafe to practice, then destroyed them all. This month, you're out of salary, and you're still asking me to pay you 200,000 mora. How are you going to pay me? Lu Yun was stunned. Well, master, listen to me. We technicians need to constantly gain experience through practice, don't you agree? Hu Tao was speechless. Your skills haven't improved. Guizhong, observing this, teased. Lu Yun, didn't you say you were skilled? How come you broke something you were fixing? Lu Yun was immediately dissatisfied. Those are high-tech devices from another world. How could they be from a different world? Is it so easy to learn how to repair it? Guizhong heard this. I can fix it. I can't say anything else, but give me a day, and I definitely figure it out. Lu Yun was surprised. Okay. You said it. Let's go to the internet cafe. I want to see if you can figure it out. The two, who had just been so harmonious, suddenly started arguing. Hu Tao was stunned. Guess, were they always like this? Zhongli nodded speechlessly. Yes, to use Silver Wolf's words, even a tech geek wouldn't give in to the other. Hu Tao understood after hearing this. What do you say now? Li Shui said. Master Hu, let's have dinner here tonight. I had the food prepared. Hu Tao agreed and stayed with Zhongli for dinner in Jiyunjian. The next morning, the 7 little ones woke up, washed up, and began their morning run around the playground. The 7 little ones, dressed in their tracksuits, ran as hard as they could, shouting slogans. After their run, the 7 little ones went inside to eat. Jizi noticed Xiaoyu's presence and asked Yin about her situation. After learning about Xiaoyu's situation, she felt relieved. Xiaoyu also saw Linghua. Miss, why are you here too? Linghua smiled. I'm here to have fun too. Xiao nodded. Jizi looked at the 7 little ones' tracksuits and remembered something. They didn't seem to have many clothes. Yiyun, Kafka, and I will take Kelly and the others to Pinocchio today. I want to buy them some clothes. Yiyun agreed. Okay, I come too. I need to buy some clothes too. I've been wearing these 3 outfits over and over again, so it's time to get some new ones. Yiyun looked at Xing and the others. What about you guys? Where are you planning to go today? Xing chuckled. We're going to Rimura's place. We captured a few bee monsters in the forest yesterday. They're quite intelligent. Yesterday I had them help us collect honey. We go check it out later, then continue exploring. Yiyun heard this and looked at Rimuru. Rimuru, does the pig-headed emperor really not need our help? Xing also agreed. Yes, I can handle everything with just one strike. Rimuru smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but this is my personal matter. I want to handle it myself. It shouldn't be a problem. It's within my control. Besides, we still have time. We killed 20,000 pig-headed men last time, so the pig-headed emperor needs time to regroup. Yiyun nodded. Okay. If you need any help, just let us know. We're always available. After breakfast, everyone went about their business. Yiyun, Jizi, and Kafka took the 7 children out shopping for clothes. Xing and the others went to Rimura's place to continue their adventure. Xing, Sanueki, and the others had spent the entire day adventuring yesterday, seeing many new and interesting things. Half an hour later, Xing, Sanyueki, Luing, and Linghua were each strolling through the forest, riding a Lanya wolf. Today, it was just the four of them. The others were busy. Amber and Eula were patrolling the snowy mountains. They heard things had been a bit unsettled there lately, with many monsters appearing. Hudao was going to attend to matters at the Rebirth Hall. Huohuo had become more courageous after frequently following Hutao around Wuwang Slope. Nowadays, Huohuo has become the backbone of the Wanxing Hall, handling many of the exorcism and ghost hunting tasks. With Tail Master around, there's practically no ghost in Teyvat that Huohuo can't handle. Xing and the others were strolling and chatting when four figures suddenly burst out from the bushes ahead. Aside from the masked woman wielding a sword, the other three were the same adventurers Rimuru had encountered in the cave. The three were named Kabaru, Kid, and Ailian. The sword-wielding woman had joined the group midway and wasn't part of their team. Her name was simply Jing. Thus, the three called her Miss Jing. The trio had received a mission from the Adventurers Guild to investigate a mysterious monster organization in the Jura Forest. The Adventurers Guild had recently received intelligence about the emergence of a new monster organization in the Jura Forest. This monster organization is the federation formed by Rimuru to fight against the Pighead Emperor, the Jura Monster Federation. Chapter 309. Unexpectedly, shortly after entering the forest, the four encountered a group of giant ant beasts. The appearance of one of these monsters meant there were more nearby. These monsters often appeared in swarms. The four rushed out of the bushes and saw Xing and the other three. The blonde magician Ailian hurriedly called out to the four to run. Friends up ahead. Run! There are many giant ant beasts behind us. As Ailian finished her words, the trees behind her collapsed, and more than a dozen giant ant beasts appeared before Xing and the others. Seeing this, Sanyueki took out his Hoi Bao, aimed, and fired. Sanyueki unleashed a dozen ray bolts, each capable of taking the life of a giant ant beast. Ailian, Kid, and Kabaru were stunned by this sight. No way. It's that powerful. Xing sat on the Lanya wolf and looked at Ailian and the other three. Are you all okay? Hearing this, Ailian and the other three hurriedly thanked him. It's okay, it's okay. Thank you for saving us. My name is Ailian. They're my team, Kid, Kabaru, and Miss Jing, who's traveling with us. Luing asked curiously. Why are you being chased by these giant ants? Ailian said. These are giant anteaters. They kill anything that enters their territory. Luing understood. So that's what was going on. Luing looked at Xing. Xing, let's go and take care of these ants. These monsters have no intelligence. Let's help Rimuru solve a problem. Xing nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go. I'm here for the adventure anyway. An adventure without combat isn't exciting at all. Upon hearing this, Ailian and the other two wondered if these people were planning to attack the giant ant beasts. No way. Wouldn't that be courting death? Ailian quickly stopped Xing and the others. Well, benefactor, there are a lot of giant ant beasts in the giant ant beast nest, at least 1,000. Why don't we just forget about it? We can put up some signposts nearby as a warning. As long as we don't enter the giant ant beast's territory, nothing will happen. Xing patted his chest. Don't worry, they're just ants. Sanhua, Luing, Linghua, let's go. Xing and the other three patted the Lanya wolves on their butts and headed towards the giant ant beast nest. Seeing this, Ailian and the others thought for a moment, made a decision, and followed Xing and the others. They couldn't ignore their savior. One more person meant more strength. To Ailian's surprise, Miss Jing also followed. Miss Jing wasn't part of her team, so she didn't need to listen to her. Jing looked at Ailian with a puzzled look and said, They saved me, too. I can't just leave them alone. Soon, Xing and his group arrived at the giant antman's nest. The giant antmon had dug a large pit in an area, and beneath it lay their nest. Sensing the intruders, countless giant antmon swarmed out. Seeing this, Ailian, Kid, Kabalu, and Miss Jing immediately assumed combat stances. Xing glanced at Ailian, who looked nervous and ready to die, and smiled. Stand still here, and don't move. Leave these ants to us, Sanhua. Luing. Linghua. We're going. Xing leaped from Lanyalang, the Skyfire judgment on his shoulders furiously gathering energy. Heavenly Fire. Unsheathe. Xing raised his Heavenly Fire judgment in both hands, and slashed down at the giant anteater horde on the ground. In the sight of Ailian and the others, a flash of light flashed where Xing landed. Then, a scorching flame rapidly spread from Xing, transforming all the giant anteaters caught in the flames into charcoal, and a gentle breeze reduced them to dust. Sanyueki reached a large tree and bit his bow. Sword rain. A massive arrow of light shot into the sky and exploded, transforming into a dense swarm of smaller arrows that landed on the ground, instantly clearing a large area. Luing transformed into Sam, charging through the giant anteater horde. Linghua fully mobilized the power of the Eye of God. Sakura blowing snow. Frost destroy. Several giant ice wheels blossomed and spun around Linghua, strangling the approaching giant anteaters. Alien, Kid, and Kabaru stood still, watching the hellish battlefield unfold before them. Ice and fire continuously erupted across the battlefield, mercilessly devouring the Antimons. Alien swallowed thickly. Is this the extent of the damage caused by a calamity-level monster? Miss Jing's mask also contained a look of shock. The strength of these 4 individuals was a bit too abnormal. Where did such powerful individuals come from? Why hadn't I heard of them? From the start to the end of the battle, it took less than 5 minutes, and the Antimons numbering over 1,000 were completely annihilated. Xing, Sanyueki, Luing, and Linghua returned. Xing carried the holy judge of heavenly fire in one hand. Let's get out of the forest as soon as possible. I've been so timid in this forest, afraid of starting a forest fire, which would put Rimuru in great trouble. Alien and the other 3 were petrified upon hearing Xing's words. No! You haven't used your full strength yet? Luing smiled. Well, let's ask Alien later. She's a local, and should know how to get out of the forest. Xing thought this was a good idea. Xing and the other 3 came over to Alien. Alien, I have a question for you. Alien spoke directly. My benefactor, if you want to leave the forest, heading east from here is the fastest way. Xing nodded and thanked him, then mounted her Lanya wolf and prepared to leave. At this moment, Miss Jing suddenly spoke. Can I ask you something? Do you know about the new monster organization that has appeared in the forest? Xing was confused. A new monster organization? I don't know. We're here for adventure. Miss Jing changed her tone. Have you seen where the most monsters are in the forest? Xing thought for a moment. If that's the case, I do know one. We're from there. What's wrong? What do you want? Miss Jing heard this. Really? Can you take us there? We have something to go to. Xing heard this and discussed it with Sanyueki and the others. Finally, they decided to take Alien, Miss Jing, and the others to Rimuru's place. Xing and the others weren't worried about these people causing trouble, because their strength was completely inferior to theirs. Okay, let's go. We take you there. Then Xing and the others took Alien and the others back to the goblin camp. Xing found Rimuru. Rimuru, these people said they wanted to see you. Rimuru warmly welcomed them and prepared a barbecue dinner for them. Alien and the others sat in the cabin, enjoying their meal. Rimuru came into the cabin and saw Eileen, Kid, and Kabaru eating like wolves, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Chapter 310. Alien and the others quickly regained their composure upon seeing Rimuru arrive and began discussing matters. Rimuru asked, What do you want to see me about? Alien looked at Rimuru curiously. Are you the leader of this monster organization? Rimuru pondered. That's right, what's wrong? Alien said. Well, we're adventurers from the Adventurers Guild. We've been commissioned by the guild to investigate you. Don't worry, we have no ill intentions. We just want to know why you gathered together, and whether you think you pose a threat to passers-by. Rimuru heard this. Don't worry, I made 3 rules with them. They will never harm humans. I'm not an evil slime, I'm a kind slime. Miss Jing suddenly burst out laughing at Rimuru's words. A question mark appeared over Rimuru's head. What's wrong? Miss Jing smiled. Nothing, I just thought of something happy. Rimuru looked at Miss Shizuka. That name seemed to belong to someone from his old world, didn't it? Then, Rimuru arranged for Alien and the other 2 to stay and return tomorrow to rest. Rimuru and Miss Shizuka came to a cliff. Rimuru and Shizuka confessed their identities as reincarnated beings. Rimuru granted Shizuka's wish, allowing her to see post-war Tokyo. Back at camp, Miss Shizuka was possessed by the fire spirit, as in the original storyline, and engaged in a fierce battle with Rimuru. The 2 fought fiercely, and in the end, Rimuru used his predator to devour Miss Shizuka, who had transformed into the fire spirit. In a room, Rimuru was saying goodbye to Miss Shizuka. The fire spirit within her body had been devoured, and her vitality began to slowly fade. Mr. Rimuru, I have a favor to ask. Rimuru heard this. What favor? Miss Shizuka smiled. I want you to devour my body after I die. At that moment, the door opened, and Xing and the others walked in. Rimuru, I heard your place was attacked. Are you okay? Xing and the others had just returned to the camp. Upon seeing the devastation, they quickly sought out Benimaru to inquire. They learned that the camp had been attacked. Xing, Sanyueki, Luing, and Linghua, worried about Rimuru's safety, rushed to find him. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Xing looked at Miss Shizue, who lay on the bed. Hey, aren't you that so-and-so? The one we brought back. By the way, you're so beautiful. Why are you wearing a mask? Miss Shizue looked at Xing and smiled. That's because Miss Jing told Xing and the others about her experience. Xing, thank you for saving me today. If there's an afterlife, can we be friends? Xing waved her hand. No need for the next life. Let's do it in this one. Wait a minute, I get you some senza beans. With that, Xing sprinted out of the house. A few minutes later, Xing came running back, clutching a few senza beans. She had just returned from a train and asked the youngest member of the train crew, Sunday, for some senza beans. Xing fed the beans to Miss Jing, and her face quickly brightened, and her health improved. Like a new sprout emerging from a tree, brimming with life. Miss Jing was astonished. This is it. Xing held out another senza bean. This is a senza bean. As long as you have a breath left, it will restore you to your original state. Miss Jing stood up and looked at her body. Isn't this incredible? This is a divine object, Xing. How can I repay you for such a precious thing? Xing waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay. We have plenty of it, don't worry. Miss Jing hesitated. That's true, but it's still very valuable. Xing thought for a moment and said, how about this? You could be our guide. We don't have a guide on our adventures in this world, so we're just wandering around aimlessly every day. Miss Jing was surprised to hear Xing say she wasn't from this world. Hey! Xing, are you also reincarnated? Xing was a little confused. Huh? Reincarnated? What do you mean? Rimuru then began to explain. No, Miss Shizue, it's like this. Rimuru informed Shizue of Xing and the others' identities, and she finally understood. I see. Xing patted Shizue's shoulder. Rest well first. Once you rested well, you can be our guide. Jing smiled and agreed. Okay, I'll be your guide from now on. Don't worry, I'm very familiar with this world, and have been to most of its cities. Xing nodded. Okay, we go back first. You rest well. We come see you tomorrow. Xing and the others said goodbye to Rimuru and Shizue, then entered the portal and returned to the train. Jing watched Xing and the others leave, feeling that everything today had been surreal. She had met her fellow villagers, seen her hometown in its current state, and had been saved by Xing and Sangua, visitors from another world, even though she should have died. She had even become their guide. Rimuru looked at Jing. Miss Jing, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Jing lifted Rimuru up. Call me Jing from now on. We're friends, aren't we? I want some barbecue. Rimuru heard that. Okay, I call you Jing from now on. By the way, why don't you eat something light? You're a patient. Jing smiled and shook her head. It's okay, it's okay. I'm fine now. Rimuru then had barbecue prepared and brought over, and the two of them began to eat in the room, chatting about their hometown. Soon, Ailian, Kid, and Kabaru burst into the room. Seeing them waiting peacefully, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief and joined the barbecue party. In the cave, in the Rose Castle, the 7 little ones each returned to the Rose Castle, carrying large and small bags. Today, Yiyun, Kafka, and GZ took the 7 little ones on a day trip to Pinocchio, buying them lots of clothes. After returning to the Rose Castle, the 7 little ones dumped their bags on the ground, panting heavily. Yiyun had initially offered to help the 7 little ones retrieve their belongings, but the 7 little ones refused. Kelly is a big kid now. She can handle things on her own. That's right, I'm very strong. Chi-Chi, you can do it yourself. Yao Yao too. Yiyun couldn't persuade the 7 little ones, so he let them do it themselves. After putting down her belongings, Yao Yao ran to the nearby blender and poured 7 glasses of orange juice, giving 1 to each of Kelly and the others. Everyone, drink some orange juice and take a rest. Chapter 311. Kelly took the orange juice from Yao Yao. Thank you, Yao Yao. Yao Yao smiled faintly. You're welcome. Let's rest for a while, and then go take a shower. After that, go to sleep. Tomorrow, we get up and do some exercise. Kelly, Bailu, Hook, Chi-Chi, Zhaoyo, and Diana all said oh and agreed. The 7 little ones sat on the sofa, drank their orange juice, and rested for a while. Then, they all grabbed their pajamas and ran into the large bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, the 7 little ones returned to their rooms to rest. They were exhausted after a long day of sightseeing. The next day arrived. New Tevat, Fontaine Court. Inside the new Mamong Palace, Denina was browsing her comments section on her phone, occasionally replying to an interesting comment. Next to Finina, Violet, Fukaros, Clarinda, Liosli, Sigwin, and Navia were working on documents. Finina was the only one idle in the entire office. Violet noticed this. Miss Finina, if you have time, would you mind helping us with some of the documents? You don't have to review them, but could you just help us organize them? Finina was surprised. Huh? I don't want to. I get annoyed just looking at that stuff. You guys handle it. Finina showed everyone her balance. I just pay. Tell me if you need credit points. Violet was speechless. Well, this guy is the financial backer, so he really doesn't have to work. The others smiled at this. The rapid construction of New Fontaine was truly thanks to Finina. The materials, equipment, and people's food, clothing, and shelter needed for New Fontaine were all financed by Finina. There's no way around it. The New Fontaine had just been built, and many things weren't ready yet. Finina's daily income now exceeded 4 billion credit points, and her songs were becoming increasingly popular over time. Her Weibo account now boasts over 20 million followers, and is still growing rapidly. Finina sat on the sofa, then forked a piece of cake and ate it. Just then, Finina came across a comment with a lot of likes. Finina's dog, Miss Finina. When will you have a concert? Please, please. This comment already had over 3 million likes, and over 200,000 comments below it. Finina thought for a moment, then looked at Valette. Valette, how is the construction of the new Obikla Opera House going? Valette paused. It's already halfway done. What's wrong? Finina asked. How many people can the new Obikla Opera House hold? Valette asked. The blueprints say it can accommodate 10,000 people. What's wrong with that? Finina pouted slightly in dissatisfaction. Can it be bigger? 100,000 people? Valette asked. Of course it can, but it will significantly extend the construction time. Finina asked. That's okay. What's the maximum capacity you can build? Valette didn't answer directly. Instead, she pulled out a map. It showed the plans for the new Fontaine, detailing the floor space of each building. Valette looked at the new Obikla Opera House, which was built on a small island east of the main island. After some calculations, Navrilla said, we can build an opera house that can accommodate up to 200,000 people. Finina, upon hearing this, took out her phone and transferred 2 billion credit points to Fontaine's special account. I transferred another 2 billion to Fontaine's special account. The new Obikla Opera House will be built to the maximum scale. I use it for concerts in the future. Navrilla agreed. With money, everything is easy. Finina's earning power is so astonishing that she alone could support everyone at Fontaine. Liosli, Clarinda, and the others sighed in awe. TSK, 2 billion credit points? Transferred on the spur of the moment. So terrifying, said Finina. Well, Valette, when the new Obikla Opera House is almost finished, let me know a few days in advance so I can promote my concert. Oh, by the way, I need to invite a few backing singers. Let me think about it. Barbara is one. I heard there's a talented Yunjin from Liua too. Invite her too. I think about who else. There's also Nilu from Shumi. She dances beautifully. Let her come. Fukaros, listening to Finina's mumbling, asked curiously. Aren't you going to invite Miss Mockingbird? Finina heard this. Of course I'd like her to come, but she's so busy, I'm afraid she won't be able to. Fukaros smiled. You can ask first. Finina heard this, and called Mockingbird. Hello. Mockingbird, what are you doing? Mockingbird's voice quickly came from the other end. I just finished recording a song. What's wrong, Finina? Did you miss me? Finina smiled happily. Yes, I missed you. Come visit me when you have time. I moved to your universe, did you know? The robin was a little surprised. Don't you have a while to move? Finina told the robin about the Battle of Fontaine. The robin was immediately anxious. Why didn't you call me? I sent someone to support you. Finina scratched her head. No need, Zhongli. Lord Asmodeus and the others have gone. The matter has been resolved. Come visit me when you have time? The robin agreed. Yes, I can relax for the next month. I finished recording my new song, and my fans won't be pushing me anymore, haha. Finina heard this. That's perfect. I'm planning a concert. Would you like to be my guest singer? The robin agreed immediately. Sure. I'm definitely going to my best friend's concert. Wait, I take a flight to see you now. Send me your location, and we see you later." Robin hung up. Then Ina, overjoyed to hear Robin was coming, quickly sent Robin his location. Violet and the others also learned of Robin's arrival. Violet looked at Clorinda. "Clorinda, leave your tasks to Leslie. When Miss Robin arrives, you be responsible for her safety." Violet then looked at Lancelot. Lancelot, seeing this, said, "I send a maximum of 4 men. The others will also protect the 2 highnesses." Violet was satisfied. He had great faith in the protection capabilities of the Lancelot Knights. "Okay, thank you." Lancelot shook his head. "No problem." The relationship between Lancelot and Navalette grew stronger and stronger, from initially disliking each other to now being colleagues. Chapter 312. Over an hour later, 2 warships landed at the harbor of New Fontaine. Fernina, Clorinda, and the Knights of Lancelot were waiting there. The weather was beautiful today, sunny, and the sea clear and blue. Across the horizon, flocks of seagulls flew by, chirping, and the waves rhythmically rustled against the beach. Soon, a robin emerged from the warship on the right. As soon as it emerged, the robin searched for Fernina. Fernina was delighted to see the robin, bouncing and waving. "Robin! Over here!" The robin heard Fernina's call and ran toward her. Fernina, seeing this, ran over. The 2 ran towards each other, hugging and spinning in circles. The 2 happily embraced on the harbor dock, the salty sea breeze ruffling their hair. "Robin! Long time no see," Fernina said happily. The robin was also happy. "Well, long time no see. You moved in, and you didn't tell me. I would have come earlier." Fernina scratched the back of her head. "I didn't think you were free. Oh, by the way, were the people on the other ship with you?" The robin shook his head. "No." The 2 looked toward the warship on the left. A moment later, Donhung and Sunday emerged from under it. Donhung and Sunday had come to help at Navalette's invitation. Navalette had seen the fields in the cave, and, after learning that Donhung and Sunday usually tended them, invited them over. Navalette wanted to hear their suggestions on planning the New Fontaine plantation area, to hear the advice of these 2 professionals. The robin was a bit surprised to see Sunday. "Brother." Sunday also noticed the robin, a hint of fondness in his eyes. "Robin." The robin pulled Fernina closer to Sunday and Donhung. "Brother, what are you doing?" The robin looked at Donhung, puzzled. Sunday and Donhung exchanged glances, and said with a smile, "I want to travel with the train crew for a while." The robin folded his arms and pouted. "Oh, so why didn't you tell me?" Sunday was a bit surprised. "Huh? Aren't you in the group? Didn't you see me?" The robin shook his head. "I've been recording a new song these days, and haven't been checking the group." Sunday realized that was the case. "That's what I missed." "I forgot to tell you," Fernina asked. "Sunday, Donhung, what are you doing at New Fontaine?" Sunday said. "Well, we've been invited by Mr. Valette to give him some advice on land planning." Fernina heard this. "Oh, is that so? Okay then. You guys get busy, I take Robin out for some fun." Sunday smiled and nodded. "Okay, we contact each other on the phone if anything happens." Fernina then happily took Robin out for some fun. Sunday looked at the smiling Robin and felt happy for her. She was incredibly lucky to have a friend like Fernina. Robin had been famous since she was very young, which meant she never had a close friend like him. Fernina's appearance filled that void. Sunday could sense that the robin was incredibly happy with Fernina. Fernina dragged the robin away. Donhung looked at Sunday. Let's go find Mr. Navalette." Sunday nodded slightly, and went with Donhung to find Navalette. Fernina took the robin aboard, ready to show him the new Obicla Opera House, which was under construction. The 2 of them leaned over the railing, admiring the beautiful seascape. Fernina watched the seagulls fly by nearby, her hands to her mouth. "Hey! Seagull! Come here! I have something delicious." Lancelot, standing nearby, heard this and took out some breadcrumbs he had prepared and handed them to Fernina. Fernina and the robin each tossed a little at the seagull. The seagull saw the breadcrumbs flying over. Seeing this, Fernina picked up another crumb and threw it into the air. A seagull folded its wings and swooped over, snatching up the crumb. More and more seagulls gathered, and the robin, seeing the flock so close, felt a little frightened. Fernina saw this and placed a crumb in the robin's hand, grasping it and lifting it high. "Come here, Robin. Don't be afraid, it's okay." The robin, still a little frightened, dodged slightly. Soon, a seagull landed on the robin's hand and began to eat the crumb. Fernina said, "Robin, come and touch it, don't be afraid, it won't bite you." The robin bravely reached out and touched the seagull's feathers. The seagull didn't resist. Instead, it nuzzled the robin's hand with its head. The robin instantly smiled, no longer afraid, and cradled the seagull in his arms, stroking it. Finina pulled out her phone. "Robin, look at the camera." The robin lifted its head and smiled at the camera. Finina blinked one eye, stuck out her tongue, and made a yes sign. Finina took the photo, looked at it, and, pleased with it, posted it on Weibo. The moment the photo went viral, the comments exploded. In the photo, two beautiful girls flashed angelic smiles, and behind them lay the azure sea and soaring seagulls. Finina's dog, hiss. "What a fantastic picture. Finina's top fan, my youth is over. Miss Robin and Miss Finina have merged. Thanks to Alice. So it wasn't just a rumor. I heard Miss Finina and Miss Robin were best friends. Xianzhou Xiaoman, of course it's true. Miss Finina even performed at Miss Robin's concert before. Galaxy Skyfire Man at Robin at Finina, great. You two are having fun behind my back. Big V Finina at Galaxy Skyfire Man, come over too. Get everyone together. It's not far anyway. Big V Robin at Galaxy Skyfire Man, long time no see, come play. Galaxy Skyfire Man at Robin at Finina, I be right there, wait for me to call a taxi. Zhao Shurjiao at Galaxy Skyfire Man, wait for me. I'm going too. Finina's dog, hiss. At Galaxy Skyfire Man, I want to go too, PM me your location? Finina's top fan, same here. Robin's loyal fan, I want it too. Galaxy Skyfire Man, go away, I won't give it to you. As soon as Finina posted this photo, Weibo servers crashed for a second. Remember, the Interstellar Peace Company used the servers for Weibo, built by Black Tower. The fact that they could crash a server of that caliber for even a second speaks volumes about how explosive this news was. Chapter 313. On the Pinocchio platform, Xing, Sanyueki, Luing, Linghua, and Kurumi boarded the warship arranged by Toppa and headed for New Teyvat. Early in the morning, Xing and the others had already visited Rimuru. Jing had almost recovered, and she had agreed with Xing and the others to take them out for some fun the next day. It just so happened that the three-person adventurer team of Ailian, Kid, and Cabra was returning tomorrow to report. Xing and the others also wanted to form an adventuring group, so it was a good opportunity for them to go together. Boarding the warship, Xing and the others headed for New Teyvat. Xing sat in his seat, excitedly playing with his phone. Luing came over curiously. Xing, what are you doing? I see you've been playing with your phone. Xing explained, shaking his phone. Oh, I'm checking my Weibo, and there are a bunch of people asking for the location of the New Teyvat. Luing looked over, and sure enough, Xing's Weibo account was flooded with comments, all asking for the location. As a result, Xing's followers had grown from just 7 to 3 million. So are you going to give them the location? Xing chuckled. Of course not, I'm just teasing them. Hee hee. Xing licked his lips, and continued to tease his friends online. Xing, everyone. Hit 10 million followers. I give you the location. Finina's dog, seriously? Brothers? Go get some help, Teyvat, Liyue Harbor. Guizhong was walking towards Yujing Terrace, carrying a bunch of flower cakes. Today, she planned to visit Pingzi. She heard she had a small stall there. Guizhong skipped over to the Lotus Pond. To the right of the Lotus Pond was Bubulu, and to the left was the path to Yujing Terrace. Guizhong glanced at the corridor on his right, then at the stone platform that stretched out from the Lotus Pond for people to walk on. Guizhong chose the stone platform without hesitation. Guizhong reached the center of the Lotus Pond and spotted a golden perch swimming leisurely beneath a lotus leaf. The golden perch was spitting bloody bubbles, catching Guizhong's attention. Guizhong squatted down and reached out to poke the golden perch. The golden perch suddenly felt the poke and twisted its body in anger, ramming into Guizhong's finger. Guizhong saw this. Yo-hoo! You little fish still have a temper. Guizhong reached out to poke the golden perch again, this time without stopping, poking its body repeatedly. The golden perch was very annoyed. Damn it! Do you have any sense of boundaries? I just want to blow bubbles quietly, can't I? The golden perch, seeing that it couldn't defeat Guizhong, fled in dismay. Seeing this, Guizhong chuckled. Hee hee. Still trying to escape? You're trapped. Guizhong exerted his divine power, and a wall of earth appeared in the lotus pond, trapping the golden perch in a small space. Guizhong reached down and continued to tease the golden perch. At first, the golden perch tried to resist. Gradually, the golden perch simply gave in, despite Guizhong's teasing. Guizhong lost interest and opened the wall, preparing to leave. The golden perch, upon seeing the wall disappear, instantly regained its health and was about to flee. Unexpectedly, a branch reached out and flipped the golden perch over. Hee hee. I knew you were pretending. I caught you, huh? From the distant edge of Yujing Terrace, Grandma Ping observed the scene, shook her head, and smiled. Guizhong and Master Hu are so alike, both so quirky. Soon, Guizhong arrived in front of Grandma Ping. Pingzi, I'm here to play with you. Guizhong jumped in front of Grandma Ping and said with a smile. Grandma Ping nodded. Yeah, what did you and Lu Yun do yesterday? You ran off without even eating. Guizhong swallowed hard when he heard Grandma Ping say this. He had dismantled an internet cafe computer when he got home yesterday. It was exactly the same situation as Lu Yun's. After dismantling it, it couldn't be put back together. Guizhong was still trying to figure out how to get past Hu Tao. Oh, nothing much. We were just discussing some technology. That's not all. Here, try the flour cake I brought you. Grandma Ping, seeing Guizhong's guilty look, knew without a doubt that he had gotten into trouble. Grandma Ping took a bite of the flour cake and asked, Guizhong, what are you planning to do next? Do you have any plans? Hearing this, Guizhong put his hands on his hips and spoke righteously. Of course, I enjoy life. Morix is retired, so of course I should retire too. I already made an agreement with little Hu Tao. I go work as a network administrator at her internet cafe, just opening accounts at the front desk. Grandma Ping shook her head. You all went to work for Master Hu. His Majesty Asmodeus did, the Emperor did, you did, and Ruochuo did too. Guizhong said with a grin. Do you want to come too? I tell little Hu Tao for you, said Grandma Ping. Forget it. What kind of work can an old woman like me do? Guizhong said seriously. Why don't you just transform? Don't you know how to transform? Afterwards, Guizhong played with Grandma Ping for a while before returning to the internet cafe. She would start work this afternoon, with food and lodging provided and a monthly salary of 300,000 mora. Guizhong expressed great satisfaction with this. In the Kunyu Pavilion, Ningguang and Keqing also learned of Guizhong's resurrection from Ganyu. Ningguang put down her pipe. I didn't expect the Lord Demon of Dust to be resurrected. This is a blessing for Liyue. Keqing nodded slightly. Yes, Lord Hegentis once founded Liyue with the Emperor. She herself died protecting the people of Liyue. Ningguang glanced at the information on the desk and suddenly smiled. Keqing asked, puzzled. What are you laughing at? Ningguang handed the information on the desk to Keqing. I didn't expect Lord Hegentis to join the Hall of Rebirth. Keqing was a bit bewildered upon hearing this. Huh? Lord Hegentis has also joined the Hall of Rebirth? What magical power does Hu Tao's Hall of Rebirth hold? Why have all these gods flocked to her? His Majesty Asmodeus, the Emperor, the Roto-Dragon King, and now Lord Hegentis. This small Hall of Rebirth is probably the most terrifying force in all of Teyvat, right? Ningguang pondered this. That's certainly true. Which force in all of Teyvat could produce 4 demon god-level warriors? Keqing pondered. Should we go to the Hall of Rebirth Internet Cafe? I want to meet Lord Hegentis. Ningguang stood up upon hearing this. I go with you. I want to take a look too. Then, Ningguang called Baiwen over, and the 3 of them left the Jade Pavilion and headed towards the Hall of Rebirth. 20 minutes later, Keqing and Ningguang arrived at the Internet Cafe. As soon as they entered, they saw Guizhong tinkering with a computer at the counter with a screwdriver. Guizhong thought he'd try to fix the computer before Hu Tao returned. Little Hu Tao had said that if he damaged the computer, his salary would be docked. No, his salary was so low, he couldn't let it be docked. He had to save some for Mora to eat golden shrimp balls. Chapter 314. Ningguang and Keqing exchanged glances, and Ningguang stepped forward. Hello, Lord Hegentis. Guizhong heard Ningguang's voice. Hegentis? Who? Oh, that's right, it's me. Hello. Are you here to surf the internet? Do you have a membership? If not, you can get a 20% discount. The first deposit is worth a certain amount. Guizhong spoke the receptionist's terms with great familiarity. Guizhong stood up and turned to look at Ningguang and Keqing. Ningguang and Keqing bowed slightly. Ningguang, the current Liu has 7 stars, Tianquan star, greets His Majesty Hegentis. Keqing, the current Liu has 7 stars, Yuing star, greets His Majesty Hegentis. Guizhong, upon hearing their identities, glanced at them curiously. Oh, hello. Just call me Guizhong. Ningguang and Keqing exchanged glances, smiling and nodding. Yes, Lord Guizhong asked. Are you here to surf the internet? Let me tell you, this thing called a computer is super fun. Lots of people come here to play with it. I tell you, you absolutely must try it. Ningguang smiled and took out her internet cafe membership card. Yes, we understand. Please help me activate my membership card. Guizhong took the card. Oh, so you've been here before? Oh, I wasted my time introducing you. Here, I give it back to you. It's activated. Ningguang smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Guizhong. Call us if you need anything in the future. Guizhong nodded in agreement, then turned and squatted down to tinker with the computer. How could this computer, after being disassembled, not be put back together again? Ningguang and Keqing went to the third floor and found a vacant esports room. Ningguang and Keqing both turned on their computers and opened their office software, logged into their accounts, and continued working. Keqing glanced at the list in the folder. Ningguang, where are you going to give the list to the Emperor? Ningguang pondered. Later, we see if the Emperor is at the internet cafe. According to intelligence, he comes to the internet cafe every night to spend some time before going back to sleep. Keqing nodded and continued working on other documents. On New Teyvat, Xing, March 7th, Hu Tao, and the others had arrived at the port of New Fontaine. Even after everyone had disembarked from their warships, Xing was still arguing with netizens online. The reason was that Xing had already reached the number of followers she promised, but she still hadn't shared her location. This immediately incurred the wrath of the fans of both Finina and Mockingbird. Finina's dog at Galaxy Skyfire Man, you're a real dog. How could Miss Finina have a friend like you? Robin's loyal fan, that's right. You're going too far. Galaxy Skyfire Man, don't worry, just wait until we get 100 million followers. I take beautiful photos of you and Finina. March 7th came over. Are you really going to take photos of Finina for them? Xing chuckled. Of course. One photo for 100 million followers. It's a steal no matter how you look at it. Then I just do some ads. At worst, I can split the money 3 ways. One for me, one for Robin, and one for Finina, right? Hee hee. My account is basically established. It's almost going to hit 100 million followers. Seriously, Finina and Robin are amazing, after all. Hu Tao was shocked when she heard this. 100 million. That's a lot of people. Oh my god. Hu Tao leaned over to Xing and checked her follower count. It had already passed the 50 million mark. Hu Tao gasped. Watch you. If I had that many followers, wouldn't my Changsheng Tang have a constant stream of customers? Lu Ying said. You could put it that way. After all, mass production leads to qualitative change. With so many people, there will always be someone who needs funeral services. Hearing this, Hu Tao quickly registered a Weibo account and uploaded a photo of herself and Finina. Hu Tao kept staring at the follower count column, which refreshed every 3 seconds. But her follower count remained unchanged. Apart from the official Weibo follower, no one else was following her. Hu Tao shook her phone vigorously. Why isn't my follower count moving? Is it broken? San Yuqi said. Don't worry, it won't happen that quickly. Your uploaded content usually needs official Weibo review before it's recommended. Hu Tao understood and put away her phone. The group walked to a pier, where the boat carrying Finina and Robin had already returned, waiting for Xing and the others. Finina spotted Xing, Hu Tao, and the others from afar. Xing! Hu Tao! Over here! Over here! Hearing Finina's calls, Xing and the others trotted over to the boat. The first thing Xing did upon arriving was to take a photo with Finina and Robin. Robin chuckled softly. Xing, are you really going to keep your promise? Xing raised an eyebrow, posting the photo. Of course. Once this photo is posted, my account will be officially established. Xing's photo was uploaded to Weibo, where it instantly garnered 99,999 views. Holmes, Miss Finina is so beautiful. Miss Robin is so beautiful. Who is this little gray? Family dog. If I'm not mistaken, this little gray is our family's new shareholder, right? Merchant Alfalfa. Yes, this little gray is a member of the train crew. She's the new owner of the Orberite. Finina's dog. Why is she in the photo? Merchant Alfalfa. Is that even a question? This person must be the blogger. Happy fun. Come on. I was just about to go and slash the blogger offline, so come out and say something. Finina's dog. Oh this. Merchant Alfalfa's loyal fan. Oh this. After posting the photo, Xing made another announcement. Galaxy Skyfire Man. This account is accepting advertisements. Interested parties can email me with the amount. After delivering the announcement, Shing contentedly put her phone away and looked at Funina. Why are you looking at me? Let someone take the boat. Let's go have some fun. Then, the group boarded the boat and headed for the new optical opera house. Inside Mond. This was Topa's first time in Mond, and he was quite curious about the city. He wandered through the streets and alleys, occasionally encountering kittens and crouching down to pet them. Topa asked along the way until he reached the church entrance. Pushing the door open, Topa's eyes lit up. On both sides of the church were windows painted with oil paintings, through which a holy light streamed into the church. At the far end of the church, Barbara was praying. Noticing this, Topa took Zhang Zhang to a side and sat down, quietly waiting for Barbara to finish. Finally, after Barbara finished praying, she spotted Topa and was instantly delighted. Ms. Topa. Topa approached, carrying an account. Barbara, you don't have an account, so I can't transfer the money from your song releases. I opened an account for you. This is your bank card. It contains your song earnings from the past few days, a total of 3 billion. Take a look. Chapter 315. Barbara, upon hearing this, suddenly remembered that she didn't have a bank account. Thank you, Miss Topa, for taking the trouble to bring it to me personally. Topa shook her head. It's okay. I haven't been to Mond yet, so I came to take a look. Barbara invited him. Then, let me show you around Mond. I treat you to sweet flour stuffed chicken, a Mond specialty. Topa smiled. No, I have a meeting soon. I be back now. Maybe next time. Barbara felt a little disappointed. Okay, maybe next time. I show you around Mond when you're free. Topa smiled and nodded, agreeing. Then, Barbara left the church. Barbara took the bank card in her hand, checked it, and linked it to her chat app. Barbara looked at the 5 billion balance, and was momentarily unsure how to spend it. How should I spend all that money? Buy some nice clothes? But it wouldn't cost much. After some thought, Barbara decided to donate the money to her sister, so she could build Mondstadt. If it were before, when Barbara didn't know Windy was the god of wind, she would have undoubtedly used the 5 billion to promote Barbados's miracles, or build a statue of him for people to worship. Now, I'm lucky I still believe in you. Barbara walked to Jean's office and knocked. Sister, are you in there? A moment later, Jean's voice rang from inside. Come in, Barbara. Barbara walked into Jean's office and glanced at the mountain of documents on her desk. Sister, are you still working overtime today? Jean shook her head. No, a lot of this is paperwork for tomorrow. Didn't we have dinner tonight? Wait a minute, I finish this and then I go. Barbara walked over to Jean and handed her the bank card that Topa had given her. Sister, these are the credits Barbara earned from her song. Miss Topa just delivered it. I don't need this money, so you can use it to build Mondstadt. Jean smiled at Barbara with relief and shoved the bank card back into her hands. Barbara, this is your money, keep it for yourself. I find a way to build Mondstadt. Barbara pouted. No, sister, take it. I don't want it anyway, Barbara placed the bank card in Jean's hand, and then sat down on a nearby sofa, acting as if she had absolutely no intention of accepting the 5 billion credits. Seeing this, Jean smiled helplessly, and accepted the money to use for Mondstadt's construction. To be honest, Jean was also worried about the construction of New Mondstadt. First, everyone knew the efficiency of the local workers in Mondstadt. Second, there was the issue of materials. When Jean heard from Windy that Fontaine had already begun construction on New Fontaine, she was filled with envy. She envied Fontaine's ability to afford advanced equipment and materials. Now, with the 5 billion, it had solved a pressing problem. Jean quickly finished processing the documents in her hands, and the two sisters walked out of the Knight's Gate. The two exchanged glances, and Barbara smiled as she took Jean's arm. The two sisters smiled at each other, and walked towards the Deer Hunter restaurant. Inside Shimi City, the Great Compassion Tree King and Nashida were mobilizing the troops. After learning that Fontaine had begun construction, the Great Compassion Tree King and Nashida decided to expedite the process and send the first group of people through. This first group consisted primarily of craftsmen and a few scholars. Nashida was in charge of leading the team. In planning the new Shumi, the Great Compassion Tree King and Nashida decided to preserve the unique characteristics of Shumi, and would ask His Majesty Asmodeus to transplant the Tree of Life to the new Shumi territory. Let the Tree of Life create a forest. The Great Compassion Tree King looked down at the first group of immigrants, many of whom were from the desert. The Great Compassion Tree King said, My people, you will serve as the vanguard to carve out our future home. Remember, safety first. Do you understand? The crowd below responded in unison. Yes. Safety first. The great Compassion Tree King looked at Asmodeus, who was playing a game on his phone. Your Majesty Asmodeus, please help. Asmodeus licked his lips upon hearing this. Don't worry, wait until I finish this game. It'd be quick, just a few minutes. Cold sweat broke out on the great Compassion Tree King's forehead, and he was speechless. This guy really does play games wherever he goes these days. In the internet cafe, he uses his computer. Outside, he uses his phone. In Yi-Yun's shop, he uses his controller. A few minutes later, Asmodeus turned off his phone, satisfied. It's done. Let's go. I help you move this tree. Asmodeus stretched out his hand and grasped it. The space where the Tree of Life was located rapidly shrank, transforming into a small cube and floating into Asmodeus's hand. Then, Asmodeus stepped into the portal. Seeing this, Neshida ordered the first group of immigrants to follow. The great Compassion Tree King squatted down and helped Neshida straighten her clothes. Neshida, be careful. Neshida smiled. Okay. Neshida walked into the portal. Asmodeus arrived at Yi-Yun's shop and immediately opened a portal, directing the following Shumi people to enter. Don't look around. Hurry and head this way. Go through this door. Once you're through, form your team and await Neshida's orders. Soon, the first group of Shumi immigrants all passed through Asmodeus's portal and arrived at the New Shumi territory. The New Shumi territory is located in the southern part of the continent, with lush vegetation and a hot climate. Asmodeus led Neshida to the chosen location for their city, and threw the Tree of Life onto the ground. The Tree of Life touched the ground again, its roots growing wildly and taking root. New Shumi City is located in a valley where 3 rivers converge. Surrounded by mountains and forests, it's home to many creatures unique to Shumi, brought here by Neshida. These include the dodo and the mushroom pig. Neshida stood beneath the Tree of Life and issued orders to the crowd below. Team 1, collect clean water. Team 2, gather wood. Team 3, hunt and obtain food. Team 4, build. Team 5, security. Assign yourselves to teams and take turns patrolling to ensure the safety of the camp. Do you all understand? The crowd below roared in unison. Understood. Neshida was pleased. Then let's go! For Shumi. Go for it. The first group consisted of 5,000 people, 1,000 per team. The entire Shumi region has a population of over 600,000. The more people who come, the closer they catch up to Fontaine. Fontaine had suffered a major war, leaving only a few tens of thousands of people alive. Chapter 316. Time flies. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye, leaving only 1 day left before the train departed for its next stop, Omphalos. During these 6 days, Xingwei's Weibo account actually received advertisements, earning her 1 billion credit points from just 3 ads. Vanina and Barbara were also called in by Topa to release their second songs. Both songs were produced by Topa at great expense, and their quality rivaled that of Light Ripples, which had been sung by Funina previously. This new release didn't bring Funina and Barbara the same surge of fans as the first. Funina's fan base now stands at 1.9 billion, and the credit points she's earned from releasing songs alone have already exceeded 100 billion. Barbara, on the other hand, wasn't as popular. Her fan base had just passed 90 million, and she only earned around 15 billion credit points. The 6 nations of Teyvat had already begun city construction. Among them, besides Fontaine, which entered the construction early, Liyue was the fastest in construction. Zhongli personally went to Jingyuan to borrow a batch of advanced city building equipment. As for materials, with him and Ruocho around, there was no need to buy them, they could simply fabricate them. Adding to this the exceptional efficiency of Liyue's artisans, in just 1 week, they built New Liyue Harbor, a coastal city capable of accommodating 100,000 people on New Liyue's territory. New Liyue Harbor's architectural style blends modern and classical elements, similar to that of a ferry ship. Fontaine had the wealthy Funina, and Liyue had Zhongli, a well-connected man. Both countries were incredibly fast. The next tier consisted of Shumi and Jidong. This time, Jidong chose the northern region, home to fertile black soil. The third tier was Mond, which, with Barbara's help, had also purchased some advanced equipment and materials. Unexpectedly, Inazuma was the slowest. That's right. Inazuma's city construction was the slowest, having only just laid the foundation. At the time, Asmodeus, who was deeply engrossed in his game, was shocked to hear the news. He didn't even care about his game, rushing to New Inazuma and berate Shin and Ing. Shin had no way to deal with this. Inazuma, pitiful, The national population, including that of Kaigi Island, was only 260,000, and these people had been starving for a long time, and their physical condition was weak. As for scientific research, forget it. How many people could possibly have studied when they couldn't even get enough to eat? Inazuma had no money, no people, no equipment, and relied entirely on manual labor, so efficiency was undoubtedly slow. After hearing Shin's explanation, Asmodeus sighed, and personally donated 100,000 star coins to Shin to purchase equipment. As of today, the equipment is still on its way, and won't arrive until tomorrow. Rimuru's side is also undergoing major construction these days. Shin and the others have mostly been hanging out with Rimuru lately. A few of them went to a human city and formed an adventuring group called the Invincible Pretty Girls Squad. Shin recruited Luying, Sanueki, Linghua, Hutao, Amber, Eula, Xiangling, Funina, and Mockingbird. All members are pretty girls. There aren't a single male. The northern area of the Jura Great Forest. Shin, Sanueki, Luying, Hutao, and Jing are cleaning up the battlefield. They received a mission today: eliminate the nest of poisonous spiders that suddenly appeared in the northern part of the Jura Great Forest. After the 5 arrived at the scene, they took just 5 minutes to clear the nest of poisonous spiders, a nest that would have required the full force of a large adventuring group. At Shin's feet, Lightning Wolf was chasing a small spider, occasionally pinning it with his claws. At this moment, Firefly approached. Shin, it's done. After we complete this mission tomorrow, our invincible sailors will be promoted to a C-rank adventuring group. Shin nodded. Yes, our goal is to be the strongest adventuring group. Let's go. It's getting late. Let's complete the mission first. After that, we return home early. Tomorrow, we embark on a new expedition. Shin and the others returned to the city. As soon as they entered the Adventurers Guild, they saw Aileon, Kid, and Kabaru, all looking worried. The Adventurers Guild was a large tavern constructed entirely of wood. They offered drinks and food, which were slightly cheaper than at restaurants outside. Many adventurers of the same lineage would eat here when they had nothing better to do. Aileon and the other two were worried about their next meal. Aileon had her eye on a magic wand and spent all her fortune on it. Hearing her stomach growl, Aileon suddenly realized something. Impulse is the devil. Spending money on something feels good, but going hungry is unpleasant. Shin spotted the three and walked over. Hey, isn't that Aileon? Why are you three sighing? Aileon looked at Shin and forced a smile. It's you, Shin. You become quite famous lately. You've been promoted from an F-rank adventure group to a D-rank in just a few days. Shin shook her hair and raised her head. Of course, I'm the invincible Galaxy Skyfire Man. By the way, what's wrong with you three? Are you in trouble? Kid gave a wry laugh and spread his hands. The young lady bought a wand, and we're out of money for food. Aileon, upon hearing Kid spill his guts about his shameful past, grabbed Kid's waist and twisted it hard. Kid! Kid's face twisted from the blow. Hiss! It hurts, it hurts. Shin, understanding, gave a look of understanding. I know how you feel. Think back to those days. I woke up in the Black Tower space station, penniless and starving. Sanueki, standing nearby, rolled his eyes at Shin and folded his arms. Haha, you're reminiscing about the past. How long ago was that? You're even talking about it. Shin chuckled. I'm just creating a good vibe. Don't mind it. Shin looked at Aileon. Come on, come with us to Rimuru's place later. He's got tons of delicious food. Yesterday I saw him buy a container of seasonings. Aileon heard this. Yes, sure. It's been a few days since I seen Mr. Rimuru. Kid also remembered the barbecue they had at Rimuru's place. Ah, I still remember the smell of that barbecue last time. It was delicious. Cabra nodded in agreement. After completing his mission and receiving his C-rank adventurer group badge, Shin led Aileon and the other three towards the Limu campground. With their Stormfang wolves as mounts, they traveled swiftly. In just half an hour, they arrived at the former Goblin camp, now the city of the Monster Federation Republic. Today, the city is home to over 10,000 goblins, as well as many other intelligent monster species. Shin, Sanueki, Luying, and Hutao walked directly into the portal, concluding their adventure for the day and returning to the train. Aileon, Kid, and Kabaru then found Rimuru. Chapter 317. Rimuru was delighted to see Aileon and the other two. Oh! Aileon! Kid! Kabaru, you're finally here. Yesterday, I was just thinking about you guys. It's been ages since we've been here. Kid smiled. Master Rimuru, we're here to eat, begging for shelter. We can't even afford to eat. Alien kicked Kid in anger. How could you say such an embarrassing thing so easily? Rimuru chuckled a few times. No problem, leave it to me. Let's go. We have a feast tonight. I got a lot of ingredients and we're planning a barbecue party. Alien and the other two were ecstatic upon hearing this. They hadn't expected such good luck to have a feast right away. Rimuru called Benimaru and asked him to take Alien and the other two to the barbecue party. Bimara now held the position of Grand General. After receiving the name from Rimuru, over 30 of the great demons had evolved into demons. Among them, Benimaru, Sui, Shuna, Cheyenne, and Haku saw the greatest improvement. After Benimaru and Alien left, Rimuru looked at Jing, who was polishing her sword nearby. Jing, how was your adventure today? Jing's lips curled slightly as she nodded with a smile. Yeah, it was fun. It was so much fun being with Xing and the others. The journey was always filled with interesting things. Rimuru nodded in relief. That's great. Let's go get some barbecue. I bought a lot of seasonings from Yiyun this time. I told you, I caught some fresh fish for Sui to make sashimi. Pair it with some wasabi and soy sauce, and it'd be delicious. Slurp. Jing's description piqued her appetite. Ah, I haven't had sea fish sashimi with wasabi and soy sauce in ages. I remember the last time I had it was before my reincarnation, when my mother bought me a large jack mackerel. Rimuru laughed heartily. Is that right? People in our area love it. Let's go, let's have a feast. Jing happily agreed, carrying the slime to eat. On the train crew. Himiko called a meeting for the crew. Himiko, Walter, Donhing, Xing, March 7th, Sunday, and Misha sat at the long dining table. Himiko, seeing everyone present, said, Tomorrow, our crew will head to Omphalos to find a fuel source for the train. Is everyone okay with that? Misha said. I don't have any objections. I go wherever you go. Just follow the train. Himiko smiled at that. Mikhail, you say so, but this is the train crew's rule, so I still have to ask. Misha nodded in understanding. Then, Jeezy asked the others, and Xing and the others naturally agreed. Okay, if everyone agrees, this meeting is over. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, we prepare for the warp. Everyone, go to bed early. After everyone left, Xing went into the bar to get a bottle of iced cola to take back to the treehouse. Xing always felt thirsty at night, and often got up to drink water. So, she would pick up a bottle of iced cola from the bar every day. Just as Xing was about to leave the bar with her iced cola, she saw Huang Quan and Fei Xiao approaching. General Fei Xiao, Huang Quan, long time no see. I haven't seen you in the shop in the past few days. Fei Xiao smiled heartily, and patted Huang Quan's shoulder. Huang Quan's been sparring with me these days, so he's busy. Xing heard this. Oh, so is Luofu okay? Xing asked, changing the subject. A fight between two envoys would surely cause quite a stir. In Xing's opinion, Luofu would definitely be in trouble. Fei Xiao was completely bewildered. Is Luofu okay? Why are you asking? Fei Xiao was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. Oh, I see what you mean. Of course he's fine. It was just training. Xing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Is that so? Okay. Fei Xiao was speechless at Xing's disappointed expression. You seem to be hoping for something bad to happen to Luofu? Fei Xiao didn't continue the conversation and changed the subject. I heard you're leaving for your next stop tomorrow. Where is your destination? Xing asked. A place called Omphalos. Black Swan says even the pioneering star god Akavili hasn't been there. We're going there to find fuel for the train. Fei Xiao heard this. An unknown place? Then be careful. If you can't handle it, come to me directly. I avenge you in a moment. Huang Quan, standing nearby, also said. Well, if you need help, I strike you with my sword. Xing looked at Huang Quan in astonishment. Fei Xiao, forget it, she knew her limits. Huang Quan, you heard Omphalos looks like a fallen figure 8. With your sword, that 8 will probably turn into a 0, right? Well, if I ever meet someone I can't defeat, I definitely come after you. Fei Xiao smiled. With your strength, there aren't many in the universe who can match you. You're the holy judge of heavenly fire, and you still have 2 star cores within you. Xing put his hands on his hips, a look of pride on his face. That's right. Even if I were to fight you at full power, I wouldn't necessarily lose. Fei Xiao laughed heartily. Then we can spar sometime. Xing readily agreed. Okay, we have a few moves sometime. Afterward, Xing said goodnight to Fei Xiao and Huang Quan with an ice scoop before heading into the cave to rest. Fei Xiao, on the other hand, went to the small bar, opened 2 beers, and had a few drinks with Huang Quan. They had just finished their workout and were sweating, so they needed some cold beer to cool down. They were both wearing youthful sportswear. The next day had arrived. Pam went to Yi Yun's shop to meet GZ and the others to confirm their next destination. Everyone, next stop is Omphalos. One last confirmation. Do you want to change it? Pa. Change. Next stop, I'm going to Pierpoint. I want to go to the company headquarters and play. Elliot, who was lying on the sofa nearby, suddenly stood up and raised his hand to disrupt the situation. Pam glared at Elliot but ignored him. In that case, I get driving. Next stop is Omphalos. Pa. Seeing Pam ignored him, Elliot leaped in front of Pam, blocking her path. I said I'm going to Pierpoint, did you hear me? Pam said. You idiot, Pa. You're not part of the train crew, Pa. You don't get to choose your next destination, Pa. Get out of the way. Pa. Or I'd give you a taste of my pioneering headbutt, Pa. Elliot, upon hearing this, leaped to his feet. Wow, you dared to threaten me. Final kick, second move. Divine cat kick. Pam saw this and pulled out a pointed hat. Pioneering headbutt, second move. Nailhead. Then, Elliot screamed. Fat rabbit. You used a weapon? You have no martial ethics. With that, Elliot fainted. Chapter 318. Hello, passengers. The train is about to depart. Please stand firm and hold on. Do not lean out of the window. Thank you for your cooperation. Pam's voice rang out over the train announcement, and the train began to slowly move away from the Pinocchio platform. Xing, Sanyueki, Luing, and Hu Tao sat in a sofa booth, drinking juice. 3 Kingdoms Kill cards were spread out on the table, and they were playing 3 Kingdoms Kill. Sunday sat in the sofa booth next to Xing and the others, quietly watching the platform recede out the window. Yi Yun, sitting across from them, teased. What? You're homesick already, just as you're leaving? Sunday smiled slightly. I do feel a little bit like that. I'm barely leaving, but I'm already reluctant to leave. Yi Yun smiled. What's the big deal? It's not like we won't be back. It's just a matter of a train jump. The train sped up, soon leaving the Pinocchio area and entering the starry sky. Pam's voice rang out over the train announcement again. The train is about to jump. Passengers, hold on tight. 3, 2, 1, jump! Everyone on the train felt a flash of light before their eyes, filling their entire field of vision. A few minutes later, their vision returned as the train emerged from the wormhole and arrived in an unknown star region. March 7 looked out the window. Are we going to Omphalos? Why are we here? There's nothing here? The black swan appeared in a nearby mirror. Omphalos only appears when reflected by Yiting. March 7 saw the black swan. Is that so? Then help me get it out. The black swan smiled, her focus focused. Under her power, a world shaped like a Mobius strip appeared before everyone's eyes. The moment March 7 saw Omphalos, he suddenly felt a shiver all over, a chill running down his spine. As everyone gathered to discuss the situation, March 7 felt increasingly cold and dizzy. At first, it was fine, but gradually, it became unbearable. You guys talk first. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'm going to go take a walk. Xing, Luing, and Hu Tao asked worriedly. What's wrong, March? Where are you feeling unwell? I go get Bailu to help you, Xing said, and went to find Bailu. March 7 shook his head. It's okay. I might have a cold. I'm a bit chilly. I just rest for a while, Luing said, noticing the situation. Then you go rest first. I make you some Sanjia cold syrup. March 7 nodded and walked towards the tree house. Luing made the Sanjia cold syrup and walked towards March 7's room. March 7 was currently lying in bed, sleeping. Luing placed the prepared cold medicine on the table nearby and approached Sanyueki, trying to shake her awake and get her to drink the medicine. Sanyueki awoke drowsily and drank the medicine, feeling extremely weak. Just then, Xing and Hu Tao entered Sanyueki's room. Sanwe, how are you? Xing looked at Sanyueki, who sat on the bed, with a worried look on her face. Sanyueki forced a smile. I'm fine, just a little sleepy. I might not be able to go on the expedition this time. Xing, can you do me a favor and take some photos for me? Xing took Sanyueki's camera and put it in her storage ring. Okay, I take a box of photos for you. Satisfied, Sanyuewa, feeling that everything was mostly explained, fell into a deep sleep on the bed. Seeing this, Luing reached out to tuck Sanyueki in. The moment her hand touched the quilt, a piercing chill struck her. Luing reflexively withdrew her hand. Scene. Ice cubes suddenly appeared around Sanueki, enveloping him. Seeing this, Shing quickly reached out to pull Sanueki back. As soon as she reached out, the ice cubes had already engulfed him, leaving only his head exposed. Seeing this, Luing quickly ran back to Yi Yun's shop to inform the others. Everyone rushed to Sanueki's room. GZ looked at Sanueki lying on the bed, with a serious expression. What happened? Shing recalled. March has been acting a little strange since arriving in Omphalos. She just said she wasn't feeling well, so she came back to rest. Walter looked at March 7. March looks like she's fallen into some kind of dream. Sunday, check on March 7. Sunday nodded slightly and began to examine March 7. After a moment, Sunday withdrew his power and shook his head. March doesn't seem to be affected by the memory element. I haven't detected any memory element in her. Walter looked down thinking. By the way, don't we have Sinza beans? Give March one and try. Sunday took out a Sinza bean without hesitation. GZ stopped him. No, we don't know little March 7's condition right now. It would be terrible if the Sinza bean not only didn't work, but actually made her condition worse. Shing heard this. Then what should we do? GZ thought for a moment and looked at Shing. Shing, this pioneering journey will be in the hands of you and Dan Hung. Walter, you and Sunday will go to the Black Tower space station and ask Ms. Black Tower if she knows about this situation. We split up. Shing, Walter, and the others nodded in agreement. Following Pam's guidance, Shing and Dan Hung arrived at the last car. This car had been converted into a landing car by GZ and Pam. It had strong defenses and contained numerous devices that could connect to the train, making it a temporary base for exploration. Shing sat in the landing car. I always feel a little uncomfortable without March. Shing had always been accompanied by March 7 on every expedition. Along the way, March 7 was always boisterous, adding to the fun. Just then, Shing's phone rang rapidly. Shing picked it up and took a look. The head of the Wangsheng Hall said, at Shing, don't be impatient. Wait a moment. Seeing this, Shing told Danheng to stop. Danheng, wait a moment. Hu Tao told us to wait. Danheng paused. Not long after, Hu Tao rushed over, holding a bubble-wrap portal. Shing! I just heard from Yi Yun that there's a treasure chest on Omphalos. When we get there, open the door and we go. Shing was instantly delighted. He took the portal from Hu Tao and tucked it into his storage ring. Great! I didn't expect there'd be a treasure chest here. Perfect. This time, there were no more accidents. Danheng activated the landing car, docked with Pam, and then separated from the train. The rear engine started, pushing the landing car towards Omphalos. Chapter 319. The landing train sped toward Omphalos. Shing sat in the carriage, leisurely chatting with the others. Suddenly, the carriage was struck hard, the engine catching fire and plummeting to the ground. Danheng and Shing, quick-witted, quickly jumped out of the carriage and onto its roof. Shing looked around. Broken train parts, emitting a ball of fire, followed the main body of the train as it plummeted toward the ground. Seeing this, Danheng no longer hid himself. He transformed into the form of Yinyujun and carried Shing out of the carriage just before it fell, landing safely. A violent explosion erupted as the carriage touched the ground. Shing and Danheng reached the crash site. Danheng inspected the carriage. All the equipment inside was damaged. Danheng checked his phone. There was no signal. For now, the only option was to explore the surrounding area and see if they could find anyone here who had entered the gathering area. Shing, let's go forward. Shing nodded. Shing and Danheng continued forward. As they walked, Shing sensed something was amiss. The surrounding scene in her vision shifted constantly. One moment, it was a brand new city, the next it was a gloomy ruin. And then, Shing saw a small pink creature flying ahead. Seeing this, Shing informed Danheng of her situation. Danheng pondered for a moment. Which way did that little pink creature go? Shing pointed to a passage, and Danheng said, let's follow it and see. The two continued forward in the direction Shing pointed, and soon they came across a few locals. However, they looked as if they had encountered difficulties, sighing and groaning. Shing and Danheng walked over and, upon asking, learned that their home had been invaded by some kind of follower of the Titan of Strife. As they chatted, a sudden, terrified cry erupted from behind them. Run! Chase! They're chasing! Everyone run! Shing and Danheng turned to see dozens of massive stone statues attacking passers-by. Seeing this, Shing unsheathed the Skyfire Judgment, shouldered it, and charged forward, instantly slaying several of the statues. Danheng, holding the heavy Abyss Pearl in his hand, summoned a water dragon that swept forward, instantly annihilating the remaining statues. At that moment, a white-haired man descended from the sky, whirled around, and rushed toward Xing, arriving at his side. "You're carrying something very interesting." The white-haired man reached out to snatch the Skyfire Judgment from Xing's hand. Confidently, the white-haired man turned and rushed forward, but suddenly, his body seemed to be pulled back. The man turned and looked behind him, only to see Xing staring at him angrily. Her hand was tightly gripping the Heavenly Fire Judge, which the man hadn't even tried to snatch. Xing looked at the white-haired man. "What are you doing? Trying to steal something in broad daylight?" Xing exerted a slight force and broke free from the man's grip. As the man tried to stand up, Dan Heng condensed 3 water dragons, surrounding him, glaring at him furiously. The man was immediately embarrassed. Well, he'd been arrested instead of trying to be cool. Dan Heng slowly landed not far from the man. "Tell me, who are you? Why are you attacking us?" The man smiled awkwardly and was about to speak when a distant voice came closer. "Xiao Bai, you're messing around again. Running so fast. And you're always looking for trouble." A little girl with short red hair, a white dress, and a pair of small wings sprouted from her back, came running over. The red-haired girl approached and berated the man. "Xiao Bai, why are you fighting over a disagreement? Is this proper etiquette for strangers? Have you forgotten what I taught you?" The red-haired girl lectured the man, then turned to Xing and Danheng. "Two strangers, please relax, relax. We're all human. Xiao Bai means no harm. Xiao Bai was worried you were bad guys from the sky, but we don't think you have any ill intentions. Let me introduce myself. We're Tabeo from Janisopolis, and this is Xiao Bai." Xiao Bai, apologize. The man apologized hastily. "I'm sorry, you two landed in a dangerous area, and your entrance was so unusual. I was overly cautious." Danheng retracted his 3 water dragons. "Understandable. We're pioneers from outer space." Xing glared at Danheng. "Danheng, the more you explore, the more you retreat? How can you reveal your true identity to others when you're out in the world? Watch me." Hee hee. "Hello, my name is Galaxy Skyfire Man, nice to meet you." Danheng heard this, and didn't argue any further. Bai heard this. "Hello, my name is Bai. So you're not from heaven, but from beyond?" Tabeo exclaimed in amazement. "Wow! You two are from beyond heaven. Luckily you met us, we won't hurt you. If you had met someone else." Xing heard this, and kicked a broken stone statue at his feet. "You mean this?" "That's about it. Average strength, very average." Tabeo explained in admiration at Xing's confident expression. "Little Gray is impressive, but they're just one of many. Let's talk somewhere else. We're out in the wild, and we might run into danger again." Xing and Danheng exchanged a glance and agreed. They followed Tabeo into an abandoned temple nearby. Tabeo explained their current situation. They were evacuating refugees from Janisopolis. However, one priest seemed reluctant to leave their homeland. Thanks to the efforts of Tabeo, Xing, and Danheng, the priest finally agreed. After defeating a group of monsters, a herd of earth beasts arrived to evacuate the refugees. Xing ran to the feet of one earth beast, looking up at it in amazement. "Wow! So big?" With an exclamation, Xing used all her hands and feet to crawl towards the earth beast. The earth beast seemed uncomfortable and shook itself, shaking Xing off. Xing plopped down on the ground. "Ouch! What's going on? Why won't it let me get on? Is it because I'm not familiar with the place?" Bai shook his head. "No, you stepped in the wrong spot. You just stepped on the earth beast's reverse scale. Try another position." Hearing this, Xing brushed the dust off his butt and climbed up again. This time, Xing successfully climbed onto the seat on the earth beast's back. Sitting on the earth beast was quite a novelty. Admittedly, the view from the earth beast's back was quite pleasant. Xing patted the earth beast. "Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!" Xing urged the earth beast to set off. The earth beast turned around to look at Xing, then took off with its long legs. Over an hour later, Xing, Danheng, and the others arrived at the eternal holy city, Oma. Upon arrival, they encountered the invasion of Oma by the Strife clan. Bai went ahead to support them. Xing and Danheng looked at each other, and made the earth beast under them quicken its pace. Chapter 320. On the other side. On the train. Yi Yun was taking Linghua shopping. Linghua had saved up 10,000 star coins, and wanted to buy something. She hadn't spent anything at Yi Yun's store yet, and Azuma had already given all her primo gems to Shin and Ing. The star coins Linghua had in her hand were from her time playing dungeon games. "Linghua, what kind of item would you like to buy?" To improve your strength? Linghua shook her head and typed a few words on the touch screen. Several products popped up. Yiyun leaned over to take a look. Product: beautiful singing voice. Description: a special item that grants the user a beautiful singing voice. Price: 10,000 star coins. Why do you want to buy this? Yiyun asked Linghua, puzzled. Linghua said, I want to earn credit points through my own hard work, just like Funina and Barbara, to help Inazuma develop. Yiyun understood. So that's what happened. Linghua wanted to become a star and earn credit points. This was indeed a good idea. Credit points could be used to buy a lot of building materials at the company. Yiyun looked at Linghua and realized something. He didn't think he ever heard her sing. Linghua, to be honest, I haven't heard you sing yet. Noelle, bring the mobile karaoke over. Noelle ran to drag the mobile karaoke over. Yiyun handed Linghua the microphone. Come on, sing a song, Linghua. Honestly, I have an idea for you, Barbara, and Nilu from Shumi to form a girl group. Linghua was a little surprised by this. Huh? What a coincidence. Linghua took the microphone. Yiyun randomly picked a song and asked her to sing it to see how her voice sounded. The music started, and Linghua stumbled along with the accompaniment. After one song, Yiyun saw Linghua's problem. She had a beautiful voice, but her only problem was her shyness, which prevented her from singing freely. Linghua, you have a great voice, but you're just a little hesitant to sing. Linghua blushed slightly at Yiyun's compliment. Really? Yiyun nodded. Of course. Do you want to join the girl group I'm forming? Linghua thought for a moment. Okay. I join. Yiyun clapped his hands. Beautiful. The first member of the Teyvat girl group had been found. Okay, wait a moment. I have Barbara and Nella come over. Linghua nodded, walked to the side, and sat down, waiting quietly. Yiyun first called Qin and told her about his idea for a girl group. Qin heard this. Okay, I asked Barbara what she thinks and give you an answer later. Yiyun hung up Qin and called Nashida, asking her to send someone to Shumi to ask Nilu if she's willing. In the Grand Bazaar, Nilu was rehearsing a dance. Since Nashida and the Great Compassion Tree King came to power, the Grand Bazaar had regained its former prosperity. Most of Shumi City's entertainment venues were located here, and Nilu was delighted by this, diligently practicing her dance every day. Nilu was rehearsing on stage when Alhazen approached. Nilu. Nilu heard someone call her to stop. Great sage. Alhazen didn't react to the address. Not to mention, he was actually quite pleased. He only needed to set aside 4 hours a day for government affairs. The rest of the time was his free time, unless Nashida or the Great Compassion Tree King assigned him to handle certain matters. Furthermore, as a great sage, he could pursue any academic research he desired, simply reporting to the Great Compassion Tree King or Nashida. Alhazen called Nilu to a quiet place. Nilu, I'm here to ask you something by order of Lord Little Auspicious Grass King. Nilu perked up immediately upon hearing that it was Nashida who had summoned Alhazen. Ask me, and I tell you everything I know, said Nilu. Mr. Yiyun wants to form a Teyvat girl group, and he'd like you to join. Would you like to join? Nilu's small mind was filled with confusion. Teyvat girl group? What does that mean? Asked Nilu. You and a few other girls will form a group and perform in Mr. Yiyun's world. I personally recommend you join. After joining, you can earn generous compensation through your performances. For example, Lady Funina of Fontaine has already gained a certain degree of fame there. It's thanks to the money she earns that Fontaine has purchased many advanced equipment, which has enabled New Fontaine to develop so rapidly. Nilu pondered for a moment after hearing this. Okay, I'm willing to join. Nilu had just thought about it. Performing with Mr. Yiyun was also a performance, and it could also help Shumi develop. Why not? Alhazen was not surprised to see Nilu agree. Nilu was extremely loyal to Shumi. If she could help Shumi develop, she would definitely do it. Then come with me. I take you to meet Mr. Yiyun. Nella followed Alhazen to the Pure Palace, entered the portal, and arrived at Yiyun's shop. Barbara had already been there for a while. She had also agreed to join the Teyvat girls group, and was currently chatting with Linghua. Yiyun smiled knowingly upon seeing Nelu arrive. Well, everyone's here. Nelu approached and greeted Yiyun and the others with a smile. Long time no see, Mr. Yiyun? Yiyun nodded slightly in response. So you agreed to join the girl group? Let me introduce you to your other two members. Ayaka Kamisato of the Inazuma Kamisato family, and Barbara, a nun from Mondstadt Cathedral. Ayaka, Barbara. This is Nelu, a famous dancer from Shumi. Yiyun introduced the three. Nella looked at Linghua and Barbara. Hello, I'm Nilu. I'd be happy to help you. Linghua and Barbara each greeted Nilu. Yiyun then said, come on, girls. I take you to a nice place. Yiyun led Linghua, Barbara, and Nilu to the cave. Yiyun had carved out a large tree next to Xing and the others. Like Xing and the others' treehouse, the room had a spiral staircase leading up. On the right, upon entering, was a 300 square meter dance studio. On the left, a recording room. Topa sat inside, playing with her phone. Topa waved as Yiyun entered. Yo! Finally here. Are these the 3 members of your girl group? Yiyun nodded. Yes. Topa was a little surprised to see Barbara. Barbara had already released a song in this universe. However, it wasn't a big deal. There was no rule that prohibited those who had released songs from forming a group. Hello, from now on I will be responsible for the production, release, and promotion of your songs. Chapter 321. Topa chatted with Barbara, Linghua, and Nell for a while, then took the 3 to the dance studio. In the studio, there was a robot. This robot was purchased by Yiyun from the system. It had the ability to create custom dances and teach dance moves. According to the system, the dance robot's chip contained hundreds of millions of dances. The 3 began to learn dances with the robot. Topa planned to have the 3 learn a few songs and then participate in competitions to debut. Seeing that the 3 members of the Teyvat girl group were getting into the groove, Yiyun left the tree house and returned to the store. As soon as he returned, he saw Kiana, who had been bored in the store, sometimes playing in the water at the small bar, and sometimes lying on the sofa in the coffee break area watching TV. Kiana, are you so free? Kiana spread her hands when she saw Yiyun. It can't be helped. Mei's busy, Xing's off exploring again, and Kurumi and the others are busy with their own things. No one's going to play with me. At this moment, the door to the reception room opened, and the little evil god poked his head out. I can play with you, but it's going to cost you 50 star coins an hour. How about that? How about that? Yiyun immediately rolled his eyes at the little evil god. Sandwich, stop that. The little evil god was immediately unconvinced. Come on, my time is valuable too, okay? Yiyun said speechlessly. Isn't Kiana your good friend? Why are you charging her? The little evil god was stunned, not knowing if he thought Yiyun was right or what. Just when Yiyun thought the little evil god had realized his mistake, that's right. Kiana is my good friend, and I haven't even collected my friendship fee yet. Let me think, how much did Medusa give me back then? Oh, 2 million yen. Yiyun slapped the little evil god on the head. You're completely hopeless. The little evil god shuddered in pain. Ah! Yiyun. Don't hit me on the head. Hitting the head will make you stupid. Yiyun rolled his eyes at the little evil god. Go to the kitchen and prepare some food. The little evil god curled his face. No! You just hit me. I don't want to help you. Yiyun chuckled. Okay, I do it myself, but don't even think about bringing any food back later. If I'm not mistaken, you spent the living expenses Lily Ling gave you on playing shotgun or gashapon again, right? The little evil god sweated profusely as he listened. Masaka! How did Yiyun know? Could this be the legendary fortune-telling? No. If I don't bring any vegetables back, Lily Ling will definitely send them. The little evil god dashed into the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife, put a large cabbage on the table, and began chopping. Yiyun raised an eyebrow at this. That's it? I can't even handle a rat snake like you. Kiana was stunned. Yiyun was too powerful. The little evil god was no match for him. Just then, the shop door opened and Chike walked in. Chike hummed a little tune as she walked into the bar, ready to start work. Her vacation was over. Jing Yuan had finally fulfilled the vacation he promised her. Chike leisurely sat on a high stool and began copying down product information. After copying down one item, Chike suddenly stopped writing and ran into the bar to pour herself a glass of juice. After taking a sip of juice, Chike picked up his pen and continued transcribing. Chike instantly felt fulfilled. This job was so comfortable. Not only was there no supervisor watching over him constantly, but the workload was also minimal. From time to time, he could chat with friends on the train and enjoy a table of Emperor Yuan Xingyu. Kiana saw Chike approaching. Chike, what are you doing? Chike said. I'm working. What about you? Kiana spread her hands. I'm just wandering around. I'm so bored. No one wants to play with me. Chike waved his hand. It's just a small thing. Wait for me for a moment. I teach you something fun. Kiana exclaimed. Oh! What is that? Have I played with it before? Chike assumed an enigmatic air. This thing is fun to keep. Kiana smiled mysteriously at Chingchua's words. Oh huh? Then hurry up. I wait for you over there. Chike gave an okay sign, and continued copying down the product information. Kiana ran to a nearby sofa booth and sat down, waiting for Chike to finish. A little over 10 minutes later, Chike finished his work for the day. As a master of slacking off, he definitely couldn't just stand there and send the product information. If he did, his boss would see, wow, you still have so much time today? Come on, do something else. Sending it too close to the end of the day wouldn't be a good idea either. It would be too conspicuous. If it happened too often, your boss would definitely notice you slacking off. Chike figured out that the most appropriate time to send it was about half an hour before the end of the day. This time demonstrated that you had completed your work perfectly without arousing your boss's suspicion. Chike gathered her belongings and approached Kiana. Come on, I take you to something fun. Kiana leaped up at the words and followed Chike into the reception room. Kiana glanced left and right after entering. Chike, what are we doing here? A movie? Chike raised her index finger and shook it. No. Wait a minute. Chike fumbled with her storage ring and pulled out a set of Emperor Yuan Cheong jade, then a card table and 4 chairs. Kiana stood beside Chike, staring at the card table in curiosity. What is this thing? How do you play? Chike pulled out a chair and patted it, motioning Kiana to sit down. Come on, don't worry. Sit down first. I call 2 people. Kiana sat down on the chair. Okay, hurry up. Chike ran out of the reception room, took out her phone, and called Gui Naifan. Hey little geezy, are you coming to the Dun Cheongyu game? You want to livestream to earn a living? Come quickly. We got a newbie. After dealing with Gui Naifan, Chike ran to the kitchen. Sandwich sauce, how long will you be here? The little evil god paused and said. Not many people are eating here today, so it only take about 10 minutes. Chike nodded. Will you come play Dun Cheongyu later? The little evil god was a little confused. Huh? Dun Cheongyu? What's that? Chike thought for a moment, and then phrased it more simply. It's about playing mahjong, you know? The little evil god understood immediately. Oh, I know that. Count me in. I want to play. Hearing it was about mahjong, the little evil god became excited. How big? Chike asked. Let's go small. Just 1,000 credit points. The little evil god agreed immediately, completely ignoring her empty wallet. Chike finished with her poker partner and returned to the reception room to wait. The little evil god gave himself a pep talk and sped up his chopping, his hands so fast they left after images. Chapter 322. Gui Naifan arrived at Yi Yun's shop through the portal. She looked around and saw only Yi Yun, who was lying on the sofa playing with his phone, and the 7 little ones playing with Lego blocks in the sofa tea area. Yi Yun, long time no see. Yi Yun saw Gui Naifan. It's you. Long time no see, little geezy. How are you doing lately? Gui Naifan gave a complacent thumbs up. Pretty good. After the last Yuan livestream, my followers have been growing rapidly. By the way, where's Chike? She asked me to play Dun Cheongyu, saying there were new players, and wanted me to come and earn some living expenses. Yi Yun felt a little strange at this. Hasn't your livestream already been established? Why are you still short of living expenses? Gui Naifan, hearing Yi Yun's question, recalled her own sorrows. Don't ask. I recently bought a house in Shanglishan, and used up all my savings. The livestream donations are still under review. I can only withdraw them after they're approved. Yi Yun smacked his lips. TSK, impressive. You even bought a house. Gui Naifan chuckled, hands on her hips. That's right. Now I finally have a permanent home. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. Where's Chike? She asked me to come over to help with her living expenses. Yi Yun pointed to the reception room. Over there, you're the only one missing. Hurry over. Gui Naifan thanked him, and walked into the reception room after finding the exact location. Entering the reception room, Gui Naifan saw Kiana, Chike, and Little Evil God, who were waiting impatiently. Chike was delighted to see Gui Naifan. Little geezy, you're finally here. Take a seat. Let's go for a round. After Gui Naifan sat down, Chike taught Kiana how to play mahjong, explaining the rules along the way. Kiana was stunned, but there was nothing she could do. Eager to understand, she peppered her questions like a curious child. Seeing this, Chike and Gui Naifan simply began playing, ignoring the first 3 rounds to allow Kiana to familiarize herself with the rules. At the start of the first round, Kiana clumsily arranged the cards. Chike played an 8-tong. 8-tong, Kiana, it's your turn to draw and play. Each time it's your turn, you can draw a card and play one. Kiana excitedly drew a card and played a 5-1. Every time Chike performed a move, he would explain the meaning to Kiana. For example, the pong, kong, and so on. Kiana learned quickly, and after 3 rounds, she had basically mastered the rules. Kiana clenched her fists in high spirits. Hee hee. I already know how to play. Watch out. I definitely make you cry for your parents. Then, the game officially began. For the first hour, Chike, Little Evil God, and Good Naifan took turns winning, relying on their vast experience. An hour later, the situation changed. Kiana's incredible luck began to take effect, and she won more than 10 rounds in a row with a crazy self-draw. Little Evil God relied on the remaining 10,000 credits in his wallet. No way. He had to bring some credits. Oh. Well, I have to go back and cook for Yuri Ling. You guys play first, I'm going to run. Little Evil God collected the 10,000 credits in his bag and tried to run, but Kiana pulled him back. Lily Ling's meal? Easy, let her come to Yi Yun's restaurant. Just an extra pair of chopsticks. Chike echoed. That's right, it's just a meal. It doesn't matter where it's eaten. Let her come to the restaurant. You sit down. I tell Lily Ling for you. With that, Chike ran out of the reception room, not even giving the Little Evil God a chance to refuse. Chike closed the reception room door and smiled slyly. Ha. I don't know you. Sandwich sauce, you want to run away after winning? No way. Chike has seen this happen a lot. Winning money, and then wanting to run away. Don't even think about it happening here. Chike ran through the portal and arrived at Lily Ling's apartment. Lily Ling was busy working on her homework. Yes, she was still a student. Lily Ling noticed a noise in the room and thought it was the Little Evil God returning. Sandwich, have you bought the groceries? Chike, it's you. What are you doing here? Chike looked around and said, well, Sandwich is playing with us. Why don't you go to Yi Yun's for lunch this afternoon? We have sweet and sour cabbage and braised fish. Lily Ling nodded and agreed. Okay, thanks for the trip. Chike waved. It's okay. I'll be back first. Bye. Chike quickly retreated through the portal again, rushing back to continue fighting Yu and Cheongyu. Lily Ling watched Chike leave, and then went back to her homework. By the time she finished, it was almost time for lunch. Above Amphalos, Xing and Donheng met Aglaya. Inside the hero's bath, Aglaya, Xing, and Donheng made a pact not to reveal their alien identities. Xing and Donheng agreed. Aglaya, seeing this, prepared to take them to the vortex center, where the fire was stored. Xing suddenly said, wait a minute. I need to put something down. Xing took out a pioneer beacon and put it down. Donheng, standing beside him, explained the reason. This is a pioneer beacon. It's the mission of us pioneers. Aglaya observed the space pioneer beacon. Beacon? No problem. After putting the beacon away, Xing took out a portal and threw it on the ground. Aglaya asked, seeing this, what is this? Donheng explained. This is a portal. We can use it to return to our Woming base, the Star Train. Aglaya looked at the portal with interest. Are you saying that through this portal, we can go to outer space? Xing checked the time on her phone and nodded. That's right. Dinner's almost ready on our train. Would you like to join us? Let me tell you, we have 4 chefs on board. Yi Yun, Xiangling, Mei Yi, and Sandwich Sauce. Aglaya thought for a moment before agreeing. She also wanted to see what the outer space was like. Okay, thank you for your help. Xing waved her hand nonchalantly. It's okay. And by the way, why not bring Bai, Xia Dai, Ti Bao Tining, and Tian as well? Let's go have some fun together. Aglaya thought for a moment, and sent for a few people. Ti Bao, Tining, and Tian flew in front of Aglaya and landed. Woohoo! Tining landed safely. Tian raised her hands and slammed the brakes, stopping in front of Aglaya. Ti Bao chided. Tian! I told you so many times. Be careful. Don't fly so fast. Tian chuckled. No, I'm a superb pilot. Chapter 323. Tian looked at Aglaya, hands on her hips. Aya, what did you call us for? Bai and Xiadia also looked at Aglaya. Aglaya saw this and told the others that Xing had invited them to dinner at Tianwai. Bai shook his head after hearing this. Forget it, Master Aglaya. I stay in Oma. Xiaodia followed. I won't go either. Thank you for your kindness, Xing. I stay too. Xing heard this. Okay. Maybe next time. Anyway, the portal is right here, so we can go anytime. Then let's go! Tian cheered. Woohoo! We're going to dinner at Tianwai, shall we? Go! Tian rushed straight into the portal. Tibeo had no time to hold her back, so seeing this, she could only pull Ti-Ning along with her. The three little ones rushed into the portal. Xing and Danheng saw them, and called Aglaya along to join them. Bai watched them disappear through the portal, also amazed. As expected of aliens, they carry so many curious things. In the train, Yiyun and Xiangling were making lunch. Not many people were eating today. A few Star Corps hunters, GZ, the 4 mahjong players, Fei Xiao, Huang Quan, and Wendy. The 7 little ones were still squatting on the sofa in the tea break area, playing with Legos. After a whole morning, they had already built a castle. As they built, they discussed it, chattering enthusiastically. Just then, Tian rushed out of the portal. He landed with a leap, his hands raised high. Perfect landing. Tian's voice caught the attention of the 7 little ones. Bai Lu took in Tian's height and appearance. A new friend has arrived. Bai Lu waved her hand and led Kelly, Hook, Diana, Zhaoyou, Yao Yao, and Chi-Chi towards Tian. Hey, you're the new one, right? My name is Bai Lu. What's yours? Tian looked at the 7 little ones. Hello, Bai Lu. We're Tian. At this moment, Tibeo and Ti-Ning also followed. Tian slowed down. Xiao Hui and the others haven't arrived yet. Tibeo ran over, pulling Ti-Ning in tow. Klee took one look. Wow. You look exactly alike. Tibeo was about to continue lecturing Tian when she heard Kelly's words. She looked around and realized she was in an unfamiliar place. Judging from the situation, we must have arrived at the train Xiao Hui mentioned, right? Hello, our names are Tibeo. Nice to meet you. We're here at Xiao Hui's invitation. Ti-Ning followed suit and introduced herself. Hello, we're Ti-Ning. Diana felt a sense of strangeness listening to Tibeo and Ti-Ning's introductions. Why did you use the word we in your introductions? Shouldn't it be me? Tibeo smiled slightly and explained. Because we're all one. Hook's small head became even more confused after hearing Tibeo's explanation. We're all one. Shouldn't there be 3? Hook's mind is so confused, it's about to explode. At this moment, Bai Lu said, Never mind. Don't think too much. I'm Bai Lu. They are Kelly, Hook, Diana, Chi-Chi, Yao Yao, and Zhaoyou. We're playing with building blocks. Do you want to join us? It's so much fun. Tian, Ti-Ning, and Tibeo accepted Bai Lu's invitation. The 10 children gathered around the building blocks for the castle, discussing their plans. The castle was only half assembled, with the other half still to come. A moment later, Xing, Danheng, and Aglaya also arrived on the train. Xing took a deep breath upon returning. Sniff. It's still so comfortable on the train. Even the air is sweet. Danheng ruthlessly pointed out Xing's words. The air is sweet because we have sweet and sour cabbage for lunch today, and Yiyun happened to be cooking it. Xing felt bored upon hearing this. TSK, boring. I go see Sanwa first. You entertain Aglaya. Danheng nodded. Aglaya was now surveying her surroundings. Was this the outer world? It certainly looked a little different. Ms. Aglaya, please come this way. Let me introduce you to the owner of this little shop. The shop we were in was a shop on a train, traveling the world with our train. In the shop, you can buy anything you want. Yes, anything. Aglaya was astonished. You can buy anything? Danheng nodded. Well, let's go. I take you to meet Yiyun first. Danheng led Aglaya to the kitchen. Yiyun and Xiangling were each busy cooking with a large wok. Yiyun. Yiyun paused when he heard someone calling him. It's you, Danheng. You and Xing are back? I thought you'd be gone for a few days. Danheng nodded. We're making good progress. We reached the local city. By the way, this is Ms. Aglaya, a native of Omphalos. We invited her to dine with us on the train. Thank you for your help. Yiyun smiled. It's no big deal, just an extra pair of chopsticks. Yiyun looked at Aglaya again. Hello, Ms. Aglaya, I'm Yiyun, the owner of this restaurant. Please sit down for a moment. I prepare the dishes and we eat together later. Aglaya smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Yiyun. We chat later. Danheng took Aglaya to a nearby sofa booth to rest. Just then, GZ came over with 3 cups of tea. After getting acquainted with Aglaya, they began chatting. GZ was also very curious about Omphalos. This world had never been seen by the public. As they chatted, the cries of the 7 little ones suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, GZ and Yiyan quickly dropped what they were doing and ran over. Dan Heng and Aglaia followed suit. Arriving at the scene, they saw the 7 little ones were hugging Tian, Ti Bao, and Ti Ning, crying loudly. Wow! Ti Bao, you're so miserable. Kuli is so sad. Wow, you're so pitiful. Yiyan picked up Kuli and patted her back. Okay, what's wrong, Kuli? Kuli wiped tears from her eyes. Brother Yiyan, can you help Ti Bao and the others? They're so miserable. So many of their companions are gone, and only the 3 of them are left. Yiyan took the tissue GZ offered and wiped Kuli's tears. Okay, Brother Yiyan will help. First, tell me what happened. Kuli nodded obediently and told Yiyan about Ti Bao and the other 2. Not only Yiyan, but GZ, Fei Xiao, and the others felt a pang of grief after hearing the 3's story. Tian ruffled Hook's hair and consoled him with a smile. Alright. Stop crying. I, the person involved, am not even sad, so why are you sad? Seriously, come on, smile. You look better when you smile. Chapter 324. Hook hugged Tian tightly. Tian, eat more. Eat more. It's important for your body to be nourished. Tibeo had also told the 7 children about Tian's condition. In Hook's opinion, Tian's condition stemmed from not eating enough and not getting the right nutrition. As long as she ate more delicious food, Tian's health would gradually improve. Hearing this, GZ looked at Tian. Is this little friend feeling unwell? Tibeo smiled and shook her head. No, we are responsible for opening the 100 Worlds gate. Every time we open a gate, it takes a toll on our bodies. As she spoke, Tibeo's expression grew depressed, and she looked at Tian with concern. One day, Tian will reach her limit. When that happens, Tibeo will take over the duties of the gate maker from her. We all know this. But at least, I hope we can say goodbye properly. Tian smiled brightly. Tibeo, Tianan promises you she won't open the 100 Realms gate unless absolutely necessary. Tibeo forced a smile and nodded. Yes. Everyone present felt sorry for Tianan upon seeing this. This little girl has always sacrificed herself to save others. Yiyan mentally communicated with the system. Tongzi. Die now. I'm still alive. How can I die? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry, bring me something that can heal Tianan. Notice. Given the host's star coin balance, the following items are recommended. 1. Phoenix blood. Introduction. The purest blood of a phoenix from a higher plane. Consuming it grants the phoenix's special ability, Nirvana. Upon death, they will enter a state of Nirvana. If they do not suffer significant damage while in Nirvana, they will be revived at full health. Price, 10 million star coins. 2. Essence of the Ancient Tree of Life. Description. The Ancient Tree of Life, one of the sacred trees of a certain medium-high world, possesses boundless vitality. After ingestion, they gain a vast amount of vitality. Price, 1 million star coins. 3. Eternal Spring Pill. Description. A life-extending elixir from a certain medium-high world, containing a small amount of vitality. Price, 100,000 star coins. Yiyan carefully examined the 3 items. He definitely forgot about the phoenix blood. It cost 10 million, and he simply didn't have that kind of money. As for the essence of the Ancient Tree of Life, it was certainly acceptable. It was quite impressive and perfect for Tian. Yiyan bought it immediately, and a bottle of light green liquid appeared in his hand. Yiyan handed it to Tian. Come, Tian, drink this. Tian glanced at Yiyan, then at the essence of the Ancient Tree of Life. What is this? And Tian, I don't know you. Tian doesn't drink things given by strangers, he. After saying this, Tian closed her eyes, placed her hands on her hips, and hummed twice. Bai Lu introduced. Tian, Yiyan is not a stranger. He's my good friend. Don't worry, he's giving you something good. This is his shop. You can buy anything you want from him. Drink it, Tian, it's okay. Tian heard this and looked at Yiyan. Oh. Your name is Yiyan, and we're Tian. So we know each other. We're not strangers anymore. What is this you gave me? Yiyan smiled. You know once you drink this. It's delicious. Yiyan pressed the Ancient Tree of Life essence into Tianan's hands. Tian took the Ancient Tree of Life essence and examined it curiously. After a moment's thought, he opened the bottle and took a swig. As the Ancient Tree of Life essence entered Tianan's body, he felt a distinct change in his body. Many things he had forgotten came back to him. Tian looked at Yiyan. What did you give me to drink? I feel so good. Many forgotten memories have come back to me. And my body, I feel like I could go through the 100 Realms gate 1,000 times and nothing would break. What's going on? Aglaia, Tebeo, and Tianing looked at Yiyun in shock at Tian's words. Yiyun smiled. A little gadget called the essence of the ancient tree of life. It contains a vast amount of vitality, constantly replenishing the vitality lost in your body. GZ heard this, and walked to a small bar nearby and typed in the words essence of the ancient tree of life that Yiyun had mentioned. Soon, a product listing appeared before GZ's eyes. Seeing the price, GZ exclaimed, 1 million. Dan Heng and Fei Xiao were also shocked. Fei Xiao looked Yiyun up and down. Oh my god, Yiyun, you're truly rich. You can buy something for 1 million star coins just like that. At this moment, Xing, who had gone to see March, had also returned, along with Luing. What were you talking about? 1 million star coins? Which rich guy is here? Let me take a look. Fei Shi pointed at Yiyun. Oh, that's the rich guy. Xing suddenly felt nothing strange after seeing Yiyun. Yeah. It's Yiyun, then it's all right. This shop is his. Aglaia whispered to Fei Shi beside her. 1 million star coins. What's the approximate value of that? Aglaia, seeing the others' reactions, realized that the medicine Yiyun had just given Tian was likely a very expensive one. She wanted to inquire about its value, so she could exchange it for something worthwhile, and return it to Yiyun. Tian's importance to Omphalos was self-evident. Now, Tian's body had been completely healed, and she possessed an almost endless supply of vitality. This meant that the 100 Worlds Gate would no longer be something to be cherished. That bottle of medicine just now had saved countless lives. When people were in trouble, Tian and the others would open the 100 Worlds Gate and move them to safety. This was the duty of the Gate Maker, to protect people's safety. Fei Shi glanced at Aglaia. What? You want to exchange it for something of corresponding value, and return it to Yiyun? I advise you to give up on that idea. 1 million star coins is an astronomical sum. Let me put it this way. With 1 million star coins, even a pig can become a commander, and even one of the most powerful. Dan Heng explained to Aglaia what a commander was. After listening to Dan Heng's explanation, Aglaia understood the enormous sum of money it represented. According to Dan Heng's description, even a titan could be easily destroyed by a commander. That was a difficult situation. Aglaia couldn't think of anything she had worth enough to justify 1 million star coins. At this moment, Yiyun walked over and smiled. No need to pay. It's just 1 million star coins. Xing, do you remember what I said? Xing thought for a moment, then remembered. Huh? Let me think about it. Oh, that's right. When you come to the shop, everyone is your friend. If a friend is in trouble, it's natural to help if you can. Chapter 325. Yiyun nodded. That's right. Everyone who comes is a friend. I definitely help if I can. If you're really embarrassed, you can always come and help me out. I can buy anything you want with star coins. Star coins can be exchanged for stellar jade. Aglaia expressed her gratitude again upon hearing this. Thank you for your help, Teacher Tian. I shop with you often. Yiyun smiled and carried Kelly to the dining table and sat down. Okay, everyone, come and eat. Guoba, is the rice ready? From the kitchen, Guoba ran out with a large pot of rice and placed it on the table. Lulalu. Luralu. Yiyun opened the lid of the pot, and a puff of white steam rose. The rice is cooked quite well today. Come, help yourself. The 7 little ones, along with Tian, Tebeo, and Tianing, climbed onto chairs and stood. Bailu picked up Tian's small bowl. Tian, I get you some rice. Tian was overjoyed. Okay. Let's eat. Bailu finished serving Tian, and called out to the other little ones. Everyone, pass your bowls over. I help you with the rice. Klee, Hook, Tebeo, and the other little cuties stood in a row, passing the rice bowls one after another. Bailu served the rice, while the others passed it around. GZ watched this scene with a smile. What a group of adorable little ones. After serving the rice, the 10 little ones picked up their bowls and ate, enjoying the food with relish. Bailu even helped serve Tian. Tian, try this braised fish. It's super delicious. It's Xiangling's specialty. Tian gulped down the fish in one mouthful, the tender flesh melting in her mouth. This fish is delicious, a flavor I never had before. Tebeo and Tianing also tried the grilled fish, and were equally impressed. Kelly stood beside Tianbao. Tebeo, let's go fry fish after dinner. Before Tianbao could reply, Bailu and Tian quickly agreed. Okay. We haven't fried fish in ages. I agree. Fry fish? Sure. Sure. Tian wants to fry fish. Hook, Diana, and the others also agreed. Seeing this, Tian Bao agreed. I go too. Yiyun smiled. Have you considered a question before going out to fry fish? The 10 little ones all looked at Yiyun. What question? Klee doesn't know. Klee scratched her head and spread her hands in confusion. Hook couldn't guess either. Hook doesn't know either. What's going on? Yiyun asked. Did you get permission from the adults to go out and play? Klee realized what Yiyun said. That's right. Klee forgot to ask Brother Yiyun for permission to go out and play. Brother Yiyun, can Klee go fry fish? Yiyun said to Rios, who was standing nearby. Rios, take Klee and the others to Rimuru's place later. He should have some big fish for Klee and the others to fry. Yiyun remembered an episode of the Rimuru anime where Rimuru and his men went swimming. There was a giant snail and many large fish in the lake. Rios nodded in agreement. Okay. Kelly jumped up and down in her chair happily when Yiyun agreed. Bailu said, Everyone, let's eat quickly so we can go fry fish. Tian raised her fist. Oh! Hurry up. Tian wants to fry fish. Ha ha ha. The 10 little ones, holding their small bowls, quickly ate their rice. Bailu and Tian ate the fastest. After they finished, they ran to the bar to wash their hands and mouths. Slowly, Kelly, Hook, and Yao also finished their meals and ran to wash their hands and mouths. Chi-Chi and Tian Ning were the slowest eaters. Seeing that everyone had finished, Chi-Chi and Tian Ning became extremely anxious, asking everyone to wait while they ate faster. Finally, Chi-Chi and Tian Ning finished their meal and joined the main group heading towards Rimuru. Rimuru was leading the goblins and the great ghosts to cultivate the fields and plant some crops. At this time, Rios walked over with 10 of the little ones. Klee was pleasantly surprised the moment she saw Rimuru. Ah! It's Mr. Talking Slime. Klee rushed over to stand in front of Rimuru, smiling at him. Bailu and Tian also rushed over. Talking Slime. I'm here to play with you. Tian looked at Rimuru curiously. Wow! What kind of creature is this? Rimuru looked up at Klee. Klee-chan. Why are you here? Klee said with a grin. Klee is here to fry fish. Mr. Talking Slime, do you know where to find fish around here? Rimuru thought for a moment, but he didn't really know. But aren't there locals here? Rimuru asked Benimaru. Benimaru, is there a lake nearby? Klee and the others want to go fishing. Benimaru recalled. Yes, there's a lake in the southern part of the forest with plenty of fish. Rimuru nodded. Then you guys continue cultivating the fields. I take Klee and the others out for some fun. Benimaru agreed. Rimuru then sent for Jing to come along. Jing agreed, and Rimuru and the 10 little ones headed towards the southern lake. The 10 little ones sat on the backs of the storm-fawn wolves, extremely happy, their laughter filling the entire journey. Over half an hour later, Rimuru and the 10 little ones arrived at the southern lake. As soon as they reached the lake, the 10 little ones had a blast, jumping off the storm-fawn wolves and running towards the beach. Seeing this, Rios quickly followed, ensuring the safety of the 10 little ones. Rimuru was preparing camp, pulling out a table from his stomach and placing some fruit and other items on it. The 10 little ones arrived at the lake, which was teeming with fish. Every now and then, a plump fish would leap from the water. Klee couldn't resist any longer and unloaded her backpack, pulling out a ricocheting bomb and firing it first. Hey, ricocheting bomb. The ricocheting bomb landed in the water, a dull thud echoing as a wave of water rose 10 meters high. With the rising wave of water, a dozen plump fish landed on the beach. Tian instantly jumped 3 feet high, incredibly excited. Fun, fun! This is fun! The fish are flying, Klee. I want one too. Can you give me a bomb? Klee agreed, taking out a ricocheting bomb and handing it to Tian. Tian picked up the ricocheting bomb, lit it, and tossed it into the lake. Bang! With a loud bang, a dozen large fish fell from the sky again. Tian was thrilled to see this scene. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Let's do it again. Chapter 326. Tabeo picked up the fish from the ground and held it in his hand. The fish, deprived of oxygen out of the water, thrashed about. Tabeo saw this and returned the fish to the water. For the next few minutes, Rimuru, Rios, and Jing played with the 10 little ones by the lake. And now in New Teyvat, New Liyue Harbor. Zhongli stood on a tall building, gazing out at the sea. Next to him, Hu Tao chatted with Huohua. New Liyue Harbor was almost complete. This port city alone was enough to accommodate all the people of Liyue. Hu Tao looked at Zhongli. Guest, what are you thinking about? Zhongli came to his senses. Nothing. I'm just a little emotional. I never imagined our Liyue would be relocated to another world. This is something I never imagined before. Hu Tao jumped up from her chair and walked over to Zhongli's side. The setting sun shone on her from the window, and in her eyes, she saw the beautiful and magnificent ocean. Not only you, but even I didn't expect this. It really feels like a dream. Think about it, how long have we known Xing? Only 2 months at most, right? Zhongli nodded slightly. Yeah, almost 2 months. An old man and a young girl stood by the window, quietly watching the sunset. Hu Tao's stomach rumbled at an inopportune moment. Hu Tao patted her belly and turned around. Come on, Kuqing, Hua, let's go eat. Sister Ningguang said, she's treating us to Pinocchio today. Hu Tao walked downstairs as she spoke. Zhongli and Hua followed, and Hua imprisoned the old man in the tail again. Normally, when entering the city, Hua would keep Tail Uncle hidden, fearing it might frighten the children. He would only let Tail Uncle out when visiting the Hall of Rebirth or outdoors. Not long after, Hu Tao, Zhongli, and Hua arrived at Pinocchio through the portal. Pinocchio's portal was located in the office, where they had been on Sunday, now serving as Robin's exclusive office. Hu Tao landed and swaggered out of the office. The waiter at the door glanced at Hu Tao before looking away. Robin had already instructed that anyone leaving the office should be left alone and allowed to wander freely. Hu Tao left the mansion and boarded a sports car to head to the hotel Ningguang had booked. When Hu Tao and Zhongli arrived, they realized they were the only ones missing. Ningguang, Yelan, Keqing, Asmodeus, Luyuan, Lishui Xiao, Ganyu, Granny Ping, Guizhong, Ying, and Paiming had all taken their seats. Hu Tao clasped her hands together upon seeing this. Sorry, I'm a little late. I kept you all waiting. Ningguang smiled faintly. Hu Tao, you don't have to be so polite. Please take a seat. Hu Tao sat down with Hua and Zhongli. Ningguang, seeing everyone present, called for the dishes. One dish after another was served, and Paiming would exclaim in surprise every time a dish was missing. 20 dishes in total. Ningguang smiled. Everyone, please don't sit down. Let's eat first. As soon as Paiming heard the meal was served, he immediately attacked the roast chicken in front of him, tearing off a large drumstick and stuffing it into his mouth. Ying had given up upon seeing this. Paiming's foodie nature was too outrageous to control. Asmodeus glanced at Ying. Ying, do me a favor. Ying put down her chopsticks. Tell me, which country are you going to inspect? How's Shumi? I check on Shumi's newly formed army. After all, the leader of the Shumi army is that despicable and shameless prince of the abyss. Ying raised an eyebrow and suggested to Asmodeus. Ningguang, Zhongli, and the others were speechless at Ying's words, unsure what to say. Asmodeus shook his head. No, go to Nana and help me see what's going on there. The only country left in Teyvat that hasn't moved in is Nana. Ying was puzzled. Huh? Didn't all 7 nations of Teyvat move in? After saying this, Ying counted on her fingers. Mondstadt, Liyue, Inazuma, Shumi, Fontaine, Jidong. Oh, yes, and Nana hasn't come yet. Going there might be a little difficult. Xing and the others have plans to go to Omphalos together. Asmodeus saw this, glanced at Ying, picked up his chopsticks, and took a piece of beef. I give you 10,000 star coins. Ying chuckled. Hey, why are you being so polite? Money doesn't matter. After all, I'm the overseer of Teyvat, and this is what I'm supposed to do. How about this? I go after I've been to Omphalos for a couple of days, how's that? Asmodeus thought for a moment. Okay, no rush. 1 more nada won't make a difference, and 1 less won't make a difference. Ningguang looked at Zhongli. Emperor, our new Liyue harbor is already built. When will we relocate the remaining residents? Zhongli heard this. Hurry up. Teyvat isn't a place to stay for long. Ningguang understood Zhongli's meaning upon hearing this. I understand, Your Majesty. Then, everyone ate and chatted. Everyone present was a high-ranking official in Liyue. You mean Asmodeus? She's a legitimate guest of the Hall of Rebirth. What kind of organization is the Hall of Rebirth? It's a power that has been passed down through the ages in Liyue. Ying and Paimon? That's a no-brainer. Ying is the inspector of Teyvat, so how could she not be considered Liyue? Paimon was Ying's emergency food. After dinner, the Liyue group returned to Teyvat Liyue. Ying and Paimon strolled the streets. As they wandered, they unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Sora's milk tea shop. It's amazing how business is booming here. Sora made a killing from this milk tea shop. Ying glanced into the milk tea shop and saw many young girls gazing at Kong from the bar with infatuated expressions. Kong was quite handsome, and with his considerable skills and business acumen, it was only natural that many young women would be attracted to him. Seeing this, Ing had an idea. Ing walked into the shop and began her performance. "Brother, I finally found you. Come back with me. My 7th child is about to be born. Brother, it's okay that you weren't home for my first 6 births. This time, you absolutely must come back. For all these years, you haven't sent money home, and I've been living on a meager diet, suffering from malnutrition. This time, woo-woo. This time, woo-woo. I promised my sister-in-law that I would bring you back. Brother, let's go home." Ying's tears welled up, a heartbreaking sight for anyone who heard them. The customers in the shop, listening to Ying's sobs, pointed at Kong. Even the little fangirls gave Kong strange looks. Kong's fists stiffened. "Ada, send the guests away. We're closed for today." Chapter 327. Ada asked all the customers to leave. Kong continued, "You should all go home today. I have some personal matters to attend to." Ada heard this and called the other employees to leave the shop. With a bang, the shop door slammed shut. Ing looked back at the tightly closed door and swallowed hard. Something was amiss. This situation was not looking good. Kong's fists clenched until they cracked. "Damn Ing! Give me your life!" A scream echoed from Kong's shop. Passers-by heard the sound and hurried to find the Qianyan army patrolling the streets. Qianyan army opened the shop door and was met with a shocking scene. Ing was sitting on a wooden chair. Beneath the chair lay Kong, bruised and battered. Ing clapped her hands. "TSK. I thought you were so powerful, but this is all? I can hold you down with one hand." Kong lay under the chair, wanting to cry but unable to. "Damn it! When did my little sister become so powerful? I'm no match for her." Ing noticed Qianyanjin and explained. It's okay. He's my brother. We're just playing around. It's okay. I won't bother you Qianyanjin brothers. You all go about your business." Qianyanjin compared Ying's appearance with Sora's. They did look quite similar. So, Qianyanjin waved and dismissed their troops. After Qianyanjin left, Ing stood up and clapped her hands. "I feel so good, Paimon. Let's go back to bed." With that, Ing walked out of Sora's milk tea shop without looking back. Paimon even took 2 cups of bubble tea from the bar before leaving. Omphalos, Tion, Tebeo, and Tiny returned to Oma. Shortly after the 3 returned, Aglaia arrived with Wandi and Bai. "Teacher Tion, Teacher T Bao, Teacher Tion Ning, you're back," Bai greeted them politely. Tion put his hands on his hips. "Yes, I'm back. Xiao Bai Yu, Xiao Di, Xiao Hui, and Xiao Dan are going to Xiafeng City tomorrow, right?" Bai nodded. "Yes, Teacher Tion, I need your help opening the gate for us then." Tion waved her hand. "It's okay, open it. Open it as many times as you want." Bai smiled in agreement. "Teacher Tion, the 100 Realms gate can't be opened at will. Every time you open it, it will damage your body." Tion put her hands on her hips and raised her head. "I'm different now. Now I can open it as many times as I want," Aglaia said from the side. "That's right. Teacher Tion can now open the 100 Realms gate at will." Bai and Wandi were puzzled by this. "What do you mean?" Aglaia said. "We went to Xing and the other's car and there." Aglaia told them about Yi Yun's gift of medicine to Tion. Bai listened. "I think we should find a way to repay this favor." Wandi agreed. "Well, if it were just a small favor, it's normal for friends not to take it seriously. The problem is, this favor is so great." Aglaia thought for a moment. "I remember there are many treasure chests in Oma City. Let's go look for them. There's something called stellar jade inside. That can be exchanged for star coins. Then, we can go to Yi Yun to buy things more often. However, let's put this matter aside for now. Go get some rest. We have to go to Xiafeng City tomorrow." Bai and Wandi agreed and left the heroes' baths. The next day arrived. Xing and Danheng arrived at the heroes' baths early in the morning and waited. Soon, Hutao, Amber, Eula, Linghua, and Xiaoang emerged from the portal. Hutao looked around. "Is this Omphalos? It looks quite nice." Amber glanced around. "This looks like a bathhouse, right? It's all for bathing." Xing nodded. "Yes, it's called the heroes' baths. Only heroes can bathe here. Awesome, isn't it?" Hutao gave a thumbs up. "Awesome. By the way, when are we leaving? Didn't we say we were going to fight?" Danheng said. "Someone's still here. Don't worry." Afterwards, the group played in the hero bath for a while before Bai, Wandi, and Tion arrived. Bai, noticing the extra people, Hu Tao and the others? Asked Dan Heng. Who are these people? Dan Heng introduced them. These are our good friends, traveling with us to Xiefeng City this time. Bai nodded and greeted Hu Tao and the others, getting to know each other. Wan Di, standing nearby, urged, "Let's stop playing these boring friendship games for a bit. It's time to get going." Tian, hearing this, stood in front of the group. "Is everyone ready?" Everyone nodded, indicating they were. Tian extended her hand. Gate of the 100 Realms. Open! A portal radiating holy light appeared, sucking Jiang Xing, Bai, and the others in. After passing through the 100 Realms gate, everyone arrived at a deserted building. Tian stood beside them. "It's done. I go with you this time. If we encounter danger, I open the 100 Realms gate and lead everyone home safely." Then, everyone began exploring Xiefeng City. As they walked, Hu Tao's eyes lit up, and she tugged at Xing's sleeve. "Xing! Look over there. Is that a treasure chest?" Xing followed the direction Hu Tao pointed and saw a wooden chest. "Let's go and take a look." Xing led Hu Tao to the wooden chest and opened it. Inside the chest lay 5 stellar jades and some other materials. Xing picked up the 5 stellar jades and held them in his hands, calling out to the group as they walked away. "Everyone! Wait a moment. I have something important to say." Bai, Wan Di, Dan Heng, and the others stopped and turned back. "Xing, do you have anything to say?" Bai asked. Xing opened her hand, allowing everyone to clearly see the 5 stellar jades in her hand. "There's a treasure chest here. Should we go it alone or together? If we do, we exchange it for star coins after we get out and split it evenly." Hu Tao, Amber, and Eula immediately agreed. Xing saw that everyone agreed. "Okay, then we split it evenly in the end. Let's split it up. This place is quite large, so there should be a lot of treasure chests. It's more efficient to search separately." Bai, Wan Di, and Dan Heng were one group. Hu Tao, Ling Hua, and Xiao Gong were one group of 3. Xing, Amber, Eula, and Tian were one group of 4. Bai, Wan Di, and Dan Heng were the group primarily responsible for dealing with the Strife Titan. The remaining 2 groups were searching for the treasure chest. Hu Tao, on her windfire wheels, dashed left and right through the corridors of Xiefeng City, instantly killing any Strife Titan's followers without a word. Ling Hua and Xiaolong slowly followed behind to open the treasure chest. Xiaolong looked at Hu Tao's impressive display with astonishment. Liyue truly has hidden talents. They're about the same age as us, yet they're already so formidable. Chapter 328. Ling Hua said. "You don't know? Hall Master, who is the 77th head of Liyue's Wansheng Hall. He has been roaming the border between life and death for years, dealing with all kinds of demons and monsters. Furthermore, Liyue's Yin Wangdijan is a guest official of Wansheng Hall and has watched Hu Tao grow up." Xiaodong heard this. "Is that so? No wonder Hu Tao is so powerful. It turns out Yin Wangdi taught her step by step." Ling Hua smiled. "It's true that Yin Wangdi taught her spearmanship, but the most important factor in Hu Tao's strength is her equipment. Her equipment is from Yi Yun's shop and is very valuable." Xiao Gong was surprised. "Is that so? Then let's work hard to find the treasure chest. I want to buy some powerful equipment too." Ling Hua nodded with a smile and led Xiao Gong to open the treasure chest. Hu Tao had already wiped out all the followers of the Strife Titan in the surrounding area, so the 2 of them could open the treasure chest without worry. On the other side, Xing, Amber, and Eula arrived at a large hall. Xing stood at a control panel, controlling a giant stone hand as it flew through the air. "Hee hee. This is fun. Yo-ho. There's a monster here. Take my punch, bang. Kill it." Eula stood sentry with a great sword, while Amber drew her bow, a fire elemental arrow in her hand, ready to be released at any moment. While playing, Xing felt an itch in her hair and reached out to scratch it. Unexpectedly, her hand slipped, and the stone hand punched the circular platform in the middle. Xing quickly raised the stone hand, and when it did, a spiral staircase appeared in its place. Amber had good eyesight. "Xing! There's something going on over there. It looks like a secret room. Should we go check it out?" At the mention of secret room, Xing's eyes flashed with a flash of money. "Secret room? There must be treasure there. Let's go!" Xing leaped down, carrying the Skyfire Judge, and ran straight towards the central platform. Amber and Eula quickly followed. Descending the spiral staircase, the 3 of them boarded an elevator, which descended and took them to a secret room. There, 3 luxurious treasure chests lay. Xing's mouth watered. He reached out to open the 3 chests. As soon as he opened them, a pearly light shone out, illuminating his face. Xing looked inside the chests and took out all the stellar jade. There were 90 stellar jade pieces in all across the 3 chests. This is a huge win. Oh my god! So many stellar jades. See if there are any more nearby. Amber and Eula were delighted to see so many stellar jades, and they searched through the drawers in a secret room. Finally, after confirming there were no treasure chests, the 3 of them took the elevator back to the platform. Xing collected the 90 stellar jades. Let's go ahead and take a look. Danheng, Wandi, and Bai were on their side. They had already found the Strife Titan and engaged it in battle. Their combined strength was indeed greater than the Strife Titan's, but the Strife Titan possessed a bug-level ability, exceptional recovery. Wandi stood alone in the front, confronting the Strife Titan head-on. Danheng and Bai supported them from the side, looking for an opportunity to attack the Strife Titan. The 3 men once again severely wounded the Titan of Dissension. Wandi glanced at it, its wounds healing at a visible rate. Wandi observed this. Danheng, Bai, you go ahead. I fight him to the death. As Wandi finished speaking, a voice rang out from above him. Yo-ho! Are you in trouble? Do you need my help? Danheng and the other 2 looked up into the air, only to see Hu Tao, standing on a windfire wheel, smiling at them. The Titan of Dissension, its injuries now fully recovered, hurled a spear at the newly arrived Hu Tao. Hu Tao dodged with a roll. You big, stubby fellow, trying to sneak up on me. You're unsportsmanlike. I teach you a lesson. Hu Tao casually swung his fire spear, creating a spray of fire, and a stream of flame erupted from the tip. Watch out. Hu Tao flashed, arriving directly in front of the Strife Titan and stabbing his fire spear into it. The Strife Titan, in pain, reached out to grab Hu Tao, but she released the fire spear and dodged backwards. After landing, Hu Tao pinched her fingers together, her lips curled up slightly. Humph. Let me show you this Hall Master's newly developed secret technique. Fire spear. Explode. As Hu Tao finished her words, the fire spear piercing the Strife Titan instantly exploded, disintegrating into a cloud of flames. The Strife Titan suffered severe injuries from this blow. However, this blow didn't kill it, its injuries were still rapidly healing. Hu Tao reached out and grabbed, a flame appearing in her hand and quickly transforming into a fire spear. Oh my god, this big skeleton has such strong recovery abilities? No wonder you're in such a difficult fight. I want to see how many times you can recover. Let's do it again. Hu Tao rushed towards the Strife Titan again. Wandi, Danheng, and Bai also rushed over to help. At this time, Ling Hua and Xiao Gong also arrived and quickly joined the battle. The 6 of them attacked the Strife Titan, completely overwhelmed and unable to fight back. Soon, Xing, Amber, Eula, and Tian also arrived. Seeing Hu Tao and the others beating up the Strife Titan, Xing rushed forward carrying the Skyfire Judge. Get out of the way! Silver! He Tianhuaxia has arrived. Hu Tao and the others quickly moved aside at Xing's voice. After clearing his position, Xing leaped up, slashing down with the Heavenly Fire Judgment sword in his hand. Heavenly Fire! Unsheath! The Strife Titan took a solid hit from Xing's strike, instantly collapsing to the ground. After landing, Xing looked at the Strife Titan. Oh my god! What the hell is this thing? It took my Heavenly Fire Unsheath and still isn't dead? Is it the breeding envoy? It doesn't look like one, Tian said. This is the Strife Titan. It possesses the ability to infinitely heal injuries. Hearing this, Xing rolled up his sleeves and said to Tian, Tian, open the door and get them out. Tian was puzzled. What are you doing? Danheng understood Xing's meaning. Teacher Tian, open the door and take us away. Xing can handle this guy. Her move is very powerful. I'm afraid she might accidentally injure us. Tian understood. Oh, so that's it? Okay. I opened the door right away. 100 Worlds Gate. Open. After Tian, Hu Tao, and the others entered the 100 Worlds Gate and left, Xing looked at the now recovered Titan of Discord. Strong recovery, huh? Look. I'm going to blow all your cells away with this strike. Xing clenched his hands tightly around the Holy Skyfire Judgment. Second Star Core. Activate. Unsheath the Skyfire. Destruction. Tian and the others returned to the garden at the highest point of Oma. Bai and Wandi looked worriedly toward Xianfeng City. Hu Tao saw this. Don't worry, Xing can handle it. Bai nodded. Yes. Suddenly, the ground shook, and Bai and Wandi's pupils trembled, completely shocked by the scene before them. Chapter 329. Towards Xianfeng City. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, filling the entire Xiefeng City area with crimson flames and exploding. Bai and Wandi were speechless with shock. This attack, Hu Tao sighed as she gazed at the mushroom cloud. Every time I see Xing in his annihilation mode, I'm terrified. The destructive power is even greater than that of my guest. Dan Heng nodded slightly. Indeed, when Xing first activated this mode, he directly created a survivable area for Bilobo. Hu Tao asked. Bilobo? The frozen planet? Dan Heng nodded. Well, that time, someone from the company provoked Xing didn't realize how powerful his sword was, so... Hu Tao gasped. Hiss. Those people didn't die, did they? Dan Heng was silent for a moment. They did. Hiss. Hu Tao gasped again. At this moment, Aglaya hurried over with Xiaodia, Tebeo, and Tianning. Are you all okay? Xiaodia asked worriedly. Bai shook his head. We're fine, it's just Xing. Who's still there? When Tebeo heard Xing was still in Xiefeng City, her heart ached, her eyes thick with worry. Tebeo gazed at the sea of flames raging in the Xiefeng City area, offering some comfort. Shall we? She'd be fine. It took over 2 hours for the flames in the Xiefeng City area to die down. Tian quickly opened the 100 Realms gate and led everyone back to the Titan of Dissension. Tebeo was the first to rush out, scanning for Xing. Finally, Xing was spotted before the Strife Titan. Xing leaned against the Titan's corpse, leisurely nibbling on an apple. As she nibbled, Xing glanced at the surrounding scenery, her expression a carefree one. Xiao Hui, are you all right? Tebeo flew toward Xing, arrived beside her, and examined her. Xing smiled. Don't worry, Teacher Tebeo, I'm fine. Cricket's just a Titan, no match for me. Tebeo breathed a sigh of relief after confirming Xing's safety. Huh, that's good. Bai rushed over, glancing behind Xing. The Strife Titan's corpse carbonized under the intense flames. Xing moved slightly, and slag fell. Tebeo said to Xing. Xiao Hui, get up for a moment. We need to get the fire. Xing stood up and made way. Tebeo looked at Bai. Xiao Bai, it's your turn now. Bai nodded slightly, and approached the Titan of Discord. Bai reached out to touch the Titan of Discord's body, then withdrew his hand after a moment, his face solemn. How could that be? I don't sense the presence of the spark within him. Tebeo was also confused. We don't know what's going on, but someone must know what's going on, Xing asked. Who? Tebeo smiled. The Titan of Ages, Oronis, must know. Xing thought for a moment. Does that mean we still have to fight the Titan of Ages? Tebeo shook her head. No need to fight. We just need to find Oronis. Tebeo said, looking at Tian. Tian, open the 100 Worlds gate. I go back first. Tian waved her hand, and the 100 Worlds gate appeared before everyone. Everyone entered the 100 Worlds gate and returned to Oma. Tebeo said, Everyone, get some rest first. We go find the Titan of Ages, Oronis, tomorrow. Xing and the others nodded. Okay, I go for a walk. Everyone dispersed to explore freely. Xing, Hu Tao, and the others arrived at the market. Xing coughed twice. Everyone, get moving. Find the treasure chest. Hu Tao and the others chuckled and dispersed to search for the treasure chest. Xing and Linghua continued their search until they arrived at the Earth Beast's workshop. There, Xing spotted the creature that had brought her to Oma. Oh! It's you? You're still alive. Xing excitedly ran to the Earth Beast, who simply couldn't understand her. If he could understand, he'd probably burst into a tirade. What's wrong? Am I a nuisance to you just because I'm alive? What do you mean I'm still alive? I'm definitely alive. Alive and well. Xing reached out and touched the Earth Beast, which bowed its head. Xing chuckled, looked around, and found the Earth Beast's food, red clay. Xing ran over, picked up a shovel, scooped up a large piece, and ran back. Come! Eat! The Earth Beast's eyes lit up at the sight of the red clay, and it leaned forward to devour it in one gulp. As it chewed, its tail twitched slightly, clearly in a good mood. Linghua watched from the side, not daring to approach. The Earth Beast was so large, and Linghua was a little frightened. Seeing this, Xing waved at the Earth Beast. The Earth Beast lowered its head. Xing pointed at Linghua and said a few words. As if receiving a command, the Earth Beast walked over to Linghua, squatted down, and called out to her. Although the Earth Beast couldn't understand Xing's words, it could still understand some simple commands. Linghua also understood what the Earth Beast meant. It wanted her to sit on it. Linghua climbed onto the Earth Beast's back, and Xing jumped on it immediately. Xing grabbed the reins with both hands. Linghua, sit down quickly. Let's go, let the earth beast take us out for some fun. Linghua sat down quickly, clinging to the ropes for fear of falling. Xing patted the earth beast, and it roared before walking out of the earth beast workshop and onto the main road. Linghua's entire body tensed as the earth beast began to move. Xing smiled. It's okay, Linghua. Some earth beasts are very stable. You can even sleep on them. Look at the scenery around you. Isn't it beautiful? Linghua's nervousness subsided a little after hearing Xing's words, and she looked around. Linghua had never experienced seeing the scenery from such a giant beast before. The surrounding scenery constantly changed as the earth beast moved. Because of its high vantage point, the view was naturally wider. Along the way, Linghua and Xing also encountered Hutao, Amber, and Eula. The three of them were chasing a treasure-stealing spirit on a rooftop. Just as they found a luxurious treasure chest, a treasure-stealing spirit suddenly appeared out of nowhere and snatched it away. Thankfully, the three of them encountered Tining, and with Tining's guidance, they captured the treasure-stealing spirit and embraced the stellar jade inside the chest. Inside the hero baths, Aglaia and Xiaodia were chatting. Ms. Aglaia, aren't you afraid that Xing and the others will be exposed as aliens by letting them roam freely in the city? Aglaia heard this. It's okay. I'm sure Xing and the others will keep their mouths shut. Even if they're exposed, it doesn't matter. After all, Xing's strength can help us out of this predicament. The ruins of Xiefeng City are still there. Xia Dai heard this, and agreed wholeheartedly with Aglaia's words. With Xing's sword strike, the ruins of Xiefeng City were transformed into ruins. Chapter 330. In the ruins of Xiefeng City, not a single follower of the Titan of Strife could be found, all consumed by the flames at the hands of Xing's sword. Xing's single strike could be said to have solved a major problem for Oma, allowing everyone in Oma to breathe a sigh of relief for a long time. Aglaia was in a good mood at the moment, looking at Xiaodia. Everyone's been working hard lately. Xiaodia, you should take a few days to rest. Xiaodia shook her head. I can't. Tomorrow, I go to the Temple of the Titan of Time with Xing and the others. Aglaia heard this. Okay, get some rest. I be leaving now. I have some unfinished business. Xiaodia smiled. Okay, do as you please. Then, the two of them left the hero bathhouse. Inside Yiyun's shop, Yiyun was playing with Klee and the others in the shop when the system's voice rang in his mind. Announcement. Congratulations to the host soul for turning 20. You have received a birthday gift, a QQ farm space. Yiyun was stunned when he heard the system's voice. What the hell? The soul turned 20. My soul was 20, Yiyun calculated carefully, and if he calculated based on his birthday before the time travel, it was indeed true. Today was his 20th birthday. Yiyun called Rios to play with Klee and the others, and returned to his room to check what the system had given him as his birthday gift. Returning to his room and closing the door, Yiyun communicated with the system in his mind. System, where's the birthday gift? Take it out, and let me see. As soon as Yiyun finished speaking, a wooden door wrapped in bubbles appeared in front of him. The moment Yiyun touched the bubble, a strange message flooded into his mind. It took Yiyun half an hour to digest this information, and finally understand what his birthday present was. QQ Farm. Isn't this the game he played as a child in his previous life? Each player has a plot of land to cultivate. The crops he harvested can be sold for money, which also earns experience points and unlocks higher-level crops and pastures. Players can then steal each other's crops, water them, fertilize them, and so on. The only difference here is that the currency has been changed to star coins. Buying seeds and selling produce are all done with star coins. Yiyun brought the farm's wooden door to the shop and placed it next to the dungeon portal. After putting it away, Yiyun took out his phone and sent a group message. Yiyun, everyone, come to the shop when you have time. I have an important announcement. The Three Realms #1 chef. What's up? Yiyun, are you having a dinner together? I be right over to help. Raiden Mei, I be right over too. Yiyun, a dinner together is fine. It's my birthday today. Real name Login. I didn't realize it's your birthday, Yiyun. I be right there. Morix, happy birthday, I be there in a minute. Galaxy Skyfire Man, what? Yiyun, your birthday? I be right back. Sekiro, Yoho. Happy birthday. Kafka and I are shopping at Pinocchio. We buy you a big cake later. Wang Shengtang Hall Master, happy birthday, Yiyun. After playing with his phone for a while, Yiyun headed to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. It's your birthday, so it's definitely time for a treat. By the way, let me tell you all about QQ Farm. Happy little ball over here. Shajin saw the message in the group chat, and was thinking about what birthday gift to get Yi Yun. At that moment, Hua Hua burst in. Little Peacock, did you see the message in the group? Yi Yun's birthday is today. Sha Jin nodded with a smile. Yes, I did. I was thinking about a gift. Do you have any suggestions? Hua Hua smiled. Of course. I just placed an order online from your company. Do you want to guess what I bought? Sha Jin pondered. A luxury watch? Hua Hua shook her head. No. Take another guess. Sha Jin pondered again. High-end clothes? Hua Hua felt bored by Sha Jin's answer. Little Peacock, am I a vulgar man? I bought it, of course, a little prank doll. Hee hee. Sha Jin smiled. It was indeed Hua Hua's style. Let's go together later. Hua Hua nodded in agreement. Sure. I have Aha open a portal later. Over at Luofu. Jing Yuan, Fei Xiao, Hua Yin, Jiao Qiu, and Fu Xian were also discussing what birthday gift to give Yi Yun. Fei Xiao suggested. If you ask me, we should bring a bottle of good wine. It's Yi Yun's birthday today, so drinking is a must. Hua Yin shook his head. No, Yi Yun has plenty of wine. If we're going to give him a gift, let's give him something thoughtful. Yunli said. How about giving him a sword? Doesn't he use a sword? I remember. Jing Yuan agreed. Giving a sword was indeed feasible. I think so, everyone. The others agreed. Giving Yi Yun a sword would be something he could use, and it would also show their care and concern. It was a little after 6 p.m. Yi Yun's shop was packed with people, almost everyone celebrating his birthday. Yi Yun had wanted to cook, but GZ, Xiangling, Mei Yi, and the little evil god immediately kicked him out. How could the birthday boy cook? So Yi Yun took the others to learn about QQ Farm. Unsurprisingly, everyone was intrigued by this QQ Farm. Isn't this something that steadily produces star coins? Xing ran through the wooden door of QQ Farm. Everyone entered a separate space. To play in someone else's space, they had to add them as a friend. Xing followed the tutorial and planted an acre of wheat. Checking the time, it still took over 7 hours to ripen. Simply, Xing decided to check on the others. After adding Luying as her friend, Xing ran into her space. As soon as she arrived, she noticed something was amiss. She could see 2 buttons, water and fertilize, above Luying's wheat seedlings. Xing tried clicking it, and as the two watched, the ripening timer displayed above the wheat seedlings shrunk by half an hour. This stunned the two. What's going on? Can you shorten the time like this? Xing asked Luying to go back to her house and try it out. As expected, applying fertilizer could shorten the ripening time. Seeing this, Xing went to other people's homes to check. A person could apply fertilizer up to 3 times a day. However, as Xing wandered around, he made a new discovery. Besides fertilizing and watering, he could also steal vegetables from other people's homes. This piqued Xing's interest. Stealing vegetables, that's fun. Xing silently searched through all the spaces, noting down the ripening times. Xing chuckled as he looked at the timeline in his phone's memo. Great. Today is the day to get rich. Time's up. Steal vegetables. Yi Yun and the 7 little ones also opened a space, letting them cultivate a plot of land together. Chapter 331. After playing for a while, at the QQ farm, everyone returned to the shop. Xiangling, Little Evil God, and Mei had already prepared dinner. The sight of the table overflowing with delicious food made Pai Ming and Yunli's mouth water. Yunli glanced around and locked onto the cold pot skewers. Using all her might, Yunli squeezed in, squeezing herself next to the cold pot skewers, wiping the saliva from the corners of her mouth as she waited for the meal to begin. Pai Ming also found a good spot, squatting next to a roasted suckling pig, intending to monopolize it. Yi Yun stood in the middle, looking around. Everyone surrounded him, smiling at him. The open space to the side was filled with birthday gifts given to him by everyone. The gifts were so varied, of all kinds. Yi Yun was delighted to have so many people celebrating his birthday. In his previous life, after entering society, he had mostly celebrated his birthday alone. On his birthday, he'd take a day off from work, sleep in, get up, go out for a nice meal, wish himself a happy birthday, and finally return home to rest for the next day's work. Now, with so many friends gathered around him, he felt quite content. Yi Yun smiled at everyone. Everyone! Let's eat! Everyone hummed in agreement and began to eat. Aglaya, Tibeo, and Taiying also came to Yi Yun's birthday party. Tian didn't come. She was responsible for protecting Oma. Everyone had their food ready and found a place to sit and chat about some interesting things they encountered recently. Silver Wolf, Honkai Impact 3rd Bronya, and Star Rail Bronya sat at a table, looking at each other. Off to the side, Kiana, Hoshi, and Seal were all stunned. Kiana scouted Silver Wolf, then the two Bronias. Wow! You look so alike. Star Rail's Bronya was also shocked. How could someone in the world look so much like her? Silver Wolf and Honkai Impact 3RD's Bronya were fine. They already met before, and had been playing games together recently when they had free time. Amber pointed to the side where Mei, Yomi, Ing, and Shin were gathered, looking at each other in bewilderment. Mei and Yomi had met once before at Pinocchio. Mei looked at Ing and Shin. Hello, I'm Raiden Mei. How about you? Shin smiled and said. Hello, Mei, I'm Raiden Shin, and this is my sister, Raiden Ing. Ing then came over. You four all have the surname Raiden? Huang Quan, if I remember correctly, is also called Raiden or something like that. Huang Quan, upon hearing Ing mention him, said his own name. Raiden. Machiko Onomori. Mei. Ing remembered. Yes. That's the name, for Raiden girls? Honestly, I haven't met my counterparts yet, so I don't know what they're like. They should be pretty cool. Like, the ruler of a country, a saint, or something like that. Sora, who was standing nearby, heard Ing say this and immediately retorted. Your counterpart is definitely not like that. I think it's definitely some kind of gangster, the kind who's good at everything from drinking and smoking to perming her hair. Ing, noticing Kong mocking her, rolled up her sleeves without a word. Oh huh. Others get mad after 3 days of fighting, but you're already itching for it after just 1 day? Ying's fists creaked as she clenched them. Kong, remembering the beating he received in his own milk tea shop, winced and scurried off, rushing to sit next to Zhongli with his plate. Asmodeus had also prepared his meal and came over. Asmodeus asked Kiana. Kiana, want to play a couple of games later? Kiana agreed. The world of Honkai Impact 3rd was peaceful now, and Kevin, hidden in the Quantum Sea, hadn't made any movement yet. Sure, but aren't you moving? Do you have a place to go online? Asmodeus waved his hand nonchalantly. Yes, we're going straight to New Teyvat. I already moved the Hall of Rebirth, along with the people, land, and buildings. For Asmodeus, the most important place in all of Teyvat was the Hall of Rebirth Internet Cafe building. On the first day of Liua's relocation, Asmodeus moved the Hall of the Dead directly here. Kiana heard this. Oh, that's great. Let's go later. I haven't even explored New Liua yet. How's the scenery? Hu Tao, standing nearby, interjected. It's quite nice. Kuching and Sister Ningguang have meticulously designed it, preserving Liua's original natural beauty. The scenery from the mountain is truly breathtaking. Kiana heard this. We're free to venture into New Liua, right? Let's go for a stroll. Hu Tao heard this. Then tomorrow afternoon, we go for a stroll. Aglaia glanced at the crowd and chose to join Jean, Ningguang, Topple, Feitsue, and Fu Xian. Everyone, do you mind if I sit here? Jean smiled. You're welcome. Hello, my name is Jean, acting leader of the Knights of Favonius. Aglaia sat down. Hello, Jean, I'm Aglaia, from Omphalos. When Fu Xian heard the name Omphalos, he remembered Walter coming to him today to ask about Omphalos. Omphalos? Mr. Walter came to me today to inquire about information. He said March seemed to be frozen as soon as she arrived near you. I checked for March and found that she was encased in a substance called six-phase ice, which is extremely rare. Do you have any clues? Aglaia shook her head. I don't know about this either. I go back and look through the information and see if I can find anything. Fu Xian nodded. Yes, Aglaia asked. What were you talking about just now? Topa asked. We're discussing some cooperation matters. Let me introduce myself. I'm Topa from the Interstellar Peace Company. Aglaia, upon hearing this, looked Topa over carefully. Interstellar Peace Company? Mr. Donhung told me yesterday that you're the largest trading company in the universe? Topa nodded. We can certainly call ourselves the largest trading company, but in terms of quantity and quality, we can't compare to Yi Yun's small shop. Fu Xian, upon hearing this, said, Yi Yun's shop has an endless supply of goods. There's no need to compare. Our company already has a wide range of excellent products. For example, isn't the infrastructure work for New Teyvat primarily sourced from our company's equipment and raw materials? After speaking, Fu Xian looked at Aglaia. You can ask Topa if you need some basic supplies. She can give you a discount. Most importantly, trading with her only requires credit points, while with Yi Yun, you need star coins. As for star coins, anyone who knows about Yi Yun's shop would be eager to spend them. Chapter 332. Hearing this, Aglaia took out the phone Yi Yun had given her and added several people on WeChat. She could tell that these people were high-ranking officials in their respective factions. With the train arriving in Omphalos, Omphalos's contact with the outside world was inevitable. Aglaia felt this was a good thing. In just these 2 days of contact, Omphalos had gained unimaginable benefits. Not only had Teacher Tying gained an endless supply of vitality, but Xing had also helped to eliminate the followers of the Strife Titan, bringing a brief period of peace to Oma. Contact with the outside world wasn't as disastrous as previously imagined. Tabeo and Tining were eating with Kelly and the others. Tabeo, like a head of household, was caring for Kelly and the others alongside Yao Yao. Bai Lu observed this. Tabeo, Yao Yao, you guys should sit down and eat too. You don't have to help us. Tabeo smiled at this. Okay, I'll be right back after I make the juice. Tabeo ran off with a tray to make some juice, then gave a glass to each of Kelly and the others before sitting down to eat. Xing and Luing sat together. Xing glanced around, making sure no one else was paying attention, then whispered to Luing. Luing, we're going to steal some vegetables later. I think Zhongli, Uncle Yang, and the others will be the first to ripen. Luing frowned slightly at this. Isn't that a bad idea? Xing continued to persuade her. It's okay. This is just how you play QQ Farm. That's how you play. It's okay. Luing thought about it, and felt that Xing had a point. Stealing vegetables was indeed how you play QQ Farm. Luing nodded in agreement, and soon followed Xing to steal some vegetables. Time passed, and soon it was midnight. Xiangling and Mei cleared the table and placed Yiyun's birthday cake on it. Amidst the singing, Yiyun made a wish and blew out the candles. Just as Yiyun was about to cut the cake, he noticed Xing's expression, which looked like he was about to cause trouble. Looking again, Yiyun saw Xing wearing disposable gloves. No doubt he was going to smear the cake on his face. Yiyun took the initiative, cutting off a piece of cake and throwing it at Xing's face, just as she was about to attack. He hesitated too hard, and the cake flew out, getting stuck on the others. After a few seconds of silence, the cake war erupted. Yiyun, you have no moral integrity. You actually attacked me, the Galaxy Skyfire man. Hu Tao. Amber. Go. Avenge me. As the fight progressed, more and more people were drawn in, joining the fray. Seeing this, Tabeo quickly dragged Klee and the others away. The 9 children hid under the bar, watching the cake war with amusement. Look! General Jing Yuan's face is covered in cake, haha. Come on, brother Yiyun. Come on, brother Yiyun. Sister Hu Tao run. Sister Amber is catching up. Woohoo! Grandpa Zhongli finally got his cake. The little cuties were watching the cake war with gusto, when the little evil god suddenly popped his head out from over the bar, clutching 2 large pieces of cake. Oh, so you're here, hee, ha ha. Sandwich cake throw. Sandwich threw the cake in her hand directly at Tabeo and Bailu. Bailu wiped the cake off her face, and angrily looked at the little evil god. Sandwich. Klee. Hook. Let's go. Hook and Klee rushed over to the cake, grabbed both handfuls, and chased after the little evil god. Seeing this, the little evil god quickly ran away, with Bailu, Hook, Klee, and Diana in pursuit. Lily Ling saw this, and kicked the little evil god with a vicious kick just as he passed by. The little evil god turned around, and was about to taunt Bailu, and the others, when he suddenly felt his gaze shift upwards, and his body fell forward uncontrollably. The little evil god fell to the ground and looked around. Lily Ling. You done me a disservice. This became the little evil god's last words of the night. Bailu, Klee, Hook, and the others advanced, giving the little evil god a full-body massage with the cake. The little evil god was about to beg for mercy, when Chi-Chi slowly crouched down, holding a large apple. The little evil god's eyes met Chi-Chi's blank gaze. As the little evil god stared in horror, Chi-Chi stuffed the large apple into his mouth, only making grunting sounds. Haida stood calmly in the center of the battlefield. Because she was flanked by dozens of Black Tower puppets. The others simply couldn't break through the Black Tower Immortals' defenses. Xing, along with Luing, Amber, Hu Tao, Xiaolong, and the others, launched an attack, but alas, they were all repelled and ultimately fled covered in cake. Sunday cleverly hid in his room early. Just when he thought he escaped, a robin's voice echoed from the doorway. Brother. Are you here? You should be here, right? You're right here, right? Mockingbird opened the door and walked in with Funina, each holding a large cake and a kind smile on their faces. Funina was still fanning the flames. Sunday. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? I know. You must not have Mockingbird in your heart, that's why you didn't say goodbye to her. Humph. Zinjizawa keeps touching your belly. You don't have Mockingbird in your heart. Mockingbird looked at Funina in confusion. Funina, what does Zinjizawa mean by constantly touching your belly? Funina explained. Oh, this is a line from a detective mystery anime that Xing recommended to me. It means there's only one truth. Mockingbird heard this. Oh, I see. I get it. Brother, why did you leave without saying goodbye? Sunday swallowed hard. Mockingbird, let me explain. In the light of the room, the shadows of the two cakes grew larger and larger on Sunday's face. Snap! Hua hid under a table. Can't see Hua. No one can see Hua. Tail Uncle was speechless. Hua. Don't be a coward. Go out and do it. What are you afraid of? It's just a cake. Hua looked at Tail Uncle. That's easy to say. The cake didn't fall on Tail Uncle, it fell on me. I just dodged. Humph. Tail Uncle saw this. Then don't blame me. Tail Uncle flew out from under the table. Everyone come! Hua is hiding here. Come and hit her. Tail Uncle's voice instantly caught the attention of several people. Hua looked at Tail Uncle in disbelief. The tears I'm crying now are the water that got into my head back then. Everyone played until after 1 a.m. before calling a break. The entire store was filled with cake. An 18-layer cake, but no one took a single bite. Everyone ate it all up. Of course, except for Paimon, she wouldn't care even if someone threw the cake on her face. She would even be grateful for someone feeding her the cake. Chapter 333. Everyone, tired from playing, dispersed. To lull the others into silence, Xing pretended to go back to the treehouse to rest. Xing pried open the door a crack and peered into Topa, Jizi, and the others' rooms. Seeing that the lights in everyone else's rooms were off, Xing tiptoed out of the treehouse. Not long after, another figure slipped out of the treehouse. Xing and the figure that followed behind reunited at the foot of the treehouse. Let's go, Luing. Let's go steal some vegetables. The figure was Luing, and the two were about to embark on their thieving adventure. Xing and Luing arrived at the cave entrance. Xing placed his index finger on his lips, silencing them. Shh. Don't worry, I go check on the enemy first. Luing obediently squatted down, afraid to make any noise. Xing poked his head out of the cave, and the two of them huddled together at the entrance to take a look at what was happening in Yi Yun's shop. The shop would leave several night lights on at night, allowing for a clear view of the interior. Xingzi scanned the area carefully, confirming no one was around before entering with Luing. Little did they know, a pair of eyes were secretly watching them. Just as they were about to enter the gate of Cuckoo Farm, a pair of hands rested on their shoulders. Xing. Luing. What are you doing so late at night? A sinister voice came from behind them, startling them both. Xing instinctively leaned forward and slapped the soft touch. A scream echoed from inside the shop. Ouch! Xing and Luing looked closer, and saw the little evil god lying on the ground, crying with one hand covering his face. Sandwich sauce. Why are you here in Yi Yun's shop so late at night? Xing asked, puzzled. The little evil god sobbed twice. I was just about to ask you. Why did you run out here in the middle of the night? And you slapped me. I'm telling you, this slap wouldn't be justified without 100 star coins in compensation. Xing rolled his eyes at the little evil god. Sandwich, you scared us first, okay? I just instinctively retaliated. If anyone's to blame, it's you who scared us first. Luing echoed from the side. That's right, you scared us first. The little evil god didn't care about that. She just wanted compensation. I don't care. You have to pay for my medical expenses, or I tell everyone tomorrow about you sneaking into the store. Xing and Luing were instantly caught in a dilemma. They had come to steal vegetables, and they couldn't let anyone know. There was no other choice but to spend money to avoid disaster. Xing took out 100 star coins and handed them to the little evil god. He accepted them contentedly and asked, By the way, what are you guys doing in the store so late? Xing asked. We're here to steal some vegetables. What do you mean? Together? The little evil god instantly piqued his interest when he heard about stealing vegetables. Great. I'm a demon, and stealing vegetables is exactly what I do. Let's go! Xing, Luing, and the little evil god slipped through the QQ farm portal. As soon as they entered, Xing opened his friend list and began stealing vegetables, one after another, stealing whatever he could. Xing first arrived at Amber's farm, and immediately saw the golden wheat in the field. Xing walked over and pressed the steel button above the wheat. The next second, an additional unit of wheat appeared in Xing's farm space. Inside the QQ farm, Everyone has their own dedicated farm space, used solely for storing items related to the farm. The three of them spent over half an hour just stealing vegetables. After Xing finished stealing, she immediately sold all her wheat, along with the stolen goods. 1 unit of wheat sells for 5-star coins, and Xing currently has 70 units of wheat. Tonight, she earned 350 star coins. This is only for level 1 crops. As the crops reach higher levels, the value will naturally increase. For example, Xing's newly planted crops have reached level 2, allowing her to grow grass, which costs 10 star coins per unit. Also, there's a reminder that at level 3, a ranch will become available, allowing her to raise animals and earn money. Xing collected the 350 star coins and quietly slipped back to the treehouse to rest. The next day arrived. As everyone eagerly prepared to harvest their wheat, they suddenly collapsed. Xiangling was completely paralyzed. Which by **** stole 3 whole units of my wheat. That's a whole lot. I only have 10 units on my plot, woo-woo. As soon as Xiangling said this, Amber, Chike, and the others immediately followed suit. That's right. 3 units are missing from my plot too. It's the same with mine. They didn't get into a fight, did they? Everyone nodded. It was obvious that 3 units of wheat were missing from everyone's plot. Hu Tao clenched her fists. Damn it! Who's so wicked as to steal our wheat? Yiyun smiled. That's easy. Just look at who's still asleep at this hour. Everyone stayed up late last night. If they stayed up again to steal some food, they probably wouldn't be able to get up early in the morning. Or, you could check each farm to see who's planted new crops, and that way we can identify them. Hu Tao thought this made sense. She looked around and noticed something was amiss. Where's Xing? She's still up at this hour? Impossible? Doesn't she have other things to do today? Xiangling was surprised. Xing must be one of them. Who are the other 2? Just then, Zhongli emerged from the QQ farm portal. No need to guess. The remaining 2 are Luing and Xiao Xieshan. Hu Tao was curious. Kiching, how did you know? Zhongli said. I just checked everyone's farms, and only Xing, Luing, and Xiao Xieshan planted their crops yesterday morning. The vegetable stealing function only allows 1 unit to be stolen at a time. Therefore, there must have been 3 perpetrators last night, so... Xiangling heard Zhongli say this. That's a perfect match. 3 people. Everyone's missing 3 units. And there's still time to plant. They must have harvested their own crops after stealing them and planted new ones. Everyone thought this made sense and clamored to go to the treehouse to defeat Xing and Luing. Xing was still sprawled out on the bed, soundly asleep, when the door suddenly kicked open. Even Lightning Wolf was startled, howling. She cried out incessantly. Hu Tao waved her hand, and Qin Ke and Amber tied Xing up with a rope. Xing woke up at this moment and was stunned by the ropes. No! Sisters, you left so quickly. Are you targeting me as a vegetable thief? Hu Tao and the others carried Xing to the store for their trial. The little evil god was also captured and was now tied to the ground with a rope, lying like a cricket pupa. As for Lu Ying, she confessed her crime in a timely manner and returned the star coins to everyone, so she was spared punishment after a verbal lecture from Elio. Chapter 334. Xing and the little evil god accepted the crowd's judgment and returned the money they had earned from stealing vegetables. Xing was visibly upset. How had he been caught? Damn it! If he had known better, he wouldn't have stolen so much. He would have robbed just a few houses, and maybe he wouldn't have been caught. Afterwards, everyone stayed on the train for a while before leaving the store. Xing and Danheng went to Amphalos, preparing to join Xia Dai, Bai Yi, and the others in their search for the Titan of Ages. Kiana followed Asmodeus, and Hu Tao back to New Liyue. Over half an hour later, Kiana, Hu Tao, and Asmodeus were strolling the streets of New Liyue. As they walked, Hu Tao heard someone calling her. Turning back, she saw the young man waving at her from a nearby bridge. The lady was beside him, quietly observing Hu Tao and the others. Hu Tao approached. Oh, why are you here? Are you going to New Solstice? The young master spread his hands helplessly. It can't be helped. The queen has assigned the lady and me to the Northern Bank branch in New Liyue. The young master certainly wanted to go back. He hadn't seen his siblings in ages. Uncle Rooster said he has someone send his siblings to New Liyue in a few days so they could meet. Hu Tao exchanged pleasantries with the two, then said goodbye to Asmodeus and Kiana and went shopping. The lady quietly watched Hu Tao go away, and the young master, observing this, couldn't help but tease. Do you remember the time you caused trouble at the Hall of the Dead? The lady's face darkened instantly. Of course she remembered. Even though she had surrendered, she was still single-handedly suppressed by the silver wolf. The young master, seeing this, continued his teasing. What do you mean? Do you still dare to go? Do it again? You're the Madam Executive. The lady rolled her eyes at the young man, snorted, and turned away. Going to the Hall of Rebirth to cause trouble again? I'm afraid you're just going to die. The few guests currently on display at the Hall of Rebirth are no match for him. Even if the queen came, it probably wouldn't work, right? Rimuru sighed. After convening a meeting with Benimaru and the others, he entered the portal and headed to Yi Yun's shop. According to the Dryads, the pig-headed emperor's army had begun to move. Their target was the swamp wetlands where the lizardmen lived. Rimuru came to Yi Yun's shop to buy some weapons and equipment. To be honest, after listening to Benimaru and the Dryads' descriptions of the pig-headed emperor, Rimuru felt a bit intimidated and felt a bit outmatched. So, he planned to go to Yi Yun's shop to spend some money and strengthen himself. Rimuru hopped into Yi Yun's shop and found Noel. Noel, I want to buy something. Noel, who was cleaning, put down his broom. Okay, this way, Mr. Rimuru. Noel led Rimuru to the small bar. Rimuru hopped onto a high stool and browsed the screen. He still had over 900,000 star coins, left over from his last exchange of magic crystal ore. Rimuru looked for a long time, but couldn't find anything he liked, so he asked the Great Sage. Great Sage, do you have any recommendations? Information. I suggest purchasing powerful creatures to devour and gain powerful abilities. Rimuru thought the Great Sage's advice made sense, so he did some research and decided to buy some powerful creatures. Finally, Rimuru spent 500,000 star coins to purchase a dragon cub from a medium plane. Item, Dragon Cub. Description, a descendant of a dragon, a top creature from a certain medium plane, born with extremely powerful skills. Skill 1, Dragon Power. Activating it increases your strength tenfold. Skill 2, Dragon Body. Activating it increases your defense tenfold and grants you immunity to poisons. Skill 3, Dragon Flame. An active skill that releases extremely hot flames. Price, 500,000 star coins. Rimuru tossed 500,000 star coins into the coin slot, and a dragon egg appeared before him. Rimuru returned to his own world with the dragon egg and devoured it. The voice of a great sage suddenly echoed in his mind. Notice. Devour an unknown egg to gain the skills Dragon Power, Dragon Body, and Dragon Flame. Detected to have the skill Black Flame. After fusing with Dragon Flame, it will become Black Dragon Flame. Detected to have the skill Iron Body. After fusing with the Dragon Body, it transforms into Iron Dragon Body. After the Great Sage's voice faded, Rimuru decided to try out his newly acquired skill. Rimuru extended his hand. Black Dragon Flame. Instantly, a mighty black flame erupted from Rimuru's hand. Everywhere the black flame passed, it reduced to ash, and its speed of spread was incredibly rapid. In a matter of seconds, everything Rimuru saw was reduced to scorched earth. Rimuru quickly withdrew his hand, stunned by the devastation his skill had wrought. Isn't this skill a bit too powerful? However, with this skill, he no longer had to worry about the pig-headed emperor. Rimuru had just returned to camp after experimenting with his skills, when he saw a group of lizardmen blocking the entrance to his camp. The leading lizardman looked like he was ready to challenge Kabuta in a duel. Benimaru, what are you doing? Rimuru approached and asked Benimaru. Benimaru bowed slightly. Mr. Rimuru, this is Gabiru from the lizardmen tribe. He wants us to follow them to the wetlands to fight against the pig-headed emperor's army. Rimuru heard this. An alliance? Not impossible. Gabiru shook his head at Rimuru's description. Not an alliance, but our powerful lizardmen warriors protecting you, the weaker race. Be thankful. Gabiru's 3 followers also cheered for him. Gabiru. 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 Rimuru's forehead was covered with a cold sweat. He had a feeling this guy wasn't quite right. Gabiru glanced at Rimuru with disdain. This guy is your master? You're kidding, right? Impossible. He's just a tiny slime. Benimaru and the others flew into a rage upon hearing this. Damn it! How dare this guy insult his master? Bai Lao looked at Kabuta. Gobta, be more careful. Kabuta understood. Yes, master. Gabiru howled and attacked Kabuta, his words snarling. Kabuta dodged Gabiru's attack by simply leaning slightly. By the time Gabiru reacted, Kabuta had already leaped from the shadows behind him, striking him hard on the back of the head with his mace. Gabiru fainted instantly. Rimuru sighed. Not only is he a wimp, but he's also pretending. This guy is definitely going to suffer in the future. Rimuru looked at Gabilu's 3 followers, who were standing there with their mouths agape with shock. Take him back. I send someone to discuss the alliance with you. Chapter 335. On the train, 8 p.m., inside Yi-Yun's shop. Mimi, Mimi! Mimi flew around the shop. GZ, Yi-Yun, and the others all stared at the little creature. Lu Ying asked curiously. Xing, what is Mimi talking about? Xing translated. Mimi is saying this place is beautiful. She's never seen this style of decor before. It feels so cozy, and she loves it. GZ was a little surprised to hear Xing understand Mimi. Xing, you understand Mimi? Xing nodded as if it was a matter of course. Yes, don't you understand? GZ, Yi-Yun, and the others shook their heads. Seeing this, Xing pondered. That's strange. Dan Heng pondered. Maybe it's because you brought Mimi back. You stood there in a daze for a while, and when you came to your senses, Mimi suddenly appeared next to you. Xing agreed with Dan Heng. That's probably it. At this moment, Mimi flew over to Xing with a bottle of ice cola and pointed at it curiously. Mimi? Xing smiled, and then opened the ice cola in Mimi's hand. This is Coke, a drink. You can try it. It's delicious. Mimi took the Coke with both hands, sniffed it curiously, and then took a small sip. The feeling of bubbles dancing in her mouth made Mimi's eyes light up, and she took another sip. Mimi happily spun around holding the ice cola a few times, then took another sip. Her expression was clearly filled with joy. Xing smiled at this. Drink slowly, don't choke. Mimi smiled sweetly. Mimi! Xiaomi, the little fire monkey, was instantly filled with jealousy upon seeing this. Xiaomi stamped her feet in anger, ran to the bar, grabbed a bottle of ice cola, and ran to Xing's side, tugging at her with her little hands. Mika! Mika! Xing noticed Xiaomi and reached out to touch her head. You want some too? Xiaomi, come on, I open it for you. Xing helped Xiaomi open the flip-top lid and handed her the ice cola. Xiaomi leaned against Xing's legs, happily sipping the ice cola. As she drank, she gave Mimi a smug look. Xiaomi, seeing this, followed Xiaomi's example and asked Xing to open a bottle of ice cola, then leaned against Xing's other side and drank it. Jeezy smiled at this. Xiaomi and the little fire monkey were two such jealous little creatures. Yi-Yun looked at Xiaomi and Charmeleon and remembered a forgotten plan. Pokemon contest. By the way, everyone, I'm planning to hold a Pokemon contest. Anyone interested can sign up. The champion's prize is a god-level Pokemon egg, capable of hatching a Pokemon at least on Rio's level. Xing was stunned upon hearing this. Is the prize so generous? Yi-Yun nodded. Of course, because I'm planning to make it bigger this time. I have Tappa help promote it, so there's bound to be a lot of participants. Paimon, go get Tappa for me. Paimon, who was eating a bag of potato chips, flew to Tappa's office and soon emerged with Tappa. Tappa approached Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun, you're looking for me? Yi-Yun said. I'd like to do business with you. I'm planning to hold a Pokemon competition, and would like you to help me promote it and sell Pokemon Essence. I give you 20% of the stellar jade I earn from selling Essence. How's that? Tappa agreed without hesitation. Such a good deal? This is a big deal. It's a deal. I find jade and gold dust right away. Yi-Yun smiled and nodded. Well, the competition is scheduled for 3 days from now. As for the venue, you jade and gold dust can help me choose it. Tappa shook his bangs. Leave it to me. I definitely make it a beautiful event. Tappa ran back to the reception room without looking back. Jade was inside. Since Jade arrived on the train, she worked every day in the simple office that Tappa had set up in the reception room. As for Gold Dust, she would occasionally visit the train when she had some free time, but she spent most of her time developing things at the Happy Ball. After listening to Yi-Yun and Tappa's conversation, Xing jumped up from the sofa, grabbed Xiaomi and Charmander, and ran towards Rios. Rios, dozing off, heard the noise and opened his eyes. What he saw was Xing's fawning face, which startled Rios. What are you doing? Xing chuckled. A favor. Can you help me train Xiaomi and Charmander? Rios thought it was a big deal. In that case, I can tell you the method. You have to train them yourself. Xing pulled out his phone and looked at Rios expectantly. You tell me, I take notes. Rios saw this. As for Charmeleon, it's best to train it in the volcano. Its attack is primarily with its arms, so it could be specialized for that. As for Xiao Xiao, I never seen a Pokemon like her, but I do know how to train light Pokemon. You can take Xiao Xiao to a place with abundant sunlight. Light Pokemon naturally have a skill that absorbs light to strengthen themselves. Xing took note of every word Rio said, then rushed directly into the Black Tower space station portal with Xiao Xiao and Charmeleon. She planned to ask Esther if there were any planets that met the two conditions Rios had just described. Over at Toppa, she and Jade were video conference with Gold Dust. Jade took a sip of her black tea and slowly set it down. We can earn a lot of money from this partnership. Little Yelena did a great job. Gold Dust laughed a few times. That's right, this time, the three of us are going to make a killing, Toppa said. As for the prizes, Yiyun's divine spirit essence alone probably wouldn't be very appealing. I think we could offer something else as a prize. What do you think? Gold Sand agreed immediately. Trading things you can buy with credit points for star coins is a win-win situation. I agree. Fei Chui also agreed. As Gold Sand said, how could something you can buy with credit points compare to the value of star coins? Star coins, they truly can change a person's fate. Just look at how many people have changed their lives by spending star coins in Yiyun's shop. Powerful strength, a healthy body, a long life, the ability to resurrect old friends, and so on. Toppa wasn't surprised to see the two agree. They were both intelligent people who could easily understand the situation. That's the prize matter. Next, there's the matter of the venue. Yiyun asked us to help him find a competition venue. Chapter 336. Gold Dust pondered. Are you sure? A venue? That's easy. How about I keep it here? This little ball of joy is quite suitable. I'm sure Aha and Fireworks would agree. Are you sure? Gold Dust nodded. Sure. It's a good opportunity to promote the tourism project I'm developing. Emerald, she thought, agreeing. She and Toppa were also involved in Gold Dust's project, each holding a certain percentage of shares. Okay, it's settled then. You be responsible for the venue, I be responsible for promotion, and Toppa will be responsible for selling essence. Any questions? If not, then we adjourn. Enter the little ball of joy. Gold Dust hung up the video call, looked out the window at the beautiful scenery, and left the office to discuss this matter with Fireworks. Gold Dust arrived at the entrance of the Joy Theater and saw Sanbing, the ticket seller. Although the Joy Theater hadn't officially opened yet, it still had several performances daily. Shajin's employees would come over whenever they had free time, acting as guinea pigs to test the performance of each play. Sanbing asked impatiently. 5,000 credits a ticket, how many do you want? Shajin shook his head. I'm here to see Huahua, not to see the show. With that, Shajin walked straight into the joyful theater. Sanbing snorted at the incoming figure and continued selling tickets. As Shajin was about to enter the theater, he glanced back at Sanbing, sighed, and shook his head. This friend really doesn't learn his lesson. Of all the employees at the joyful theater, Sanbing was now the most rebellious, practically receiving a lecture from Huahua every day. Judging by the way things are going today, I'm probably going to get scolded again tonight. Golden Sand walked down the hallway and arrived at Hanabi's office. Hanabi's office was decorated in an artistic style, with paintings on the walls and numerous musical instruments on the floor. Hanabi, wearing a small beret and round glasses with black rims, sat in a chair, writing a script. Director Hua, are you busy? Golden Sand leaned against the doorway and looked at Hanabi. Hanabi looked up and was slightly surprised to see Golden Sand. Isn't that little peacock? Aren't you supposed to be busy with development? How did you find time to come to my place? Hanabi sat up straight, folded her arms, crossed her legs, and looked at Golden Sand with a teasing expression. Golden Sand smiled. I come to discuss something with you. Yiyun wants to hold a Pokemon competition. Regarding the venue, I let Toppa, Jade, and I help with promotion and sales. We also be responsible for the venue. I like the Happy Ball to be the venue for this Pokemon competition. What do you think? Huahua was shocked. Pokemon competition? That would be fun. Okay. I agree. Oh, and I want to participate too. Where can I get Pokemon? Goldust said. You need to buy them from Yiyun. You can go to his shop when you have time. Huahua nodded in agreement. Then I go now. Huahua jumped up from her chair and bounded out. Goldust suddenly spoke. By the way, I have something to tell you. The ticket seller at your door is very rude. Huahua's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. I see. I give him some good training tonight. See you later. Gold Sand didn't linger any longer. I had to start setting up the venue. Among other things, the final elimination rounds would definitely take place there. The early auditions didn't matter, any open space would do. As for Yiyun, he also sent a message in the group chat. Jingyuan, Zhongli, Asmodeus, and the others had almost all arrived at the store to buy Pokemon. Hanabi had Aha open a portal and arrived at the store. Hello everyone. Long time no see, everyone. Hanabi greeted everyone. Ing saw Hanabi and waved. Hanabi, you're here too? Hanabi nodded. Of course. This time, the Pokemon contest will be held in my little married ball. Of course, I have to buy a Pokemon to participate. By the way, have you bought your Pokemon? Ing grabbed Paimon. Hey, this is my Pokemon, Paimon. Paimon was bewildered. He'd just been eating an apple when he was suddenly grabbed. From what Ing said, was he trying to get me into a fight? Paimon pouted and huffed. Ing, I'm not a Pokemon. I'm your friend. Ing pulled Amber and Eula over. Hey, you're still trying to get your head around it. Ask Amber and Eula if you're a Pokemon. Paimon, seeing this, turned to Amber and Eula. Amber, Eula, I'm not a Pokemon, am I? Amber and Eula were about to nod, but suddenly, noticing Ing, who was constantly hinting at them from behind Paimon, they changed their tune. Isn't Paimon a Pokemon? Yes, Amber, I think Paimon is a Pokemon too. There's nothing wrong with her participating in the competition. Paimon felt so wronged. You're all bullying me. I don't want to fight. My fighting power is only 1/5 of a wild boar's. Himiko smiled and picked Paimon up. It's okay, it's okay. Paimon isn't a Pokemon. Paimon is our friend. The three of them were just teasing you. Paimon leaned against Himiko, glaring at Ing, Amber, and Eula. Humph. You three scoundrels. I'm ignoring you. Amber was about to apologize when Ing suddenly reached out and stopped her, confidently pulling out a bag of bear cookies. Come on, Paimon, are you still angry? Paimon's eyes instantly sparkled. Wow. It's a bear biscuit. Paimon flew over to Ing, ripped the bear biscuit package open, picked up a biscuit, and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. Ing turned to look at Amber and Eula, raising an eyebrow. How was it? Amber and Eula gave him a thumbs up. Awesome, you're the one. Himiko smiled helplessly at Paimon. This little guy was bribed by a bag of cookies. Hanabi watched the fun for a while, then ran to the bar, and spent a lot of money on a high-level essence. Hanabi went to the incubator, and put the high-level essence in it. Checking the time, she saw it would take another 10 hours. So, Hanabi ran into Silver Wolf's private room to play some games with him. She planned to wait until her Pokemon hatched before returning to the Joy Theater. With Aha around, nothing would go wrong at the Joy Theater. At Yi Yun's shop, everyone who bought essence, except for those in high positions like Fu Xian, was waiting for their Pokemon to hatch. Not long after, Rimuru also came running over. After hearing about the Pokemon contest, he excitedly joined in. Chapter 337. Xing sighed. She arrived at the Black Tower space station and landed in the Black Tower laboratory. She looked around but didn't see Black Tower 1 Mei or anyone else. Where have they all gone? These geniuses aren't actually staying in the lab to do their research? Xing walked out of the lab and wandered around. When she reached the platform, she was shocked by the scene before her. Outside the platform, in the star field, hundreds of warships were ready to go. On the platform, countless spherical robots with arms and legs, each wielding triangular lightsabers, were boarding the warships in an orderly manner. Oh my god, are we going to fight? Xing ran towards the retreating Esther, holding Xiao Enai and the little fire monkey. When she reached Esther, Xing slammed on the brakes. Esther, who are you going to fight? Esther heard this. Xing, you're just in time. Mr. Screwgrum bought a few idiots a while ago, remember? Through careful research, he's taught them to warp into these warships and robots. Now, he's planning to lead this fleet of purely robots to destroy a Zerg swarm. Do you want to join? Xing exclaimed in admiration. Oh my goodness, Screwgrum is worthy of him. He assembled a fleet without making a sound. Amazing, go! Of course I'm going. I love these kinds of grand occasions. By the way, do you mind if I call a few people over? Esther heard this. You should ask Mr. Screwgrum about that. After all, this fleet belongs to him. Who gets to board these warships needs his approval. Xing nodded in understanding, and took out her phone to take a few photos of the fleet and post them in the group chat. Galaxy Skyfireman, picture, JPG, at Screwgum, you're going to fight the Zerg, right? I want to go too. Screwgum, of course I'd be honored. Anyone interested can head to the Black Tower space station platform and wait. The fleet will depart in half an hour. I will ignite the Starry Sea. Fleet. Zerg. Battle. I'm ready. Inazuma Military Advisor. Why does the username above sound weird? It doesn't sound right. Walter, please take me with you. At Star, take some more photos of the robots boarding the ship. Star, okay, Uncle Yang. Screwgum, Mr. Walter, are you also interested in these purifiers? Walter, are these robots called purifiers? That's a great name. Screwgum, each of these purifier mechs has an independent internal intelligence system. When a mech loses its combat effectiveness, its internal intelligence system automatically returns to the data center. In other words, the purifier mechs can continuously learn and grow stronger through combat. Real name online. Is this purifier mech really that powerful? I go check it out. Director Topa at Screwgum, Mr. Screwgum, can you sell me a few? Soon, many people in the group arrived at the platform and boarded the spaceship that Screwgum had sent to pick them up. After boarding the spaceship, Walter, Jingyuan, Zhongli, and Huayan gathered around the purifier mech to observe it. The purifier mech's design was truly stunning. Golden markings graced its silver-white body, and its arms were adorned with ornate armor. Walter tested the strength of the purifier's lightsaber. Let's put it this way, a piece of steel, considered the finest quality in the Star Rail universe, was neatly cut in half with a single strike from the purifier. Soon, the spaceship brought everyone to the flagship. As soon as they disembarked, they saw the long-awaited Screwgum, accompanied by 4 small probes. Welcome to the flagship, the Spear of Adon. It's a great honor. Xing was incredibly excited. Interstellar Wars. He had never seen anything like this before, a massive fleet scale clash. Screw, come here. When do we depart? Screwgum gestured. This way, please. Ms. Haida and Ms. Ruan may have been waiting. We be ready to depart immediately. Screwgum led everyone to the command room. Seeing them, Haida said, You're finally here? A genius's time is precious. Screwgum, let's get going. Screwgum nodded slightly. He walked over to the control console, saw that all the warships were ready, and gave the order. All units, move out immediately. Target, Warfang system. At a command from Screwgum, hundreds of warships carrying millions of purifiers began to move. Xing, Amber, and the others leaned against the window, excitedly watching the massive fleet around them. Frog fun. Awesome. Fleet. Attack. Look over there. So many bird-like ships. Screwgum introduced. Those are Phoenix fighters. They can reach the speed of light, and are equipped with a gravity traction device that can trap targets in a gravity sphere. Then, for particle machine guns are used to destroy the target. After hearing this, Xing exclaimed, Amazing. Lightspeed. However, to enter lightspeed mode, the Phoenix fighter will lose its ability to operate. Jingyuan said, hearing this. This is also very powerful. When faced with an overwhelming danger, this method can help us escape the disaster. Walter pointed to another warship with giant claws, like a longhorn beetle. What kind of warship is that? Screwgum introduced. That's the Storm warship. Its tactical position is the heavy firepower unit of the fleet. It can unleash extremely destructive electromagnetic cannons. Screwgum continued to explain the various warships in the fleet. After listening, Jingyuan and the others couldn't help but look at the probe at Screwgum's feet. These little guys, surprisingly, created an entire fleet in such a short time. This is a bit too outrageous. The fleet's speed continued to increase, and soon reached a threshold. At Screwgum's command, the entire fleet immediately entered warp mode. The Spear of Adon, where they were stationed, fired an energy cannon, which exploded in front of the fleet, forming a stargate for them to jump through. The fleet formed an orderly formation and entered the stargate. 10 minutes later. Zygo System. Zygo System, a star system occupied by the remnants of the breeding Zerg. The Zerg swarm in the entire system numbered tens of billions. This Zerg had lived here for centuries, living and working in peace and contentment, enjoying their life as Zergs. Until today, this tranquility was broken. A stargate opened at the edge of the system, and a massive fleet emerged. The moment the fleet emerged from the stargate, it immediately launched an attack on the surrounding Zerg. Cannons from various warships roared, barraging the surrounding planets with artillery fire. Phoenix fighters shuttled between planets, swiftly annihilating the Zerg swarm, their speed seemingly slowed down before them. Furthermore, the system was controlled by an intelligent system, making human error virtually impossible. Chapter 338. The Zerg swarmed deep within the Zerg Fang galaxy, sensed the movement, and took flight, charging towards the fleet. Jingyuan, observing this, looked at Screwgum. Mr. Screwgum, aren't you commanding the fleet? The Zerg horde is approaching. Screwgum shook his head. No need. Everything is as planned. The intelligent system database has already made preparations. As Screwgum finished his words, the gun barrels of the fleet's 12 storm warships frantically gathered energy. In a flash, 12 violent electromagnetic energy balls appeared at the gun barrels of the 12 storm warships. Then, the 12 storm warships fired a volley at the oncoming Zerg horde. Seconds later, 12 electromagnetic energy beams erupted among the Zerg horde. Across the starry sky, they shone like fireworks. The fleet's 6 aircraft carriers immediately launched 600 unmanned interceptor drones, equipped with 2 particle laser cannons, and capable of reaching speeds of up to Mach 20. 600 interceptor drones charged toward the Zerg swarm, their smaller size allowing them to avoid Zerg attacks to a greater extent. Soon, the storm warship completed its second charge and launched electromagnetic energy bombs at the Zerg swarm. After these waves of attacks, the Zerg swarm completely lost its threat to the mothership, its main force largely destroyed. At this point, all warships began to airdrop large numbers of purifiers to cleanse the surface of the Zerg. Screwgum brought up a screen showing 6 purifier mechs cautiously navigating a ruin. Suddenly, Dingen trembled, and a large number of Zerg swarms surged from all directions. One of the purifier mechs quickly pulled out a crystal and placed it on the ground. Then, 6 people summoned twin laser swords and stood back to back, shielding the crystal behind them. Bugs, die! The 6 men swiftly swung their laser swords, slaughtering the swarm at breakneck speed. Seeing this, Luing couldn't help but recall memories of the past. She and her teammates had fought against the swarm like this, back to back. More and more swarms of insects surged forward, and the 6 purifier mechs were overwhelmed and began to lose strength. Even though they were about to be destroyed, they would use their last bit of strength to attack the swarm. After the first wave of attacks, only 1 purifier mech remained, the other 5 being dismantled to pieces. Seeing this, Luing couldn't help herself. Mr. Screwgum, please tell me the location of the purifier mech warrior on the screen. Screwgum looked at Luing, understanding her thoughts. You want to save it? Luing nodded resolutely. Yes, Screwgum said. Leaving the command room, turn right, and you find the preparation hall. There's a warp device there. Once the crystal is fully charged, you can warp there with the other purifiers. Luing thanked him, and turned to leave the command room. Xing, Amber, and Hudao followed. Xing called out to Luing, who was standing in front of her. Luing, wait for us. We go together. Luing paused and turned to look at Xing and the others. Hudao said. Even I, the Hall Master, was deeply moved by those purifiers. They refused to surrender, even at the cost of their lives. Xing nodded. That's right. Even I want to help, Xing said. We're good friends. How can I let you go alone? We bear this hardship together. Luing glanced at everyone with a smile. Okay, we take it together. Luing, Xing, Hudao, and the others arrived safely at the preparation hall and, led by a purifier mech, stepped onto the warp platform. Soon, the warp platform beneath their feet glowed, and several of them were enveloped in the light, disappearing on the spot. In the preparation hall, more and more purifier mechs also boarded the warp platforms and headed for the front lines. At the very edge of the Wormfong Galaxy, on the Wormshell planet, within Death Canyon. This was the very battlefield that Screwgum had just played. The last purifier mech slowly stood up. After the recent battle, its energy was running low. Watching the slowly approaching, predatory insects, the purifier mech summoned 2 laser swords again, ready to face its doom. Just then, a series of loud noises suddenly echoed around them. The crystal had fully charged, and beams of light crashed to the ground. Luing, Xing, Hudao, and Ing emerged from the beams of light, leading thousands of purifier mechs. Behind him, more and more pillars of light appeared, filling the mountains and plains. Luing, clutching her transformation device, murmured, I dreamed of a scorched earth. A new bud emerged from the earth. It blossomed in the morning sun, whispering to me, Firefly to the flames, living towards death. Luing transformed into Sam, leading the purifiers in a charge against the Zerg. The 2 armies clashed, and every second, people lived and Zerg perished. In the command room, Fu Xian was puzzled. Why send such a small team ahead to the surface of a Zerg-infested planet? Isn't that just sending them to their deaths? Jing Yuan explained. Sir Fu, this strategy is the correct one. The Zerg are all capable of flight, and can engage in aerial combat. If they were to board landing craft, one would undoubtedly be sunk. Then, the purifier mechs within would be depleted and damaged before reaching the battlefield. Look at the data displayed over there. The moment the fleet passed through the Stargate, a small number of landing craft were immediately deployed. Of these, only 13 successfully landed. And that was before the Zerg could react. If the Zerg had already reacted, a larger deployment would likely have resulted in even greater losses. Reaching the battlefield directly via warp would have greatly reduced casualties. Fu Xian, after listening to Jing Yuan's explanation, understood. So that's how it is. This is indeed a very sound strategic plan. Seeing that Fu Xian understood the reasoning, Jing Yuan said, Mr. Fu, this is a rare opportunity. Watch carefully, listen carefully, and think carefully. Observing this kind of large-scale, legionary combat will rapidly improve your military command abilities. Fu Xian nodded at this, observing the battle with utmost concentration. Jing Lu said to Yan Qing and Yunli behind him. You two should go down too. Whoever kills the fewest insect swarms will not be allowed to practice swordsmanship for a day. Yan Qing and Yunli immediately became enraged at Jing Lu's words. For Yan Qing and Yunli, practicing swordsmanship with Jing Lu was a rare and precious opportunity. If Yunli had to choose between Chuan Chuan and practicing swordsmanship, she would choose Jing Lu. This was the former sword master, the swordsman who had left countless legends. The two exchanged glances, snorted coldly, and left the command room, preparing to warp to the front lines. Jing Yuan was relieved to see the two men leave. Yan Qing and Yunli had made rapid progress under Jing Lu's guidance. Their current strength was such that even high-level Fate Walkers might not be their match. Chapter 339. On the Insect Shell Planet. Luing, Xing, Hutao, Amber, and Ying led a ragtag army of purifier mechs in a frantic advance. 3/4 of the planet had already been purified, with the remaining insect swarms huddled on the last continent, desperately resisting. Blood and flesh flew everywhere as the two sides clashed. A purifier mech charged, leaving a trail of afterimages behind. The next second, it appeared above an insect, looming large, pinning it beneath its body. Its laser blade pierced the insect's skull from bottom to top. After dispatching the insect in front of it, the purifier mech quickly rose and charged towards the next one. Luing soared high into the air and launched a powerful kick towards the center of the insect swarm. Seeing this, Xing quickly followed, gathering flames from the Holy Skyfire Judgment in his hand. When Xing landed, he would instantly clear a hollow space in the insect swarm. Amber bent her bow, drew her arrow, and shot a bug, then wiped the sweat from her forehead. There were so many bugs. Amber had never tried to draw her bow so many times in a single day. She felt extremely exhausted, her chest heaving violently. Eula, noticing this, came over to Amber. Amber, how are you? Amber paused and said, I'm fine, just a little tired. I'd be fine after a while. At that moment, dozens of purifier mechas suddenly surrounded them, protecting them. Eula and Amber, looking at the steel-clad purifier mechas around them, felt a sudden sense of security. Screwgum had modified the purifier database. Its first rule was to protect humanity. A little over 20 minutes later, the insect swarm on the insect shell planet had been completely eradicated. Luing, Xing, and the others were warped back to the Spear of Adden. In the command room, a star map projected onto the center of the hall. This map was the map of the Zerg Fong galaxy. On it, numerous green and red dots appeared. Each green dot represented a friendly unit, and each red dot represented a Zerg swarm. Currently, the green dots had occupied the entire periphery of the Zerg Fong galaxy, completely blocking any escape routes. The remaining Zerg swarms huddled around the largest planet, Zerg King, preparing for the final decisive battle. Unfortunately, the purifiers were not engaging them in a decisive battle. They simply needed to ensure that no escape route was open for the Zerg. Jing Yuan glanced at the battlefield. The outcome is set. Next, it's checkmate. With the purifier fleet in this formation, there was only one thing left to do. That was to barrage the ground with artillery fire. As expected, soon, all the warships and fighters began charging, preparing to launch a strike against Zerg King. The Zerg noticed the anomaly, but it was too late. The initial battle was simply to ensure no Zerg could escape. The later stages were a barrage of artillery and bombardment. The Zerg Fong system was populated solely by Zerg. There were no civilians. Over 100 warships unleashed their combined fire, striking Zerg King planet from all sides, and the entire planet began to shatter. After a little over a minute, even the planet's core was exposed. Finally, the explosion unfolded, reducing every Zerg in the system to shreds under the relentless bombardment. Screwgum shook his head at this scene. We still need to upgrade the intelligence system when we get back. There's a delay in issuing several commands. At a command from Screwgum, all the warships began returning. Even further away, the Interstellar Peace Company posted news of an elf competition online. This competition was organized by Mr. Yihun and sponsored by the Interstellar Peace Company's strategic department. The first place winner would receive an elf below the starting order and above the Destiny Walker, plus 10 million credits. The second place winner would receive a high-level essence, plus 5 million credits. The third place winner would receive a high-level essence plus 2 million credits. And so on. Only the top 100 would receive essence rewards. The next 101st to 500th place would only receive credits. As for the rest, there would be no rewards. This message had already been sent out, and countless people across the universe had received it. They clicked on the details page to view it, and many were captivated by the elves. The elves came in all shapes and sizes, handsome, cute, domineering, silly, and so on. There was always one to suit your taste. Furthermore, the elves can assist you in battle, are incredibly loyal, and even understand you. This is simply too perfect. The only downside is the pricing. No credits are required, only stellar jade. 10 stellar jade equals 1 ordinary essence, 100 stellar jade equals 1 intermediate essence, and 1000 stellar jade equals 1 advanced essence. As for the god level, they're not for sale. Several major factions have been collecting stellar jade, and many people have already sold them at a low price. The company, Xianzhou, and Pinaconi organizations tacitly reached an unwritten agreement. For the stellar jade collection from the public, a unified low price of 10,000 credit points per piece was agreed upon. Now, with the release of this essence, those who sold their stellar jade are now deeply regretful. Even the tiny elves in the online video are worth far more than a mere 10,000 credit points. In a short while, the online price for stellar jade had soared to 100,000 credit points per piece. The lowest price for essence was 10 stellar jade per piece, which is 1 million credit points. The internet was filled with wailing. I'm such a jerk. 1 million credits. I want to slap myself to death. What's that? Yesterday, some jerk from the company took 1,000 of them from me for 5,000 star coins each. I'm so mad. Holy crap. What do you do, man? You collect so much stellar jade? I run a jewelry store, damn. I'm losing money. 6. Hearing about your experience makes me feel better. By the way, someone's selling stellar jade? Jade, no. I offer 110,000. If you're interested, please contact me privately. No. Still trying to get a discount? Still trying to get a discount? The prices are skyrocketing. Stop it. I only have a fucking budget of 1 million credit points. Internal channels. Ordinary essence is 900,000 credit points per piece, intermediate essence is 9 million, and advanced essence is 90 million. If you're interested, please contact me privately. Don't believe the guy above. He's a liar. Brother, how do you know he's a liar? Only silence. I see. So what should I say? The world is still a beautiful place, isn't it? Pierpoint, Strategic Investment Department. The previously peaceful Strategic Investment Department building welcomed an unexpected guest. Osvaldo Schneider, head of the company's development department, and sworn enemy of the Stoneheart 10. Schneider went straight to Diamond's office. Diamond? You gone too far this time, Diamond said with a smile. Excessive? No, right? We've been pretty normal lately, haven't we? It's not against any company rules, and this month's profits are 30% higher than last month's. I don't see anything wrong with that. Chapter 340. Schneider walked over to Diamond's desk, lowered his head, his expression gloomy. You know what I'm talking about, Elf. This kind of thing isn't something your strategic investment department can enjoy alone. Diamond smiled. You're right. It's certainly not something our strategic investment department can have exclusively. Schneider felt a lot better after hearing Diamond's words. Then, you talk about your supply channels. Before Schneider could finish, Diamond suddenly interrupted him. That's not your place to get involved. I advise you, don't even think about this business. It's not something you can touch. With that, without waiting for Schneider to say anything, Diamond immediately sent him away. I have other things to do. My elf should have hatched. I have to go pick up my little cutie. I apologize for the poor hospitality. Please make yourself at your own convenience. With that, Diamond stood up and calmly walked out of the office, as if nothing had happened. Schneider glanced back at Diamond. Heh. There's nothing in this universe that my development department can't interfere with. Schneider left the strategic investment department in a rage. In the Black Tower space station. The fleet has returned. Only one warship was seriously damaged during this expedition. The rest were only slightly injured. Over 300,000 Purifier mech warriors were lost. According to Screwgum's previous records, a full recovery would only take 2 weeks at normal production capacity. This current batch was produced by Screwgum, sparing no expense and resources. All production lines on his planet were running at full capacity, forcing all other projects to a halt to supply this fleet. If I had known earlier, Screwgum's planet would be inhabited entirely by mechanical life. One can only imagine how terrifying the productivity on that planet would be. Zhongli gazed at such a massive fleet and couldn't help but wonder, when would Liu finally possess such a powerful fleet? It was after this observation that Zhongli truly realized how far Liu, or indeed all of Teyvat, still had to go. Zhongli followed the main group back through the portal to the train, and after chatting with everyone for a while, he returned to New Liu. For convenience, a portal was also installed in New Liu Harbor. This portal was located next to Asmodeus's esports room. This was Asmodeus's forced arrangement, but as for the reason, Asmodeus had said this. Put this portal next to me, so I can easily go play with Kiana. Though the Liu crowd was a little speechless, they agreed. After all, only a few people would use this portal, so it didn't matter where it was placed. Besides, on the bright side, with Asmodeus next door, this portal was safe. Yulan would then be free, no longer needing to work as a security guard. Zhongli and Hu Tao walked out of the portal, and Hu Tao said, "Guest, how about we go downstairs for a late-night snack?" Zhongli agreed immediately. Sure. Hu Tao and Zhongli arrived at the entrance of the Wangxingtang Internet Cafe building, where the original food court had moved in. The vendors remained the same, mainly because Asmodeus liked the food they cooked. As soon as Hu Tao and Zhongli walked out the door, they saw Huahua, who was about to take a client to Xian Wangpo. Huahua, where are you going? Hu Tao asked with a smile. Huahua was stunned by the words, a bead of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He showed Hu Tao the urn in his hand. Sister Hu Tao, have you been having too much fun? I'm on business. Huahua was speechless. When she first came here, Sister Hu Tao had been so attentive to her. She hadn't seen Sister Hu Tao doing business in ages. Hu Tao scratched her head awkwardly. That's impossible. How could it be? Of course I know. I'm just asking casually, isn't it? Go quickly, come back soon. My guest and I are going to get grilled fish. I save one for you later. The tail Uncle tooted twice, revealing the truth. Hu Tao, has anyone ever told you that your acting is terrible? You clearly forgot. Hu Tao waved her hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm the 77th generation head. I'm the one who's destined to carry Wangsheng Hall to great heights. You idiot. I'm suing you for defamation, guest. He's slandering me. Help me teach him a lesson. Seal him. Hu Tao reached out her free hand and tugged hard at Zhongli's sleeve. Zhongli turned around and asked pretentiously, Hall Master, are you calling me? Hu Tao glanced at Zhongli with a deadpan expression. Guest, has anyone ever told you that your acting is terrible? Zhongli, unfazed by the rebuke, pondered the question seriously. Is that so? Looks like I need to learn some acting from Barbados. Hu Tao's mouth twitched at Zhongli's words. Forget it, if you end up like Wendy? Huahua smiled. Sister Hu Tao, I want some lightly spicy grilled fish. I'll be back soon. Hu Tao saw a staircase and slid down it. Okay, go ahead and get busy. You work so hard. I give you a bonus at the end of the month, guest. Let's go! Hu Tao brought Zhongli to Lao Lu's grilled fish stall. Lao Lu. 3 grilled gobies. 2 mildly spicy, 1 extra spicy. I cooked the mildly spicy 1 layer. Then you can help me grill some other things. You grill them first, while I go get Lao Li a box of seafood fried rice. Lao Lu agreed with a smile. Okay. It be ready in a minute. Hu Tao ran off to get the seafood fried rice. Arriving at Lao Li's seafood fried rice stall, Hu Tao ran into a few old friends. Xian Yin? Xing Qiu? Chong Yun. You're here too. Xing Qiu and the other 2 looked at Hu Tao. Hu Tao, it's you. You're such a good friend. You managed to keep the other world secret from us for so long. Hu Tao chuckled. Oh. Don't worry about it. I've been busy, you know. I have to take care of the business of Wangxingtang, the internet cafe business, and help Xing and the others fight. I just don't have time. I'm too busy, I forgot. Xing Qiu's mouth twitched. I just believe it reluctantly. Hu Tao nodded with a smile and looked at Xing Qiu. Want to have some grilled fish together? I had Lao Lu grill a few. Xing Qiu glanced at Chong Yun and then at Xin Yan. The 3 of them exchanged glances and agreed. Okay, let's go. Hu Tao asked Lao Lu to cook her some rice and bring it over. Then she took Xing Qiu and the others to sit next to Zhongli. Xing Qiu, Chong Yun, and Sun Yan all regretted their actions when they saw Zhongli. In Liyue, anyone with a little power knew that Zhongli was the Geo Prince. Zhongli glanced at the three of them. That's all right, whatever you want. I'm just a guest at Zhongli Wangsheng Hall. Soon, Lao Lu's grilled gobi and Lao Li's seafood fried rice arrived. Chapter 341. Hu Tao, Xing Qiu, Zhongli, Chong Yun, and Xian Yan sat on small stools, each munching on a bowl of seafood fried rice. Xing Qiu put down the disposable white foam lunch box he was holding. Hu Tao, where have you been lately? Hu Tao swallowed her fried rice and recounted her experiences to the three of them. Things like snowmobiling on the ice plains of Belloberg, attending the martial arts ceremony in Luofu, and shopping at Pinocchio's Golden Hour. They were also hanging out at Yi Yun's shop, dining together, playing games in dungeons, and growing vegetables. Hu Tao's stories filled the three of them with yearning. Such a colorful life was truly captivating. Xing Qiu, in particular, was thrilled when he heard about the martial arts ceremony. The younger generation competed in the arena to determine the most powerful among their peers. Xing Qiu had wanted to be a knight since he was a child, and the arena competition was a necessary part of any knight's journey. You ask why? Xing Qiu could only say that in those novels and biographies, almost every hero has fought in a martial arts arena, right? What a pity! I didn't make it to the Luofu Immortal Boat's martial arts ceremony. Sigh. Xing Qiu sighed. Chong Yun said, I'm not interested in martial arts ceremonies, but I'm quite interested in the ice fields of Belloberg. I like to visit sometime. Hu Tao saw Chong Yun's thoughts. Chong Yun, are you thinking of going there to see if it can alleviate your pure yang body? Chong Yun nodded. Yes, the whole world is covered in ice and snow. I like to give it a try. Zhongli then said, if you're going there for the pure yang body, there's no need to waste your time. Belloberg's ice is only found in the ordinary world, and can't cure your pure yang constitution. However, you definitely feel much more comfortable living there. Chong Yun shook his head. Forget about living there. My current place is quite nice. After moving to New Liyue, I found a secluded pond that's always cool and shady, and I built a small cabin next to it. Xian Yan nodded. Indeed, Chong Yun's new home is very cool. Even in the hot summer, he still has to cover himself with a blanket when he sleeps there, or he wake up from the cold. Hearing Xian Yan's words, Xing Qiu recalled the last time they'd been at Chong Yun's house. They stayed out too late, and it was raining, so they stayed the night. That night had been truly cold, and he woken up the next morning shivering all over. Sun Yan turned to look at Hu Tao. Hu Tao, did you just say there's rock music at Pinocchio? Hu Tao nodded. Yes, yes. I know a woman who runs a bar at Pinocchio. She used to play rock music. Hearing Hu Tao's description, Sun Yan pictured a cool, older woman. Can you take me to meet that woman? I want to play rock music with her. Hu Tao thought for a moment. Sure. I take you there tomorrow. Come see me in the morning. Xian Yan agreed immediately. No problem. I see you tomorrow morning. In the starfield near the Happy Little Ball, a fleet-bearing pirate insignia slowly approached. Aboard the flagship, the fleet's leader was on a video call with someone. The leader's attitude, gestures, and manner of speech all betrayed his respect for the person in the video. If anyone from the company were here, they would definitely recognize the person in the video. This person is Schneider, who is determined to get involved in this business. Through investigation, he discovered that these spirit essences were not produced by the company's own industries. The essences from the strategic investment department were also imported from other sources. To find the person behind this, Schneider decided to send a small, under-the-radar fleet under his command, specialized in dirty work, to the competition site to cause trouble. He believed that once the fleet arrived above the competition site, the person behind the scenes would reveal themselves. Sand Gold, sitting in his office, naturally noticed the fleet's arrival. Seeing the logo on it, Sand Gold recognized it immediately. The development department is really relentless. They found us here so quickly. But it doesn't matter. They're just looking for death. As expected. As soon as the fleet arrived above the small, broken ball, Hanami called Aha over. Aha. Go out and meet the guests. Aha dropped his unfinished script and trudged out of the Joy Theater. The next second, Aha appeared near the fleet, his laughter resounding throughout the galaxy. The entire fleet was instantly infected by his laughter, bursting into laughter. Finally, someone could no longer bear it and suffered a mental breakdown, their brains severely damaged, becoming demented. Finally, Aha kept the last 100 people alive, intending to capture them and use them as extras. As for the remaining idiots, naturally, someone would deal with them. Not long after Aha left, Shajin boarded the fleet's flagship. Glancing at the now demented leader, Shajin pulled him towards him with disgust and placed his right hand on the palm print unlocking pad. After gaining control of the fleet, Gold Sand waved, and 2 of his men came over and took them away. Then, Gold Sand manipulated the console, changing the destination to Pierpoint, the development department building. After doing this, Gold Sand put on his hat and left the warship. Inside Yi Yun's shop, Xing and Luing entered the portal to Rimura's world. Today was the day for the final battle between Pighead Emperor and Rimura's men. Xing and Luing planned to go and lend a hand, as they had nothing else to do. Tomorrow, they would go retrieve the spark of the Titan of Dissension. It seemed that Aglaya and the others had more urgent matters to attend to today. At this moment, in the city of Ampharos, Akma, Bai, Wandi, Xiaodia, Aglaya, Tian, Tebeo, and Tianing were busy searching for treasure chests with their men. That's right. They had been busy collecting stellar jade in Akma for the past 2 days. However, the results weren't very good. Many places in the city where treasure chests once stood were now empty. Aglaya questioned the city's inhabitants and learned that a little gray-haired boy and a group of beautiful girls had recently stolen the treasure chests. Aglaya shook her head helplessly upon hearing this news. She suffered the loss of information. Before she even knew the purpose of stellar jade, others had already begun collecting it. Now she could only intensify her search, finding as many as she could find. In addition to searching for treasure chests, Aglaya and her companions would regularly visit the Cuckoo farm to harvest vegetables daily to prevent them from being stolen. Aglaya was reassured about Oma's safety. With Teacher Tian, who possessed the unlimited power to open the 100 Worlds Gate, Oma would likely be safe. If things really got out of hand, she could just spend some credits to call for reinforcements from the train. Thinking back to Xing's sword strike in Xiafeng City, Aglaya didn't think there was anything she couldn't handle in Oma. Chapter 342. Aglaya, Bai, and the others were gathered, taking stock of the day's gains. Aglaya glanced at the statistics notebook in her hand. Congratulations. Our star coins have finally broken 6 figures, 100,300 star coins. Bai and the others applauded, and Tebeo said, "Thank you all for your hard work these past 2 days. I treat you all to some milk tea. Come see what flavors you like." Tebeo took out her phone and placed an order for everyone. Currently, pickup can only be done at Yi Yun's store. Amphalos doesn't currently have a location on the company's food delivery website. Tebeo placed the order, and Tian raised her hand. "I give you some milk tea." Not giving anyone a chance to refuse, Tian entered the portal. Tian jumped out. Woohoo! Tian has landed successfully. Let me see what everyone is doing. Tian wasn't in a hurry to get the milk tea, intending to take a look around first. Tian had been wanting to come and play on the train for the past couple of days, but unfortunately, she hadn't had the chance. Now that she finally had the chance, she wasn't going to miss it. Tian looked around and saw Jizi, Kafka, and the others training a strange little creature. "Jizi, what are you doing?" Tian returned to Jizi's side and looked at her curiously. Jizi smiled at Tian. "Hello, Tian. We're training Pokemons. What brought you here? Didn't Tebeo and the others come with you?" Tian smiled, her hands on her hips. "I came to get the milk tea." Tebeo ordered milk tea for everyone. "Pokemon? Is this a Pokemon?" Jizi's Pokemon was an ice blue fox named Axia. When Jizi hatched, Yi Yun was stunned. "No! You created an Axia with a high-level essence? This thing is incredibly powerful. 1,000 miles of freezing and absolute zero. Those are both incredibly powerful ice attribute abilities. Furthermore, Axia is also a planet guardian, one of the strongest. Ray even trained under her for a while as a child." Xing was stunned by Yi Yun's words and, unconvinced, ordered Charmeleon and Xiaomi to fight Axia. Undoubtedly, Xiaomi and Charmeleon were no match for Axia and were instantly defeated. Charmeleon and Xiaomi had never trained before, and usually just played around on the train, so they were clearly no match. If Xing had trained them both from the beginning, the outcome might have been different. Xia still had potential. Charmeleon's fire attribute was also effective against ice attributes. Seeing Charmander and Xiaomi being killed instantly, Xing immediately demanded that Yi Yun ban Jizi from participating. With such a strong Pokemon, if they needed more training, how would you let the others play? If I had known, the competition would start in 2 days. What could I do in those 2 days? At most, I could cultivate rapport with the Pokemon. Yi Yun explained. Pokemon can grow stronger through constant battle. Training only strengthens their strength. They won't become flowers in a greenhouse, falling down at the first sign of trouble. Once the competition begins, many people's Pokemon will undoubtedly see rapid growth through battle. Xing then gave up the idea of banning Jeezy from participating. Jeezy introduced. Yes, this is my Pokemon Axia. Axia, this is Tion, my friend. Axia looked at Tion and nodded slightly, a greeting. Tion stared at Axia curiously. Wow. It's so smart. It can actually understand you. Jeezy smiled and explained. Elves possess intelligence comparable to humans. Yian said some of them can even speak. By the way, is anyone from Omphalos participating in this elf competition? Tion's face was filled with doubt. Elf competition? What is that? Jeezy saw this and realized Tion and the others might not have received the news. So Jeezy told Tion about the elf competition Yian was organizing. After listening, Tion grabbed her milk tea and ran away, anxious to return to tell Aglaia and the others about the news. After Tion returned and told them about this, Aglaia and the others prepared to register. This was a competition organized by Yi-Yun, and Yi-Yun's help to Tion could be considered a life-saving favor. Yi-Yun's show, They Omphalos, will definitely support him. Aglaia said to Tebeo beside her. Teacher Tebeo, bring the star coins, and let's go buy some Pokemon. Tion cheered joyfully upon hearing this. Great. Tion can have her own Pokemon too. Afterwards, Omphalos and his group also went to Yi-Yun's shop to buy Pokemon. Domtion Tree House, inside March 7's room. Babuhua looked at March 7 sleeping soundly in the bed, with a worried look on her face. Babuhua walked over to March 7 on her short legs, and reached out to touch her. The moment she touched her, a piercing chill hit her, causing her hand to sting painfully. Babuhua cried out in pain and withdrew her hand, her face etched with a look of grievance. Normally, when she hurt herself and fell while playing with Sanueki at night, Sanueki would pick her up and comfort her. But now, Sanueki lay in bed, sound asleep. Babuhua reached out again to shake Sanueki, hoping to wake him. Even in the biting cold, Babuhua didn't let go. She just wanted Sanueki to wake up. Just then, Walter walked in. He had returned from the Black Tower to check on Sanueki. Seeing this, Walter quickly picked Babuhua up. Babuhua's hands were covered in icicles, severely frostbitten. Even so, Babuhua struggled to get closer to Sanueki. Bubu bubu. Walter, seeing this, hugged Babuhua tightly. Babuhua, you can't come any closer. You're already frostbitten. Babuhua turned around, pointed at Sanueki, and called out twice with a look of grievance on her face. Bubu. Bubu. Tears welled up in Babuhua's eyes as she cried out. Walter saw this. Don't worry, Babuhua, little Sanway will definitely get better. I take you to treat your wounds first. Walter carried Babuhua out of Sanueki's room and back to the train. As soon as he arrived at the store, Yi-Yun saw Babuhua, who was severely frostbitten. Yi-Yun frowned. What's going on? Why is Babuhua so severely frostbitten? Walter told Yi-Yun what had happened. Yi-Yun sighed as he looked at Babuhua receiving treatment. Babuhua, don't worry, Sanueki will get better. You forgot, she has the Undying Totem. The fact that her Undying Totem is still there means she's not in danger, understand? Babuhua nodded. Bubu. Bubu. Jeezy sat nearby. Babuhua has been sullen ever since little Sandwa was frozen, and I don't know what to do. I asked Charmander and the others to go play with her, but she wasn't interested. Yi pondered this. Babuhua's current state isn't good. Prolonged sullenness can cause psychological damage. We need to distract Babuhua. After pondering for a moment, Yi came up with a solution. Yi looked Babuhua in the eye and said, Babuhua, do you want to participate in this Pokemon contest? Think about it. When Sangwa wakes up and sees you won, she'd be thrilled. Jeezy and Walter echoed this. Yes, Babuhua, little Sandwa will definitely be delighted to see the championship trophy. After hearing what Jeezy, Yiyun, and Walter said, Babuhua agreed. Bubu? Bubu? Chapter 343. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 2 days later. All the contestants were rushing to the happy ball. This time, over 30,000 people registered, mainly due to Stellar Jade's restrictions. Otherwise, the number would have been in the trillions. In the past few days, only these 30,000 or so people had purchased their own elf essences. Yi had also made a killing this time, earning nearly 40 million star coins. After deducting the 8 million he gave to Jade Tapa and the others, the rest was his own. And all he had to pay was a single god-level essence, or 1 million star coins. Topa, Jade, and Gold Dust had been incredibly busy recently, but they were enjoying it and couldn't wait to be busier. The auditions would last 3 days. Each player must play 3 matches per day. Only those who won all 3 matches would advance to the next round. There were 3 rounds of auditions, 1 per day, for a total of 3. The top 1,000 players would then participate in the elimination rounds. The elimination rounds were played in a 1v1 format to determine the final champion. On the happy little broken ball, Walter brought his own elf, the young form of Jonas, a black hole just over a meter tall. Yes, Jonas is a black hole. Walter was delighted when he opened it. To think there were elves in black hole form was truly amazing. Next to Jonas, Babuhua was carrying March 7's old camera, the same one he wore in the original story. The one Xing was wearing was the one March 7 later bought from Yi Yun. Walter looked at Babuhua. Babuhua, let's go. Let's finish today's 3 matches. Come on, Babuhua. Babuhua clenched her fists, her face brimming with fighting spirit. Byabu? Walter smiled faintly and led Jonas and Babuhua to find today's opponent. With the Joyful Theater as the center, the area within a 10-kilometer radius was the mandatory venue for the auditions. Each contestant received a company-issued match recorder, and the results were recorded on the recorder. If a contestant lost a match, the recorder would flash red, marking their elimination. Walter led Babuhua out of the Joyful Theater and encountered a team of 3, 2 women and 1 man. The man was dressed elegantly, looking like a nobleman. Oh, how come I haven't seen these 2 Pokemon in the Pokédex? Walter glanced at the man. Pokemon hatched with high-level essence aren't in the Pokédex. The man looked as if he had understood. I see. That's interesting. Coincidentally, my Pokemon was also hatched with high-level essence. Want to compete? I'm just 1 round away from winning today. Bubble Flower, standing beside Walter, heard this and called out twice, then stood before Walter, striking a fighting stance. Bubble. The man piqued his interest. Yo. Not bad, quite spirited. Come out, Moby. Let's win with flying colors. The man tossed a Pokemon capsule, and a small Pokemon, entirely made of rock, and with only a pair of tiny feet, appeared in the same spot. Walter pulled out his Pokemon Pokédex and scanned Rocky. Pokemon, Moby. Level, LV3. Type, Ground. Description, Rare Ground Pokemon. After reading Rocky's message, Walter lost interest in the upcoming battle. How could Rocky be a match for Blossiflower? Not to mention the type counters, just the level difference alone was more than a fraction. One was a base Pokemon, the other a fully evolved Pokemon. How could Rocky win? The noble young man waved his hand. Go ahead. Moby! Use Bull Charge. Rocky charged at Blossomflower. Seeing Blossomflower didn't dodge, the noble young man was ready to savor the joy of victory. Moby slammed hard into Blossomflower. The noble young man immediately swung his fist with all his might. Beautiful. Moby! Hit the mark. The next second, the noble young man's raised hand suddenly stopped, his expression frozen. Moby collided with Blossomflower, sank a little, and then bounced back. Blossomflower rubbed her bruised belly, casually summoned a vine, hauled Moby upside down, and looked at the noble young man. Byabu? The young master remained silent for a long moment. No. How could my invincible Moby not even break through someone's defense? Did I buy a fake? But that doesn't make sense either. I won the previous 2 battles with ease. Walter saw this. My friend, Babuhua asks if you admit defeat. The young master came to his senses. Though reluctant, the truth was that the 2 were simply not on the same level. I admit defeat, my friend. How did you train this Pokemon? It's so powerful. Walter shook his head. Babuhua isn't my Pokemon. She belongs to a companion. My companion couldn't come, so I brought Babuhua along. The young master heard this. Is that so? Fine. It's my bad luck. Goodbye. Babuhua let go of Moby. Moby returned to the young master, who picked him up. Come on, Moby. Let's go back and continue training. We come back next year. Moby responded twice. Momo! Momo! After the nobleman left with Rocky and the 2 girls, Walter took Bubbleflower and Jonas to challenge several other contestants. The process was effortless. Bubbleflower and Jonas each won 3 matches today. Walter, Bubbleflower and Jonas didn't return, but planned to wander around and study their opponents. While walking, Walter encountered Xing and Luing. Xing was directing Xiaomi in a battle against a Pippi. Xiaomi! Light attack! Xiaomi leaped high, and the gem on her forehead emitted a beam of white light. Me! Ka! The beam struck the opponent's Pippi, sending it flying and losing its combat effectiveness. The combat recorder Xing was wearing also lit up green. Xing posed with her hands on her hips. Ha ha! As expected of my Galaxy Skyfire's Pokemon, you're so awesome. Xiaomi, come back. Xiaomi was delighted after defeating her opponent, skipping back to Xing's side. Walter approached. Xing, Luing. Xing and Luing looked at Walter. Uncle Yang? Uncle Yang, you're finally here. How was it? Did you complete your 3 battles today? Walter nodded. Well, Jonas and Babuhua both won. What about you? Xing raised his chin. Of course we won. Xiaomi and Infernape are getting stronger. Babuhua? Babuhua's here too? Xing looked down and saw Babuhua standing at Walter's feet. Walter told Xing and Luing what had happened, and they both looked at Babuhua with distressed expressions. Xing walked over to Babuhua. Babuhua, let's do our best together. See you in the finals? Babuhua smiled and nodded. Byabu? Xing looked around. Uncle Yang, shall we go back together? Walter shook his head. I want to explore some more, and see who the potential rivals are. Xing heard this. Is that so? Then you go ahead and explore. We go back first. Chapter 344. Walter continued strolling with Babuhua and Jonas, while Xing and Luing returned to the train. On the train, those who had already achieved their 3 victories for the day were resting. Jing Yuan took a sip from his teacup. Today, after the competition, I wandered around and there was a young Pokemon that left a deep impression on me. Look, I recorded it in my Pokédex. Jing Yuan took out his Pokédex and displayed the information of a Pokemon. Pokemon Thunder Rat. Level, 20. Type, Electric. Description, a fully formed Pidgeot rat, possessing the power to control lightning. Zhongli read it carefully. If nothing goes wrong, this Thunder Rat should achieve a very high ranking. This level already crushes 99% of the contestants. Fu Xian was curious. I'm curious. How did his Thunder Rat level up so quickly? I read about Pidgeot Rat before. This Pokemon's potential isn't very high, it's just a very ordinary Pokemon. Jiaqiu pondered for a moment. I can think of 2 possibilities. The first is to have the Thunder Rat fight constantly, allowing the elves to gain experience points and level up through battle. Everyone here knows this. The second is that this group of Thunder Rat is an exception, a natural talent leader among the BD Rat population. Huayan said with a smile, stroking his beard. The first option is certainly worth considering, allowing the elves to engage in a large number of battles in a short period of time to rapidly increase their experience points. However, this approach will inevitably lead to a weak foundation, Jing Yuan said. Forget about that method. Who among you doesn't want your Pokemon to become truly powerful? Come on, let's stop talking about this and have some tea. Omphalos, inside the hero's bath. Tian, Tebeo, and Tiny were playing in the water with their Pokemons by the bath. Cleverly, all 3 Pokemon were the same species, small bean sprouts. Tebeo's was a sparkling bean sprout, while Tian and Tining's were ordinary ones. Come on! Green Bean, come play. Tian called out to her bean sprout. The bean sprout, named Green Bean, jumped into the water and ran towards Tian. Tebeo's sparkling bean sprout was named Yellow Bean. Tebeo was wiping the water off Yellow Bean with a towel. Yellow Bean, let's keep working hard tomorrow and try to win a few more times, okay? Yellow Bean's 2 leaf-shaped arms flexed, flexing their non-existent muscles. Tinning's little bean sprout, named Red Bean, was the quietest of the 3. She was sitting next to Tinning by the bathtub, their feet dangling in the water. Aglaia was upset that she had been eliminated on the first day. The Pokemon she hatched was a small water-type turtle, Bell. To her surprise, shortly after arriving at the competition venue, she encountered a contestant with a grass-type Pokemon, Cactus. The contestant challenged her. According to the rules of the game, unless you have already won 3 matches that day, you must accept a challenge invitation. Baiyu rubbed the little Yo sitting on his shoulder. This Pokemon duel was quite interesting, and I made a lot of new friends today. Xia Dai echoed. Indeed, this elf duel is incredibly interesting. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's match. Aglaia glanced at the others. Everyone, get some rest early. We still have work to do tomorrow. Don't forget, we still have to retrieve the spark of the Titan of Discord. Bai and Xia Dai nodded in understanding. Inside Yi Yun's room. He was currently communicating with the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and reaching 10 million star coins in sales. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, reaching peak emissary strength. New mission now issued. Earn 30 million in sales. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and reaching 30 million in sales. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a Kelly's enhancement machine. Yi Yun listened to the system's series of announcements with great joy. I didn't expect to complete 2 missions in one go. Kelly's enhancement machine? If I'm not mistaken, this thing looks like something from some game, right? Yi arrived at the store and took out the enhancement machine for a closer look. Well, it was indeed this thing, a booster from a dungeon crawler game. The noise from Ye's side caught Xing's attention, and Xing came over with a glass of iced cola. Xing reached out and touched the booster. What is this? Xing asked, tapping on the outer shell. Yi Yun introduced it. This is a booster. It can boost items, any item. However, you need a booster stone. I sell boosters in my shop for 1,000 star coins each. Xing piqued his interest after hearing Yi Yun's introduction and pulled out the Heavenly Fire Judgment. Can this thing also be boosted? Yi Yun nodded. Yes, anything can be enhanced. However, the higher the quality, the more enhancement stones are needed, Xing asked. How many enhancement stones does my Skyfire Judgment need to be enhanced? Yi Yun pointed to the enhancer. You find out once you put it in. The screen on the side will show the number of enhancement stones required. Xing placed the Skyfire Judgment on the enhancer and quickly learned the number of enhancement stones required. 100. Xing frowned at the number. 100? Wouldn't that be 100,000 star coins? So expensive, but it wasn't impossible to give it a try. After all, he had just made a fortune from Omphalos. Xing ultimately paid 100,000 star coins for 100 enhancement stones. As Xing dropped the enhancement stones into the enhancer, it began to power up, and 2 large hammers appeared out of thin air and smashed down on the Skyfire Judgment. Seeing this, Xing instinctively reached for it, fearing the 2 massive hammers would smash his Skyfire Judgment. Thankfully, Yi Yun stopped him. It's okay. After a few blows, the massive hammers dissipated into particles of light, and then an electronic chime rang out. Congratulations on the successful upgrade, Skyfire Judgment. Skyfire Judgment +1. Fire attack +10%. Sharpness +10%. After hearing the notification, Xing picked up the Skyfire Judgment and tried it out. Frog fun. Awesome. That's a 10% increase in strength, Luying. Come and see. There's something fun here. Luying came running over. Even without Yi Yun's introduction, Xing spontaneously explained the enhancement device to Luying. After listening, Luying decided to see if she could enhance her transformer. After spending 100,000 star coins, the transformer was successfully upgraded. Congratulations on the successful enhancement, Sam Transformer +1. Fire attack +10%. Sam Armor overall performance +10%. The clanging sound of the soldiers quickly attracted the attention of the others, who gathered around. After learning about the effects of the enhancer, almost everyone tried it out. Silver Wolf waved his hand. Get out of the way. Let the invincible Lord Silver Wolf see what's going on. Silver Wolf placed his weapon on the enhancer. Chapter 345. Silver Wolf radiated confidence. But unexpectedly. Congratulations on the failed enhancement. Hacker Dagger is useless. Hearing the word congratulations, Silver Wolf put his hands on his hips and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I knew it would work. Come, let me see what new effects my precious Hacker Dagger has added. Silver Wolf glanced at the enhancement machine and froze in his tracks. Silver Wolf rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is this my Hacker Dagger? Something's wrong, isn't it? Why is it broken into pieces? Xing placed a hand on Silver Wolf's shoulder, gloating. Come on, Silver Wolf, you didn't seem to hear the notification tone clearly. Let me repeat it to you. Congratulations on the failed enhancement. Hacker Dagger is useless. Xing repeated the enhancement machine's notification tone, even imitating the machine's mechanical tone. Silver Wolf's mouth dropped open. How could this thing fail, and? Congratulations if it already failed. Damn it! Yi Yun smiled. I forgot to mention, this enhancement has a chance of failure. Did you see the level after the successful enhancement? The higher the enhancement level, the greater the chance of failure. The highest it can go is +15. Xing was surprised. Oh huh? +15? I try again. Xing bought 200 enhancement stones without hesitation and placed them in the enhancement machine. 2 large hammers struck. Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Skyfire Judgment +1. Skyfire Judgment +2. Fire attack +20%. Sharpness +20%. Xing was about to take off his Skyfire Judgment when Yi Yun suddenly spoke. Xing, you can try strengthening it again. If successful, it has special effects. Levels 3, 6, 9, 12, and 15 each have different special effects. Xing heard this, and without hesitation, bought another 300 strengthening stones, and dropped them into the strengthening machine. A few clangs of hammering rang out. Congratulations on the successful strengthening. Skyfire Judgment plus 2, Skyfire Judgment plus 3. Fire attack plus 30%. Sharpness plus 30%. Attacks add 1% true damage. Xing's eyes sparkled at the sound of this notification. True damage. Is it what I imagined? Xing looked at Skyfire Judgment, pleasantly surprised again. The Skyfire Judgment, strengthened to plus 3, not only gained the true damage effect, but also a faint blue glow on the blade. Xing swallowed. Slurp. My Skyfire Judge? It's lit up. Xing recorded the Skyfire Judge and waved it around a few times. Awesome. I love this booster. Xing was overjoyed. Silver Wolf stared at the Skyfire Judge, which was emitting a blue light, his eyes wide open with envy. Xing noticed Silver Wolf's expression, chuckled, and approached him with a sly look. Silver Wolf, do you think my Skyfire Judge is handsome? Silver Wolf snorted and turned his head away. TSK. Just average, only plus 3. Didn't you hear what Ian said? It can go up to plus 15. You're only at that? Kafka smiled. Honey, could you please stop stealing glances at the Skyfire Judge when you say that? As soon as Kafka said this, Silver Wolf's defense was instantly broken. I'm not. I'm the invincible Lord Silver Wolf. How could I be envious? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's just a plus 3, right? I get 1 too. Silver Wolf took out another hacker dagger and threw it onto the enhancer. The hacker dagger wasn't as good as the Skyfire Judgment, so only 10 enhancement stones were needed for the first enhancement. Silver Wolf tossed in another 10 enhancement stones, and the enhancer began to move. A few seconds later. Congratulations, the enhancement failed. The hacker dagger is scrapped. Silver Wolf was instantly devastated at the sound of the notification, his fangs and claws bared. How could this be? Is your enhancer targeting me? Huh? Why am I the only one whose enhancement failed? I guess I need to teach you a lesson about Lord Silver Wolf's power. Silver Wolf took out another hacker dagger and slashed it directly onto the enhancer. The hacker dagger shattered the moment it made contact. Silver Wolf stared blankly at the hacker dagger, only the handle remaining in his hand. No! You're still so stubborn? Ah! I'm so angry! No! I have to play 2 games to cool down. Seeing this, Ian felt a little sorry for Silver Wolf, who couldn't even reach plus 1. Silver Wolf, try again. This time, I provide the enhancement stones. Silver Wolf reached out his hand toward Yiyun. Give me the enhancement stones first. Yiyun smiled and handed 2 enhancement stones to Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf happily tossed the enhancement stones into the enhancement machine and pulled out a hacker dagger. Ping pong clang. Congratulations on the successful enhancement, Hacker Dagger. Hacker Dagger plus 1. Sharpness plus 10%. Silver Wolf heard the notification sound, as if it were heavenly music. That sound is so beautiful. At this moment, Kiana jumped out from the portal. What's that beautiful sound? Let me hear it. Kiana trotted over to the group, looking at them curiously. Seeing it was Kiana, Jeezy told her about the booster. Kiana listened. Can this enhance my Athena Valkyrie armor? Yiyun shook his head. I'm afraid not. The Athena Valkyrie armor comes with the title above your head. You wear the title yourself. If you haven't worn it yet, it can be used as a wooden plaque. Walter heard this. So it must have a physical form, right? Yiyun nodded. Kiana was a little unhappy to hear this. Her Athena Valkyrie armor couldn't be enhanced. What a shame. Yiyun looked at Kiana. You can enhance something else, like buy some items from me. Kiana's mind flashed with inspiration, and she raised her hand. Right. Yiyun. I want to buy a golden trash can. Everyone was stunned when they heard the name of the item Kiana wanted to buy. A golden trash can? It seems like this thing can actually be enhanced. It's physical. The question now became how many star coins it would take to enhance the golden trash can once. Kiana spent 10,000 star coins to buy a golden trash can and placed it in the enhancer. Soon, the enhancer screen displayed the number of enhancement stones required. 500. That's 500,000 star coins. Seeing this number, Kiana immediately gave up on the enhancement. 500,000 for one enhancement seemed like a loss. Yiyun was also curious about the effects of the enhanced golden trash can. So, he mentally asked the system. System, what effect does this gold trash can have after it's upgraded? Information. After upgrading, the gold trash can will upgrade to a platinum trash can, which can yield items worth up to 10 million star coins. Yiyun heard this and looked at Kiana. Kiana, after upgrading, the gold trash can will become a platinum trash can, which can yield prizes worth up to 10 million star coins. Purchasing the platinum trash can directly will cost 1 million star coins. Chapter 346. GZ did the math. So, if I use the enhancement machine to get the platinum trash can, I only need 510,000 star coins? Yiyun nodded. That's theoretically correct, but you have to consider one thing. If I fail, 510,000 star coins will be wasted. Kiana raised her hand and asked the crucial question. So should I enhance it? Xing, who was always looking for trouble, grabbed Kiana's shoulder. Strong. Why not? Don't you want to know what amazing things the platinum trash can reveal? Don't you want to try the feel of opening a platinum trash can? Kiana was stunned. Oh, I do. Xing patted Kiana's shoulder with satisfaction. That's strong. Kiana clenched her fist. Strong. Kiana bought 500 enhancement stones without hesitation, dropped them into the enhancement machine, and then placed the gold trash can on top of it. After a series of clanging sounds, the power-up machine suddenly stopped, as if stuck. No more notifications sounded for a long time. Is it stuck? Kiana asked, rubbing her chin with one hand. Congratulations. Power-up successful. Extra power-up level +1, golden trash can, diamond trash can. Then the notification rang out, and a shimmering, diamond-clad trash can appeared before everyone's eyes. The unlucky silver wolf held his head in his hands, unable to believe what he was seeing. No way. There could be an extra power-up level? Then what about his luck that he couldn't even get a power-up level +1 twice in a row? Could he really be unlucky? Kiana was overjoyed to see the upgrade was successful, and ran to get the diamond trash can. Kiana excitedly held the diamond trash can in her arms, and approached Yiyun. Yiyun. What can I find in this diamond trash can? Yiyun didn't respond to Kiana. The system's notifications kept ringing in his mind. Notice. Customer Kiana is prohibited from using this system to produce any luck-based items. Notice. Customer Kiana is prohibited from using this system to produce any luck-based items. Notice. Customer Kiana is prohibited from using this system to produce any luck-based items. The system's notifications, already at full volume, rang 3 times in a row, completely jarring Yiyun's brain. Seeing Yiyun's lack of response, Kiana reached out and waved her hand near his eyes. Yiyun. Yiyun. Yiyun finally came to his senses. Ah? Oh, Kiana, what's up? I was just thinking, Kiana said again. What can you find in this Primogem's trash can? Yiyun asked. This diamond trash can yield items worth a minimum of 10 million star coins, and a maximum of 50 million star coins. Kiana, you might be invincible. Everyone present was stunned upon hearing this. Minimum value 10 million star coins. Xing hurriedly urged Kiana to open the can. Kiana, open it and take a look. Kiana nodded and placed the diamond trash can on the ground. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, Kiana opened it. In an instant, a golden light illuminated the entire store. The light faded, and a bracelet inlaid with a red gem appeared in its place. Kiana walked over, picked it up, and examined it with a sly eye. What's the use of this bracelet? It looks like an ordinary bracelet to me. Yiyun examined it. Item. Enhanced rainbow stone, McDonald's. Description. This extremely rare gemstone in a certain universe grants different abilities based on its owner's personality. This rainbow stone possesses the abilities of its original owner, McDonald. Skill 1. Chinese Meat Bun Punch. Skill 2. Ramen Golden Cudgel. Skill 3. Meat Bun Acceleration. Skill 4. Meat Bun Euro Bomb. Skill 5. Big Yuan Xiao. Skill 6. Chinese Pancake. This rainbow stone is an enhanced version. Extremely powerful. Price. 25 million star coins. Yiyun gasped after reading the rainbow stone's information. Hiss. Kiana, are you the protagonist? Kiana was confused by Yiyun's words. Huh? The protagonist? I'm the protagonist? Yiyun said. It doesn't matter. Put this thing on quickly. It's called the Rainbow Stone, and it grants the owner abilities corresponding to their personality. Also, the one you're wearing is the enhanced version. Kiana put it on her wrist. As soon as she did so, a strange message flooded into her mind. And then, a burst of music seemed to blare in her ears. The scenery repeats before my eyes. The promise gradually blurs. You wander beneath the stars. The sky suddenly fills with light. All I see is the brilliant horizon. Set out again. And then, Kiana vaguely saw a young man. The boy, dressed in a chef's uniform, had one hand on his waist, and the other raised high in a pinky sign. The young man shouted, "Those who believe in miracles. They are as great as miracles themselves. Rainbow Sea. Let's go!" After a while, Kiana regained her composure, having absorbed the information flooding into her mind. Hoshi and Firefly came closer. "How's it going? How's it going?" "Kiana, I saw you were stunned for a moment," Kiana said with a grin. "I think I indeed obtained something extraordinary." Kiana gestured for Hoshi and Firefly to move aside, intending to demonstrate it herself. Hoshi and Firefly made way. Kiana formed a circle with her hands and shouted, "Ramen Golden Cudgel." A staff-like glow appeared in Kiana's hands. Kiana crossed her hands, grasping the two ends and pressing them together. As Kiana's hands moved, a red and gold-tinted staff appeared before everyone's eyes. Kiana raised the golden cudgel and swung it vigorously, sending a surge of violent energy radiating outward. Yiyun snapped his fingers, and the energy vanished. This energy is quite impressive. It's almost as powerful as an ordinary order user's attack. It's truly worth 25 million star coins. Kiana had now truly become a nickname shared online by Yiyun in his previous life. Shi Tian Desheng. Jing Yuan was astonished upon hearing this. 25 million star coins? That makes sense. I'm not surprised that something worth 25 million star coins could have such power. GZ looked at Kiana. "Kiana, do you want to test your strength? There's an antimatter army 3-star systems away. One of them is a doomsday beast. It should be no problem for you to practice with it." Kiana fiddled with the golden cudgel a few times. She hadn't known its power before, which had led to its powerful attack. Now mentally prepared, under Kiana's deliberate control, she merely spun it a few times, without releasing any energy. Great! Great! I have tons of new moves, like Chinese meat bun fist, big yuan shao and so on. Chapter 347. GZ gave Kiana the coordinates of the antimatter army and asked her to navigate there. The distance was only 2-star systems, and with Kiana's strength, she could easily reach it. Kiana summoned the Athena Valkyrie armor and flew away, following the navigation on her phone. GZ pulled out a computer and, after a few operations, a projection appeared before everyone. The projection showed Kiana's current situation. 2-star systems away from Omphalos. Guanlong was leading his antimatter army to invade a civilization that had not yet left its home planet. Guanlong sat on the sofa, looking out the warship's porthole at the frantic crowd fleeing below. Despair, anger, a longing for mercy. What a delightful mix of emotions. Guanlong lay leisurely on the sofa, his chin resting on one hand. At that moment, a loud noise was heard, and the antimatter soldier piloting the warship suddenly panicked. Guanlong, immersed in his enjoyment, was interrupted, and his brow furrowed. "What's going on?" So panicked. An antimatter soldier ran over to report. "Lord Guanlong, we're under attack. One of our warships was destroyed." Hearing this, Guanlong quickly stood up. "What happened?" The antimatter soldier pointed out the window. "It's her, Lord Guanlong." Guanlong looked in the direction the soldier pointed and saw Kiana, clad in Athena's Valkyrie armor and holding the ramen cudgel. Kiana looked down at the city below, a scene resembling a purgatory on Earth, and a rage instantly erupted. "Damn you! I, Kiana, will destroy you." Kiana twirled the ramen cudgel in her hand, then swept it out. Kiana's golden ramen stick rapidly extended, sweeping across, blasting 3 warships. The other warships, observing this, turned their guns and fired at Kiana. A cloud of cannonballs shot towards Kiana, who reached out and pinched them. "Big Chinese pancake!" Kiana shouted, and a rotating, ever-growing pancake appeared in her hand. Kiana stretched out her hand and pinched it, enveloping her. The surrounding cannonballs landed on the pancake, becoming engulfed by it, and gradually losing momentum. When all the cannonballs were entombed, Kiana burst out of it, holding it high in both hands. Big yuan shao. The pancake folded, transforming into a mountain-sized yuan shao. Kiana lifted the yuan shao in both hands, and hurled it towards the illusory flagship. "Is your turn over? Then it's my turn." Experience the power of the big yuan shao. Guanlong watched the rapidly approaching big yuan shao, and instantly left the warship. As soon as Guanlong steadied himself, the flagship behind him exploded into a shower of sparks. Guanlong's pupils trembled. If he had been a step slower, this body would have been destroyed. At this moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of Guanlong. It was Kiana, who had noticed Guanlong as she fled. Kiana slashed with her staff, and Guanlong quickly dodged. Thankfully, Guanlong's body was made of relatively good materials, barely avoiding the blow. Kiana, seeing her strike miss, rushed forward again, wielding the ramen golden cudgel. Huanlong turned and ran, realizing she was no match for the woman before her. Kiana, seeing Huanlong dared to run, gave chase. The two pursued each other, while Huanlong commanded his warships to intercept Kiana. Stop her! Seeing Kiana approach, Huanlong quickly ordered the surrounding antimatter legions to intercept her. Dozens of windwalkers charged at Kiana, and Kiana swung her golden ramen club, blasting them all to pieces. After dispatching the blockers, Kiana gave chase again. Kiana pursued relentlessly, while the antimatter legions harassed her relentlessly. Kiana blew up warship after warship, killing batch after batch of antimatter legionnaires. Even the Doomsday Beast was shattered to pieces by Kiana's club. Sadly, Huanlong still escaped. Kiana blew up another warship, watching Huanlong retreat in anger. Damn it! I let you get away. Don't let me see you again. Huanlong fled at a rapid speed, her body on the verge of shattering, emitting a constant glow. Huanlong glanced back at Kiana, who was slaughtering the antimatter legion's fleet, gritting her teeth in anger. Damn it! My most powerful physical form isn't here. Otherwise, I make you suffer. After venting her anger, Huanlong was about to leave, when she felt a chill on her back and heard a cold voice. Where are you going, Huanlong? Huanlong turned around. What she saw were the three generals, who had released their respective divine lords. Jing Yuan, Fei Xiao, and Huayan. And Donheng and Yin Yujun, staring intently at her from either side. And Jing Lu, who had unknowingly removed his eye mask, stared at her coldly from above. Through the surveillance camera robot that Jizi had just released, Jing Yuan and the others saw Huanlong being pursued by Kiana. Jing Yuan and the others exchanged glances, then, in perfect unison, headed in the direction Huanlong was fleeing, blocking his path. Huanlong was momentarily stunned. Really? Are you patrolling generals really that vindictive? Is it really necessary to go after me like this for a mere order of destruction? Huanlong had completely given up on escaping. With those men in his body, there was no way he could escape. Jing Yuan, Huayan, Fei Xiao, Dan Heng, Ren, and Jing Lu responded with a full-strength attack. Huanlong smiled wryly at the approaching attacks. The patrolling generals are all so petty. Before Huanlong finished her words, her body was swept away by several attacks, vanishing from the spot. Inside Yiyun's shop, Xiangling's eyes sparkled as she watched Kiana, who was constantly using rainbow stone techniques. Wow! This fighting style is so cool! Xiangling thought Kiana's fighting style, using food as an attack, was exactly what she wanted. Xiangling felt incredibly regretful. Why hadn't she gotten the rainbow stone, alas? If it were hers, she'd definitely be able to do even more with it. Hu Tao saw Xiangling looking a little depressed, then glanced at Kiana on screen and understood. Hu Tao secretly went to the bar, and planned to buy Xiangling a regular rainbow stone. She remembered that Xiangling's birthday was the day after tomorrow, so this would be a perfect birthday gift. A regular rainbow stone wasn't expensive, costing only 100,000 star coins. Hu Tao had been on the train for so long, so 100,000 star coins was a good price to spend. After buying the rainbow stone, Hu Tao kept it, intending to give it to Xiangling on her birthday. Then, everyone watched Kiana battle the Antimatter Legion fleet. Jing Yuan, Fei Xiao, and others returned to the train soon, and Xing and others were too lazy to ask about the illusory ending. Chapter 348. Half an hour later, Kiana completely wiped out the Antimatter Legion fleet. With the exception of Phantom, no one escaped. If it weren't for the fact that there were still indigenous people on the planet below, Kiana would have unleashed her full force long ago, and it wouldn't have taken this long. Just like counterterrorism, once it's confirmed that there are no civilians at the target location, then you can begin barrage after barrage. I'm still trying to break through with you. Forget it. I just throw bricks and plow the ground. On the ground, the surviving natives cast grateful glances at Kiana, who stood in the void in the sky. Kiana stood tall in the sky, her face stern, a pair of white wings behind her slowly flapping. The setting sun shone on Kiana's face, imbuing it with a sacred air. An old leader glanced at the dilapidated statue behind him, and resolutely made a bold decision. The old leader knelt on the ground, his arms folded across his chest, and cast a devout gaze toward Kiana in the sky. Goddess of salvation, please accept my sincere faith. The surviving believers around him observed this scene, but none accused the old leader of betraying his faith. In their view, faith in a living, true savior goddess was preferable to faith in some ethereal god. The believers followed the old leader's example, kneeling and offering their devout faith to Kiana in the sky. Kiana, the protagonist of this incident, was unaware of this, she was preparing to return. Little did she know that the people of this planet would embrace this faith for generations to come. After returning to the train, Qiana happily boasted to Xing, Luing, and the others about her recent battle experience. She spoke vividly and with great joy. However, much of it was exaggerated. If Xing and the others hadn't just watched the whole thing, they might have actually believed Qiana's story. Qiana, Xing, and Luing hadn't played for long when Jizi called them off to rest. It was getting late. They had a competition tomorrow. Xing, Luing, and Qiana moved the battlefield and returned to the treehouse. Qiana wasn't going home tonight. She planned to stay with Xing. The next day arrived. Qiana glanced at Xing beside her and jumped up with a whoosh. Qiana shook Xing. Xing! Get up. The lottery draw is today. Xing was shaken awake and forced to get up and wash. She had originally planned to stay in bed for a while. Qiana and Xing arrived at the store. Yiyun, Xianling, and the little evil god had already prepared breakfast. Jizi, Walter, Jingyuan, Huayan, and the others each grabbed a newspaper and ate while reading. Today's breakfast was a simple one, white porridge with steamed buns and baozi. Jizi saw Xing and Qiana arrive, and took the newspaper and meat buns from her hands. Xing, Qiana, have you washed up? Come over and eat if you do. Qiana pulled Xing over, and sat down next to Jizi. We washed up. Jizi. Sister Jizi. Jizi smiled. Okay, let's eat quickly. The lottery will be open soon. Qiana and Xing each took a small bowl and stood at their seats, pouring themselves a bowl of white porridge. Then, they each grabbed 2 meat buns and began to eat. As everyone ate breakfast, more and more people arrived. The lottery draw was in half an hour, and the prizes were highly sought after. Resurrection cards, and not just one, but a set of 6, Shin dragged Ing and Miko into the shop. They still had many friends who hadn't resurrected yet. Kanasai-kun Sasayuri. Miko came to Ying's side. Ing had arrived before Miko, bringing Paimon with her, and was preparing to eat. Oh my! Isn't that Ing? Why haven't you been to Azuma lately? Ing rolled her eyes at Miko, mimicking Miko's tone. Hey! Isn't that the chief priest? Why are you free to come to the shop today? Not to catch a criminal? Shin, watching this, smiled. Ing, don't worry. I revoked your wanted warrant. Come visit Azuma when you have time. If I'm free, I take you there. Ing looked at Shin. You're such a nice person. I don't know who it is, but I'm just doing business. And you got me on the wanted list, right, Shinsi? Shinsi covered his mouth and chuckled. Yes, that's me. I improved a lot. Ing wiped her nose. What do you mean by improved a lot? I was always awesome, okay? Soon, Zhongli, Ruochuo, and Guizhong arrived. As soon as Guizhong arrived, he ran to find Clara. Clara was eating breakfast when she was startled by Guizhong's sudden approach. Sister Gui, what are you doing? Guizhong smiled and pulled out a textbook with a few words written on it. Elementary School Physics Textbook, Company Edition. Clara, I finished this one. Do you have a junior high textbook I could borrow to study? Clara thought it was something else. Okay, Clara will get it for Sister Guizhong later. Guizhong happily agreed. She had seen Clara assembling a robot a few days ago, and was curious. How could this little girl actually know this? Guizhong asked Clara how she learned this, and Clara pulled out her textbook. Guizhong was instantly intrigued by the textbook, and borrowed an elementary physics textbook from Clara to study. It was true that this systematic study made a real difference. Even from an elementary school textbook, Guizhong had learned a lot about physics. She had already finished her elementary school textbook, and was about to borrow the next tutorial from Clara. Soon, the lottery draw time arrived, and everyone gathered in the shop, their eyes fixed on Yiyun. Yiyun took a ball from the counter, opened it, and pulled out a slip of paper. Yiyun read the contents of the slip. Wow! These numbers are interesting. Who's number 66? As Yiyun finished speaking, everyone looked at the numbers in their hands. The little evil god suddenly burst into laughter. Wahahaha! I won! Wahahaha! As expected of me, the invincible, irritable little devil. Everyone looked at the little evil god with envy. The little evil god rushed over to Yiyun and handed him the lottery ticket. Yiyun took it and looked at it. He was a little surprised that the little evil god hadn't done anything rash this time. It really was her. Yiyun took out the prize, 6 resurrection cards, and handed them to the little evil god. The little evil god accepted them with a smile, then glanced around at the crowd and cleared his throat. Hello, hey, the sandwich sauce auction is officially underway. 6 resurrection cards in total, starting at 1 million star coins. The little evil god immediately began the auction. The resurrection cards were of no use to her. Her friends, family, and the like had absolutely no use for them. The only person who might need them was Lily Bell, but she was still young enough not to worry about it. Chapter 349. As the little evil god spoke, a hushed silence fell over the place. The little evil god looked at the silent crowd, somewhat bewildered, unable to understand what was going on. Why aren't you bidding? Weren't you all so eager to win when the prize was announced? Why aren't you bidding? Yiyun smiled. Sandwich, your starting price is too high. 1 million is certainly within everyone's reach, but there won't be much left in your wallets after that. The little evil god heard this and looked at the crowd, all of whom remained silent. Seeing their expressions, the little evil god understood. Lily Lingnan spoke. Sandwich, lower the price. Starting at 100,000. We don't normally use star coins, so there's no need to bid so high. The little evil god pondered for a moment. Okay. Then let's start at 100,000, but each increment must be no less than 50,000. The little evil god might be a bit disingenuous and greedy, but she wouldn't mess around with such a serious matter. She knew exactly how much Zhongli, Teresa, and the others wanted this resurrection card. If she weren't sensible, with her personality, would she even lower the price? No way. Absolutely not. Not raising the price is a good thing. The little evil god chose the auction method. Firstly, to be considerate of the others. If she had just given it away, they probably wouldn't have accepted it. This resurrection card is incredibly valuable. Secondly, she just wanted to have some fun. An auction. What a fun thing. The main point is to have fun. The little evil god pulled out a small gavel from somewhere, and banged it twice on the table. Everyone, the first resurrection card, starting at 100,000 star coins, is now being auctioned. Anyone bidding? Zhongli immediately began bidding. 150,000. The little evil god was overjoyed to hear someone bid. Great. Our Mr. Zhongli has already made a bid, 150,000 star coins. Is there a higher price? Teresa immediately bid. 200,000. The little evil god was even happier when he heard the price go up to 200,000. 200,000. I could play the golden trash can 20 times. I heard from Xing that the golden trash can is super fun, and the prizes you get depend entirely on your luck. If you're lucky, you can even get something worth 5 million star coins. Masaka. Teresa-chan bids 200,000. As expected of the dean, you're rich. Any other bids? 200,000, the first time. Just as the little evil god had called out his first bid, Xin spoke up. 250,000 star coins. Just as the little evil god was about to flatter Xin, Zhongli spoke again. 300,000 star coins. The little evil god was stunned, looking at Zhongli with exaggerated expression. His. 300,000 star coins. Mr. Zhongli bids 300,000. 300,000 first time. 300,000 second time. 300,000 third time. Deal. Congratulations, Mr. Zhongli, on winning the first resurrection card for 300,000 star coins. The little evil god approached Zhongli, holding a resurrection card and offering his hands for the money. Zhongli took out 300,000 star coins and placed them in the little evil god's hand. The little evil god didn't immediately hand the resurrection card to Zhongli. Instead, he tucked it under his arm and counted it several times. After confirming the amount was correct, the little evil god handed the resurrection card to Zhongli. Zhongli first put it away and didn't use it immediately. He still had over 400,000 star coins on him and planned to bid on another one. Soon, the second auction began. This time, Jun successfully bid for the second resurrection card, spending 280,000 star coins. She brought a total of 310,000 this time. When Teresa called out 200,000, Jun immediately added 80,000, demonstrating her resolve. Seeing this, Wendy and Teresa reluctantly gave up. They had brought even fewer star coins than Jin. Wendy brought 210,000, Teresa 200,000. The third and fourth auctions followed, and Wendy and Teresa each finally won a resurrection card. The remaining two were taken by the wealthy Xianzhou. Jing Yuan held the two resurrection cards and looked at Feixiu and Huayan. Let's leave this to the marshal. Feixiu didn't seem to mind. Fine, I have no objection. Huayan stroked his beard. I also think this is feasible. This is a matter of great importance, and the decision should be left to the marshal. Jing Yuan placed the two resurrection cards in his storage ring. Okay, I take them first. After the auction, the little evil god happily held over 1.5 million star coins, and prepared to spin them at the bar. Suddenly, a pair of evil hands attacked and snatched all the star coins from the little evil god's possession. Who? How dare you steal my sandwich sauce's money? Ah! Do you want to live? The little evil god looked around angrily. Finally, his gaze fixed on Lily Ling's hand. Lily Ling calmly put the star coins into the box, and slowly picked her up. Sandwich sauce, you've been spending money lavishly. I help you keep this money, and give you 100 star coins a day as pocket money. The little evil god couldn't accept this, and immediately demanded his own star coins back. Suddenly, the little evil god stopped moving and slowly withdrew his hand. Lily Ling looked at the little evil god with a kind expression. Sandwich, you're not going to take it back, are you? To save himself from suffering, the little evil god quite willingly gave in. Do you have any? No, I just wanted to help you carry it. It must be tiring to carry so much money, isn't it? Lily Ling handed the cardboard box containing the star coins to the little evil god. Okay, then you can take it. It's a lot of money, and it's certainly heavy. With that, Lily Ling led the little evil god out of Yi Yun's store, and back to her apartment. After the little evil god incident, everyone turned their attention to the next prize. Next prize. Little Dora's treasure bag with any item. Introduction. A treasure bag containing many magical items. Next lottery draw time. 62-3H59 and 59S. After reading the information about the next prize, Ing asked Yi Yun in confusion. Yi Yun, what exactly is in this treasure bag? Yi Yun said. Lots, like a zooming light, a portal, a time machine, a bamboo dragonfly, a gourmet tablecloth, and so much more. Many of the items in this treasure bag are quite practical. If you're interested, you can buy 2 lottery tickets. Ing decided to buy 2 lottery tickets. There was something she was interested in among the things Yi Yun had just mentioned. For example, the time machine. The name suggested it had something to do with time. If she got it, she might be able to travel back in time. Ing shook the lottery ticket and put it into her storage ring. Just then, Paimon flew over. Ing, can you give me 30 star coins? I only need 30 star coins to buy a lottery ticket. Ing looked at Paimon. You want to buy a lottery ticket too? So generous. You're not using your star coins to buy snacks anymore? Paimon chuckled. I want to win. Yi Yun just told me in secret that the gourmet tablecloth can instantly conjure up whatever I want to eat. Chapter 350. Xing, Jingyuan, and Walter each bought a few lottery tickets. Afterwards, everyone went to their own QQ farms to harvest vegetables. Afterward, they prepared to participate in today's elf competition. Xing arrived at her QQ farm, which was almost reaching level 3. If she harvested the grass in front of her, she would reach level 3 and unlock the QQ farm subsidiary module, the QQ Ranch. Xing arrived at the 2 acres of farmland where the grass was planted and pressed the sickle button to harvest the 2 acres. The moment the grass was harvested, a notification chimed in Xing's mind. Congratulations on reaching level 3. The ranch space has been unlocked and can be accessed through the portal next to the farm. After hearing the notification, Xing looked at the QQ Ranch portal nearby. Xing darted in, intending to see what this QQ Ranch was all about. Through the portal, Xing found herself in a space with blue sky and white clouds. In this space, there was only one ranch, with an open space within it. Xing walked to the open space, and a notification chimed in his head. QQ Ranch allows you to raise small animals, which produce different items daily. Star coins, enhancement stones, and so on. Following the prompt, Xing opened the ranch shop and looked at the available small animals. At first, it was fine with chickens, ducks, geese, cows, and pigs. Later, things got a bit outrageous, with phoenixes and unicorns popping up. Their products were quite impressive. For example, the white tiger can produce a magical sword every month. The phoenix can produce a drop of phoenix blood every month. The undead phoenix produces a resurrection card every month. Xing's interest peaked immediately upon seeing this. This ranch had something special. It could produce things like immortal swords and resurrection cards. It seemed like he needed to spend more time on the QQ farm and ranch. Xing's ranch was currently only at level 1, so he could only buy chicks that produced 1 enhancement stone per day. Furthermore, a level 1 ranch could only raise 1. Xing bought a chick and placed it on the open space. The chick, as soon as it landed, took off running around on its short legs. Xing glanced at the nearby feed maker, which converted grass into feed for the corresponding animals. Xing checked the grass in his bag, 30 units in total. Xing immediately swapped it for 10 units of chicken feed. As soon as the chicken feed was replaced, the feed maker detected a chick in the ranch and ejected a bag of chicken feed in front of it. After the chick finished eating the feed, a bubble-wrapped enhancement stone suddenly appeared in its place. Xing walked over, picked it up, and happily put it into her storage ring. Afterwards, Xing played with the chicks in the ranch for a while before leaving. Elsewhere, Xiangling was arguing with the system. Why do the chicks lay reinforcement stones instead of eggs? I want eggs. Change them to eggs. Notice, in QQ Ranch, chicks can only lay reinforcement stones. Eggs can only be laid by laying hens at level 6. Xiangling shook her head. No. That's ridiculous. It's a chicken, but it lays reinforcement stones instead of eggs. It's completely unreasonable. The system didn't bother explaining, and simply chose silence. It had been arguing with Xiangling for over 10 minutes, but Xiangling wouldn't listen, insisting it replace the chick's eggs with eggs. Xiangling had been thrilled at first to be able to raise small animals. Wouldn't that mean she could bring food directly from the ranch to the table? She hadn't expected this trick. Xiangling was furious. She didn't want the strengthening stone. She only wanted eggs. Don't ignore me. Then I have a question for you. Why can't you, a chick, lay eggs? Aren't you a fake? The system was speechless. After seeing the outrageous creatures in the ranch shop, Zhongli, Jingyuan, and the others decided to invest more time here. This ranch's output is truly impressive, and the things they find are truly tempting. After finishing their duties at the Cuckoo Farm and Cuckoo Ranch, they headed to the Happy Little Ball for today's auditions. Walter arrived at the competition venue with Babuhua and Jonas. When he appeared with Babuhua, the surrounding competitors fled as if they had seen a demon. It wasn't just Walter. Jingyuan, Jizi, Xing, Luing, and Amber were all the same. Many competitors were terrified of facing them. Jingyuan, seeing this, shook her head. It seems we become quite famous. Jingyuan nodded. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, someone must have gathered this information. However, it doesn't matter. Competitors, who haven't achieved 3 victories, can't refuse the challenge. Refusing will result in a direct loss. When Xing heard Jizi and Jingyuan say this, he instantly felt a surge of power known as king-like aura surging through him. Xing put his hands on his hips, glanced at the surrounding contestants, and chuckled. Hey, everyone, stop right there. Whoever runs, I call them out. The contestants who were about to flee stopped in their tracks, fearing they would be picked by Xing. Xing swaggered towards a young man, startled. He grabbed his name tag and ran. Run! If I don't run, I'd be eliminated. I still want to walk a little further. Xing gave a strange laugh and chased after him. Seeing this, Luing hurried after him. Walter and Babuhua also headed in the same direction, ready to find 6 people to complete today's victory. If there was still enough time, Walter planned to continue strolling around like yesterday. As he walked, a young man blocked Walter's path. At the boy's feet stood a sky-blue, muscled rat, standing on 2 legs. Yes, the boy was the contestant Jingyuan had mentioned yesterday. The boy looked at Walter. I heard you're strong. I'd like to compete with you, Walter asked. Do you want to compete with my Jonas, or with my friend Babuhua? The boy looked at them. Babuhua first. Babuhua stood in front of Walter, readying herself with high morale. The boy saw this and ordered the Thunder Rat to attack. Thunder Rat. Use charge. Then use spark. At the command, the Thunder Rat's body crackled with lightning. Then, it unleashed a burst of lightning at Babuhua. Babuhua shrank back, using the skill Retract Head, which doubled its defense. The spark only caused minimal damage to Babuhua. Babuhua resisted the attack and immediately used luminescence to heal its injuries. Then, it pointed its hands at the Thunder Rat, sending a volley of petals and leaves blasting towards it. Chapter 351. Bubble Flower unleashes Leaf Storm, a powerful move. The boy quickly calls out to Thunder Mouse to dodge. Unfortunately, it's too late. Leaf Storm directly hits Thunder Mouse. Thunder Mouse's body instantly becomes covered in wounds. Bubble Flower seizes its opportunity, unleashing Leaf Storm once again, completely neutralizing it. Walter thought the battle was over, but unexpectedly, the boy summons a second Pokemon, Infernape, an evolution of Charmeleon. Walter is somewhat surprised. This boy seems to have some real skills. Both Pokemon have evolved. It seems this boy is truly gifted in this area. However, his Pokemon contest journey ends here. Infernape is a counter to Bubble Flower, but the difference in power between the two is too great. It's a sheer force of strength. Pokemon, Blossom Flower. Type, Grass. Level, 60. Description, A rare grass-type Pokemon with great potential. Pokemon, Infernape. Type, Fire. Level, 18. Description, a particularly outstanding Fire-type Pokemon. One is level 60, the other is level 18. The difference in power between them is enormous. Walter hadn't expected Blossom Flower to lose from the start, as he knew Blossom Flower's strength well. During training before the match, Jonas and Axios combined could barely draw with Blossom Flower. This was primarily due to Jonas and Axios' lack of growth and their low levels. At the same level, Jonas and Axios would undoubtedly be significantly stronger than Blossom Flower. Bubble Flower repeated its old trick, unleashing another storm of leaves, directly defeating Charmander. The boy's pupils trembled at the sight. How is that possible? How did your companion Bubble Flower train? How long has it been since he's reached this level? Walter said. Bubble Flower's situation is quite unique. Okay, I have a competition ahead of me. We see each other again someday. Walter didn't want to tell the boy that Bubble Flower had actually arrived in this world a long time ago. If he told anyone, the boy would find out and exploit her. He say it's unfair, saying why let an elf born ages ago compete? It's unfair, he say. While Walter wasn't afraid of the hassle, he still thought less was better. Why bother creating more trouble when you can have some free time? Walter took Bubble Flower and Jonas to challenge the others, quickly completing their victory for the day. On the train, the little evil god received his daily allowance of 100 star coins from Lily Ling. These 100 star coins also cover the food expenses for her and Lily Ling. The little evil god wandered around Yun's shop, a 100 star coin in hand. So boring. Xiangling, who was looking through a recipe, heard the little evil god's rant. Didn't Lily Ling ask you to buy groceries? Have you done it? The little evil god shook his head. No. Buying groceries is out of the question. Okay, I can just grab some groceries from the refrigerator later. I have to save these 100 star coins. Once I have 1,000, I buy another lottery ticket. Xiangling heard the little evil god say this, and a question occurred to her. But you only have 100 a day. It'd take you 10 days to save enough to buy a lottery ticket, and the draw is just over 6 days away. The little evil god was stunned. Yes. Doesn't that mean he missed this lottery draw? No. I can't miss it no matter what. I'm going to ask Lily Ling for the money. That's my money. Damn it. Xiangling watched the little evil god walk into the portal. A minute later, the little evil god flew out of the portal, bruised and battered, looking like he was about to die. Xiangling was no longer surprised by this. The little evil god received several beatings almost every day, and it was a daily occurrence. It would be strange if the little evil god didn't get a beating one day. Just then, a voice rang out. Sandwich, Xiangling, long time no see. The little evil god looked and saw Rimuru jumping out of the portal. Seeing Rimuru, the little evil god had an idea. Ah, isn't that Mr. Rimuru? Long time no see. The little evil god slid over to Rimuru's side and greeted him warmly. Rimuru looked up at the little evil god and saw his bruised face and nose, knowing he'd been beaten again. Sandwich, you got beaten again? The little evil god waved his hand nonchalantly. That's not important. I have a big project that needs investment. Are you interested? Rimuru's interest quickly faded at the little evil god's shrewd, profiteer-like demeanor. Can I say no? The little evil god shook his head. No, it only costs 1,000 star coins. All you have to do is invest 1,000 star coins in a lottery ticket. If I win, I give you half the prize. How about that? Don't worry, I'm incredibly lucky. I was the winner last time, and I won a full 6 resurrection cards. What do you think? Want to invest? Rimuru thought. The little evil god had just won the lottery, so maybe there was some luck involved. It was only 1,000 star coins. Okay, I bet 1,000 star coins on you. The little evil god instantly cheered and held out his hand to Rimuru. Rimuru took out 1,000 star coins and handed them to the little evil god, who took them and ran towards the lottery station. Xiangling sighed slightly as she watched the little evil god run away, then looked back at Rimuru. Rimuru, what brought you here? Aren't you facing a monster army invading your area? Rimuru said. The monster army has been defeated. I'm here to invite everyone over. We're planning a celebration party tonight. Xiangling was surprised. Is that so? I tell everyone later. Everyone should be at Hanabi's Pokemon contest right now. Rimuru was surprised. Ah? A Pokemon competition? How come I didn't know about it? Xiangling heard this and told Rimuru what had happened. Rimuru felt a surge of regret after hearing this. Ah? Then I completely missed it? A Pokemon competition, it sounds like it would be fun. The little evil god came over with a lottery ticket. If you want to participate, it's not impossible. I have a plan. Rimuru was surprised. What plan? The little evil god rubbed his fingers together. Rimuru understood what he meant, and took out 100 star coins, and handed them to him. The little evil god frowned at the mere 100 star coins. It's hard for me to tell you this. Rimuru was speechless for a moment, then took out another 100 star coins, and handed them to the little evil god. That's all I have. Take it or leave it. If you don't tell me, I won't ask. Just give me back my money. The little evil god, upon hearing this, realized he wouldn't gain any further advantage, so he spoke. I'm telling you, Rimuru, you can compete as a spirit. As long as you keep quiet, no one will notice anything's wrong with you. Chapter 352. Rimuru's face darkened instantly. He wanted to participate in the competition to experience the joy of commanding Pokemons, not to personally engage in combat. How foolish of him to have trusted Sandwich Sauce to come up with a good plan. The little evil god happily shoved 200 star coins into his wallet. Just tell me if this plan will allow you to participate in the Pokemon competition. I take the money, thank you for your patronage, With that, the little evil god stalked off, his tail twirling, and ran to the minibar's refrigerator to grab some food to eat. Buying groceries? No way. Never pay for something for free, that's the little evil god's life motto. The little evil god opened the refrigerator and poked his head inside to select groceries. The refrigerator was filled with a wide variety of groceries. It was where everyone on the train usually kept their groceries. The little evil god took out 2 heads of lettuce, then a piece of beef, ready to go back and make some barbecue and wrap it in lettuce leaves. To conceal his true intentions, the little evil god had already prepared a shopping bag from a supermarket near Lily Ling's apartment. Putting the lettuce and beef into the bag, the little evil god contentedly entered the portal. Through the portal, the little evil god returned to his apartment. Lily Ling was at school, and no one was home. The little evil god first went to the kitchen to put the lettuce and beef away. Opening the bag, the little evil god was overjoyed. Today I pulled a prank on someone, won the lottery, and gotten some free food, all without spending a penny. It's a perfect day. I wish every day could be like this. Let me check. Barbecue grill, oh. It's right here. At this moment, the little evil god plugged in the barbecue grill, but it didn't work, and he was immediately furious. Huh? Broken again? No way. Oh. I have to go out and fix it again. The little evil god picked up the barbecue grill, and turned to leave the apartment. As he walked, he ran into Medusa. Medusa, with a brown paper bag on her head, turned around, and was overjoyed to see the little evil god. Sandwich Sauce. Medusa trotted over to Sandwich Sauce. Sandwich Sauce, it's been a while since I last saw you. What have you been up to? The little evil god hummed. I recently went to another world. How's that? Amazing, isn't it? Medusa clapped her hands in amazement. Oh, that's amazing, Sandwich Sauce. Take me there sometime? That other world you were talking about. The little evil god nodded in agreement. No problem, but you have to do me a favor. Medusa smiled and agreed. Okay. The little evil god opened the bag he was carrying, revealing a broken barbecue grill. My barbecue grill is broken at home, and I want to get it fixed, but I forgot to bring any money, so... As he spoke, the little evil god's frantic eyes hinted at, well, Medusa. Medusa heard this. It's okay, I brought money with me. Let's go fix the barbecue grill together. The little evil god happily took Medusa's hand. Come on. Let's have dinner together tonight. I brought some beef. Sure. Sandwich Sauce. The little evil god and Medusa walked away chatting. On the happy little ball. Gold Dust, Jade, and Topaz sat in the office upstairs chatting. Gold Dust's office was warmly decorated, with a sandbox made of building blocks in the center. The sand table depicted a rough outline of the development surrounding the Joyful Theater. Topa wandered around Gold Dust's office. I can't believe you decorate your office in this style. It's so unlike you. Gold Dust smiled slightly. People change all the time. The second round of additions has been released. I had someone sort out the information. Do you want to join? Topa sighed. Forget it, I already been eliminated. Emerald was a little surprised. Oh, you were eliminated so quickly? Topa spread his hands helplessly. I met Blossom, and we had a duel. Gold Dust wasn't surprised to hear that Blossom had done it. That's not unfair. Blossom's strength is top 0 among all the Pokemon participating this time. Topa, what were you thinking? How dare you fight Blossom? Topa asked. I don't know what happened. Walter, Bubble Flower, and I ran into each other by chance, and I chatted with Mr. Walter for a while. Bubble Flower played with Zhong Zhong for a while, and when they came back, Bubble Flower challenged me. I can't break the rules I set, can I? After hearing Topa say this, Jade had pretty much guessed what was going on. Jade glanced sideways at Zhong Zhong, who looked guiltily in the corner, and smiled. This little guy is quite jealous. The facts were just as Jade had expected. After Walter and Topa separated, he asked Bubble Flower the reason. Bubble Flower's answer was, Zhong Zhong asked me to help beat up Topa's elf. Zhong Zhong and I have known each other for a long time and often play together. We are good friends, so I wanted to help him. Walter laughed at that. That was quite a calculation. Topa's elf is a small, glittering bean sprout. Topa adores it, and practically carries it wherever he goes. Emerald said. Let's not talk about that, Gold Dust. How's the preparation for the elimination match venue going? It's going to be used the day after tomorrow. Gold Dust smiled. Don't worry, I'm always reliable. The venue is ready. I built a stadium nearby that can accommodate 300,000 people. I spent a lot of money to rush it out. Don't worry. Emerald nodded. Yes, that's good. Emerald looked at Topa again. Topa, how are you doing over there? How are things going with Robin and Funina performing at the elimination match opening ceremony? Topa said. Don't worry, they agreed. They'd be here for rehearsal tomorrow. Emerald nodded with satisfaction. Well, that's great. The higher-ups are taking this competition very seriously, and 2 directors seem to be somewhat close to our strategic investment department. Diamond urged us to ensure this competition is a success, and most importantly, to satisfy Yi Yun. As for the opinions of the other directors within the company, they take precedence over Yi Yun. Gold Sand smiled and looked out the window. Speaking of Yi Yun, I heard his shop has a new gadget called a boosting machine. It can enhance an item, is that correct? Topa replied. Yes, Kiana was incredibly lucky to have enhanced a gold treasure chest, jumping 2 levels to become a diamond treasure chest. From this diamond treasure chest, she found a bracelet worth 25 million star coins. With the power it gave her, she easily destroyed an entire Antimatter Legion fleet. Gold Sand heard this. Is that so? When I have some free time, I like to check it out. I feel like this thing was made just for me. Chapter 353. Emerald looked at Gold Dust. You always had good luck. This thing called the enhancement machine might actually suit you. Gold Dust smiled at this. I go over when I have time. For now, let's get the Pokemon competition done. If we get this first one done, the second, third, and even more will go much more smoothly. As long as we get this first competition done right, we can build on this foundation and add some new rules to future competitions. This will save a lot of trouble. Emerald then thought of something. By the way, Gold Dust, did the marketing department try to tamper with the competition? Gold Dust nodded. Indeed, it was their black glove fleet that came, specifically to do their dirty work. Unfortunately, they were wiped out by Aha. Oh no, that's wrong. They weren't wiped out. There are still 100 of them, acting as extras in the Joy Theater. Topa clicked his tongue. TSK. This market development department is really tough. They actually want to take direct action against the Happy Ball. I really admire their courage. Emerald said. It's an intelligence issue. They didn't know the Happy Star God existed here. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to come even if they had 10,000 guts. Emerald checked the hands on her watch. Okay, that's all for today. Topa, let's go back. Topa nodded and left Gold Sand's office with Emerald. On the train, it was now past 2 in the afternoon, and almost everyone had already returned from the Happy Ball. Rimuru extended an invitation to everyone, inviting them to the celebratory dinner and have some fun. Xing, Luing, Amber, Kiana, and Hutao, the few who were idle, agreed immediately. Zhongli, Jingyuan, and the others declined, as they had other things to do. Yi Yun looked at Klee, who was sitting in his arms, and rubbed her little head. Klee, do you want to go over and play? Klee looked up at Yi Yun with a smile. Klee wants to go. Klee wants to ride the big wolf. Bailu followed suit. I want to go too. My little wolf cub is too young to ride it. Chi-Chi agreed blankly. Chi-Chi, ride the big wolf, I want to play. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun also decided to attend the celebration dinner and take Klee and the others along for some fun. Yi Yun, the 7 little ones, Xing's group, Jizi, Walter, and Kafka followed Rimuru into the portal and headed for the dinner. Passing through the portal, the group arrived at Rimuru's monster city. After a period of development, the goblin tribe, once consisting of only a few tattered tents, has now become a bustling town. The houses in the town are all built by construction robots, each with its own unique characteristics. Miss Jing waited in the portal. As Xing, Amber, and the others emerged, they saw Jing. Jing! Long time no see. Jing smiled and greeted Xing and the others. Long time no see, Xing, Amber, and Hu Tao. After greeting, Xing's gaze fell on Rania, who was standing nearby. Hey, isn't that Rania? You got another horn on your head. Come, let me touch it and see how it feels. Rania tried to dodge, but unfortunately, it wasn't as fast as Xing, so Xing grabbed its horn. Lanya tried to struggle a few times, but when it proved futile, she gave up, allowing Xing to caress her horns and head. Klee, Bai Lu, and the other 7 hooks cheered joyfully upon seeing Lanya and rushed over. Big Wolf! Bai Lu ran to Lanya's side, glanced at her back, her eyes filled with longing. Bai Lu grabbed Lanya's fur, chuckled, and climbed up on all fours. Lanya glanced back at Bai Lu and ignored her. She knew the identities of these little creatures. They were the group's favorites. Rimuru-sama said that a man named Doctor had once provoked them. The Doctor was met with a relentless, cross-world pursuit. Lanya didn't want to be pursued. Besides, they were just a few children, nothing serious. Afterwards, Jing took Xing, Hu Tao, and Kiana out to play. Yiyun, Jizi, Kafka, and Walter were led to the banquet by Rimuru. Xing, Kurumi, and Kiana followed Jing to a square. Here, there was a simple open-air kitchen. In the kitchen, a chubby goblin, Shuna, and several other female goblins were preparing food. Xing also spotted the honey-gathering duo of bees and beetles, flying over with a bucket of honey in their hands. They had been incredibly busy today, collecting honey all day for tonight's dinner. Xing approached the bees and peered into the bucket. Is this honey? The bee looked at Xing and nodded. Xing saw this and scooped up a little honey and put it in his mouth. The pure, natural honey tasted quite delicious, and Xing's eyes lit up. This stuff tastes good? More! With that, Xing reached out again. Seeing this, the bee quickly dodged, grabbing the bucket. Xing chased after it. Don't be so stingy. Let me have a little more. Seeing this, the beetle immediately rushed over to save the bee. Beetle? Beetle accelerated. Beetle was getting closer. Beetle? Beetle? The beetle was slapped and sent flying. Just as the beetle flew over, it bumped into Xing's flailing hand and was slapped back. Xing turned around, a wave of confusion running through his eyes. Huh? Did my hand just touch something? Xing glanced around and spotted the bee, which was about to flee. Never mind, honey matters. Xing ran after it again. Yiyun saw Xing chasing the bee and couldn't help but sigh. This Xing is such a naughty kid, causing chaos in Rimuru's city-state. As soon as they arrived, they ran to touch the horns of other Lanya, then chased after other bees for honey. Yiyun sat and chatted with Rimuru, the great demon clan leader, and Benimaru. Soon, Shuna arrived with 2 great demon clan members, carrying a large platter of barbecue. The 2 great demon clan members placed the stone platter on the table, and Rimuru invited everyone to start eating. Kranya, seeing that dinner was ready, also joined Yiyun and the others with his 7 little ones. The 7 little ones huddled together on Lanya's back. Klee poked her little head out. Brother Yiyun, Klee is so happy, so fun. Yiyun smiled fondly, walked over, and picked up Klee, Bai Lu, and the other little ones one by one. Jezi and Kafka came over to help, each taking 2 of the little cuties to eat. The dining table was low, about the height of a coffee table. The 7 little ones stood beside it, drooling at the sight of the huge table of barbecue. Bai Lu stood on tiptoe and took down 2 skewers of grilled lamb, handing one to Kelly. Kelly, here, take it. Chapter 354. After accepting the toast, Kelly glanced at Yiyun, who was clinking glasses with Hongwan. Following Yiyun's example, she clinked her lamb skewer with Bai Lu's. Cheers! Seeing this, Bai Lu clinked her own lamb skewer with hers. Cheers! Hook found the scene amusing and pulled Diana over to clink her glasses as well. Cheers! Yao Yao and Chi-Chi stood in front of Kafka. Chi-Chi nibbled at a skewer of grilled mushrooms. Yao Yao held a skewer of grilled beef and handed it to Kafka. Sister Kafka, eat some beef. Kafka smiled and took the skewer of grilled beef from Yao Yao. Thank you, Yao Yao. Yao Yao smiled and lowered her head to eat a skewer of grilled mushrooms. Hongwan and Walter were chatting when Shu and I approached. "Brother, come and try this delicious meal I prepared especially for you." Baimaru was overjoyed to hear Shuna's words. His sister was truly an angel. However, when he took a closer look at the food on the plate, his heart ached. That's right, a whole bowl of carrots. Benimaru usually hated carrots the most. Baimaru's eyes twitched, and he looked at Shuna. "Shuna, I'm not hungry right now. You can have these." Shuna gave him a bright smile. "Brother, I prepared these especially for you." Shuna emphasized the word especially. Baimaru swallowed hard and devoured a piece of carrot with a fearless devotion. A cold sweat immediately broke out on Benimaru's forehead, and he glanced at Shuna. Shuna hadn't left yet, staring intently at him. Benimaru had no choice but to force himself to swallow it. Seeing Benimaru swallow it, Shu and I left satisfied. After Shu and I left, Benimaru picked up a glass of water and rinsed his mouth. Walter saw this. "Mr. Benimaru, are you allergic to carrots?" Benimaru shook his head and nodded. "I don't think so, I just hate it." Walter understood. So that was the situation. For the rest of the day, everyone ate, drank, and had a blast. That night, everyone stayed behind, enjoying themselves in Rimuru's Monster Federation town, rather than returning home to rest. The next morning, Xing was soundly asleep in bed. Outside the window, early birds chirped in flocks. Downstairs, on the street, early rising monsters were heading to the morning market. The food in the morning was the freshest, often freshly picked from the forest. Suddenly, a flash of fire streaked across the sky, and a fireball crashed down not far from the town. Sui and his dragon men rushed to the scene. Rimuru followed closely behind, leading Benimaru and the others to the scene. Hoshi, who had been soundly asleep, was awakened by the loud noise and felt irritated. Last night, she had stayed up late, not getting to bed until around 3 or 4 a.m. Who's that? Why is he making such a fuss so early in the morning? Hoshi sat up abruptly and ran to the window to look out. Outside, people on the street were frantically evacuating. Hoshi looked further into the distance and saw a forest rising with smoke. Oh no! Something's happened. Hoshi woke Kurumi, Ryohachi, and the other girls, leaving them no time to wash up, and rushed to the scene. Meanwhile, Yiyun and Walter had already arrived at the scene. The two, always early risers, had been strolling through town when they saw the fireball and arrived there. At the spot where the fireball had crashed, a pink-haired girl with twin pigtails stood with her hands on her hips, watching Yiyun from within the crater. As Yiyun had expected, the girl was none other than Malim, one of the world's strongest. Malim examined Yiyun curiously, activating her ability to scan him. Huh? An ordinary person? Impossible? You just suddenly appeared here. Malim teleported to Yiyun's side, examining him with curiosity. She circled around Yiyun, trying to discern any difference. Yiyun reached out and placed a hand on Malim's head, causing her to stop. Behave yourself. I give you something delicious later. Malim was immediately displeased when Yiyun said this. She pushed Yiyun's hand away from her head and continued to circle around him, her main act rebellious. Seeing this, Yiyun bought a jar of honey, scooped out a small piece with a spoon, and forced it directly into Malim's mouth. Malim felt instantly struck stunned. Malim cupped her cheeks with both hands, her tongue licking her lips rapidly. What is this? How can it be so delicious? Malim looked at the honey in Yiyun's hand and reached out to take it. Yiyun dodged, avoiding Malim's outstretched hand. Want some? Malim nodded. Yes, yes. Give it to me, Yiyun said after hearing this. You can eat it, but you have to agree to 3 conditions. Malim shook her head at Yiyun's words. No. 3 is too many, 1 at most. Yiyun agreed, saying 1 would be fine. Okay, 1 is enough. That is, you are not allowed to hurt anyone in this area without my permission. Of course, you can do whatever you want to those who provoke you. Malim felt very embarrassed when she heard this. It's so difficult to restrain herself from taking action. Everyone knows that my main characteristic is spontaneity, doing whatever makes me happy. Seeing this, Yiyun took out another jar of honey. How about I add another jar? Malim's eyes lit up at the sight of the extra jar, but she was still a little reluctant. Yiyun saw this. 3 jars, no more. Malim still couldn't resist the temptation. Okay. I promise. Yiyun handed the 3 jars of honey to Malim, who happily began to eat. Walter glanced at Malim and whispered to Yiyun. This little girl is very strange. The energy intensity within her is incredibly high, almost comparable to that of a low-level order user, Yiyun said. Of course she is. She's one of the strongest in this world. Right, Malim? Yiyun asked, adding a question. At Yi Yun's question, Meline put down the honey, leaped to her feet, and placed her hands on her hips. Ha ha! Of course. I'm Demon Lord Meline. How's that? Amazing, right? Meline looked at Yi Yun and Walter with pride. But their expressions disappointed her. Yi Yun and Walter's expressions were calm, not as surprised or shocked as she had expected. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, holding a flaming sword. Demon Lord Meline? I can tell you she's not a good person. You disturbed my sleep so early in the morning. I'm going to show you how powerful I, the Galaxy's Skyfire Man, am. Chapter 355. Xing descended, holding the holy judgment of heavenly fire high. Meline's first reaction wasn't to block, but to take the blow head-on with her head. A beating was fine, but the honey in her arms couldn't be harmed. Xing's sword struck Meline's head firmly. Dang! There was a crisp sound, and Yi Yun gave a thumbs up. Loud enough, a good start. Xing landed and looked at Meline as if she were an idiot. Meline still fiercely guarded the honey in her arms. No, sister, what's wrong with your mind? It's just a bottle of honey. Is that a big deal? Meline put the honey into the alien space, stretched her body, and was about to fight Xing. You actually interrupted me while I was enjoying my delicious meal. This is a heinous crime. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Xing, unwilling to be outdone, held the holy judgment of heavenly fire horizontally. Come on, who's afraid of who? Meline threw a punch at Xing. That was her fighting style, direct and decisive, with powerful force. Xing held up the heavenly fire judgment in her hand to block. The moment the two met, a terrifying burst of energy erupted, sweeping across the sky. Thankfully, Rimuru arrived and used his predator skill to absorb the energy, then unleashed it into the sky. The immense energy surged skyward, clearing a gap in the clouds. At that moment, Yi Yun appeared between the two, holding each with his hand, separating them. Alright, stop fighting, we're all on the same side. Meline withdrew her fist after hearing Yi Yun's words. She figured she'd rather eat honey than fight. Meline turned and jumped onto a boulder, squatting down. She pulled out a bottle of honey, and scooped a little into her mouth, a look of ecstasy on her face. Xing looked at Yi Yun. Yi Yun, what's going on? Yi Yun thought for a moment, then explained. Don't worry, Meline means no harm. She's just here for fun. Hearing this, Xing put away the holy judge of heavenly fire and looked at Meline. At this moment, Rimuru, Benimaru, Luing, and the others gathered around, their gaze fixed intently on Meline as she ate honey. Baimu sensed Meline's incredibly powerful magical energy. Rimuru-sama, she's very strong. Be careful. At this moment, a green light appeared before everyone. The light faded, revealing the forest manager, the dryad Taurine. Taurine bowed respectfully to Meline. Meline-sama, welcome to Tempest. Meline looked up at Taurine's words. Oh, hello. I seem to remember you. A dryad, right? Taurine smiled and nodded. Well, long time no see, Meline-sama. The last time we met was quite some time ago, when you came to visit us for a few days. Meline smiled and nodded. Yes. Don't worry about me. I'm here for fun too. As she spoke, Meline noticed Rimuru in the crowd. Meline teleported in front of him. Are you the one who defeated the pig-headed emperor? Rimuru paused, thinking. Yes, it was me. What's wrong? Meline looked Rimuru over and suddenly said. Let's have a fight. Rimuru was stunned. Huh? Why? Meline said seriously. Of course, I want you to be my little brother. Meline had barely finished her words when Yi Yun smacked her on the head. Dang! A loud bang, a good start. Where did you learn that? You want to be a gangster? And you want others to be your minions? Meline was about to lose their temper when Yi Yun simply stuffed a lollipop into her mouth. Meline instantly calmed down and walked away to happily eat the lollipop. Meline, though she had lived a long life and possessed world-class strength, her heart was that of a child, a proper child, playful and greedy. Rimuru, seeing this, asked Yi Yun without hesitation. Yi Yun, who is this Meline? Yi Yun looked at Tarini beside him. Tarini understood and explained. Meline-sama is the Honorable Demon Lord. Everyone, except Yi Yun, Walter, and Xing, who already knew the news, was shocked. Rimuru looked at Meline. You're telling me this little girl squatting on a rock, slurping on a lollipop, is a demon king? Yi Yun said, seeing Rimuru's disbelief. Indeed, she's not just any demon king. She's one of the most powerful few in your world. No, one of those few. Rimuru couldn't help but believe Yi Yun's words. Meline was so powerful. It was a blessing that Yi Yun and the others were here today. If he really fought Meline, he'd be no match. My current strength was probably only at the level of an ordinary demon king. If he hadn't captured the dragon egg he bought from Song Yiyun, he probably wouldn't even have reached the level of a demon king. Yiyun glanced at Malim and told everyone to return the way they come. Let's go, Malim, you're just here for fun. Nothing much to do. Let's go back. We're a little hungry. Xiangling should have breakfast ready by now. Everyone turned and headed back the way they come. Yiyun called out to Malim. Malim, do you want to play with us? Malim leaped from the rock and landed beside Yiyun, hands on her hips. Yes. Inside Yiyun's shop. Malim sat at the table, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but doubt Malim's status as a demon king once again. Malim had just followed Yiyun and the others onto the train. After taking a bite of Xiangling's braised beef noodles, tears streamed down her face. It's so delicious. How can something this delicious exist in the world? Malim glanced at the chopsticks, disliking them as a nuisance, and reached out to grab them. Jeezy, sitting next to her, slammed her chopsticks down on Malim's hand. Malim was about to retort, but when she saw Jeezy's serious expression, for some reason, she backed off. At Jeezy's glance, Malim obediently picked up her chopsticks and ate her noodles. As she ate, Malim burst into tears again. Oh my god! What a miserable life I lived. Malim looked at Xiangling, who was still cooking noodles. Xiangling, are you the god of food? Xiangling was stunned. Ah? The god of food? Why do you say that? Malim pointed at the braised beef noodles in front of her. This is delicious. I never eaten anything this good. Surely only a god of food could make something this delicious. Xiangling felt a pang of shyness at Malim's words. Wasn't that a bit too much praise? But she was truly happy. It was a great sense of accomplishment to have someone acknowledge her own cooking. Chapter 356. Xiangling smiled. Thank you for the compliment, but I'm certainly not a god. Malim shook her head. I don't care. To me, you're the god of food, Xiangling asked. Would you like another bowl? Malim raised her hand. Yes. I want one like that dwarf's. Malim pointed at Paimon, who was holding her own bowl and showing off his noodles. Paimon raised his head from his bowl when someone called him, slurping up a mouthful of noodles still hanging from his lips. Who's calling me? Ing rolled her eyes at Paimon, feeling embarrassed, and pushed his head back into the bowl. No one's calling you. Keep eating. Paimon continued to eat his noodles. Of all things, eating is the most important thing. Xiangling saw this, and pulled out a soup bowl roughly the same size as Paimon's from the cupboard. She cooked a full bowl of noodles for Malim. Half an hour later, Malim collapsed onto the floor with her bulging belly. Malim burped. Burp? I'm so full. This is the first time in my life I ever been this full. It's so uncomfortable. Jeezy looked at Malim. Malim, don't just lie down anywhere. Get up and go lie down on the sofas and tea break area. At Jeezy's words, Malim struggled to her feet and obediently ran to the sofas and tea break area to lie down on the floor. Malim glanced at Jeezy, confused as to why she was so afraid of her. If Yiyun had known Malim's question, he would have said it directly. This was the absolute suppression of a parent over a child. Malim glanced at Jeezy and turned away. It didn't matter. Anyway, I didn't dislike this feeling. Malim lay there for a short while before her eyelids began to droop violently, and she fell asleep. Jeezy sighed and shook her head, then walked into the bar, pulled a blanket from a cabinet, and covered Malim with it. The bar had a cabinet dedicated to blankets. These blankets were reserved for Klee, Bailu, and the others. When they played too late, or when it was cooler, she'd get a blanket and cover them with it to keep them from catching a cold. Malim slept for a whole day. In her drowsiness, Malim felt a faint itch in her nose. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xing and Luing wiping the tips of their pens with a chicken feather. Seeing Malim awake, Xing made way. Finally, you're awake. You've been sleeping all day. Malim sat up and stretched. Huh? Did I sleep all day? Oh my goodness. Luing nodded. Yes, you slept all day. Malim suddenly felt as if the sky had fallen. So, I missed a delicious lunch. Luing was stunned by Malim's words. Well, another foodie. However, after hearing Yiyun's account of Malim's past, he could understand why she loved eating so much. Can you imagine, eating carrots every meal for thousands of years, raw? Anyway, Luing felt horrified just imagining it. Hu Tao then said, Malim, hurry up and get up. We're going to play flying chess. Do you want to come? Malim heard this. Flying chess? Is it fun? Hu Tao pondered. Of course it is. Come on, I teach you. Xiangling, Yiyun, sandwich sauce, and Mei are cooking. Let's go play for a while. It won't be so quick. Melim agreed immediately. Not only did she have fun playing with things, but she could also enjoy Xiangling's delicious food right afterward. This kind of life was simply blissful. Hu Tao pulled out a massive flying chessboard from her storage ring and spread it on the floor. The flying chessboard she pulled out was the kind that could accommodate 10 people, and the entire board was enormous. They had played before, and the fastest game had lasted over half an hour. Judging from the progress in the kitchen, they should be able to finish a round. Hu Tao invited Melim to sit next to her and explain the rules. Melim listened attentively. Although she had never played before, she quickly learned the rules. After all, he's a demon king, and his learning ability is unmatched by ordinary people. Soon, the game officially began. Melim shook the dice in her hand and dropped it to the ground. A 5. Melim was instantly displeased when she saw the number she rolled, and sat down on the ground, sulking. Damn it! My plane was so close to taking off. It was Hu Tao's turn, her next player. Hu Tao was lucky enough to roll a 6, allowing her to launch a plane. After one round, only 3 players had their planes launched. At the start of the second round, Kiana, Melim's previous player, rolled another 6. However, Kiana didn't launch a new plane. Instead, she moved the plane that had been parked at departure from the previous round forward 6 spaces. Melim rolled the dice again, and this time, she was lucky enough to roll a 6, allowing her plane to take off immediately. After another round, Melim didn't roll a 6, so she could only move her already departed plane forward a few spaces. Melim glanced at the field and saw several planes still waiting to take off, so she calmed down. Unexpectedly, when it was her next turn, Kiana's first-placed plane actually moved to the same space as her own. Melim's plane was sent back to the airport, awaiting takeoff again. Melim immediately threw a tantrum on the ground. Ah! Kiana! You're so mean! You knocked my plane back. Kiana chuckled. LOLOLOL, you're so capable. You knocked my plane back too. Melim's taunt instantly intensified. She was determined to challenge Kiana today. Xing and the others were having a blast playing flying chess. Even in the reception room, Chike, Gui Naifan, and Ying sat at the Emperor Yuan Jade table. Ying said, How about I go get someone from the flying chess game? I see Kiana's already won, and is watching the show. Chike and Gui Naifan shuddered when they heard Ying was going to get Kiana to play Yuan Xiongyu. Gui Naifan's mouth twitched. Forget it, let's forget about Kiana. Chike echoed. Yeah, let's forget about Kiana. Her luck is just too incredible. The last time Chike and Gui Naifan played Yuan Xiongyu against Kiana, they thought they could crush the newbie. Unexpectedly, they truly didn't expect Kiana's luck to be so incredible. At her peak, she shuffled the cards 5 times in a single minute. In other words, Kiana won 5 times in a minute. That's incredible luck, right? Anyway, after that incident, Chike and Gui Naifan had already made up their minds never to play Yuan Xiongyu against Kiana again. That was truly a disappointing experience. Chike considered himself highly skilled, but he couldn't bear to play against such a lucky loser. His skills weren't up to par. Chapter 357. Soon, Yiyun, Xiangling, and the little evil god prepared tonight's meal. Every night, there were at least 20 people dining. Every meal started with at least 20 dishes. As for whether he was worried about not being able to finish the food, Paimon said, How much do you despise my stomach? With Paimon here, there's no need to worry about waste, everything will be eaten up. Yiyun called out to the group playing around in the sofa tea area. Xing, Luing, Melim, it's time for dinner. Go wash your hands. Melim instantly perked up at the mention of dinner. This flying chess game was incredibly difficult. Every time her plane flew out, it would be knocked back by Kiana or someone else's plane. This flying chess game was simply unplayable. Melim rushed to the small bar and retrieved her own rice bowl from the cabinet. In a flash, Melim sat down at the dining table with her rice bowl in hand. Looking at the table overflowing with delicious food, she took a sharp breath. The aroma of delicious food filled Melim's nostrils, instantly thrilling her, her twin tails swaying wildly. Wow! So many delicious things. I want to eat them all. Jamiko walked over, staring at Melim with a scrutinizing look. Melim, have you washed your hands? Melim felt a sudden pang of guilt at Jiko's question, fidgeting uncomfortably. I did. Jamiko hummed softly and asked again. Really? Melim broke out in a cold sweat, leaping from her chair and running to the bar to wash her hands alongside Klee, Shiro, and the others. Meline dangled her hand under the faucet twice and tried to leave, but Shiro grabbed her. You need to add some fragrance to wash it clean. Shiro applied some hand soap to Meline's hands, rubbed them together, and then rinsed them with water. Okay, now it's clean. Meline looked at her hands and saw they were indeed different, much whiter than before. Amazing. My hands are actually whiter. Shiro rolled her eyes at Meline. You're not confessing your feelings, you're washing them clean. How long has it been since you last washed your hands? Meline didn't feel embarrassed at all, but answered seriously. Probably a few decades. As a demon king, Meline had a long lifespan and a poor sense of time. Furthermore, in Rimura's world, hygiene standards were only average. So, Meline didn't think anything of it. After washing her hands, Meline returned to the dining table and waved her hand near Himiko. Look! I washed my hands. Meline looked at Himiko, her face begging for praise, and Himiko smiled. Good. Remember, you must wash your hands before eating from now on. Do you hear me? Meline was overjoyed at the compliment. Okay. I wash my hands before eating from now on. Then everyone gathered around the table and began to eat. Just then, Topa's phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was a message from Tsunejin. Everyone, Tsunejin sent over the schedule for tomorrow's first round of elimination matches. Would you like to see it? Xing, Luing, and the others nodded in agreement. Topa saw this. Then I post it in the group chat so everyone can see it. Soon, everyone's phones rang, and they all picked up their phones to check. Meline looked up, her mouth full of food, and glanced at the crowd, feeling strange. What were all these people doing? Each one holding a glowing slate and looking at it, not even eating? Paimon sat next to Meline and noticed that she wasn't burying her head in her bowl of food. What's wrong with you, Meline? Meline pointed at the crowd with her spoon. Why aren't they eating? Paimon glanced at the crowd and said nonchalantly. Don't worry about them. We eat ours. After we finish this bowl, we go get another. Meline nodded, ignoring the others and concentrating on eating. Xing checked the schedule. Tomorrow's opponent was a girl from an unknown planet. She had 3 Pokemon. One was the water Pokemon, Blazer. The other was the mechanical Pokemon, Pai. The other was the flying Pokemon, Firefly. Among them, Blazer was the most powerful, reaching level 30. Xing felt a little worried after reading this. This Steel-Tooth shark is quite powerful, and it's a perfect counter to my Infernape. This is a bit daunting. Could it be that I, the mighty Galaxy Skyfire Man, will be eliminated in the first round of the elimination tournament? If this gets out, it really tarnished my reputation as the Galaxy Skyfire Man. Ian smiled and said to Xing Jian. What do you mean? Do you want to spend some money? Xing spread his hands, feeling helpless. Spending money isn't an option, is it? Unless I buy a god-level essence right now and hatch a super powerful Pokemon. Yi Yan shook his head. No, I'm asking if you should upgrade Xiaomi. Xiaomi's combat power is quite impressive. Xing looked at Xiaomi after hearing this. Xiaomi saw Xing watching him stand up, hands on his hips, looking at Xing expectantly. Xing looked at Xiaomi for a moment, then turned to Yi Yan. How many star coins? Yi Yan snapped his fingers, and a foam-covered stone appeared before Xing. This is Xiaomi's exclusive evolution stone. After using it, it will instantly raise Xiaomi to level 60 and evolve into Miri's form, making her incredibly powerful. As for the price, it's certainly not cheap. 200,000 star coins. How about one? Xing was troubled by this. She only had her last 400,000 star coins. QQ Farm currently produces about 500 star coins per day, which is a fixed daily income. With that little fixed income, if she wants to collect more stellar jade, she have to find a way to secretly open boxes in Ampharos. I think about it, Silver Wolf teased. Hey Xing, you're so reluctant to part with a mere 200,000 star coins? Xing rolled her eyes at Silver Wolf. Then you have one? It's easy to talk, but besides Topa and the others who just took on a big order from Yi Yan, who can come up with 500,000 star coins right now? Basically, everyone's star coins had been used up during the last lottery draw. No one would miss out on a resurrection card. Afterwards, everyone continued eating, and afterward, everyone went home to rest. Meline watched the crowd disperse and ran over to Jeezy. Jeezy, can you find me a place to stay? Jeezy, who was about to take Bailu to wash up, heard this. Aren't you going back home? Meline shook her head. I don't want to go back. The food and entertainment aren't good where I am. I want to stay here with you. Okay. Jeezy. Meline pulled Jeezy's hand, shaking it coquettishly, hoping to get a place to stay from her. Chapter 358. Himiko heard this. Okay, come with me. I take you to the treehouse. Malim happily spun around in circles, realizing she could stay. Afterwards, Malim followed Himiko to send the 7 little ones back to Rose Castle to rest. Then, Himiko took Malim to the treehouse. As soon as they entered, they saw Shing, Kurumi, Silver Wolf, Amber, and Asmodia sitting in the living room playing a controller game. Shing, are you staying up all night again? Shing shook her head. We play for a little while, then go to bed. Himiko heard this. Okay, don't play too late. You have a game tomorrow. By the way, Malim's staying here tonight. You can bring her with you later. Shing looked at Malim and waved. Malim, come sit here. I find you a room after I finish this round. Malim happily ran over to Shing's side, curiously staring at the big screen. What are you guys playing? Shing thought for a moment, then had everyone start a new round, with Malim joining in. They were playing a game similar to Contra, with up to 10 players, but the difficulty increased with more players, and each person's life count was calculated separately. Malim quickly became addicted. For a child like Malim, this kind of video game was incredibly deadly and absolutely irresistible. Inside St. Freya's Academy, Teresa gathered Kiana, Mei, Bronya, Fu Hua, Orchidale, and Himiko and went to Kiana's house. Under their gaze, Teresa took out the resurrection card she had taken from the little evil god. Kiana, Orlandel, are you two ready? Kiana and Orlandel nodded. Don't worry, Annie, I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready too. Teresa, hearing this, tore up the resurrection card in her hand and shouted the name loudly. Rise! Cecilia! As Teresa finished her words, a door appeared in the center of the crowd. It slowly opened, and a woman who looked very similar to Kiana and Orlandel floated out. The woman landed on the ground and slowly opened her eyes. She looked around in confusion, her gaze finally fixed on Teresa. Teresa? Are you dead too? Teresa looked at the woman, her body shaking with excitement. It's not me who died, it's you who's resurrected, Cecilia. Welcome back, Cecilia. Cecilia was a little curious after hearing Teresa's words. Resurrection? What's going on? Cecilia had barely finished her words when a white shadow flashed before her eyes, and a white-haired girl with a ponytail appeared before her. Mom, let me tell you, you actually died many years ago. Then we met a group of friends from another world, and from them, we received something that could resurrect people, and then, you were resurrected. Cecilia was a little confused by Kiana's explanation, but soon resolved it. Cecilia looked at Teresa. Teresa, she's my daughter, right? Teresa nodded. Yes, Kiana is your daughter, and so is that orchidale over there. Cecilia had just mentally sorted out the situation, but now she was confused again. I remember there was only one during the initial examination. How could they be twins? Impossible? Did I remember it wrong? Teresa, seeing Cecilia's confusion, explained the whole story. Anyway, this is the situation. Genetically, Kiana and Orlandel are absolutely and 100% your daughters. Cecilia was furious. Otto! How dare you? How dare you do this to Kiana? Teresa, where is Archbishop Otto now? Teresa asked. He's been executed and is currently imprisoned in a prison in another world. It's a very special prison, and the situation is very complicated. If you want to see him, I can help you contact him. Kiana, upon hearing that Cecilia wanted to see Otto, jumped up and waved. Mom, do you want to see Otto? I can take you. I know Hanabi very well, I just give her a call. Cecilia smiled softly at the lively and adorable Kiana before her. Okay, my Kiana is awesome, so amazing. Okay, let's not talk about him for now. Kiana, Orchidale, you two come here. Kiana and Orchidale approached Cecilia. Cecilia reached out and held them in her arms, gently stroking their hair. Okay, come on, tell Mom first. Did you eat well? Did you make good friends at school? Do you get enough exercise? Teresa, May, and the others saw this and left the room, leaving Cecilia, Kiana, and Orchidale alone. The three chatted for over an hour before emerging. Cecilia glanced at Teresa, and the others waiting outside and smiled. Sorry, we've been talking for a while. May smiled. It's okay, Cecilia-senpai. Kiana saw May and jumped beside her, happily introducing her to Cecilia. Mom, this is May, my best friend. She cooks delicious meals. Cecilia looked at May and said with a smile, Hello, May. Thank you for taking care of Kiana. Mei shook her head. No need to thank me, Cecilia-senpai. Kiana is my good friend. It's my duty. Kiana ran over to Bronya's side. Mom, this is Bronya, a little runt, a big fool hee. Bronya rolled her eyes at Kiana, her face full of disdain. Foolish Kiana, pathetic. I don't know when you developed hypochondria, constantly blabbering. Kiana was surprised. What? I'm not sick, I'm perfectly healthy, and I'm not stupid, I'm the owner of Athena's Valkyrie armor. The strongest Valkyrie of destiny. The embodiment of wisdom and war. Bronya chuckled. Hee hee. Cecilia, watching the two bickering, also realized that despite their back and forth, they actually had a very close relationship. If they weren't close friends, they would have come to blows. Hello, Bronya. Bronya ignored Kiana after hearing Cecilia's greeting. Hello, Cecilia-senpai. I read your story countless times in books. Cecilia smiled. Oh, my story is even in a book? Chapter 359. Teresa said. Well, as a Valkyrie who has made outstanding contributions to humanity, your deeds will naturally be recorded in a book. This way, future Valkyries will know what happened and set a correct example for them. Kiana then introduced the others, including Fu Hua, GZ, and others. Cecilia chatted with them for a while before suddenly speaking. Kiana, how do we get to that other world you're talking about? I'm very curious about it. Kiana said. It's through the portal. It's right at my house. Mom, stay with me tonight. I take you there tomorrow. There are so many good friends there. Xing, Firefly, Amber, Hutao, and the Sick March, so many people. Cecilia smiled and agreed. Okay. I listen to you, Kiana. Kiana, overjoyed to see Cecilia agree, took Cecilia's hand and walked towards the dormitory. Seeing this, Teresa and the others said goodnight to Cecilia and Kiana before dispersing. Inside Mondstadt, under the moonlight, Wendy sat on the statue of the god of wind, quietly contemplating the resurrection card in her hand. To ensure there were no mistakes, Wendy spent the entire day sorting through her memories. After so many years, her memories of her old friend had become hazy. After confirming her accuracy, Wendy tore up the resurrection card in her hand and murmured softly. Come back, Wendy. The resurrection card shredded into a light that formed a door in front of Wendy. The door slowly opened, revealing a young man who looked exactly like Wendy. The boy slowly opened his eyes. Are you Barbados? The boy immediately recognized the person before him, who looked exactly like him, as Barbados himself. Wendy smiled and nodded. Yes, it's me. Long time no see, Wendy. As Wendy finished speaking, her form shifted, transforming into her original form, a wind elf. The boy asked, puzzled. Wasn't I dead? What's this? Wendy pondered. It's a long story. Let's find a place to sit, order a couple of drinks, and chat while we drink. The boy agreed. Afterward, Wendy transformed back into her youthful form, and the two of them made their way to the Angel's Gift. New Mondstadt wasn't yet finished, and those currently there were construction workers. Most of the Mondstadt people were still in Old Mondstadt. As soon as they entered, they saw Deluc, who was serving as a makeshift bartender. Deluc was slightly surprised to see two identical Wendys, but he quickly recovered. Although the two looked very similar, they also had their differences. The one that Lord Barbados had passed down was the attire of a bard. The other, on the other hand, was dressed like a ranger. Grandpa Deluc, please find us a private room. Deluc nodded and led the two to a private room on the second floor. The three of them sat down. Deluc poured 3 glasses of red wine from the table and then looked at Wendy and the young man. Wendy, who is this? Wendy introduced. This is the young man holding the sky harp who fought alongside your ancestors to overthrow tyranny. Deluc's words confirmed what he had been thinking. Deluc looked at the young man. Hello, senior. I'm Dialek, the owner of this tavern. What's your name, senior? The young man glanced at Wendy. A name? I need to think about that. As for the name Wendy, Barbados, you should keep it. After all, you've been using it for so many years. As for me, let me think, why not just call me Phone? Dialek heard this. Okay, Senior Phone. I didn't expect it would be you who resurrected Wendy. Phone was a little surprised. Oh! Dialek, do you know how I got through this? Dialek nodded. Then, together with Wendy, he spent over half an hour explaining to Phone what had happened over the years. Mon's history, its current situation, and his resurrection. Phone listened. I didn't expect so much to happen, but it's great. Mon has become what I envisioned, Dialek said. Well, after Lord Barbados ascended to power, he restored freedom to the people of Mond. Mon, too, is known as the free land by the people of Teyvat. Feng was very pleased. Let's go! I want to explore Mond. Windy, please be my guide. Feng looked at Dialek and thanked him with a smile. Dialek, your wine is delicious. Thank you for your hospitality. Dialek shook his head. You're welcome. You've been a great contributor to Mond. Feel free to come over anytime you want to drink. I cover the expenses. Feng agreed. Then, Feng followed Windy out of the Angel's Gift. The two of them wandered around Mond. Feng, like a curious child, stared at the surrounding streets. Seeing the peace and prosperity of Mond, he smiled with satisfaction. As they strolled, they arrived at the entrance of the Knights of Favonius. Windy introduced them. This is the headquarters of the Knights of Favonius. It's because of the Knights of Favonius that Mondstadt has become what it is today. Feng smiled. Let's go inside and take a look. The two entered the Knights' compound and ran into Lisa and Jean. Lisa saw the two Windys and, after a moment's thought, guessed the identity of the other Windy. Jean immediately saluted. Lord Barbados. Windy waved. Jean, I told you countless times that you don't need to salute me. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Feng. Jean looked at Feng and greeted him. Hello Feng, welcome to Mondstadt. I'm Jean, acting master of the Knights of Favonius. By the way, I'm curious, why do you and Lord Barbados look so much alike? Before Windy could explain, Lisa suddenly spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the young man who led the charge to overthrow tyranny back then. Feng looked at Lisa and smiled slightly. Yes, it's me. How did you know my identity? Lisa explained. Because I once heard him say that Lord Barbados' appearance was borrowed from that of an old friend. And according to historical records, there are only two people who could be considered Lord Barbados' closest friends. One is His Majesty Morix, and the other, of course, is the young man who led the charge to overthrow tyranny and bring freedom to the people. Feng looked at Lisa with admiration. Yes, it's me. You're really smart to have guessed my identity so quickly. Lisa said. Not really. There are many smart people out there. I just read a couple more books. Feng shook his head, disagreeing with Lisa's statement. Don't be modest. You are truly intelligent. Chapter 360. Lisa smiled. You're so kind, Senior. Jean was surprised to learn Feng's identity. What? You're that Senior, Feng said with a smile. Don't always call me that Senior. Call me Feng, that's my name now. Jean nodded in agreement. Okay, Senior Feng, what are you doing? Do you need my help? Feng said. No need. I just asked Windy to show me around Mondstadt. You guys go about your business. Don't worry about me. After that, the four of them chatted for a while, and Feng and Windy left the Knights' headquarters. The next day arrived. In Yi-Yun's shop, almost everyone had come. Today was the first elimination round of the elf competition, and almost everyone in the group was competing. Xing yawned as he emerged from the cavernous crevice. Good morning. Xiangling, Yi-Yun, and the sandwich sauce. As usual, Xing greeted the three chefs. Sandwich sauce was frying eggs on the griddle with a spatula. Good morning, Xing. Today, I, the invincible and irritable little devil, personally made some eggs. Would you like a few? Hee hee. Xing raised an eyebrow at that. Okay, give me 3. I have a tough battle today. Hearing Xing mention a tough battle, Silver Wolf ran over and teased again. Xing, TSK, I always feel like you're going to lose in the first round of the eliminations. TSK, so pitiful. Xing said confidently, hands on his hips. Haha, I'm different today than I was yesterday. Miris. Come out. Xing shouted, and a human-like elf with a V-shaped cursor on its forehead appeared before everyone. Silver Wolf took out his illustrated guide and scanned Miris. Elf, Miris. Level, 60. Class, Light. Introduction. Hailed as the King of Light Elves, a powerful being standing at the pinnacle of all elves. Silver Wolf shrugged at Miris' information, his jaw dropping. What the hell? Did you actually spend real money? Xing wiped his nose. What? No. I'm rich. GZ Jingyuan, and the others also looked at Miris' information and were astonished after seeing the details. This Miris' description was quite impressive. The King of Photon Elves, that title, TSK. Jingyuan sighed as he looked at Miris. TSK, to be crowned a king, he must be incredibly powerful. Xing waved his hand confidently. Oh, just average, just a casual elf championship. Silver Wolf ran over to Yi-Yun and tugged at his clothes. Yi-Yun, can I spend real money on Nier? Yi-Yun checked the system. Yes, for 100,000 star coins, Nier will evolve directly into the perfect Esphia, with a level increase of 60 and a chance to transform into a glittering form. Silver Wolf immediately dug into his pockets. A minute later, Silver Wolf rummaged around and pulled out over 98,000 star coins. Silver Wolf approached Yi-Yun with a playful grin. Yi-Yun, do you think you can? Yi-Yun smiled at Silver Wolf. Okay, I give you credit. You owe me 2,000 star coins. Remember to pay it back. Silver Wolf leaped 3 or 4 meters high with joy when Yi-Yun agreed to give him credit. Silver Wolf pumped his fist vigorously. Yes! My Nier can become stronger by spending real money. Yi-Yun took the 98,000 star coins from Silver Wolf, then purchased a Nier-specific evolution stone from the system and handed it to Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf took it and slapped it on Nier. The moment the evolution stone was applied to Nier, Nier's entire body was instantly enveloped by a holy light. A few minutes later, under everyone's gaze, the light slowly dissipated, revealing Nier's complete form, Esphia. Silver Wolf eagerly took out his Pokédex and scanned Esphia. Elf, Esphia. Type, Psychic. Level 60. Description: a very rare Pokémon that often transforms into other Pokémon to play with them. Yi-Yun sighed as he looked at Esphia. Thinking back then, he didn't know how many shark-toothed fish he had hunted to catch Nier. Nier only appeared during battles in the wild. It was all down to luck. Moreover, not long after, Nier became extinct Pokémon, impossible to catch in the wild. Silver Wolf was very satisfied after reading Esphia's message. Not bad, not bad. Level 60 is already here. I still need to spend money. I wonder how long it will take to reach it if I level up diligently on my own. At this moment, the voice of the little evil god rang out. It's time for dinner, everyone. At that, everyone put aside their attention on the Pokémon and sat down at the table. Xing picked up a fried egg with a fork and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it. As they were eating, a portal flickered, and Kiana, Mei, and Cecilia emerged from it. As Kiana arrived, she greeted everyone. Good morning, everyone. Xianling saw Kiana and beckoned her over for breakfast. Good morning, Kiana. Have you had breakfast yet? Would you like to join us? Kiana nodded. Yes. Kiana then pulled Cecilia over to the dining table and sat down. Xing swallowed her fried egg and asked, Kiana, who is this? Kiana put the fried egg she was about to stuff back down. This is my mother. Xing, Luing, and the others were a little surprised. Mom? This is your mother? This is the first time I heard you say that, Xing said, surprised. Kiana said, because Mom just resurrected. Cecilia smiled back. Hello, I'm Cecilia, Kiana's mother. Cecilia said, looking at Xing and the others. Are you Xing? I heard Kiana say last night that you're her good friend. And Luing, Amber, Hutao, and Ing. Ing was a little puzzled. And Cecilia, how did you recognize us? We didn't tell each other our names, did we? Cecilia smiled. Kiana mentioned you to me last night and described your appearance, and I recognized you based on her description. Judging from your reaction, I'm not mistaken. A beautiful blonde girl. A beautiful girl with bunny ears. A beautiful girl with silver hair. A beautiful girl with plum blossoms. A little gray-haired girl. Well, even though my dear daughter's description was very general, I still recognized her. If Xing knew how Kiana described her, she'd be fussy. Everyone else is a beautiful girl, but why is she just a little gray-haired girl? And gave him a thumbs up. Great. Walter saw Cecilia approach. Cecilia, long time no see. Cecilia was slightly surprised to see Walter. Long time no see, Walter. You changed a lot. Walter nodded in agreement. Indeed, you haven't changed much. As expected, I knew Teresa would resurrect you. Chapter 361. Cecilia nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. By the way, I heard Archbishop Otto is also in this world. Walter nodded and said, yes, he's currently imprisoned at the Joyful Theater. Don't worry, the security there is absolutely reliable. Guarded by a powerful star god, Otto will definitely not escape. At this point, Walter remembered something. By the way, Hanabi just told me there's a performance by Otto at the Joyful Theater tonight. She's reserved a box with the best seats for me. Would you like to go see it together? Walter had just finished speaking when Hanabi suddenly appeared from the side. I heard someone calling my name. Who is it? Who's been talking about the invincible Hanabi behind his back? Hanabi looked at Walter, then at Kiana and Cecilia. Walter said, it's me. Isn't there a performance by Otto tonight? I'd like to invite Kiana and her mother to come along. Hanabi heard this. Oh, I see. Then, Kiana, are you going? Kiana nodded emphatically. Yes, I am going. Mom wants to see Archbishop Otto's performance. Hanabi heard Kiana's words. Oh, let me tell you, to celebrate your mom's resurrection, I changed tonight's performance and add a performance by Little Golden Retriever. Kiana's eyes lit up when she heard this. Really? Thank you, Hanabi. Kiana hugged Hanabi tightly, smiling and resting her head on her shoulder. Hanabi broke free from Kiana's embrace. You're welcome. Okay, I stopped chatting with you. The invincible Hanabi-sama is off to the elimination rounds. After saying that, a well-fed and well-drinking Hanabi skipped into the portal. Kiana, Xing, and the others finished their breakfast and headed for the happy ball. As soon as Xing exited the portal, Toppa and Jadeite called her away. Firefly, Hutao, and the others were a little puzzled, but didn't pay much attention. Toppa and Jadeite weren't just anyone else, they were our own people, the organizers of the tournament. They must have called Xing there for something. The first Pokemon tournament knockout stage. This was a bird's nest-shaped arena, divided into 5 sections. The first section was a rainforest. The second section was a desert. The third section was a glacier. The fourth section was a grassland. As for the fifth section, it was the most unique, located in the center. It had a fighting arena above it, and behind it, a staircase leading upwards. On either side of the staircase were numerous platforms. At the top of the stairs was a diamond throne, gleaming in the sunlight. Furthermore, there was no spectator area for the fifth arena. Anyone wishing to see the action there had to stand in the viewing areas of the other 4 arenas. The host, Gold Sand, slowly entered the stage. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first elf competition. After 3 days of competition, 1,000 contestants have reached the elimination stage after winning 9 matches over 3 days. That's right. The contestants standing in our arena are the elite who have made it to the top 1,000. As Gold Sand finished speaking, the audience in the viewing area turned their gazes to the 4 arenas: the desert, the rainforest, the glacier, and the grassland. In each arena, 250 contestants were already standing. A spotlight shone down above each contestant, illuminating them. Except for the 5th battlefield in the center, the roofs of the other arenas were sealed, shielded from sunlight. Under the spotlight, each contestant looked like a brave warrior bathed in holy light, sacred. In the stands, people cheered on the contestants they knew. Cecilia was one of them, cheering for Kiana from the dedicated viewing area. Go Kiana! You must win! Golden Sand then explained the rules. I'm sure everyone is curious why there are no contestants in our central arena. That's because only the top 2 contestants can ascend to this glorious, glamorous arena, watched by the public, and the ultimate winner will have the opportunity to challenge the throne, challenge our current strongest Pokemon trainer. Galaxy Firestar. Star. Golden Sand spoke, pointing to the throne. All the spotlights turned off simultaneously, and the roof of the arena slowly closed. Finally, only a single beam of light shone through the crack onto the throne. At this moment, Xing, holding the Skyfire Judgment, slowly descended, his face a look of majesty. Beside him, Miri stood with his arms folded, looking down on the world with a look of contempt. Xing slowly spoke, his voice echoing throughout the gym. I am Trainer Miris, the Light Pokemon King. Challengers, step forward. Defeat me. Prove yourself the strongest trainer and sit on the throne. This is the title. Ace Trainer. With that, Xing swung the Skyfire Judgment in his hand, and a blazing, scorching flame spread out from Xing, illuminating the entire gym. At that moment, the entire crowd erupted in passion. Fuck. Elf King. Hush. Are you being so cool? Are you going to die? Ace. Ace. I want to be the ace. What are you thinking? You can't even make it to the knockout rounds. Gold Dust spoke again. Everyone, we're honored to have the world-renowned singer Miss Robin, the renowned singer Miss Finina, and the Taybat Girls Band perform for us. Cheer on our contestants. Now, let's enjoy their performance. Where's the applause? Gold Dust put his hand to his ear, and the hundreds of thousands of spectators in the arena cheered. Gold Dust quickly exited the arena. A minute later, a loud explosion erupted from all sides of the arena. Dozens of shells exploded in the air. Seconds later, a shower of streamers descended, igniting the crowd's passion. The salute rang out again, followed by the incredibly melodious song of the robin and another shower of streamers. Welcome to my world. The audience, who came to watch the match, hadn't expected to see the robin perform live today. The spectators on the sidelines cheered and applauded as the Robin performed on the central battlefield. The Robin sang a single song, and then Funina took the stage. The song Funina sang today was given to her by Yi Yun. It was a song from a valley in Yi Yun's previous life. A new life. It was a perfect fit. The journey home through the mountains and hills is elusive, illuminated by the blazing flames. The distant clouds are vibrant. Oh, every hardship in the cycle of life. To bloom in the soaring flight. Colorful feathers. Cut through the thorns and brambles, smoothing the path ahead. Soar to the sky. Spread your wings. Oh, 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 reach the peaks of the clouds, transmit your voice across thousands of miles, and soar across the sky. Funina's performance was exceptional, raising the audience's enthusiasm to a new level. None of the trillions of viewers in the live broadcast room did not regret it. Chapter 362. Damn it! Damn it! Why wasn't I there? That's right, damn it. The atmosphere was absolutely explosive. Newborns. Newborns. All the tickets for the upcoming matches are sold out. You newborns. Haha, still waiting for you. Don't you understand the saying, the early bird catches the worm? What the hell is this Teyvat girl group? How come I never heard of them? I have no idea what they are. I know Tunwen and Funina, the newcomers who went viral a while ago, but what the hell is this Teyvat girl group? They're out, oh my god, 3 girls. The one in the middle is so pretty. She's got all the classy, ladylike aura. Wow, the production team has good taste. They even marked their names. Let me see. Oh, it's Kamisato Ayaka. What a beautiful name. On the stage, Ayaka, Nell, and Barbara glanced at each other and began to sing. Their debut song was also prepared by Yi Yun. The Flames Burn Forever. Moon Halo. As the music began, Linghua began to sing. Some deserts on this planet were once oceans. Linghua finished the first verse, and Barbara began the second. Sometimes I see a dying bird fall to the ground. Barbara finished, and Nella sang the third verse. I thought I was no more than a bystander, until I felt a touch so real. Then, reaching the climax, the 3 of them began singing simultaneously. When hope and faith have grown strong, bid farewell to yesterday, spread your wings for me once again, and soar above this world. The trio's performance surprised the audience. They hadn't expected this little-known girl group to be so impressive. Their singing skills alone were truly remarkable. This little girl group has something. I'm going to keep an eye on them. Indeed, they're much better than those monsters in the company. They scream like ghosts the moment they take the stage. Gee, you're so beautiful? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Bring your chat history to court. Soon, Linghua, Barbara, and Nilu finished their performances, and Xiaojin took the stage again. Xiaojin began by asking the audience if they enjoyed the performance. The responses were unanimous, without a single discord in the mix. Beautiful. Beautiful. More. Xiaojin feigned fear at the clamor for another performance. No, 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 I go bankrupt if you do that again. Those guys' performance fees weren't cheap. The audience burst into laughter at this scene. Gold Dust cleared his throat. All right, enough chatter. Let's get down to business. The elf competition elimination rounds have officially begun. Contestants, take your positions, begin. As Gold Dust finished his words, the lights in the entire venue came on, and the 1,000 contestants in attendance began their competition. Xing returned backstage, jumping up and down with excitement. Yi Yun, on his side, was chatting with Toppa, Emerald, and Gold Dust. Seeing Xing return, he called her over. Xing! Over here! Xing ran over when Yi Yun called him. Yi Yun looked Xing up and down. How was it? Was it fun? Xing nodded frantically. Fantastic. So cool. Emerald smiled. Of course it's fun. You become famous throughout the universe. The live stream just now had a ton of viewers, Toppa said. We've been using all our resources to promote the Pokemon contest lately, and the peak number of viewers in the live stream reached 18 trillion. Xing was a little confused. Trillion? What unit of measurement is that? Goldust said. 1 trillion equals 1 trillion. Xing gasped at Goldust's explanation. Shoo! That's 18 trillion. Oh my god! I'm really famous. Ha ha ha! My name, Galaxy Skyfireman, has resounded throughout the universe. Ha ha ha! Goldust smiled. Then why don't you thank us for? Yi Yun came up with the idea in the store, and Feitsue Toppa, and I hurriedly built the throne. Xing waved his hand. Okay. When we get back, I treat you to ice deer hot pot. A whole deer. A whole deer. Yiyun, Xiaojin, Feitsue, and Topa clapped their hands. Then it's a deal. Xing patted his chest. Don't worry. It's a sure thing. At this moment, Barbara, Linghua, and Nilu also returned backstage. As soon as they returned, Topa called them over. Come and see. You become famous. Linghua, Barbara, and Nilu excitedly came over. Topa handed the computer to the three of them. Take a look. I already released the song you just performed while you were on stage. Currently, the download count has exceeded 1 million. Feiyu said slowly. In other words, after deducting Topa's share, you each earned nearly 3 billion credits from this song. Ayaka, Nell, and Barbara were delighted to hear this news. Ayaka, in particular, felt that the construction of New Inazuma had been progressing relatively slowly. With these credits, she could help Inazuma purchase a large amount of equipment and materials. Gold Shaw, seeing the trio's joy, said, Check your phones. As expected, the first payment has already been deposited into your accounts. Linghua quickly opened it and, sure enough, saw 3 billion credit points sitting in her account. Linghua sent it directly to Ye Shensi. Linghua, transfer 3 billion credit points Fox Fairy. Where did you get all that money, little Linghua? Linghua, I earned it from the songs I released, Fox Fairy. Oh? Yeah, I just saw your performance, little Linghua. It was great. Keep it up. Fox Fairy, transfer 3 billion credit points accepted Linghua. Okay. I try my best. Not long after, Fanina and Mockingbird came over, chatting and laughing. Topa saw Fanina and said, Fanina, I have something to tell you. Fanina scratched her head, puzzled. What's the matter? Topa produced an electronic contract. Sign this. Your account has reached its credit point limit. I help you increase it. Upon hearing this, Fanina took it and signed. After signing, Fanina glanced at her account balance. Alas, I still have 200 billion. Why are my credit points piling up? Barbara, Nilu, and Linghua, who had just earned 3 billion, were instantly envious when they heard Funina's words. 200 billion. That's a lot of money. They only made 3 billion. The Robin smiled. Fanina, don't worry. You need money plenty of times. The future development of New Fontaine will require money. Fanina thought for a moment. You're right. I transfer some more public funds to Villette. Fanina took out her phone and arranged to transfer money to Navalette. Fanina at Butler Navalette transfer 100 billion credits, to be used for public expenses. Butler Navalette, yes. Butler Navalette, transfer 100 billion credits receive Sigwin. I pay my respects to Lady Fanina, Liosli, as expected of our Lady Fanina. She's so generous. Linny, Lady Fanina is the eternal god. Lynette, Lady Fanina is the eternal god. Clawland, god. Barbara, Nell, and Linghua, who witnessed the entire transfer, suddenly felt the need to work harder. Chapter 363. The Pokemon Tournament. 1,000 Pokemon trainers were battling simultaneously. Field assignments were based on a lottery, with players taking their place wherever they were drawn. Different fields naturally had some impact on Pokemon. For example, a Fire-type Pokemon's Fire-type abilities would be significantly less powerful in a wetland. Conversely, Water-type and Grass-type abilities would see a boost. Kiana was lucky, her Pokemon happened to be a Fire-type Pokemon, and the field was in a desert, boosting the power of her Fire-type abilities. Himiko and Axia were not so lucky, they were drawn in a desert area. In this area, the power of all of Axia's Ice-type abilities is reduced. Luckily, Himiko's opponent wasn't very strong, and Axia easily defeated him. After her victory, Himiko left the competition venue and headed towards the exit through the player's passage. Along the way, Himiko saw many dejected and disgruntled people. These people were all losers, though those who were clearly unwilling to accept the loss felt they would have won if only they had drawn the right venue. As they reached the exit, the losers invariably glanced back at the long steps to the gods and the throne at the top, the most important arena. Many secretly vowed to return next year, to ascend to the throne and become the strongest trainer. As for the winners, their expressions were relaxed and carefree. They left the arena, preparing to grab a bite to eat and rest nearby before the second elimination match began in the afternoon. Pretty much everyone was out today, and Xiangling was also participating. Therefore, everyone had to take care of their own lunch this afternoon. Thankfully, the commercial street near the venue had been developed. Kiana, Amber, Luing, Xing, Hutao, Cecilia, Himiko, Kafka, and others strolled through the street. The entire street boasted over 1,000 brand-name stores. Food, entertainment, Cosmetics, clothing, shoes, and more were all available. Xing swaggered into the center. Her appearance at the throne room had made her instantly famous. Shortly after arriving at the street, they were met by numerous fans seeking autographs. Xing obliged each fan, signing autographs or taking photos with them. Though Xing appeared calm on the surface, she was actually incredibly excited. Hu Tao was amazed at the sight. Xing is now completely famous. This whole trip, how many people have come asking for her autograph? Lu Ying said with a smile. Right now, the most popular thread on the company's largest forum is the video of Xing's first appearance. Kiana and Cecilia were arm in arm. Kiana had just won with overwhelming strength. Mom, was I awesome just now? Cecilia smiled softly. Awesome. Kiana's the best. As they walked, the group arrived at the food court. Amber spotted a barbecue restaurant and suggested, "Let's go get barbecue." "How's that?" Hu Tao shook her head. "Barbecue? I'm not really in the mood." Amber glanced around again, her eyes fixed on a hot pot restaurant. "How about hot pot? There's a hot pot restaurant over there." "I think it's quite crowded," Eula said. "It's so hot here, eating hot pot can easily cause internal heat." Amber looked around again and saw a delicacy she hadn't tried before. "What about that?" "Wild mushroom hot pot." "How's it?" "Judging by the pictures, it seems rather light. Besides, we'd probably never had it before." Xing took a look and thought it was okay. "I think it's fine." "What about you?" Jeezy said at this point. "You guys go have the wild mushroom hot pot. Kafka and I will have pasta. It's been ages since we had it." With that, Jeezy and Kafka walked off into the distance. The remaining Xing, Kiana, and the others entered the wild mushroom hot pot restaurant. Because there were so many people, the restaurant had arranged a private room. After we took our orders, the waiter brought a large pot filled with wild mushrooms to the table. The waiter gave a special instruction. "It has to be cooked for at least 20 minutes before you can eat it." After the waiter left, Xing looked at the tempting wild mushrooms in the pot. Once the broth had boiled, she took a spoon and scooped herself a bowl. The broth in this wild mushroom hot pot is drinkable. Lu Ying, seeing this, quickly intervened. "Xing, the waiter just said it had to be cooked for 20 minutes, Xing said nonchalantly. "Huh? Why did you listen to him? The water's already boiling, so what can't you eat? Eat. Eat big bites." As Xing spoke, she picked up a green mushroom, tossed it into her mouth, chewed it, and her eyes lit up. This mushroom is delicious. So fresh. Try it." Hu Tao and the others also took their spoons and scooped themselves a bowl. Lu Ying, to be on the safe side, decided to wait a little longer. Xing took another sip of the soup, the delicious broth making her sigh in admiration. "This soup is so delicious. I feel like we wasted ordering so many dishes. This pot alone would have been enough." Hu Tao also took a sip. "This hall master thinks so too. We should just order some mushrooms, right?" Amber also ate the mushrooms, with a delighted look on her face. "Yes, yes. How about we add another serving of mushrooms?" "How about that?" Eula held up her empty bowl, preparing to pour herself another. "Sure, especially the green mushrooms, they're the best. More of those." Kiana put down her chopsticks. "Then I take the order. One more serving per person, okay?" Everyone agreed. After placing their orders, they continued to enjoy their meal. A dozen minutes later, the waiter opened the door to the private room and saw Xing, Hu Tao, and the others, shaking their heads. The waiter glanced at the empty pot on the table again, and instantly thought something was wrong. "Oh no! Why aren't you listening? This soup base needs to be cooked for at least 20 minutes before it's ready to eat." Lu Ying, the only survivor, heard this and quickly called Yiyun, asking him to bring Bailu over. Xing looked at Lu Ying. "Lu Ying, why are you wearing a banana costume? It looks like a giant banana." Hu Tao shook her head. "No way. It's clearly roast chicken." "Lu Ying, your outfit looks delicious." Slurp. Amber and Eula were in the same mood. They mistook the waiter for a hilichurl and were about to attack with weapons, but Lu Ying intervened. Kiana and Cecilia were even worse off. They ate the most, and the two mothers and daughters kept urging each other to eat more, constantly serving each other food and soup. Soon, Yi arrived with the 7 little ones. Yiyan watched the frenzied Xing, while Hu Tao and the others were amazed. TSK, red umbrellas and white poles, let's lie down together after dinner. You guys are just in good physical shape. If you were a group of ordinary people, we have to hold 2 banquets today. Chapter 364. Bai Lu found the waiter and asked about the type of mushroom. She sighed as she looked at Xing and the others. Sigh. I'm impressed. You dare eat raw, even a king-level mushroom, like the green hand mushroom. You truly lack common sense. Bai Lu had seen patients eat raw, king-level green hand mushroom before. Even the immortal boat people, imbued with the power of abundance, had died instantly. Bai Lu took out the medicine gourd and handed it to Lu Ying. Feed this to them, 1 bite per person, no more. They'd be fine after a while. Lu Ying took it, and quickly fed it to Xing and the others. Xing, Amber, Hu Tao, and the others soon returned to normal after drinking the potion. Looking at Yi Yun's amused expression, the others felt utterly humiliated, especially Cecilia. She was an adult. And she'd been infected too. Everyone hurriedly paid the bill, and left the Wild Mushroom Hot Pot restaurant. Only Ying glanced back at the Wild Mushroom Hot Pot restaurant, her mind racing. The afternoon competition began quickly, and in just over half an hour, the top 250 were decided. Sha Jin took the stage and began announcing the rules for tomorrow's competition. Dear audience, dear contestants, first of all, congratulations to the 250 contestants still on the field. Congratulations on making it through the first elimination round. Next, I will announce the rules for the second elimination round. Tomorrow, our elimination round will be a free-for-all, except for the central battlefield. All other battlefields are connected. All contestants can move freely. Only the final 64 players standing will advance to the third elimination round. Good luck, everyone. See you tomorrow. Sha Jin announced the rules, and the new rules instantly struck a chord with the audience and contestants. Tomorrow's free-for-all is expected to be brutal, with all 4 venues connected. Oh my god, is this so intense? The second elimination round begins with a free-for-all. As expected, the first elimination round has already revealed those who luckily made it into the top 1,000. The rest are the elite, and the free-for-all will begin to determine the seeded players with the potential to win the championship. Tomorrow's battles are expected to be spectacular. Luckily, I bought a package ticket directly, which allows unlimited entry during the tournament. Oh my god! Brother Fu. I remember the lowest price for the package, even when it was first released, was 1 million credits per person. Keep a low profile. I just have a small business. The first day of the elimination rounds concluded perfectly, and Xing and the others returned to Yi Yun's restaurant. Tonight, Xing and the others didn't eat at the restaurant, but were secretly summoned to the treehouse by Ying. Xing, Hu Tao, Kiana, Amber, and Eula were completely bewildered. Ying, why did you call us here? Dinner's almost ready. Ying chuckled and pulled a large pot from her storage ring, placing it on the induction cooker. Then she pulled out a large basin of king mushroom-level scallops. Poured water into the pot, Ying added the seasoning packet, and waited contentedly for the water to boil. Amber, upon seeing this, understood. It's not. Is it real? And you're still eating it? I don't want to embarrass myself again. Eula also looked as if she'd seen a ghost. I'm not eating it either. I already embarrassed myself enough this afternoon. Lu Ying also said. Ying, why don't we go to the restaurant for dinner? Sandwich just told me they have my favorite mapo tofu tonight. Only Xing was interested, and had already run to the kitchen to get a bowl. The treehouse also had a kitchen, but it had never been used. The pots, pans, and other utensils were bought when Xing was renovating it. Ying waved her hand, and several bottles of light blue drinks and mineral water bottles appeared on the table. Don't worry, I got everything ready. This is the medicine I just asked Bai Lu for. If we feel something's wrong later, we can just have a sip, right? Hee hee. Hu Tao, Amber, and Eula were stunned. 6. It had to be you, Ying. Ying sniffed the aroma of the soup base and said. After the game this afternoon, I made a special trip to the restaurant we had this afternoon. They got the soup base and mushrooms there. Hu Tao, Amber, and the others all ran to the kitchen in unison to get their bowls. This wild mushroom hot pot is definitely a bit intoxicating, but its main draw is its freshness. Incredibly fresh. Now with the medicine Bai Lu gave me, I'm fully prepared. Nothing will go wrong. Inside the cave, in the Rose Castle. As soon as Klee returned to her room, the magic cat flew over and nuzzled her. Klee happily hugged the magic cat. Mimi. Did you miss Klee? The magic cat meowed twice in agreement, nuzzling Klee's cheek. Meow. Meow. Klee was overjoyed, hugging the magic cat tightly. Mimi, Klee wants to go to the amusement park. Do you want to go? The magic cat thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Kelly happily ran downstairs, holding the magic cat. Next to the Rose Castle where they lived was the amusement park that Xing had vacated. The amusement park's power switch was right next to the main entrance, and Xing had said that anyone who wanted to play could just go and turn it on. Every night, Kelly and the others would go there and play for a while. Tonight, there were 3 more people: Tian, Tebeo, and Tianing. The 3 of them were free to come over and play for a while. Tian flew up and lowered the power switch. Woohoo! Tian, let's go! The amusement park. Here we come! Tian led the way into the amusement park, hopping onto the roller coaster and calling Tebeo, Kelly, Hook, and the others to come along. It was still early, and everyone had just finished dinner, so there was no risk of disturbing anyone. The 10 little ones boarded the roller coaster, with Tian and Bailu, the bravest, sitting in the front row. The roller coaster started, reaching its highest point before suddenly dropping. Tian and Bailu weren't afraid, they cheered non-stop. Woohoo! Fun! Fun! Super fun! Tebeo, on the other hand, hunched over like a little bird, too frightened to open her eyes. The roller coaster sped along, and after one full circle, Magic Cat collapsed to the ground, her eyes bulging. This roller coaster is so thrilling. I never experienced one before, and I never go here again, if I ever do. I'm a dog. Magic Cat had just stood up when she felt someone pick her up. When she opened her eyes, she found herself on the roller coaster again. Kelly, standing by, thoughtfully buckled her safety buckle, pulling it and checking to make sure it was secure. The Magic Cat instantly flashed a look of terror. No! Still coming? Aren't you little girls afraid? A few seconds later, the mournful meows of a cat echoed again from the roller coaster area. Also, the joyful cheers of Bailu, Kelly, Tian, and the others accompanied them. Chapter 365. After the second roller coaster ride, the Magic Cat fainted completely. Kelly was extremely worried when she saw this, and quickly called Bailu to see what was going on. Bailu took a look and said, "It's nothing, just a minor problem, just fainted. Let me give it a shot." Bailu took out a silver needle, closed one eye, took aim, and accurately inserted it into one of the Magic Cat's acupuncture points. The Magic Cat instantly took off, leaping high into the air and waking up. Bailu nodded with satisfaction at this, and retracted the needle. Then, the 10 little ones continued to play in the amusement park. Among them, Tian was the most enthusiastic, playing one attraction after another with no intention of stopping. Over half an hour later, Ian walked over to the amusement park and saw that Kelly and the others were having a great time, so he didn't go to collect the children, letting them play a little longer. It was still early. Glancing around, Ian decided to wander around the treehouse to see what Xing, Hu Tao, and the others were doing, skipping dinner. Ian walked up the spiral staircase to the treehouse's main door. Upon reaching the door, he heard a loud commotion coming from inside. Ian frowned and knocked. No one answered the door for a long time. Ian knocked again, and this time someone did. The moment the door opened, Ian was speechless. What a hive of demons and monsters this house. Xing climbed up the bookshelf, mumbling to herself. I'm a raccoon. Hee hee. I'm a raccoon. Hu Tao and Amber tied up Eula, and Hu Tao even pulled out a stack of talismans. You enchanting female demon. This hall master is going to take you in today. Amber cheered from the side. Take it. Take it. Ing, meanwhile, was hugging a floor lamp, a perverted look on her face. Hee hee hee, long legs, hee hee hee, slurp slurp, Mia, Mia, smells so good. And they're so cool, these legs are top quality. Kiana stood on the table, clad in Athena's Valkyrie armor. Wahahaha. That's right. I'm the strongest Valkyrie. Honkai beast. Take my punch. Kiana leaped up and punched Yiyun. Yiyun caught Kiana's fist with one hand and snapped his fingers. A chain of imaginary energy bound Kiana like a caterpillar. Kiana churned on the ground. Damn Honkai beast. You're trying to sneak up on me. You can't handle this. Let me go if you dare. Seeing that Kiana wasn't behaving even after being tied up, Yiyun grabbed an apple from the table and stuffed it into her mouth. Yiyun glanced at the others again, sighed, and shook his head, then gave each of them a portion of the meal Kiana had just received. A few seconds later, several caterpillars lay in front of Yiyun, chrysalis-like, whimpering continuously. Yiyun had no choice but to call Bailu. Bailu looked at the empty bottle of potion on the table, then at the king-level spore-bearing spores still left in the pot. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have given them the potion. This way of taking it is definitely not okay. Drinking the potion and eating spore-bearing spores at the same time. Yiyun rubbed Bailu's little head. Let's treat them first, Bailu said. Treatment is ineffective. They must have been taking the medicine while consuming the sagebrush. The sagebrush in their stomachs has already mixed with the medicine. We can only wait for them to digest it on their own. But don't worry, with the potion in their stomachs, they won't be in any trouble, they just experience hallucinations for a while. Yi had ignored Xing and the others and left the treehouse with Bai Lu. Just wait a while for Xing and the others to be left alone until the giant shocking and the potion were digested. The next day arrived. Xing, Qiana, and the others who had secretly enjoyed giant shocking hot pot last night sat on the sofa, their faces calm. Xing lay on the trash can-shaped sofa, legs crossed. It's so relaxing. Although this giant shocking hot pot can cause hallucinations, waking up the next day is truly relaxing. Hu Tao agreed with Xing's words. Indeed, this hall master's insomnia has been cured. Ing contacted. Let's make this a regular activity from now on. We can have a meal once in a while and relax. Silver Wolf, who was playing a controller game with Asmodeus nearby, heard this. There's a saying online that goes, with so much pressure in this world these days, it's really important to go crazy once in a while to relieve the mental stress. Yi Yun and Jing Yuan, who were sipping tea nearby, exchanged a smile. Pressure? You guys, running around all day, messing around here and there, are you feeling any mental stress? Jing Yuan smiled. I seen that line online too, and I think it makes sense. Yi Yun nodded. That's certainly true. People need to learn to regulate their emotions. Soon, breakfast was ready, and Xiangling invited everyone to sit down. Malim sat at the table, tapping her knife and fork gently. What are we having for dinner today, Xiangling? Xiangling placed a large clay pot on the table and opened the lid. I made a soup with a giant shocking Chinese sagebrush and noodles on the side. Everyone can help themselves to the noodles and then the soup. By the way, you can eat this giant shocking without worry. I cooked it for over an hour, so it's definitely cooked. Xing shook her head at this. Xiangling, the giant shocking Chinese sagebrush is all about its freshness. Your cooked-it-all version is a bit off. Yi rolled his eyes at Xing. And then what? It's fresh, but after eating, you see little stars? Let's eat quickly. You have a game later. Hearing about the game, Hu Tao suddenly thought of something. Yi Yun, today's game is a free-for-all, right? Yi Yun nodded. That's right. Only the 64 players left will advance to the third round of eliminations. Hu Tao pondered for a moment. In that case, it's inevitable that some people will form teams, right? Yi Yun nodded. Of course, this behavior doesn't violate the rules of the game. Hu Tao said to Amber and the others. Amber, Eula, and Lu Ying, let's team up to avoid being outnumbered. Amber, Eula, and the others agreed. Xing listened quietly to Hu Tao and the others discussing team formation. Oh, I'm so envious. You all have competitions to compete in, while I, for one, can only wait to be challenged. Sigh. Ing was speechless after hearing Xing's eloquent remarks. If you hadn't said anything, we could still be friends. Xing chuckled. What did I say wrong? I was just stating a fact. Xing's smug look successfully infuriated Ing, Hu Tao, and the others. 2 minutes later. Xing stood there with a large bump on his head, his face etched with the word unwilling to admit defeat. Humph! You guys. You're just jealous of me. Humph! Jealous of my fame, jealous of my Miris. Chapter 366. After dinner, everyone arrived at the Happy Ball Pokemon contest. All 500 contestants entered the battlefield. As Gold Dust concluded his opening speech, the walls separating the 4 different battlefields slowly descended with a loud bang. After the walls completely fell, Gold Dust waved his hand. Big melee. Begin. As soon as Gold Dust finished speaking, the 500 contestants immediately entered combat mode, releasing their Pokemon. Hu Tao, Amber, Eula, Firefly, Qiana, and the others gathered together, keeping a vigilant eye on the other contestants. After taking in the situation, they saw that, as Hu Tao had predicted, all the contestants had banded together. There were no lone players in sight. The battlefield suddenly fell silent, and for a moment, no one took the initiative. 500 players advanced to 64, a very small number. Basically, each small group was afraid to take direct action, fearing they would be taken advantage of. However, one elf took immediate action shortly after witnessing this. That's right, March 7th's bubble flower had fully expanded. A storm of flying leaves swept across the area, instantly wiping out 2 small groups of a dozen or so. The number 500 on the large screen at the top of the battlefield instantly swelled to 478. The other groups near Bubble Flower were shocked by her power, and many began to retreat, quietly moving away from her. However, this was futile. If you ran, Bubble Flower could chase you. As Bubble Flower pursued these small groups, someone soon noticed something was amiss and quickly organized a siege on her. Everyone, stop running. Attack together. If we don't take down this Bubble Flower, we're all doomed. That's right. Everyone, attack together. Her stamina is limited, let's fight her in rotation. Instantly, hundreds of players attacked Bubble Flower. Hu Tao and the others rushed over to help. Bubble Flower was a March 7 Pokemon, one of our own, so they had to help. However, they were stopped by Walter. Don't worry, Bubble Flower can handle it. As Walter finished speaking, the flower on Bubble Flower's head trembled, and countless pollen-containing seeds spread out. A sharp-eyed player recognized this skill. Oh no! Retreat! This is a parasite seed, which drains the stamina of other Pokemon to restore its own. Alas, it was too late. All the other Pokemon around were parasitized by the parasite seed. Seeing this, the players surrounding Bubble Flower launched a final attack on her. Hundreds of players attacked her simultaneously. Bubble Flower plunged her hands into the ground, and a vast vine of vines bound the surrounding Pokemon. This was Bubble Flower's other skill, Super Drain, which directly drained the health of the Pokemon it struck. Bubble Flower continued to be pummeled by attacks, its injuries far outpacing its recovery. Soon, the surrounding Pokemon lost their strength and collapsed to the ground. From the referee's booth, observing this, the judges immediately declared the competitors behind them defeated. The ensuing scene was unimaginable. These Pokemon had already lost their fighting power. Were they simply Bubble Flower's prey? Rather than letting them continue their futile struggle, wouldn't it be better to have them leave the field and save time? Jeezy nodded to Axia, who understood, and leaped high onto a boulder. Axia lifted one of her front legs and stomped down hard. A streak of frost instantly appeared beneath her feet and rapidly spread. In just 10 seconds, the entire desert battlefield was transformed into a glacial glacier of ice and snow. This was Axia's skill, Ice and Snow, a wide-area destructive skill that could also alter the local climate. All other Pokemon in the desert battlefield were attacked, and the weaker ones were simply knocked back into their Pokemon capsules. Once a Pokemon had completely lost its combat effectiveness, it transformed into a ball of light and returned to its Pokemon capsules. Pokemon capsules are used to store Pokemon, providing a space for them to survive and recover from injuries. As for the Pokemon that survived, almost all of them entered a state known as Frostbite. In Frostbite, a Pokemon's speed is reduced by 30%. Then Axia raised his head and roared, and an ice storm quickly formed, sweeping across the desert battlefield. A few minutes later, Axia controlled the ice storm to dissipate, and all the Pokemon in the desert battlefield, except for Jeezy, were knocked back into their Pokemon capsules. The entire audience, including those in the live stream, were stunned. What kind of Pokemon is this? It's so powerful. Isn't this a bit outrageous? How come I didn't notice this Pokemon before? I know. This Pokemon is called Axia. It's just been keeping a low profile. All the previous opponents were instantly killed. That Bulbasaur was already outrageous enough, and now there's another Axia. How are the other players supposed to play? At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard, and the audience's attention was drawn to another battlefield. In the rainforest battlefield, Walter's elf, Jonas, soared high into the sky, its entire body gleaming. A portal emanating a terrifying aura appeared in the air. It opened, and a dark energy engulfed the entire rainforest battlefield. Except for Hu Tao and the other contestants' elves, like those in the desert battlefield, were instantly annihilated. The wise contestants in the remaining two battlefields knew there was no time to hesitate. They had to act quickly to eliminate the others. The rules for this round were to remain until the final 64, meaning they simply had to eliminate the others and place themselves in the top 64. The remaining contestants didn't want to stop there. Having finally made it this far, they had to fight tooth and nail to push their way to the front. The elf competition had received significant publicity. Many contestants from smaller factions, who performed exceptionally well in the desert, had received offers from major interstellar powers. The elf competition had become a universally recognized place where hard work could change one's destiny. All you needed to participate was a single elf. As long as you diligently cultivate your Pokemon, you'd be rewarded. Even if you don't achieve fame, you still have a loyal and powerful companion, right? In the remaining two battlefields, over 200 contestants battled each other, and soon the final 64 were chosen. Among the customers at Yun's shop, surprisingly, Yanqing and Fu Xian, as well as Star Rail's Bronia, Natasha, Jeopard, and Esther, were all eliminated. The most surprising thing was Esther, who had invested heavily in cultivating her Pokemon for this competition. Esther's Pokemon was a water Pokemon, Blue. It had already evolved into its full form, Brook. Chapter 367. Essa was visibly depressed. She had just formed a team with Alan and several other space station staff members. In terms of strength, Essa's team was at the forefront of all the teams in this melee. As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top. Essa's team was surrounded and beaten by 3 teams and eliminated. After the match, everyone returned to the train. Yi Yun, Zhongli, Walter, Jing Yuan, and Hua Yin were drinking tea in the reception room. Their main focus was elegance. At that moment, the reception room door opened, and Xing, Hu Tao, and others entered carrying several tables. Hu Tao and Amber carried a table and placed it next to Zhongli and the others. Zhongli glanced at the table and recognized it. It was the table specifically used to fight Diyuan Xiongyu. Master, what are you doing? Hu Tao patted the tabletop upon hearing this. What are you talking about? We're planning to fight Diyuan Xiongyu tonight. Guest, please go somewhere else. We're going to be too noisy. Xing put down the table and came over to agree. That's right. We're planning to fight all night. Why don't you go somewhere else for tea and chat? Yi Yun was also drunk. Have you ever considered that this place is my shop? Xing nodded. I know. What's wrong? Is there any problem with that? Yi Yun was speechless at Xing's confident tone. Xing, do you believe I changed the script for the elf competition right now? I'm going to throw away your final boss script. When Xing heard Yi Yun's words, she felt like a kitten being grabbed by the scruff of the neck, her weak spot being held. No. Absolutely not. Don't worry, we leave right away. Xing quickly called for Luing, Chi Ke, and the others to move. I suddenly thought of a better place. Come on, let's go to the treehouse. We can sleep straight away tomorrow morning after we're tired. Hu Tao, Amber, and the others said they didn't want to talk anymore. Xing, you're such a fickle woman. Just now, you said we play in the reception room, then have breakfast at the restaurant tomorrow morning before going back to sleep. In the end, Xing and the others moved out. A group of people carried several Imperial Jade tables to the treehouse. Walter and Yi Yun didn't chat for long before saying goodbye and leaving. He had an appointment with Cecilia and Kiana to see Otto's performance at the Joyful Theater today. It was supposed to be shown yesterday, but Huahua and Aha were competing in a Pokemon competition, and were so focused on Pokemon training that it didn't happen. If Walter hadn't asked, Huahua would have forgotten about it. Huahua had promised that the performance would go on as planned. Walter left the reception room and arrived at the entrance of the Happy Little Ball Theater. As soon as he reached the gate, he heard Kiana's call. Teacher Walter? This way. Walter looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Kiana, Mei, Bronya, Fu Hua, Himiko, Cecilia, Yulindel, Rita, and Teresa standing at the entrance. Walter approached, slightly surprised. Teresa, Bronya, you're here too? Teresa said. Well, I heard Grandpa was performing today, and since we didn't have anything else to do, we came to see him. Walter heard this. Is that so? Let's go in first. Luckily, Hanabi reserved a private room for us, which is big enough for so many of us. Walter led the way into the Joyful Theater. Entering the balcony, the audience seats below were already filled. After Aha's warm-up speech, Otto took the stage. He immediately spotted Teresa and the others in the balcony. The balcony was located in the center of the uppermost section of the auditorium, directly facing the stage. Otto glanced around, his expression suddenly sharp, his whole face filled with anxiety. Cecilia. How could it be her? She could actually be resurrected. If Cecilia could be resurrected, then surely she could too? Otto was eager to rush to the treasure chest and ask Cecilia in person how she had been resurrected. However, backstage, Hanabi noticed something was wrong with Otto and used her authority as the owner of the Joyful Theater to forcibly control his behavior, forcing him to perform the show normally. Hanabi leaned back in her chair. Little golden retrievers being a little naughty again. Aha, I go talk to him later. As for me, I hate forcing others, and I believe that the staff at our theater wholeheartedly love performing. Aha agreed immediately. Don't worry, Hanabi-sama. Aha will go talk to little golden retriever later. On the stage, the play proceeded normally. Unlike the first version Xing and the others saw, the current version is less perverted. The current version simply has the actors perform in an exaggerated manner, making them do things they absolutely don't want to do. For example, Hu Lei, a lifelong strong-willed man, often plays roles like servants and slaves in the play. And San Bing, isn't he always clamoring for revenge? Most of the characters he plays are the kind who dare not speak out when bullied. Kiana, Cecilia, and Walter all look beautiful, pleasing to the eyes and heart, and very refreshing. The new Wanman Hall in Liyue Harbor. Unlike the old Wanman Hall, the new one is much larger, 5 times the size of the previous one, and it's right on the seashore, offering a breathtaking view. Xiangling returned to Wanman Hall and sat at the table, pondering a menu. This menu is for her birthday party tomorrow. In the past, for her birthday, she always cooked with her father. Then she invited Hu Tao, Xing Qiu, Xian Yin, Cheng Yuan, and the others to join her for dinner. This year, it was the same, but there were a lot more people. Over 40 people had confirmed their availability, meaning 4 tables. Unlike ordinary guests, this banquet required a lot more thought and effort. Even though there were only 4 tables, the preparations for many dishes would begin tonight. Xiangling spent an hour finalizing the menu and began preparing some of the traditional dishes, which took a very long time. It was already late at night, and Xiangling was still busy in the kitchen. Just then, the kitchen curtain was lifted. Xiangling looked over and saw the little evil god wiggling his tail as he entered. "Good evening, Xiangling. Is this the kitchen for your new shop? It's much bigger than the previous one," the little evil god exclaimed as he surveyed the kitchen. Xiangling was surprised to see the little evil god. "Sandwich sauce. You're still up so late? What's the matter with you?" The little evil god turned and looked at Xiangling. "Oh, by the way, I'm here to help. I knew you'd be preparing some ingredients tonight. Tell me what you have. I help you." Chapter 368. Xiangling shook her head and smiled. "No need for help. I can make the sauce myself." The little evil god crossed his arms. "Damn. You don't have to cook for your birthday anyway. Considering you're the chef, you're the exception. Honestly, it's a bit unreasonable to leave you alone to do all this. It's okay. I can't sleep late at night, so I help you. We're good friends, aren't we? Let me check the menu. Yeah. I remember we need to make broth with this boiled cabbage. Let me help you with that first." As the little evil god spoke, he donned his apron and began to work. "Guiba, help me clean out a few chickens." Guiba agreed and ran towards the backyard. Soon, the screams of chickens could be heard from the backyard. Then, Xiangling, the little evil god, and Guiba were preparing the ingredients. It was almost 2 in the morning when the little evil god forced Xiangling to go to bed, while he busied himself in the kitchen. The next day arrived. Today's match was the final round of the elimination tournament, which would determine the final 16. Tomorrow, the group stage would begin, selecting the top 4. The day after tomorrow would be the semi-finals. The day after that would be the finals, where the top contestant would challenge Xing. On the train, Xing and the others had already gone to the happy little ball, while Yiyun was at the store, playing with Kelly and the others. They had been playing at the happy little ball for the past few days, so today they were just hanging out on the train. Tian, Tibeo, and Tining weren't here today. Aglaya and the others were participating in the competition, while Tian and the others had to stay in Oma. Yiyun sat on the sofa, communicating with the system in his mind. "Information, host, mission. You have completed 10 instances, 1 more to go. Please complete it as soon as possible. Once completed, you will be granted access to a large instance." Yiyun heard the system notification and immediately stood up and walked to the instance portal. He reviewed today's instance. Today's instance, Cat Claw's Mouse. Instructions: 5 rounds in total, 50 players can participate. Each round, 8 players will be selected to become cats. Cat Faction Victory Condition: catch all mice. Mice Faction Victory Condition: survive the game until the end with at least 1 player remaining uncaught by the cats. Each round lasts 30 minutes. Special features: random items will drop on the field, which both cats and mice can pick up. Mice can evolve into cat-eating mice by stealing cheese. Cat-eating mice gain the power to kill cats. Caught mice can be rescued by other mice using Prison Break. If a cat wins, the cat player will receive 1,000 star coins. If a mouse wins, the mouse player will receive 500 star coins. Yiyun took a photo of the contents of the wooden sign and posted it to the group chat, along with a message. "Yiyun, today's dungeon is quite interesting. If you're interested, come and try it after participating in today's elf contest. Galaxy Skyfire Man, it does look interesting. I'm a bit bored here, so I can only stay backstage. I go back first. I will ignite the Sea of Stars. Xing, wait for me. I finish as soon as possible, and we go back together. 77th Master of the Hall of Rebirth. Yeah, why rush? We join you later. Mondstadt's strongest scout knight. Yeah. After sending the message and chatting in the group chat for a while, Yi-yun turned off his phone and continued playing with Klee and the others. Not long after, Star Rail's Bronya arrived at Yi-yun's shop through the portal. Yi-yun greeted Bronya upon her arrival. "Bronya, didn't you say you were going to inspect the Ice Deer Ranch today? How did you find time to come to the shop?" Bronya said slowly. "Indeed, I almost finished my inspection. After today's inspection, I feel that our Belobberg's product, with only Ice Deer for sale, is too limited. I'd like to see if your shop has any other special crop seeds or livestock cubs." Hearing this, Yi-yun led Bronya to the small bar. "I happened to see an item the other day that I thought you might like. I was busy at the time and forgot to tell you." As he spoke, Yi-yun pulled up a product listing. Product: IC Fish Fry Gift Pack Introduction. This gift pack contains 12 species of fish with incredibly delicious meat, extremely fast growth rates, and suitable for breeding in cold waters. Price: 10,000 star coins. Bronya looked at the product information while Yi-yun explained. This gift pack contains 1,000 fry of each of the 12 species. The environment in your Belobberg should be perfect for the growth of these fry. Bronya nodded. That's true. The star core has been destroyed. The last time Star struck in the new city of Belobberg, it formed many icy lakes. Perfectly, we can put them to good use. Bronya took out 10,000 star coins and purchased the gift pack. Afterwards, Bronya said goodbye to Yi-yun and returned to Belobberg. Upon returning, Bronya saw Cocolia waiting for her in the office. Cocolia had been running the orphanage she founded. The children in the orphanage were living very well under Cocolia's care. At least, it was much better than before, when they suffered from hunger and cold. In the orphanage, they had enough food, warm clothes, and even had access to books. "Bronya, you're back." Bronya saw Cocolia smiling. "Mother, how's the orphanage doing lately?" Cocolia smiled. "It's going very well. Thanks to the supplies you provided, the children are living happily." Bronya nodded. "That's good. What's the matter with you?" Cocolia said. "Nothing. I just wanted to see you. I heard from Silva that something seems to have happened to you lately. She always looks worried." Bronya smiled. "Indeed, but the matter has been resolved. I discovered that, aside from the Ice Deer, our other products at Belobberg are simply not selling, which is detrimental to our development. I went to Yi-yun's shop and bought a bunch of fish fry. If these fry are raised well, they could bring us more income." Cocolia heard this. "Aquaculture?" Bronya nodded. "Well, let's take it one step at a time. Just like Topa suggested, start with a few profitable projects. Once we have a basic financial foundation, we can move on to other things." Cocolia nodded. "How about giving the fish fry to the orphanage? It would be a great way to keep those energetic little ones busy." Bronya heard this. "Okay, let's do this, mother. This time, I'm bringing back 12 different kinds of fish fry, 1,000 of each. I give your orphanage 3 kinds. What do you think?" Cocolia agreed. Chapter 369. Cocolia didn't take the fry directly, but left them with Bronya first. She had to go back and teach the children at the orphanage the basics of fish farming, so they knew how to raise the fry. There were only 3,000 fry in total, and even the death of one would be heartbreaking for Cocolia. She didn't plan to sell the fry once they grew up, but would wait until they began to reproduce. Cocolia left the office and returned to the orphanage. The orphanage was located next to the administrative district, covering an area of 10 square kilometers, 2.5 kilometers by 4 kilometers. The orphanage's style resembled a college, or, as Yi-yun described it, a medieval Western European style. The outermost layer was an iron fence, with a large castle in the center, followed by gardens and playgrounds. The orphanage's security was entirely the responsibility of the Silver Main Iron Guards, so there were virtually no safety issues. Cocolia walked into the orphanage and was immediately surrounded by several little ones. Leading them was none other than Julian, the second in command of Hook's Flying Squirrel Gang. Cocolia watched as the little ones slowly crouched down. "Little ones, what's wrong?" Julian and the others exchanged glances. "Director Cocolia, can you contact our boss?" Cocolia pondered. "Boss? Oh, that should be that little Hook. Her dad told me she started some kind of gang in downtown, a bunch of little ones." "Sure, what's wrong?" Julian's brows lit up when he heard that Cocolia could contact Hook. "We miss our boss. She hasn't been home in ages." Cocolia pondered for a moment. "Okay, I contact her for you. You guys go have some fun first." Julian and the others happily ran off. Cocolia pulled out her phone and called Yi-yun. "Hello? Yi-yun?" Yi-yun hung up Cocolia and called Hook over. Yi Yun told Hook that Julian and the others wanted him to go back and have some fun. Hook agreed immediately, insisting he was going back immediately. Yi Yun checked the time. It was still early. Xing and the others probably wouldn't be back until the afternoon. So Yi Yun took Klee, Bailu, Hook, and the others to Belleberg for some fun. Through the portal, Yi Yun brought Klee and the others to Belleberg. After landing, he said hello to Bronya and headed straight for the orphanage. Arriving at the orphanage, Hook shouted as he pushed open the door. "Everyone of the Flying Squirrel clan, look here. Dark Lord Hook has returned." Hook shouted, and Julian and the others who had been waiting near the gate immediately ran over. "Boss! You're finally back." Hook put his hands on his hips. "Yes, I'm back, and I brought you gifts." As he spoke, Hook pulled out several large boxes from his storage ring and opened them. Hook crouched beside the boxes, stood on tiptoe, and pulled out a small box, handing it to Julian. "Here, this is a cell phone. You can use this whenever you want to contact me." Hook, Bailu, and Kelly helped distribute the phones. For the rest of the day, Yi Yun took the 7 little ones to play in the orphanage. Hook and the others taught the orphans how to use cell phones. Julian was amazed after learning it. "Wow! Boss, I can see you from here. I can even hear your voice. Boss, is this a game? How do you play? Boss, I want to add you as my friend." Inside Yi Yun's shop, Xing, Luying, and the others who had gone to the elf competition had already returned to the train. After returning, they all signed up for today's dungeon. Yi Yun had even specifically told them in the group chat that they should definitely come and participate if they had time. Soon, 50 people gathered, and the dungeon began. The 50 participants were teleported directly to an amusement park. The amusement park building was so large that it gave them the illusion of being mice and cats. To the north of the amusement park stood a platform with 50 cages, used to hold captured mice. There were also many giant cheeses on the grounds. The system gave the players 2 minutes to familiarize themselves with the map, and then the first game began. Xing was assigned to the cat camp. She looked at her own enlarged size, and the large knife in her hand. She then glanced at Amber, still tiny and clutching a small fork not far away, and suddenly felt incredibly powerful. Amber felt a chill run down her spine, as she saw Xing staring at her with a smile. Amber swallowed hard and took off running. "Help!" Xing chuckled and gave chase. Cats are slightly faster than mice. Amber watched Xing approaching, her heart pounding with panic. "Xing! Stop chasing me! Let me go!" Xing gave a sly smile. "Let you go? Impossible. Hee, Amber, give up. A little mouse can't beat a cat." Just as Xing was about to strike Amber with a knife, a banana peel suddenly flew and landed at Xing's feet. Xing had no time to dodge, and fell flat on her face. It was Hu Tao who attacked Xing. Hu Tao grabbed Amber's hand, and hid in a small alley nearby. Elsewhere, Ren was hunting Danheng. In this round, Ren was also on the cat side. He happened to be near Danheng's location when he was teleported. After being chosen as the cat, Ren began to hunt Danheng. Ren had only Danheng in his sights, and several times he happened to run into others around corners. Even though he could have captured him with just a casual blow, Ren didn't even bother to look at him. His eyes were fixed on Danheng. Kafka was also on the cat side in this round, but she didn't try to capture anyone. She chose to stay in the prison area to prevent anyone from coming to rescue him. Kiana, trapped in a cage, kept talking to Kafka, trying to distract her. "Look! Kafka, Xing's coming. Kafka! Someone's helping over there. Kafka, there's someone behind you." No matter what Kiana said, the diarrhea-ridden cat remained unmoved, simply observing the situation around her. Soon, Kiana gave up. "Kafka, can't you just go out and catch someone? It's so boring just standing here." Kafka leaned against the fence of the platform. "It's okay, I'm not bored. Winning is good." The other cats, seeing that the prison was guarded, didn't go over and instead went after the other mice. Paimon hid behind a piece of cheese at the edge, stuffing his mouth with a fork. Paimon was surprised. This was just a dungeon game, but the cheese actually had flavor, and it tasted quite good. Paimon found it so delicious that he couldn't stop eating. Chapter 370. Paimon kept showing off, completely oblivious to the situation around him. Ing, who had appeared behind her at some point, sighed helplessly and swung a knife at Paimon's head. Paimon instantly vanished, and when she came to her senses, she was already in the cage. Kiana, who had been captured first, saw Paimon and raised her head. "Hey, I'm here." Paimon finally realized he had been captured. Looking at the huge piles of cheese outside, he burst into tears. Paimon's little hands grasped the bars of the cage and shook them frantically. Let me out! Let me out! I want to eat cheese. I'm harmless. Kafka, can you let me out? Don't worry, I won't turn into a cat-eating mouse. I only eat cheese. This cheese is delicious. There are so many flavors. Kafka smiled. I trust you won't turn into a cat-eating mouse, but I still can't let you out. That's the rule of the game. Paimon, hearing this, considered changing his mindset. Then could you please give me some cheese? I eat it in the cage instead. Kafka smiled without saying anything. Seeing this, Paimon understood, knowing Kafka was rejecting him. Paimon sighed silently, sitting in the cage, staring longingly at the chaotic playground below. Now, she could only hope someone would come to rescue her. Otherwise, she'd have to wait until the next round to eat the cheese. Paimon muttered to herself as she watched. That one's strawberry, that one over there is blueberry, and that one at the top, wow. That one's apple. As time went on, more and more people were captured and caged. The entire prison area was like a market, with many people clamoring and trying to attract Kafka's attention. On a platform not far from the prison area, Hu Tao, Amber, Donheng, and Silver Wolf were discussing how to rescue them. It had only been 10 minutes, and there were still 20 to go. We had to find a way to rescue some of them, otherwise we would be surrounded. Donheng thought for a moment. There are only Kafka and Rin in the prison area right now. I can guarantee to attract Rin. Can you handle Kafka? Silver Wolf snorted, what he thought was a cool hum. Leave Kafka to me. I can handle her. Amber, Hu Tao, go rescue them. Amber and Hu Tao agreed. Donheng surveyed the prison below. There are 27 people captured. It takes 10 seconds to unlock the door. Save as many as you can, but don't get yourself into trouble. Amber and Hu Tao nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Donheng left his hiding place and headed straight for the prison area, staring directly at Blade. Come and catch me. Blank saw Donheng and rushed over, leaving Kafka no time to call out to him. This was clearly a decoy. Kafka sighed, as she watched Donheng and Blade flee. Just as Kafka was about to call another teammate over, Silver Wolf suddenly appeared not far away. Silver Wolf gave Kafka the finger. Hey, isn't this Kafka? I'm going to confess something to you. You didn't know it? I took your coat that disappeared a few days ago. You know what? Your coat is really good. It kept me warm while I was gaming all night. Thank you. Kafka's face darkened instantly. Oh! Honey, you took my limited edition coat from Pinocchio. Honey, come here, let's have a chat. Kafka smiled as she walked towards Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf wasn't stupid either, he turned and ran, and Kafka chased after him. Hu Tao and Amber saw this and gave Silver Wolf a thumbs up. 6. Silver Wolf, your sacrifice will be forever remembered by the organization. Hu Tao and Amber seized the opportunity to run down to save the others. Paimon was thrilled to see someone coming to the rescue. Hu Tao. Save me first. Save me first. Hu Tao glanced at Paimon, thought for 2 seconds, then gave up and ran to save the others. There's no point rescuing Paimon. Once out, all she does is eat cheese. She never tried to hide. Paimon looked at Hu Tao as she retreated, a look of despair on his face. No! I want to eat. Amber was rescuing people when a flash of white light suddenly appeared from the empty cage next to her. Silver Wolf, bruised and battered, appeared in the same spot. Silver Wolf saw Amber and quickly warned her. Run! Kafka's coming back! Amber panicked and turned to run. Just then, a voice rang out. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Amber, keep rescuing people. Amber looked in the direction of the voice and saw Firefly, now enlarged to the size of a cat, holding a fork. Silver Wolf took one look. Well done, Firefly. You evolved into a cat-eating mouse. Quick! Kill Kafka and avenge me. Lu Ying charged forward and engaged Kafka in battle. The cat and the cat-eating mouse both had the same health pool of 200, and each attack knocked off 50 points. Kafka and Silver Wolf engaged in a direct confrontation, each one striking back without hesitation. Kafka kindly warned him. Lu Ying, if I were you, I'd run. Lu Ying shook her head heavily. I'm not leaving. I need to rescue my companions. Kafka silently used a heart-shaped item. After using it, Kafka's health instantly returned to full, leaving Lu Ying stunned. Oh no! I forgot to pick up the item. In the end, Lu Ying was also captured. Over 3 hours later, Yiyun returned to the store with the 7 little ones, and upon returning, he saw everyone still discussing the cat and mouse game. Is today's dungeon over? Xing, Lu Ying and the others nodded. It's over. This cat and mouse game is really fun, and no one's had enough. Yi Yun, do you have any way to make this dungeon permanent? Sometimes dungeons aren't fun. Yi Yun asked the system internally. System, is there any way? Notice. The host can spend 100,000 star coins to make a dungeon permanent. For each additional dungeon, the required amount increases by 10. For example, the amount required to secure a second dungeon is 1 million. After receiving the answer, Yi Yun addressed Xing. Yes, but you can only secure one at a time. Which one do you want? Xing was instantly delighted upon hearing this, and began to discuss which dungeon to secure. Some people wanted a higher reward, while others wanted something more fun. While everyone chatted, Yi Yun continued to communicate with the system. System, where's my mission reward? Let me see. Notice. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and clearing any dungeon 10 times. Reward. Access to a large dungeon X1. Yi Yun asked again. Is this large-scale dungeon fixed for you, or can I choose? Notice. For this reward, the large-scale dungeon is fixed. Dungeon. Genshin Impact World, game version. Yi Yun suddenly had a question. System, can this large-scale dungeon be fixed? Notice. Yes, starting price 1 million star coins. Chapter 371. Yi Yun was intrigued when he saw that this large-scale dungeon was the Genshin Impact World, game version. Yi Yun clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, no need to discuss. I already confirmed the fixed dungeon. Xing came closer upon hearing this. Confirmed? Which dungeon are you confirming, Yi Yun? Yi Yun glanced at the people from Teyvat. This dungeon is related to many of you here. Yi Yun's words piqued everyone's curiosity. Jizi lowered her head in thought. Related to everyone here? No, this dungeon is in one of our worlds, right? Yi Yun snapped his fingers and smiled. Yes, it is related to everyone here. My fixed large-scale dungeon is called Genshin Impact, game version. This dungeon is a game set in the continent of Teyvat. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, especially Zhengli, Vinny, Asmodeus, and others from Teyvat. This is a case of eating melon, and then eating it yourself, Zhongli asked. Will this have an impact on the real Teyvat continent? Yi Yun shook his head, indicating no. No, it's just a game set in your Teyvat. You can also understand it as something that would happen in your Teyvat's original timeline. Amber was a little confused by Yi Yun's explanation. Original timeline? What do you mean by that? Lisa explained. Amber, after we came to Yi Yun's shop, our fates changed. Yi Yun's point was that in a world where we haven't met Yi Yun, that world is our original world. Amber understood. So that's how it is. Yi Yun clapped his hands. Just talking here won't fully explain it to you. Why not go experience it first? I fixed this dungeon, and you can enter it anytime you want. After hearing Yi Yun's words, everyone turned and headed for the dungeon portal. A wooden sign appeared at the entrance, and next to the new sign floated a virtual screen. The screen played the login screen for Sky Island. Asmodeus, upon seeing the login screen, was completely convinced that this was a game set in Teyvat. The Sky Island in this image was incredibly similar to the real Sky Island, practically identical. Xing, quick-witted and quick-handed, pressed the login button first. In an instant, Xing was enveloped in a white light and flew into the dungeon portal. Xing felt his vision go black. When her vision returned, a scene appeared before her. In it, someone was drawing on the beach, and someone else was talking. Xing listened carefully. Wasn't that Paimon's voice? Paimon? So you're from outside this world? Ing? Yes, my brother and I. Xing then spent several minutes watching the cutscene. The game officially began. Xing landed on the beach and looked at her hand, noticing something was wrong. Xing ran to the beach, looked at her reflection, and her eyes widened. What the hell? I definitely become Ing? Xing suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. This game is set in Teyvat. And I'm looking like Ing right now. So Ing is the protagonist of Teyvat? Oh my god, is she that awesome? I wonder who the protagonist is on our side? Next, Xing followed Paimon's battery indicator, crossing mountains and rivers. Along the way, Xing collected everything she could. Even a mint, Xing didn't miss a thing. There's no other way. The main character is just obsessive-compulsive disorder. These things glowed a vibrant white light, and Xing couldn't stand it, so she just put them all in her backpack. Led by Paimon, Xing arrived at the Seven Heavens statue at Starfall Lake. Paimon, we can swim directly across the lake, but be careful with your stamina. If you run out of stamina and stay in the water, you get into trouble. Xing, upon hearing this, thought, I'm going to see what happens today. Xing jumped into the lake and swam back and forth, refusing to come out. Hey, I'm just playing around, I won't go up. What can you do to me? As Xing swam, she suddenly felt her strength drain away, sinking straight to the bottom. When Xing regained consciousness, she had already reached shore, her health bar slightly reduced. Frog fun. How can you drown? I'm the protagonist. After complaining, Xing swam obediently to the base of the Seven Heavens statue and activated her wind elemental power. After using combat skills and elemental bursts to clear 2 waves of fire slimes, Xing continued forward, following Paimon's guidance. Just as they were about to enter the Whispering Forest, Xing suddenly turned around and headed back. Xing abandoned Paimon and plunged into the cave at the back. After passing through the cave, Xing spotted an NPC. After a conversation and confirming there were no quests, Xing continued onward. Xing's direction was towards Wanfeng Heights, the direction of Wuxiangfeng. Along the way, Xing found several treasure chests, one of which was an exquisite treasure chest, which gave him 2 primo gems. Xing opened his backpack and found something incredible. Wow! Everything in my backpack can be brought back to reality? Meaning, I made a fortune again. Xing's eyes lit up, and he licked his lips, excitedly running to find the treasure chest. It wasn't just Xing, everyone else noticed this too, abandoning the main plot and rushing off to find the treasure chest. Ember, in particular, was incredibly familiar with Mondstadt's wilderness. During Mondstadt's large-scale Primogems collection, she had found the most treasure chests. This simply means that locals do have a significant advantage, at least they know the terrain better than others. Night fell. New Liyue Harbor was ablaze with lights, the streets bustling with people, a scene of prosperity and peace. Yi Yun and his companions were guests at New Wanman Hall. Today was Xiangling's birthday. Chef Mao invited everyone to a private room on the 2nd floor. In the kitchen, Xiangling, Little Evil God, Mei, and Guoba busily prepared the meal. At 8 p.m., all 4 tables were finally served. Hu Tao pulled Xiangling to the center, picked up the microphone, tapped it to test the sound, and after confirming it was working, handed it to Xiangling. Come on, Xiangling. It's your birthday today. Say a few words. Xiangling took the microphone, feeling a little shy. This was her first time speaking in front of so many people. Xiangling stammered, finally uttering 6 words. Everyone, enjoy your meal. With that, Xiangling tossed the microphone and returned to her seat. Hu Tao hurriedly cheered for her bestie. Great. Well said. Enjoy your meal. Enjoy your journey. Ugh, enjoy your meal. Xing, Luing and the others followed suit. Milim, Rimuru, and Shuna were also invited. Milim sat at the same table with Xing and the others. Seeing Xing and the others applauding, Milim followed suit. Great. 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 Then, Master Mao stepped forward. Thank you all for coming to my daughter Xiangling's birthday party. We at Wanmantang don't have anything else, but we definitely have plenty of delicious food and drinks. Everyone, eat to your heart's content tonight. Drink to your heart's content. Let's eat. At the word let's eat, Milim immediately swept a small bowl in front of her aside. Then she pulled out a rice bowl from behind her, placed it on the table, and began to pick up food frantically. Everyone was used to this. Currently, on the foodie rankings, Milim ranked first, Paimon second, and Yunli third. Milim's combat prowess was far greater than Paimon's. Though she looked tiny, her true form was a dragon. As long as there was food on the table, she wouldn't put down her chopsticks. When her stomach was completely full, she simply used magic to digest it, and continued eating. Milim's focus on food wasn't on nutrition, but on enjoying its delicious flavor. She filled her rice bowl to the brim, picked up her spoon, and buried her head in it, ready to show off. As the cups circulated, everyone came over to wish Xiangling a happy birthday. Xiangling was flattered, especially when Zhongli came to toast her. She was taken aback. Emperor, I can't bear to receive a toast from you, my lord. Hu Tao patted Xiangling's shoulder. It's okay, don't worry about it. He's just a guest of my Washan Hall. Zhongli echoed. Indeed, today is your birthday. You're the boss today. Every day, you work hard preparing delicious meals for everyone. Xiangling breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, it might have been okay not to know his identity before. The emperor toasted her. If those twisted emperor fans in Liyue knew about this, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Hu Tao also took out her gift and handed it to Xiangling. Xiangling, happy birthday. This is a birthday gift from the hall master. Xiangling's joy at the gift was beyond words. Thank you, Hu Tao. Xiangling happily accepted the box. Seeing this, Xing, Luing and Kiana also took out their own gifts. There were so many gifts that Guoba quickly found a large cardboard box to pack them all. Xiangling picked up the gift box Hu Tao had given her and opened it. Xing, Kiana, and the others also came over to take a look. When Xiangling opened the box, Kiana exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this a rainbow stone? It looks very similar to the one I have. Luing compared them carefully. They're different. Yours is elliptical, and this one is round. Hu Tao said. Yes, this is the rainbow stone, Xiangling. This hall master had a craftsman make it into a pendant. Xiangling, try it on and see. Xiangling hung it around her waist, placing it next to her Eye of God. The rainbow stone instantly lit up, turning crimson. An unfamiliar message flashed through Xiangling's mind. Hu Tao, Xing, and the others stared at Xiangling expectantly. Xiangling, how's it going? What kind of rainbow stone is that? Xiangling casually waved her hand and launched a punch. Slime hodgepodge. In an instant, slimes of 7 elements appeared out of thin air and landed on a nearby boulder. The various elemental reactions erupted wildly at the point of impact. Explosions, intensification, diffusion, melting, and so on. Xing, Hu Tao, and the others clapped their hands at the sight. Amazing! This is fun! At this moment, the young master also came over. Tonight, the young master, the lady, and Aelchino, along with the ice god Barnabas, had also come to Xiangling's birthday party. Xiangling, what is this? It can actually summon slimes of 7 elements. Xiangling was delighted with the rainbow stone. From now on, she wouldn't have to go out and catch slime gels to make new dishes. She could just summon it and pick it up on the spot, guaranteed fresh. Are you talking about this? This is a rainbow stone. It grants different special abilities based on the owner's personality. The young master piqued his interest. Master Hu, where did you buy this rainbow stone? Hu Tao stared at the young master with wide eyes. Is that even necessary? You must have bought it from Yi Yun's shop? I don't even want to answer you. The young master chuckled. Master Hu, is there a possibility that I haven't been to Yi Yun's shop? Hu Tao looked at the young master in disbelief. Really? You haven't been to Yi Yun's shop? The lady beside him asked. He hasn't been there, and neither have I. We've been so busy lately that we haven't had time to go. Before, I was on a business trip to Liyue, so I didn't go either. Hu Tao heard this. Is that so? Okay, that's not surprising. This rainbow stone is sold at Yi Yun's shop, but do you have any star coins? It's not cheap. Young master smiled. Star coins? The queen gave me a few thousand. I wonder if that's enough? Hu Tao was surprised. Well then, forget it. The cheapest one costs 100,000. Young master gave up immediately. Good heavens, 100,000? He only had 5,000. And that's 5 months' salary. That's right. Young master's monthly salary is only 1,000 star coins. Not a single star coin more. And not only that. All the primo gems he found had to be confiscated and turned over. I thought 1,000 star coins a month was a lot. By comparison, even Hall Master who could afford 100,000 star coins to buy birthday gifts for others. Compared to that, I felt like a complete wretch. For the rest of the day, everyone ate and drank their fill. After Xiangling made a wish and shared the cake at midnight, everyone headed through the portal without looking back. Xiangling was no exception, leaving Guoba to clean up the mess while she followed. As for what? Of course, to play Genshin Impact. Xiangling had just heard this news from Xing and the others, and her interest was piqued. Barnabas thought for a moment and summoned the young master, the lady, and the servant to join them. Barnabas also wanted the young master and the others to make a killing on the train, but the construction of the new winter solstice was in full swing. They were short on manpower. Both the young master and the lady had been called back from New Liyue. Endgame. Xing finally arrived in Mondstadt and unlocked the wishing function. Xing clicked on it and saw that wishes could only be made using Mora in-game. 180,000 per draw, 10 draws guaranteed a 4-star character, 90 draws guaranteed a 5-star character, and 180 draws guaranteed a super character. Xing checked his backpack. 400,000 star coins were lying there. Xing immediately started drawing. This game of luck was something Xing couldn't resist. 2 draws went off, and blue skies and white clouds appeared. Luckily, one of the weapons was called the Dawn Sword, a one-handed sword that could be used on his only 5-star character, Ing. Chapter 372. The next morning, Yi Yun was sound asleep when he was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. Yi Yun opened his sleepy eyes, and just as he sat up, the door was kicked open. The little evil god rushed in, grabbing Yi Yun by the collar and shaking him frantically. Yi Yun! Wake up! Wake up! Come help in the kitchen! It's going to explode! Yi Yun was confused. What the hell? What's going to explode? The little evil god pulled Yi Yun outside and saw the shop was full of people. All of them had the same thing, dark circles under their eyes. The little evil god pulled Yi Yun into the kitchen and helped Yi Yun tie an apron. Yi Yun! Hurry and cook! Too many people are eating this morning. Xiangling-chan and Mei-chan are listless, so we're the only ones left. Yi Yun looked over and saw that Xiangling and Mei-chan also had the same dark circles under their eyes. Yi Yun grabbed Lai Xing and asked, Xing, what's going on? Xing had dark circles under his eyes. What else could it be? We're all working on Genshin Impact. We all pulled an all-nighter last night. Yi Yun was speechless upon learning the reason. He waved Xing off, and Yi Yun began to cook. As for the others, they were chatting about the contents of the Genshin Impact dungeon. Zhongli, Jingyuan, and Walter were discussing details in the game and some text stories. Many of these text stories were remarkably true. Xing and Hu Tao surrounded Ying, asking her to treat them. Ying, you're actually the protagonist. That's amazing. Who said I wasn't? The protagonist of a story? Wow, what a status. Ying, shouldn't you treat everyone to a meal? You're the protagonist. Ying grew increasingly flattered by Xing, Luing, and the others' flattery. Okay. Let's have mushroom fire tonight in the treehouse, alright. Xing and the others agreed. Okay, no problem, Ying. Why don't you move your RV to the cave? When you wake up, you can come to the treehouse for dinner. It's closer, more convenient. Ying thought for a moment. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. The workaholics, Jean, Bronya, Keqing, and Violet, left early. They still had official business to attend to. Violet was fine. She didn't need much rest. Jean, Bronya, and Keqing were irritated, each grabbing a large cup of coffee before leaving. Fu Xian didn't stay long. He waited for Chike to finish her work for the day, then left with the copied list. Half an hour later, the little evil god emerged from the kitchen, looking like he was about to explode. Too slow. I'm just a demon. Why should I be responsible for making breakfast for over 60 or 70 people? The most important thing is that it has to be done in half an hour. If I hadn't cleverly grabbed Yi Yun to help, I'm sure breakfast would have been delayed today. Lily Ling looked at the little evil god and, for once, praised him. Sandwich sauce, well done. The little evil god leaped backwards from the spot as if he had seen a ghost. After landing, the little evil god stared at Lily Ling warily, his hands in a fighting stance. Whoever you are, get off Lily Ling. Lily Ling will never praise me. Absolutely not. Lily Ling sighed. Sandwich, come over here and eat. The little evil god instantly felt better after hearing this. Hey. That's right for me. I'd be right there. The little evil god scurried over to sit down next to Lily Ling. Lily Ling glanced at the little evil god. Sandwich, bring some food to Pekla later. I saw her faint from hunger in the park last night. The little evil god was stunned. Huh? No. She's an angel, I'm a devil. We're enemies. I don't want to bring her any food. Lily Ling stared into the little evil god's eyes. Bring her some food. The little evil god, sensing the threat in Lily Ling's eyes, instantly backed off. I understand. I'll be there soon. Lily Ling nodded in satisfaction. Everyone smiled knowingly at this. The way these two interacted was truly amusing. Then, everyone continued to eat. After dinner, everyone dispersed to rest. After a long night playing Genshin Impact, they were exhausted. After they emerged, they discovered that all the energy they used in the game was reflected back into their physical bodies. The more active they were in the game, the more exhausted their real-life bodies became. Xing, in particular, was the most exhausted. Last night, she walked around Mondstadt. Luckily, the group stage of the elf tournament was scheduled for tomorrow, otherwise, given their condition, it would have been a wonder they could even compete. Topa returned to her room and flung herself onto the bed. She was incredibly grateful for her decision. Sand Gold and Emerald had originally intended a tighter schedule, with matches every day. Topa had suggested giving the players a break, which would also generate more revenue for the tourist area being built by Sand Gold. Some people came from far away, spending only a day, and most chose to stay at the Happy Ball. Going back and forth was quite a hassle. Xing sighed. She returned to her room and first poured a bowl of dog food for Lightning Wolf and placed it on the floor. She then released Miris, leaving him to train with Infernape. Afterwards, Xing quickly washed up and fell asleep. In the little evil god's world, in Lily Ling's apartment. The little evil god said hello to Lily Ling and left, carrying a lunch box. In the lunch box was the food she had brought for Pekla: 6 red bean paste buns, 4 beef buns, a bowl of hot milk, and a fried egg. The little evil god walked out of the apartment door, raised his hand, and glanced at the lunch box, feeling extremely reluctant. However, Pekla was indeed pitiful. Without an ID, she was forced to work illegally. The money she earned at the end of the day was barely enough to buy some food, which was barely enough to fill her stomach, and the taste was not very good. It's already packed. Wasting food is what the little evil god hates most. Forget it, just give it to Pekala. The little evil god twirled his tail, and headed towards the park where Pekala was. As he walked, the little evil god arrived at the park where Pekala was. As he arrived, he saw an angel chasing and beating Pekala. The little evil god raised his hand. Can you please stop? The angel and Pekala stopped at the sound of the sandwich sauce. The little evil god walked towards Pekala. Pekala, this is the food Lily Bell asked you to bring. The angel saw this and looked at Pekala. Master Pekala, you have truly fallen, actually hanging out with the devil. On behalf of the Lord, I will purify you too. The angel immediately unleashed a mace and hurled it at the group of the little evil god. The little evil god was quick-witted and swift-handed, clasping his hands together and performing a barehanded catch. The little evil god snorted coldly when he saw that he had caught the mace. You actually tried to sneak attack this invincible and irritable little devil? You won't succeed. At that moment, a sizzle sound was heard, and 2 streams of blood spurted out from the back of the little evil god's hand. The little evil god finally reacted. Damn it! This is a mace. It has spikes on it. The little evil god instantly withdrew his hand and lay on the ground, writhing and screaming in pain. The attacker smiled with satisfaction at this. Great. I didn't expect there would be a surprise. There's actually another demon. That way, I have even more credit. Next, I eliminate Lord Pekala, and I be able to keep my current position. The attacker was the angel, Popolin. Popolin was originally an apprentice angel, but after Pekala's disappearance, she was promoted to a full angel. Compared to apprentice angels, she has the power to command them. She also enjoys a private, luxurious bath, a bed as soft as a cloud, and a variety of delicious food and wine. Apprentice angels, on the other hand, are like servants to angels, performing tasks that serve full angels. After experiencing the sweetness of being a full angel, Popolin decided to eliminate Pekala, thus securing her permanent position as a full angel. So, she arrived in the human world. Unexpectedly, upon arriving, she encountered a demon, which she easily defeated. The little evil god lay on the ground, rolling back and forth. Seeing this, Poporon approached the little evil god with his mace. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and Poporon felt something fall. Looking down, Poporon saw a lunch box crushed beneath her feet. The little evil god immediately went berserk upon seeing this. Damn, angel! You're wasting food. I can't stand this. Sandwich Sauce super kick. Sandwich Sauce hated the idea of wasting food, so she leaped high and kicked Poporon. Although the little evil god was a vegetable gardener, she had a special attack against angels. The little evil god knocked Poporon unconscious with a flying kick, then grabbed Poporon's waist from behind and threw her backward. Poporon's body traced a perfect arc in the air before landing headfirst on the ground and fainting. The little evil god looked up and around, then grabbed the tape that Pekala had used to patch up the cardboard hut, and tied Poporon up like a caterpillar. Then, the little evil god lifted Poporon up and, in just 10 seconds, rushed to the beach on the other side of the continent and threw him down. After doing all this, the little evil god returned to the park and took Pecora's hand. Come on, come back with me and testify for me. Your lunchbox got stepped on. Lily Ling will definitely think I'm causing trouble again. It's just right. I get you some more food when I get home, so I don't have to bring it back later. Pecora, who had just experienced a life-or-death ordeal, stared blankly at the little evil god's back, sighing inwardly. Is she an angel? The little evil god dragged Pecora back to the apartment. He searched the refrigerator and found it was empty. Since going to Yiyun's place, the little evil god hadn't been to the market once. He only went there every day to pick up some vegetables. The little evil god had no choice but to take Pecora to Yiyun's shop. Lily Ling, I'm taking Pecora to Yiyun's for something to eat. Lily Ling, who was doing her homework, looked up and nodded. Then, the little evil god led Pecora into the portal. Pecora's vision went dark, and she instinctively clung to the little evil god. When her vision returned, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. It was a beautiful, warm place. The little evil god looked around the shop, except for Noel. No one else was there. The little evil god waved and greeted Noel. Noel-chan. Noel, who was sweeping the floor, looked up. It's you? Why are you back again? The little evil god sighed helplessly. I'm helpless too. I had bad luck today. The food I brought her was wasted. Since we don't have any ingredients at home, I just bring her here. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to Pekala, the waste angel. Pekala wanted to object to the little evil god's introduction, but didn't dare to. Noel smiled at Pekala. Hello, Pekala, welcome here. My name is Noel, and I'm a clerk at this shop. Pekala bowed slightly to Noel. Hello, Noel-chan, please take care of me. The little evil god slapped Pekala on the back. Noel-chan, please help me find her a seat. I get her some food. Noel nodded in agreement, led Pekala to a sofa booth, and poured her a glass of water. Noel then went to clean up. Pekala sat on the sofa, cup in hand, looking around curiously. Pekla glanced at the little evil god leisurely cooking in the kitchen, then at Noel, who was cleaning. It didn't feel right to sit there like this. I should do something. Pekla stood up and walked over to Noel. Noel-chan, is there anything I can help you with? Noel smiled. No, thank you. I take care of it all. Pekla said. Let me do something. I'm a little embarrassed to just sit there. Noel thought for a moment. I see. Then help me clean up over there. That's the sofa coffee area. Klee and the others played there a while ago, and it's a bit messy. Pekla looked at the sofa coffee area and patted his chest, agreeing. Pekla grabbed a clean towel and ran to clean the sofa coffee area. As he was cleaning, a strong fragrance suddenly wafted into his nose. Pekla sniffed and took a deep breath. Following the aroma, Paimon and Malin walked in, each carrying a tabletop MFC fried chicken bucket. MFC is incredibly famous in the Star Rail universe, with branches across the galaxy. Pekka watched Paimon take a bite of the chicken. The meat was so white, so tender, and so fragrant. Such a delicacy, and yet he could only watch others devour it. Paimon and Malin sat down on the sofa with their buckets. Paimon reached for the remote and turned on the TV. Malin took a bite of a chicken wing. Paimon, I want to watch Booty Bears. Paimon agreed, using the remote to turn on the show. Then, the two sat on the sofa, happily eating fried chicken and watching Booty Bears. Pekka's stomach rumbled at an inopportune moment, a rumble as loud as the beating of a drum. Paimon glanced at Pekka. Seeing her frail appearance, Paimon knew she was hungry. As for how Paimon figured it out, don't ask. The answer is, I experienced this myself before. Back then, when Ing and I were wandering in the wilds of Mondstadt, I experienced this exact situation. Would you like some food? I can share a chicken wing with you. Chapter 373. Upon hearing Paimon's words, Pekla swallowed uncontrollably. Looking at the chicken wings Paimon handed him, Pekla was in a dilemma. White Pekla, no, no. The Lord said, you can't get something for nothing, Black Pekla. Why not? I didn't ask for it, someone else gave it to me. White Pekla, no way. You're an angel, Black Pekla. I think it's fine. I can just ask for it back when I make some money. Finally, Pekla accepted the chicken wings Paimon handed him. Thank you. Pekla took them in both hands, as if they were treasures. Pekla admired the chicken wings in his hands, as if they were works of art, and he couldn't bear to eat them. Just from the smell, Pekla felt like he could eat a whole bag of toast scraps. This smells so delicious. Soon, the little evil god finished cooking and brought Pekla over. The little evil god wiped his hands with a tissue. Waste angel, hurry up and eat. I take you home after you're done. Pekora nodded, said a prayer before dinner, and began to eat. It was evening. On the lawn of the Rose Castle in the cave, Xing, Ing, and Hu Tao set up a table outside the RV. Ing opened the side of the RV, revealing the kitchen area. The RV briefly transformed into a dining car, and Xiangling cut a piece of safflower at the kitchen counter. Ing had treated Xing and the others to hot pot tonight, and she had made a special trip to the Wild Mushroom Hot Pot restaurant at Happy Little Ball to buy 10 pounds of safflower. Xing and the others sat at the table, discussing the plot of the Genshin Impact game. Hu Tao took a bite of safflower and looked at Paimon beside her. Paimon, go, get in the pot. Your emergency food. Paimon, hearing Hu Tao's teasing, instantly stamped his feet in anger. Damn Hu Tao. I'm not emergency food. Hu Tao gave a sly smile. That wasn't what the Hall Master said. That was what Amber and Ing said. Hee hee. Hearing this, Paimon immediately looked at Ing and Amber. You two are going too far. Giving me that nickname. Ing spread her hands innocently. I didn't say that. I said it in the game. Besides, I think it's a great nickname. When I caught you, I was fishing for food. It's just that I caught you, and now that you're emergency food, there's nothing wrong with that. Paimon became even more furious after hearing Ying's words. Damn it! Ing! I'm mad. I'm going to eat all the scallions you bought. Ing waved her hand dismissively. Eat as much as you want. Anything you can buy with credits, eat as much as you want. After teasing Paimon, the others continued discussing the plot. Eula was the fastest, following the main storyline. I didn't expect Wendy to wake up so early. He was the one helping Ing fight Tevrin in the city. Amber nodded. Yes, and earlier in the Whispering Woods, Wendy seemed to be healing Tevrin, but Ing interrupted him and prevented him from doing so. Hu Tao had a question. Do you think that if Ing hadn't interrupted him, would Tevrin have been cured? Amber shook her head. No, Hu Tao, you don't know the circumstances. The abyssal contamination in Tevrin was something only Ing could have cleansed. So, Ing has to take action. Hu Tao understood. Is that so? Then Ing, you're truly special. But having said that, your brother really deserves a beating. His Majesty, the Prince of the Abyss, actually let you wander the wilderness for so long. Either he deliberately wanted to see you suffer, or he simply wasn't paying attention to you and didn't know you'd broken the seal. TSK. Now I understand what Yun said. Brothers and sisters are the world's worst enemies. Ing was furious when Hu Tao said this. That's right. Just tell me whether I should give him a beating. Xing chuckled. Why don't you thank me? I was the one who helped you capture him with my sword. Ing raised her glass without a word. Come on, let's go. I really have to thank you. With my strength back then, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Asmodeus, who had been dragged over to eat by Hu Tao, spoke up at this moment. Ing, your brother is such a jerk. Now you understand why I went after you too, right? Ing nodded. I know. You'd do the same if I were you. This guy, he gets in trouble, and then runs away. He has no sense of responsibility at all. What a scumbag. Asmodeus followed up with a barrage of criticism. That's right. That's right. What a scumbag. He seems to be doing pretty well lately, having opened several milk tea shops in New Liyue Harbor. Let's go smash him up. Ing slammed her fist on the table, agitated. Smash it up. Smash it up. Hu Tao looked at the agitated Asmodeus and Ing, a bead of sweat breaking out on her forehead. Don't blame me, Kong. I was just complaining, but who knew Ing and Asmodeus would react so strongly? After finishing their meal, the group plunged into the Genshin Impact Dungeon. Genshin Impact Dungeon, in Hu Tao's world. Hu Tao appeared at the entrance of the Knights of Favonius. She was controlling Lisa's character. Don't ask, the answer is she's powerful. Lisa seemed incredibly powerful to Hu Tao. Hu Tao stretched her body, feeling a sensation she had never experienced before, a very novel one. After stretching for a while, Hu Tao looked into the distance and saw Paimon waiting for her by a flower bed, a golden icon above his head. Ouch. Emergency food. Hu Tao walked over and pressed the talk button. Hu Tao felt her body losing control, but she didn't panic. It was normal, just playing through the storyline. After the storyline, Hu Tao began tracking Wendy. They chased her to the square in front of the cathedral and listened to Wendy's story about Tevrin. Hu Tao listened with rapt interest. Wendy's storytelling skills were truly impressive. No wonder Ing and Paimon called her Wendy the Big Faker. Afterward, Hu Tao was taken to the cathedral by Wendy, where she witnessed a famous scene. Wendy proactively admitted to the nun that she was Barbados, but the nun was completely incredulous. Hu Tao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hilarious. The wind god of Mondstadt, and his own nun didn't even recognize him. Ha ha, no. I need to see this again. Hu Tao promptly logged off and back online, rewatching the story. This time, she even recorded the screen, planning to share it in the group chat after she left. Wendy's attempt to borrow the piano failed, so she had to ask Hu Tao to steal it at night. At night, Hu Tao easily infiltrated the cathedral's secret chamber. Hu Tao glanced back at the room full of Favonius knights, all stunned. No! Could they really not see me? And let me in just like that? Wow, 6! The Knights of Favonius are so full of talent. Hu Tao turned to grab the celestial harp, but suddenly, she felt something was amiss. An unfamiliar elemental force assaulted her. Just as she was about to strike, she felt she had lost control of her body. Hu Tao could only watch helplessly as one of the Favonius took the celestial harp. Go ahead and take it, and you're so arrogant. And, hush, 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 you big-headed idiot. If I hadn't been unable to do anything, I would have taught you a lesson. At that moment, the NPCs of the Knights of Favonius heard the noise and ran over. Who are you? Surrender? Hu Tao's gaze shifted. She was already outside the cathedral, where Wendy had been waiting. Paimon shouted, "We've been discovered." Wendy summoned a wind field and fled with Ying. Hu Tao rode the wind at lightning speed to the Angel's Gift. There, they encountered Dialek. Dialek dismissed the pursuing Knights of Favonius with a serious, nonsensical rant. Hu Tao smacked her lips again. TSK, it's not enough that the Knights of Favonius are so weak, they even dislike their own people. Same thing. Jean happened to experience this scene. Not only did she not find it outrageous, but she found it very real. Before the investigation of the Knights of Favonius, many knights were indeed like this, weak, slacking off at work every day, calling it freedom. Jean sighed helplessly. Fortunately, the knights had now completed their transformation. The incompetents like those in the story had been eliminated. Although the number of members had been reduced by half, the efficiency of the entire knights had actually increased several levels. Hu Tao and the others spent an hour or two in the Genshin Impact dungeon before exiting. They had a match tomorrow, so they needed to rest early. In the observation car of the train, Jeezy, Walter, Sunday, Donheng, Xing, Pam, and Mika gathered for a meeting. Xing put her hands on her hips. Jeezy, what did you want to tell us? Jeezy smiled and took out 2 pickup cards. These are the pickup cards Sunday and I received a while ago. Sunday and I discussed using them for the train cruise expenses. I have to tell you all about this. Xing's eyes lit up at that. Oh, can I use some of it to open the gold trash can? Slurp. Jeezy shook her head. No, the money will go towards your medical care, equipment, or the train's daily expenses and maintenance. Xing felt a moment of disappointment. Oh, so fine. Jeezy smiled. Now that there's a Genshin Impact dungeon, are you still short on star coins to open the trash can? Just grind a little harder. Xing nodded. Indeed, I earned over 3,000 star coins today. Walter said. You're the most enthusiastic about anything involving star coins. Xing waved his hand. No, not just star coins, I'm also highly motivated about anything fun. Okay. Hee hee. Jeezy said. First, let's take out 200,000 star coins. The carriage we used for landing was damaged on our last trip to Omphalos. I plan to use the 200,000 star coins to purchase a similar landing vehicle from Yiyun. Walter, Dan Hung, and the others had no objections. Seeing that no one objected, GZ took out 1.5 million star coins and headed towards Yiyun's shop. Station. Xing nudged Sunri with his shoulder and raised an eyebrow. You're so good. Donating 500,000 star coins on cue. Awesome. Sunri said with a smile. I'm a member of the train crew now, so naturally I have to contribute to it. Xing gave Sunri a thumbs up. You're truly enlightened. As expected, you once single-handedly took on the 3 generals, the Void Order, the Star Corps Hunter, Zhongli, Wendy, and the other 5 gods, plus my man. Sunri suddenly lost interest in talking. If you hadn't brought that up, we could still be friends. Isn't that just a bit of a tangent? Thinking back, he was a bit too cocky back then. Knowing the 3 generals were at Pinocchio, he still chose to go all in. Thankfully, Dan Hung called Sunri away. Sunri didn't want to talk to Xing right then. Sunday, let's go check out the fields. The plants we planted a few days ago need watering and fertilizing. Sunday agreed and left with Donheng. Xing pouted as he watched the 2 of them, feeling bored. After Sunday boarded the train, he practically hung out with Donheng. The 2 of them were inseparable, either in the library or out in the fields. Xing glanced at the empty observation car and turned to leave. Just then, a voice rang out. Wait a moment, my friend. Xing paused, looking around, and saw a young girl standing in front of a mirror. Strangely, the girl had no face. Xing asked. You called me? The girl nodded. Yes, I'm the Rememberer from Liuguang Yiting. I'd like to make a deal with you. Xing heard this. Business? Oh. Tell me what kind of deal? The Rememberer said. Will you let me read your memories? Don't worry, I reward you handsomely. Xing shook her head. Reward? Do you have stellar jade? I don't need credits, I have more than I can use. The Rememberer heard this, and then waved. Yes, I want to read your memories, and turn them into a memory battlefield. If you can pass the level, I give you 200 stellar jade, how about that? Xing heard this, shaking her head and holding up 2 fingers. 2,000. 200 is too little. The rememberer agreed immediately. Okay, 2,000 is 2,000. Come on, let's start the first level. The rememberer entered Xing's memory, and quickly found the scene where Xing was fighting the Void Stomper in the space station. The rememberer immediately transformed it into a memory battlefield, and allowed Xing to enter the challenge. Xing's consciousness appeared within the scene, and surveyed its surroundings. You're quite impressive. This is exactly the same as before, the rememberer said. Because this is your memory, let's begin the first level. Hearing this, Xing drew the Holy Skyfire Judgment. Skyfire. Unsheathed. With 1/ Trampler GG. Seeing this, the rememberer couldn't help but marvel at Xing's strength. As expected of the nameless guest who wields justice throughout the universe, you're truly formidable. Let's exit for now. This is just a simple experience for you. I create a more difficult level next. Xing returned to reality. The moment he emerged, Xing reached out. Where's the Stellar Jade? The rememberer heard this, and immediately took out 2,000 Stellar Jade and handed it to Xing, saying, I'll be here from now on. Just go near the mirror when you want to see me. Also, please don't tell anyone about my affairs. Xing looked embarrassed upon hearing this. They're all my friends. You're making it difficult for me. The rememberer looked at Xing's fingers, which were rubbing against each other. I give you another 2,000 Stellar Jade as hush money. Xing chuckled. Deal. It's a deal. I, Galaxy Skyfire Man, am the most tight-lipped person. Chapter 374. Xing happily accepted the 4,000 Stellar Jade and patted Rememberer on the shoulder. Excellent. You have great potential. I'm optimistic about you. Keep working hard and spend more time on the level you just created. After encouraging Rememberer, Xing happily left the observation car and went back to sleep. After Xing left, Rememberer returned to the mirror. Rememberer returned to the mirror and retrieved a ball of golden memory matter. Memory matter is the physical manifestation of memory, and rememberers can use it to read the memories of others. The memory matter in Rememberer's hand was the one she had just extracted from Xing's brain. She had never heard of such a color of memory matter before, and the fact that there was such a thing as golden memory matter was simply unbelievable. Rememberer reached out and began to read the memory matter, her consciousness transported to a starry sky. Rememberer looked around curiously and saw Xing's figure directly in front of her. Just as she was about to step forward to investigate, a surge of powerful energy struck, forcibly knocking the Rememberer out of the memory. The Rememberer returned to reality, uttering a cry and spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could such a terrifying thing be hidden in her memories? The Rememberer quickly moved away from the golden memory in front of her, fearing it might be there. In the treehouse, Xing pushed open the door and walked in. Upon entering, she saw Silver Wolf, Asmodeus, and Melim huddled on the sofa playing games. Melim now spent all day here. When she wanted to eat, she hang out with Paimon, and when she wanted to play, she'd go find Silver Wolf. Asmodeus had also moved into the treehouse and had a room here, spending time there, and sometimes going back to the Wangxingtang Internet Cafe. Silver Wolf glanced at Xing. Why are you back just now? Where have you been? Xing saw Silver Wolf and pulled out a stack of star coins. He licked his fingers and began counting them in front of Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf, seeing the brand new star coins in Xing's hand, asked in confusion. Where did you get all these star coins? Where did you steal from? Xing rolled his eyes at Silver Wolf. Stealing from someone? I earned these through honest hard work, okay? Silver Wolf chuckled. Haha, do you think I believe you? Tell me, where did you open a treasure chest again? Or did you bring them from a Genshin Impact dungeon? Xing said. Hee, neither of those. You never guess. Silver Wolf was a little puzzled. Then where did you get all these star coins? Xing raised an eyebrow slyly. I won't tell you. It's a secret. Xing finished, counting the star coins as he walked back to his room. Silver Wolf's interest in Xing's words intensified. At this moment, Melim approached. Silver Wolf, what are you doing? Playing games? You little idiot, you haven't moved in a while. Silver Wolf heard this. Nothing, just a bit of a show-off. Melim pondered. Is that star coin useful? Silver Wolf nodded. Of course, you can buy anything you want with it. By the way, it seems your world also has a kind of, or that can be exchanged for star coins. Did you know? Melim shook her head. I don't know. What or? I asked my brothers to look for it when I get back and give you some. Silver Wolf pondered. You can ask Rimuru. I remember he's been at Yi Yun's shop. Melim nodded. Okay. I go back and ask him tomorrow. Let's play the game first. Hurry. We're almost to the next level. Silver Wolf heard this, and picked up the controller to continue playing. The next day came. Malim ran back early in the morning to ask Rimuru what kind of, or could be exchanged for star coins. Malim arrived at the monster city, and saw Rimuru and his companions bustling about. Rimuru had bought a lot of vegetable seeds from Tappa, and was now busy in the fields with Benimaru, Shuna, and the others. Malim landed next to Rimuru. Rimuru, what are you doing? Rimuru said, noticing Malim. We're farming. Malim looked at the people busy in the fields. Farming? Why are we farming? Rimuru thought for a moment, and pointed to the pepper field not far away. Farming can produce delicious ingredients, like your favorite chili peppers. Malim's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Oh, I see. Then plant more, so I can eat more delicious food in the future. Rimuru nodded and looked at Malim and asked. Malim, what do you want to talk to me about? Malim only remembered her purpose after hearing Rimuru's question. Yeah. It's like this. Rimuru took out a piece of magic crystal ore, and showed it to Malim. Currently, in our world, only this kind of ore can be exchanged for star coins. One piece like mine can be exchanged for 100 star coins. Malim took a look. Oh. So that's it. I see. I be leaving now. After getting the answer, Malim simply pulled up her pants and left, without a trace of regret. Malim returned to the treehouse, and found Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf, I know what I can exchange for star coins. Malim jumped onto the sofa, and shook Silver Wolf awake from his sleep. Silver Wolf drowsily opened his eyes. Malim, don't bother me. I need to sleep. I stayed up all night last night. Just then, Xing, Luing, and the others got up and went downstairs. Luing asked, puzzled. Silver Wolf, today is the group stage of the elf competition. Aren't you getting up yet? Don't be late. Xing patted Luing's shoulder. Don't worry about her. After all, she's already been eliminated, Silver Wolf, upon hearing this, was instantly awakened by anger. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I was just letting Babuhua go. Babuhua entered the competition for Sanueki. I appreciate that friendship. I let her go on purpose, Xing waved his hand. Yeah, right. Silver Wolf was furious at Xing's complete disbelief and perfunctory attitude. I really am giving in to Babuhua, okay? Xing remained expressionless. Ah, right. Silver Wolf was furious, seething with rage. Seeing this, Xing grabbed Luing and ran off. Just kidding, after showing off, you have to run away immediately, otherwise a beating awaits. After Xing left, Silver Wolf had nowhere to vent his anger, so he stood on the sofa, raging. After she had vented for a while, and calmed down, she noticed Malim. Malim, what did you just say to me? Malim said again. I know what I can exchange for star coins. And I have tons of those stones. Silver Wolf was surprised to hear this. Are there really that many? Take me to see. Malim heard this, and led Silver Wolf into the portal. After arriving in Rimuru's world, the two headed straight for Malim's territory. Malim also controlled a vast territory. Furthermore, her people were extremely powerful. Among them, the bald man was the most formidable, possessing the power to single-handedly kill a demon king. In the original story, the Beast Kingdom's tiger girl, Gavalu, and several other powerful individuals were no match for the bald man, pinning him to the ground. Malim returned to her palace with Silver Wolf. As soon as Malim returned, a maid arrived, pushing a large cart of boiled carrots. Malim-sama, it's time to eat. Malim felt as if she had heard the whisper of a demon, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. The maid placed the cart of boiled carrots in front of her. Silver Wolf looked at it, picked up one, and took a bite. Malim, this stuff tastes pretty good, quite light. Malim forced a smile. Hee. Then try eating it for a few tens of thousands of years. When Silver Wolf heard Malim's words, he instantly put himself into her shoes, and understood why she hated it so much. TSK, who could stand eating that stuff all the time? Silver Wolf knew it was human, so it definitely wouldn't work for her. It was okay to eat it occasionally, but eating it regularly. After the maids left, Malim set fire to the entire cart of carrots. Afterward, Malim called the bald man over and asked him to take her to the treasury. As a dragon, Malim naturally had dragonish habits and enjoyed collecting treasures. As it happens, the magic crystal block perfectly meets both of these requirements. The land is glittering and worth a fortune. The bald man opened the treasury, and a shower of jewels and precious stones filled the air, so dazzling that Silver Wolf couldn't open his eyes. When Silver Wolf adjusted, he opened his eyes, and was stunned. "Malim, do you need so many jewels in this treasury?" Malim chuckled, hands on her hips. "Because I like these things. I collected a lot before. Come, take a look at this magic crystal ore. Is it big?" Malim pointed to a magic crystal block the size of a small mountain not far away. The Silver Wolf was stunned. "Aren't you so rich, sister?" Malim walked over, and with a whoosh, she lifted the magic crystal block. "Silver Wolf, let's see how many star coins we can exchange for this one." Silver Wolf nodded dully and followed Malim through the portal to Yi Yun's shop. At first, it was difficult to get through. Malim reached out and broke the original magic crystal into 20 equal pieces before she could move it. As soon as the 20 magic crystals were exchanged, Silver Wolf cast an envious glance at Malim. Each magic crystal Malim brought was worth 200,000 star coins. In other words, Malim's treasured magic crystals were worth a total of 4 million star coins. Seeing Silver Wolf's envy, Malim waved her hand. "Silver Wolf, let's split it in half." To Malim, these star coins were less important than Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf was a good friend who could play games with her. Star coins? Aren't they just money? How's that saying? Money can't buy this dragon happiness? I think it's that saying. Probably. Silver Wolf was stunned upon hearing this. What had he just heard? Malim said she'd give him half of the 4 million star coins? Had he heard correctly? Really? Malim divided the 4 million star coins in half, took one, and pushed the other towards Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf was finally convinced. "Malim, you're my god." Silver Wolf accepted it. Thinking back to last night when Xing had flaunted the star coins in front of him, Silver Wolf decided to get revenge. Silver Wolf pulled Malim straight towards the portal. Happy Little Ball, the group stage of the Pokemon tournament. It was the final round now, Bubka versus Himiko's Axia. In the audience, everyone was pessimistic about Bubka. After all, Axia's strength was obvious to everyone, having crushed her all the way to the group stage. Especially in the last melee, its dominance was so intense that it completely wiped out the entire arena. This strength was solely aimed at winning the championship. Although Babuhua was also powerful, its performance was still inferior to Axia's. Furthermore, Axia's stats countered Babuhua's, with ice countering grass. Thus, virtually everyone was pessimistic about Babuhua. On the black market, Babuhua's odds of winning had reached 1:100. In the stands, Jing Yuan looked at Babuhua with deep emotion. First, it was her loyalty to March 7. Babuhua wanted to participate in this competition precisely to win the championship and make March 7 happy when he woke up. When Jing Yuan heard the news, he felt a pang of heartache for Babuhua. His master had fallen into a deep sleep, and he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Only Yi Yun, secretly buying 1 billion bubble flowers at a black market gambling table, won. Because Yi Yun had information unknown to the others. Pokemon, bubble flower, mega evolving type, grass. Level 65. Description: a very rare grass-type Pokemon, extremely powerful. Yi Yun could see a more detailed panel than others using the Pokemon guide. The Mega Evolution column after Bubble Flower's name was the reason Yi Yun won, by buying Bubble Flower. Mega Evolution. A Mega Evolved Bubble Flower is incredibly powerful, capable of fighting against opposing attributes without hesitation. The main skill is its golden light green leaf. After using it, it can continuously restore stamina for 3 minutes. Add to that its other skills: Parasitic Seed, Photosynthesis, and Super Drain. These skills all grant extremely powerful life-sucking. To put it bluntly, if you can't kill me instantly, I slowly wear you down. On the field, the situation unfolded just as Yi Yun had predicted. Bubble Flower took the stage and evolved in front of everyone's gaze. Bubble Flower evolved directly into Lisa Bubble. Bubble Flower evolved into Lisa Bubble, earning her the title of Grass Queen. Seeing this, Jeezy asked Axia to test Lisa Bubble first. Axia's attack landed solidly on Lisa Bubble, inflicting considerable damage. The audience watched. Huh? That's it? I thought this on-the-spot evolution would be so impressive, but that's it? The restraint is irreversible. Indeed, how could a grass-type possibly defeat an ice-type? Besides, Axia is no ordinary ice-type Pokemon. Just then, a scene that stunned everyone occurred. Lisa Bubble used 2 skills in succession, instantly healing her injuries. Seeing this, Jeezy quickly ordered Axia to attack again. This time, it was for real. Axia launched a full-force attack, instantly severely injuring Lisa Bubu. However, in just a second, Lisa Bubu's injuries healed at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, she was back to her original state. This scene left everyone's jaws dropping. Really? Is this recovery ability so strong? Isn't this too abnormal? Chapter 375. No! Can this bubble flower still evolve? Isn't it already in its perfect form? Wendy asked incredulously, echoing the thoughts of Jingli, Jingyuan, and the others present. Yi Yun explained. This is a mega evolution. Very few Pokemon possess the potential for mega evolution. After mega evolution, the Pokemon's power will be greatly increased. Like Xing's Infernape, it also has the potential for mega evolution. After Infernape evolves into Infernape, there's a chance it will mega evolve. After evolving, it will become Demonic Flame. The Demonic Flame has a bug-level skill, Deadly Flame. Using it once consumes half of your stamina. This skill has a 1% chance of instantly killing the opponent. Of course, there's a limit to how many times it can be used, limited to those below the level of Commander. When Jingyuan and the others heard this, they gasped. This skill is indeed a bug. While the requirements for activating it are high, it's still quite unusual. No one wanted to gamble on such odds. What if they happened to hit that 1% chance? Wouldn't that be the end of them? Half an hour later, Axia lay breathless on the ground. Jeezy was numb. She couldn't be killed, absolutely couldn't be killed. Lisa Bubu was such a jerk, all her skills restored or absorbed stamina. Axia's absolute zero's 1000 chance of an instant kill wasn't even realized. Finally, Axia's stamina was completely depleted, and Jeezy collected her into the Pokemon capsule. Jeezy glanced at Lisa Bubu and sighed inwardly. This little guy is truly amazing. Little Sandway has some pretty good luck. Back in Luofu, it was this little guy who solved the Danding Division's medicinal smoke problem. Seeing Jeezy give up, the referee announced the results. Congratulations to March 7 and her Pokemon, Lisa Bub, for their victory and advancement to the top 16, ladies and gentlemen. With this, the top 32 to top 16 competition is over. Stay tuned for the top 8 match this afternoon. The morning competition concluded, and the audience left. The Pokemon contest had become a global phenomenon, and many children dreamed of training their own Pokemon to win the championship. Gold Sand had even established a club, recruiting many promising contestants. For example, Yi Yun's shop customers. Yi Yun had already announced that they would no longer be allowed to participate after the season. Now that the top 16 were all his shop customers, this somewhat deviated from the original purpose of the Pokemon contest. Yi Yun's goal was to promote Pokemons. If his shop customers continued to dominate the top spots, it would discourage many amateur Pokemon trainers. What's the point of training hard? How can you compare to those cheaters? Therefore, Yi Yun simply stopped his shop customers from participating in future Pokemon contests. Jingyuan, Zhongli, and Amber, the eliminated players, had already left the happy ball. The remaining players who advanced, Lu Ying, Hu Tao, and Fu Xian, followed the location provided by Sand Gold in the group chat, and went to a hotel for lunch. As Lu Ying, Xing, and the others arrived, they saw Paimon and Malim squatting at the hotel entrance, their food bowls in hand. Paimon, upon seeing Xing and the others approach, flew over and pointed at the doorman, berating him. Xing! You're finally here. That guy is so mean. He wouldn't even let Malim and me in. Malim was also furious. If Yi Yun hadn't told me not to, I would have punched him straight away. Humph! Lu Ying asked curiously. Paimon, Malim, why are you here? Didn't you say you were playing on the train? Paimon took out his phone and opened the chat group. I saw the location. What's wrong? Lu Ying smiled. Nothing, I'm just curious how you knew there was food here. Xing then said, follow me, I take you in. Xing led Paimon and Malim to the door. The doorman, recognizing Xing, ran over to greet them. Welcome the Elf King to our hotel. Please come in. Xing was very pleased with the doorman's attitude. Not bad. Not bad, you're very considerate. These two with me, is it okay for me to take them in? The doorman glanced at Paimon and Malim, who were standing next to Xing, hands on their hips, staring at him, and felt a pang of frustration. Director Sha Jin had sent him all the guests' photos. He had carefully compared them, and confirmed that Paimon and Malim were not there, so he didn't let them in. The doorman said with a smile. Of course, that's no problem. You're a distinguished guest of our hotel, and a friend of Director Sha Jin. Whatever you say is true. Xing swaggered into the hotel. Seeing this, Malim followed with her head held high and her chest puffed out. As they passed the doorman, Malim snorted coldly. Humph! You won't let me in. Do you really think I can't get in? Xing, and the others entered the hotel, and were led to a private room by a waiter. After everyone was seated, the waiter began serving the food. Xing, Luing, and the others didn't rush to eat, waiting for Paimon and Melim to each fill a pot. Every meal followed a similar pattern. Paimon and Melim would first take their bowls and serve the food, and then they were left alone. Melim frantically filled her own bowl with food. Afterward, Melim and Paimon said goodbye and left the private room. Paimon and Melim planned to return to Yi Yun's restaurant to eat while watching cartoons, a thought that made them feel comfortable. In the afternoon, Xing and the others returned to the stadium to continue their competition. Xing was called over by Tapa, who said he wanted to talk to her about the Elf King Challenge. There would be some opening ceremonies for Xing to perform. Luing and the others continued their competition. At this time, in New Teyvat, inside the new Fontaine Garden, Funina and Mockingbird were strolling arm in arm. The new Fontaine Garden had been completed, the same size as the original Fontaine Garden, and similar in style. The speed of Fontaine's construction was comparable to that of Liyue. Most importantly, Fontaine had the support of its financial sponsor, Funina. Navalette and Fukuros didn't have to worry about financial matters at all. The credit points in their accounts were endless, practically endless. Funina would deposit a large sum of money into their accounts after a few days off. Funina was now incredibly famous, earning tens of billions of credit points daily. The two of them were incredibly generous when buying materials from Tapa, paying in full and in cash, without any IOUs or installment payments. Their main attraction was a well-off wealthy. Funina brought the Robin to the Momong Palace. Fukuros and Navalette said they had something to ask Funina. Funina kicked open the office door. Ding ding. The big star, Funina, makes a grand entrance. Funina bounded into the room, hands raised high, and gave a pause. Funina opened her eyes, and was instantly terribly embarrassed. She saw Barnabas, the ice god, the lady, and the servants were also inside. She had made a fool of herself. Funina scurried out of the office, closing the door behind her. Then, there was a knock at the door, and Funina slowly entered, looking like an elegant young lady. "Ah? Isn't that Sister Barnabas? Why are you in Fontaine? Why didn't you tell me so I could have prepared something and taken you out?" Barnabas smiled. "Next time, I definitely tell you before I come to Fontaine." Funina nodded. "Okay, by the way, what brings you to Fontaine?" Fukuros then said. "Funina, Barnabas wants to borrow some money from us at Fontaine to fund our winter expansion, so we called you in to ask for your opinion." Funina, upon hearing this, looked first at Villette, the financial steward. "Villette, do we have any extra money in our public account?" Villette asked. "A lot." Funina heard this. "Then I think it's fine. Lending some to Sister Barnabas is no problem. We all came from Teyvat, so we naturally need to help each other. When Fontaine was struck by disaster, Yufatui provided a lot of assistance, saving many of its people." Fukuros nodded. "That's what I meant. However, since all the money in this account was deposited by you, I still need your opinion." Funina waved her hand nonchalantly. "Oh, I thought it was something else. Mockingbird and I were just shopping. Don't ask me about this again. All you need to do is call me if you run out of money. I have more than enough." Speaking of this, I remembered something. Yesterday, when Robin and I were inspecting Pinocchio, I happened to buy a shop. The deed is in the drawer of my dresser in my room. View Carlos, when you have time, pick it up and take a few people to see the shop. View Carlos nodded in agreement. The prices at Pinocchio's shops are quite high. It's almost impossible to lose money doing business there. The traffic is so huge. The woman was puzzled. "I have a question. It may be a bit presumptuous, but I'm genuinely curious." Funina, hearing this, put her hands on her hips and looked at the woman. "Oh, you ask?" the woman asked. "Miss Funina, I'd like to ask how you earn so many credit points. I've been interacting with the merchants on the company app lately, and none of them are easy to deal with. They're not willing to give up even a little profit." The servant echoed. "Well, yesterday I hauled a batch of goods to a nearby market planet. In one day, I earned 100,000 credits. Credits are so hard to earn." Funina scratched the back of her head in confusion. "Huh? Credits are hard to earn, aren't they? I don't care, and my account adds over 10 billion every day. It's driving me crazy. Every day, Tapa comes to me for signatures. They say signatures are required for large transfers. Signing is one thing, but there are so many, such thick agreements, that my hands get sore every time I sign." Barnabas, the lady, and the servant were petrified when they heard what Funina said. "What do you mean it can generate over 10 billion every day? And you're signing until your fingers are sore? Goodness, the company has never asked me to sign for a large transfer. There's nothing much to say, just envy, nothing but envy. Barnabas said, I want to sign until my fingers are sore too. Fukaros smiled awkwardly. Barnabas, Fernina is a bit special. Barnabas nodded stiffly. Yes, I understand. Villet asked. Sir Barnabas, how many credit points would you like to borrow this time? Barnabas exchanged glances with the lady and the servant, then said, We would like to borrow 10 million. We want to buy a central heating system from Tapa to keep our city warm. Fernina raised her hand. Sister Barnabas, why don't you borrow more? Is 10 million really enough? I remember Villette said it cost us over 30 billion to build Fontaine. Barnabas felt a pang in his chest. Oh my! Someone's still asking for money, and they're asking if it's enough? And you spent 30 billion to build Fontaine? That much money? No wonder it was built so quickly. TSK, that kind of money power is terrifying. Barnabas decided to go back and have a good chat with the rich man. Fernina can make so much money, so why can't you, a business professional in finance? Finally, Barnabas took 1 billion credits from Fontaine. As Barnabas boarded the spaceship back to Solstice, he could still recall the strange look that Fernina had given him when they parted. Especially that last sentence. Is 1 billion really enough? I'm afraid it's not even enough for the foundation? Barnabas almost cursed. Please stop being so pedantic. Especially in front of a poor man like me. Before coming to Fontaine, Barnabas thought everyone was probably doing about the same. Who would have thought Fontaine would be so wealthy? Barnabas then went to Shumi, Liyue, Mondstadt, and Inazuma. After a tour, wow. Aside from Nana, who hadn't moved in yet, I was the poorest person in the winter. To support Liyue's development, Zhongli went to Jingyuan. After paying him a 200,000 star coin TK he found in a trash can, he successfully obtained an interest-free loan of 200 billion credits from Jingyuan. With this money, Ningguang launched several profitable projects in Liyue within a month. One was the fishing industry. Ningguang acquired a well-known fish farm in the universe. Now that the first batch has grown, they saved the fingerlings and earned over 2 billion. Second, the mining industry. Ningguang approached Ruochuo and asked him to take action. They located an ownerless planet rich in minerals and purchased it outright. This mineral planet alone brought over 1 billion credit points to Liyue daily. Third, Liyue's specialty, immortal talismans. Ningguang hired several immortals and their descendants to craft them. These talismans were incredibly popular, with demand exceeding supply. Liyue was relatively well-rounded, while Fontaine relied on Fernina. Mond, Shumi, and Inazuma were also quite capable, and the Teva girl group, comprised of Barbara, Nell, and Linghua, had also gained considerable popularity. The public accounts of the three countries, not to mention anything else, still held a few billion credit points. Barnabas, thinking of his own Dondon account, was struck by how meager it was, only a few million. These few million were earned through years of hard work and extensive marketing. Well, everyone's quietly making fortunes, right? Only Jidong is the poor one. I thought everyone was about the same, but I didn't expect everyone to be secretly making fortunes. Chapter 376. Barnabas returned to Solstice. As soon as he arrived at the Queen's palace, he sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere was off. The rooster, the rich man, and the girl stood at the gate, silent and awkward. Barnabas approached. What are you three doing standing there? The girl was about to speak when the gate to the Queen's palace was pushed open from the inside, and Asmodeus emerged. Barnabas saw Asmodeus. Your Majesty Asmodeus, what brings you to Solstice? Asmodeus pulled out a card and tossed it to Barnabas. Here's 1 billion credit points. Use them to develop your Solstice. Don't waste time on it. Visit Yi Yun's shop more often. Look at Morix, look at Barbados. Look at Fernina. Can you learn from them? I had Silver Wolf give me these 1 billion credit points. Feel free to use them. You don't have to pay them back. Just develop Solstice well. Do you understand? Barnabas looked at the bank card in his hand and nodded heavily. I understand, Your Majesty Asmodeus. Asmodeus saw this and summoned a portal back to Yi Yun's shop. After Asmodeus left, Barnabas handed the bank card to the rich man. Go and withdraw the money. I also borrowed 1 billion from Fontaine. 2 billion in total is more than enough to meet our urgent needs. The rich man nodded respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. Barnabas then waved his hand, dismissing the others to their respective tasks. The rich man returned to the bank and linked his bank card to his account. He checked his balance and saw it was indeed 1 billion credit points. This was the first time he had ever seen so many credit points. As expected of a righteous upholder, you gave me so many credit points without hesitation. Just as the rich man was about to withdraw the money, a message suddenly popped up on the screen. Irregular funds detected in the account. 1 billion credit points now withdrawn. The rich man was stunned by this message. No! What's going on? Abnormal funds? These funds aren't from legitimate sources? Elsewhere. Inside the treehouse. Silver Wolf and Asmodeus were playing games. Silver Wolf suddenly asked, "What did you buy with the credits you asked me to get you? Remember to place your order before 2 p.m. today, otherwise the funds will be withdrawn." Asmodeus heard this. "Ah? Withdrawn? Why?" Silver Wolf said. "Because I stole the money from the company. With our company's technology, we should be able to decrypt and recover it by about this time." Asmodeus was speechless. Seeing this, Silver Wolf instantly understood Asmodeus's thoughts. "Don't tell me you gave the card to someone else." Asmodeus nodded. "I gave it to Barnabas. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" Silver Wolf pondered for a moment. "It's not a big deal. At most, we just have to recover the funds." Asmodeus felt instantly relieved upon hearing this. At the same time, to salvage his meeting, Asmodeus had Zhongli give Barnabas 1 billion credits, telling him to just say it was a personal gift. At night, Xing and the others continued to explore the Genshin Impact dungeon. Xing explored all the existing Mondstadt maps, reaching 100% exploration in all of them. Xing was about to leave for Liyue, but was restricted, told that she had to complete Mondstadt's main quest before proceeding to the next area. With no other options, Xing could only complete the main quest. Her quest had only just begun, retrieving the Sky Harp. After repairing the Sky Harp, she, Wendy, Jean, Dialek, and Paimon arrived at Star-Grabbing Cliff. There, Wendy played the Sky Harp to summon Tevrin. Xing gazed at the enormous Tevrin before her, thinking it looked quite impressive. She wished she could ride him. Tevrin looked at Wendy. "Barbados, are you bringing these humans to hunt me?" In Tevrin's ear, an abyss mage whispered, bewitching him. Xing was immediately furious. "Hey, I'm giving you a favor." Xing found this plot point completely unreasonable, wasn't it? It was just an abyss mage. Why didn't Dialek and Jean take action? Wouldn't they have simply taken him down? After the plot ended, Xing returned to Dialek's manor. Dialek had found information about the abyss cult and shared it with Xing, Wendy, and Jean. After some action, the story moved to Wendy, and the others heading to the Wind Dragon ruins. After a hard but quick kill of Tevrin, the Mon storyline came to a close. Xing sat on Tevrin's back, feeling a sense of discomfort watching Wendy at work. This wasn't right. This wasn't the way Wendy was supposed to be. Xing struggled to connect the Wendy, who had once again bestowed power upon Tevrin, with the hungover Wendy in the bar. Besides their appearance, these two weren't the same person, were they? After completing the Mon storyline, Xing breathed a sigh of relief. She could finally move on to the next location. Xing followed the path outside Dialek's manor, crossing a river valley. She even jumped in and caught a few fish to add to her backpack. After searching for treasure chests and playing along the way, Xing arrived at the stone gate in half an hour later. Xing passed through the canyon and, as soon as he emerged, his view suddenly opened up. Xing glanced over and saw a river lined with reeds. Beside the river stood a towering tree, atop which stood many plank roads and houses. Xing pondered for a moment. That must be the Wanshu Inn, right? Hu Tao said it's quite fun there. Xing glanced at the main road leading to the main road, and then at the path leading to a small island on the other side. Xing decisively chose the smaller path. The main path was indeed faster, but the problem was that the rewards were low. In these types of development games, the more dangerous the situation, the higher the reward. Xing glanced at the map and decisively decided to stay up all night. For star coins, he'd do it. The next morning arrived. Xing emerged from the dungeon portal with dark circles under his eyes, filled with resentment. Xing glanced at Zhongli, who was playing chess, and walked over to complain bitterly. "Zhongli, why are the roads in your Liyue so difficult? Climb one mountain, and there's another behind. One after another. I ran for hours last night before I even lit up all the anchor points in Liyue," Zhongli said calmly. "That's the terrain of our Liyue. Beyond Jiyunjian, there are mountains and ridges, and the scenery is beautiful." Xing rolled his eyes at Zhongli. "Exploring your Liyue is much more difficult than Mondstadt. It's so troublesome," Zhongli said after hearing this. "It's indeed much more difficult, but the rewards are also richer, aren't they?" Xing didn't have much to say about this. The rewards were indeed richer. "That's true. By the way, I got a chain puzzle. Can you help me? It's that one about the ghost Luhuachi. Can you help me figure out where these two places are? Zhongli took the photos Xing handed him, looked at them, and told her the two locations. Xing, upon hearing this, pulled out another stack of photos. There are so many large-scale serial puzzles in Liyue, and the rewards are plentiful. Zhongli answered each one after another. Xing felt it was a bit overwhelming, so she took out a notebook and wrote them down. These were all Zhongli's answers. What was this? Wasn't this a strategy? With Zhongli's strategy, wouldn't completing the quests today be much easier? That's right, Xing wasn't going to sleep. Since he had nothing else to do today anyway, he planned to continue working on the Genshin Impact dungeon later. This thing was really getting a bit addictive. Just then, Luying emerged from the cave fissure. Luying sat down next to Xing. Xing, why didn't you come back to sleep last night? Xing pointed at the dungeon portal. I was grinding the Genshin Impact dungeon last night. I ran all over Liyue and opened every portal. Luying, hearing Xing mention the Genshin Impact dungeon, remembered something. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I won a 5-star weapon called the Sky Blade during a wish draw in the Genshin Impact dungeon. This weapon can also be retrieved from the real world. After saying this, Luying produced a one-handed sword with a sky blue blade. It was ornately designed, with a wing-shaped guard on the hilt, giving it a very impressive appearance. Xing's eyes widened at the sight. No, Luying, did you pull out a golden legendary? I already drawn 85, and it hasn't shipped yet. How many did you pull? Luying paused for a moment. I think it was 30, I guess. Anyway, not much. I didn't pull many. I go check later. Xing Deng stared at Luying with wide eyes. Huh? Really? 30 draws to get gold? Why can't I believe it? Just as Xing finished speaking, Kiana arrived at Yi Yun's shop with Cecilia. After witnessing the power of Kiana's Athena Valkyrie armor, Cecilia also wanted to try opening a gold trash can. She also wanted to get a title, which had special effects that could enhance one's strength. Kiana ran over to Xing and Luying. Xing, Luying, good morning. What were you talking about? Hearing this, Xing pulled Kiana over. Kiana, Luying said, she got gold in 30 draws in a Genshin Impact dungeon. Do you believe it? Kiana looked at Xing with a puzzled look. Believe it, why not? I got a gold character after 10 draws. It's the red-haired one, who's that? The stern-faced guy with the great sword. Kiana hadn't had much contact with Diluc, so she didn't remember his name. Luying reminded her. Diluc. Kiana reacted to Luying's reminder. Yeah. Diluc. I got him in a 10-draw combo. Don't tell me, it's so fun to fight monsters with him. You can use elemental skills 3 times, and he's a very expensive greatsword character, easy to mine with, and his weapon has a great attack range. Xing looked skeptical. No. Am I really the only unlucky one? I already done 85 draws. The guaranteed minimum is almost 90. Luying comforted her. It's okay, Xing. Come on, it's almost guaranteed. Xing chuckled and turned away, indicating he didn't want to talk. As the clock on the wall ticked, more and more people arrived at Yi Yun's shop. Xing, Hu Tao, and the others were discussing the Genshin Impact dungeon intensely. Hu Tao had also heard that Xing hadn't yet received a gold bonus after 85 draws. Hey. It's okay, Xing, Diluc's nothing special. Yi Yun said there are more powerful characters coming up soon, and those are the ones that are the most powerful. Also, did you notice that Diluc's attack moves are exactly the same as those torch-wielding hilichurls? Hu Tao pulled out her phone and played 2 videos for Xing and the others. Xing and the others took a look. Oh my god! They're exactly the same. The poses. Post the videos to the group. I want to see Diluc's expression. Hee, it's going to be hilarious. Will it definitely break defense? Not necessarily. Diluc has a cold, expressionless face. Whatever, post it first. Hu Tao posted the 2 videos to the group and continued. Also, I noticed Xiangling's damage is higher than Diluc's. Amber was puzzled. Why? I have Xiangling too, and her attack power is pretty average, Hu Tao said. That's because your Xiangling's constellation isn't good. My Xiangling is at full constellation, and Guoba's fire breath deals more damage than Dialec's ultimate. Hu Tao then produced 2 more videos. Comparing the 2 videos, the stars saw it was true. Guoba's damage was actually higher than Dialec's. It was hilarious. Even the mighty Dialec couldn't compare to Guoba. The video Hu Tao posted quickly circulated to many people. After watching it, everyone, without exception, tagged Dialec. Sekiro had to look, judgment. Rua. Your ultimate isn't as good as a torch blast. Haha. Cavalry Captain had to look, Master Diluc, it seems you need to change your fighting style, at least with this elemental skill. Esther Diluc, you really haven't learned swordplay from the Torch Hilichurls. Luyan Jiefeng Jinjuan. What the hell? What the hell? Diluc definitely can't be Guoba. I think it makes perfect sense. The young demon god studying middle school physics. Exactly. Exactly. I, Guoba, am a demon. Isn't it normal that Diluc can't compare? Morix, that being said. It's true. Teyvat's first bard. Old man, you might as well keep quiet. Xing, judgment. Rua. Luing, judgment. Rua. Hu Tao, judgment. Rua. Xiangling, no. Why can't I draw myself? How come you all have it? Only I don't? I pulled 50 times and still haven't drawn myself. Yiyun. Xiangling, your character is quite difficult to draw in the general pool. Hu Tao, oh ho! Doesn't that mean I'm incredibly lucky? I have a maxed out Xiangling. Photo Xiangling. I'm drooling with Indy. I want it so badly. At Yiyun, can I trade characters with Hu Tao? Yiyun, sorry, no. Xiangling, then can you give me some Mora from the dungeon? Yiyun, 180 primo gems for one encounter, want it? Xiangling, yes. Give me 100 draws. Hu Tao. Xiangling. Calm down. Xing. Xiangling. Calm down. Kiana. Xiangling. Calm down. Oh, and let me tell you, I also have a maxed out character like yours. Photo Xiangling. I can't calm down. I'm going to go all out today. I want to spend real money. I want to play my own character. Yiyun, let's trade in the shop. Xiangling, right there. Young master joins the group chat. Lady joins the group chat. Servant joins the group chat. Xing. Oh, you guys are finally here. Hu Tao, new members are getting red envelopes, starting at 1,000 star coins. Kiana, new members are getting red envelopes. Amber, red envelopes. Red envelopes. Chapter 377. Diluc looked at the group message and said he didn't want to talk anymore, so he blocked it. For the next few days, he couldn't show up in the group, or he'd definitely be dragged out and teased. He'd wait until this furor died down before he could come out again. After some fun, everyone rushed into the Genshin Impact Dungeon. The rewards in the Genshin Impact Dungeon were quite good right now. Not only could one obtain star coins, but they could also obtain other items, such as weapons and equipment. Yiyun was packing Klee and the others' clothes and checking their backpacks. Yiyun planned to take Klee and the others on an outing to Rimura's place. There was no energy competition today, so Aglaya was in charge of Oma, while Tion, Tebeo, and Tining also came along. As for those taking care of the children, there were Rios, Jinglu, Yiyun, and Rita. Yes, that Rita. Lolita Rita. Rita was now either at New Fontaine or at Yiyun's shop. The world of Collapse 3? Sorry, Rita said she wasn't from that world. She was a Star Rail person in life, and a Star Rail ghost in death. Here, there's the ever-immature Melissan, and here, there are 10 little angels. Yiyun squatted down to help Klee tidy up her appearance, straightening her hat and applying BB cream. Okay, let's go! The 10 little ones cheered excitedly. Great! We're going on a picnic. Yiyun stood up and was about to step into the portal when a voice echoed in his mind. Host, I have something to discuss. Hearing this, Yiyun addressed Rita. Rita, take Klee and the others inside first. I have something urgent to do, and will be here soon. Don't run around with them, just take them around town. Rita bowed slightly. Rest assured, I take good care of them. Yiyun nodded, then sat down to the side to chat with the system. What's going on? Announcement. Congratulations to the host for successfully promoting the special series of Cell Pokemon. The host now has a chance to become the top Cell Pokemon trainer, Holy Spirit Pony. Do you want to challenge? Yiyun was startled. Pony? The pony I remember? Announcement. Yes, host. Yiyun gasped. Hiss. You're making this absolutely impossible for me to refuse? What's the challenge? Announcement. The system will send the host to Pony's side, and will not be responsible for safety issues. Pony is aware of the host's desire to become its trainer. The host is free to act. If Pony agrees, the challenge is a success. Yiyun heard this. Since safety is assured, let's begin. Notice. Transmitting. The transmission path is too long, so you may experience some dizziness afterward. This is a normal reaction. As the system finished speaking, Yiyun felt a wave of weightlessness wash over him, as if he were falling rapidly. When the feeling faded, Yiyun had arrived at a mysterious space. In the center of the space, a pony was slowly floating. Yi Yun glanced at the pony. Why was it a little different? The pony before him was barely the size of a child, with several tentacles of white light floating around its body. Notice. This pony is a juvenile pony. Yi Yun understood. So that's how it is. A juvenile, no surprise there. Pony noticed Yi Yun's arrival and slowly floated over. Human. You want to be my trainer? Yi Yun stared at Pony. Yes, become my Pokemon. I can lead you to challenge countless powerful ones. I can make you stronger. Yi Yun immediately delivered his trump card. Pony, a natural-born battler, spent his life either battling powerful opponents or searching for them. As soon as Yi Yun said this, Pony agreed without hesitation. If what you say is true, then I'm willing to be your Pokemon. If it's false, the voice that said I can return at any time. Yi Yun heard Pony's words. That voice? Unsurprisingly, it must be the system. No problem, absolutely authentic. Pony, seeing this, slowly flew to Yi Yun's side. Yi Yun took out a Pokemon capsule and let Pony leave a mark on it. As for whether Pony wanted to enter, Yi Yun wouldn't force it. Congratulations to the host for capturing Pony. Now returning to the Star Rail world. The teleportation path is too long, so there will be some dizziness. Please be aware. The system's voice fell again, and Yi Yun and Puni disappeared. 10 minutes later, Yi Yun brought Puni back to the store. Puni looked out the window at the starry sky, excited. I sense it. There are many powerful beings here. Star gods? Don't worry. I find you. Yi Yun placed Puni's spirit capsule in his room, and said to Puni. I put the spirit capsule in my room. You can come in any time if you want to rest. Puni nodded in understanding. Yi Yun continued. Come on, I take you to another world first. There are some monsters there, you can try to find them. Puni nodded slightly and followed Yi Yun into the portal. As soon as they arrived, they saw Kelly and Bailu playing near the portal. Tian was riding a tricycle, with a Lanya wolf and a truck in front, dragging her around. Woohoo! Fun! Faster! Kelly saw Yi Yun running over, and leaped into his arms. Kelly hugged Yi Yun's neck, and nuzzled his face. Brother Yi Yun. Are you done? Kelly sat on Yi Yun's arm, looking at him with her big, adorable eyes. Yi Yun smiled fondly, and rubbed Kelly's little face. You're done. Come on, I introduce you to a new friend. Puni. In the distance, Kelly, whose move had knocked Lanya unconscious, heard Yi Yun's call and teleported to his side. What's wrong? Yi Yun said. This is Klee, meet you too. Klee stared at Pony curiously. Hello. Pony. My name is Klee, Spark Knight of Mondstadt. Pony nodded slightly. Yes, hello Klee. Call me if you have any trouble. With that, Pony vanished from the spot in a flash, and went to fight Bai Lao again. Pony knew his limits. Knowing that the people here knew Yi Yun, he didn't kill them, they were just sparring. Seeing this, Yi Yun ignored Pony, and led Klee and the others out of town. Something very strange had just happened in the Black Tower Space Station. All the elves in the Black Tower Space Station had just simultaneously gazed at the starry sky, their gazes fixed in the same direction. This state lasted for several minutes before the elves returned to normal. Black Tower naturally learned of this news. She summoned several elves and asked, receiving a unified response. He has arrived. Black Tower had developed an elf communicator that could translate the elves' words into the universal language. Black Tower looked at the word he on the screen, instantly intrigued. Black Tower rushed out of the laboratory and randomly selected several passers-by to bring their elves into the laboratory. This scene was noticed by Ruan Mei and Screw Gumu, who were stationed at the Black Tower Space Station. They hurried to the Black Tower laboratory. As soon as they entered, they saw Black Tower laughing wildly. Ha ha ha! What a pleasant surprise! Screw Gumu approached Black Tower. Ms. Black Tower, what are you doing? Black Tower turned and saw Screw Gumu and Ruan Mei. Quick! Let's go find Yi Yun. He has a god. Screw Gumu and Ruan Mei were shocked. Is there a god in Mr. Yi Yun's place? Haida nodded. Indeed. Did you also notice something unusual about these elves just now? I just captured a few and asked them, and I got the same answer. They said the elven god had descended, and they sensed his presence. Then, after careful questioning, they told me the direction of only one possible place where a god could exist. That's right. It's the Starry Sky train. Akavili is gone, and Aha, the pioneering envoy, is back as a screenwriter for the Happy Little Ball. So, there's only one possibility, Ruan Mei said. In Yi Yun's shop. Haida snapped his fingers. Indeed. Let's go! Let's find him. Ruan Mei and Snail Gum followed the Black Tower through the portal and into Yi Yun's shop. As soon as they landed, the Black Tower rushed around the shop, searching for Yi Yun. The little evil god, knitting a sweater, and Noel, sipping tea, were curious. They had just finished their work and were about to take a break. The little evil god, knitting, watched the Black Tower, jumping around the shop. What is the Black Tower doing? Noel glanced at the Black Tower. I don't know. At this moment, Snail Gum noticed the little evil god. Excuse me, beautiful ladies, have you seen Yi Yun? We have something to ask him. The little evil god was stunned. Huh? Beautiful lady? What are you talking about? Please call me the angry lady. Or the invincible angry little devil. Snail Gum was stunned for a second. Okay, invincible and angry little devil, have you seen Yi Yun? The little evil god was pleased to hear that Screwgum had changed his name. Yes, he took Cleachon and the others on an outing to Rimuru's side, Noel said immediately. That portal over there is the portal to Rimuru's world, Noel pointed. Screwgum bowed slightly. Thank you for your answers, it's a pleasure. After learning Yi Yun's whereabouts, Screwgum, Ruan Mei, and Hei Ta went straight through the portal. Rimuru's world. Screwgum, Ruan Mei, and Hei Ta landed and stood directly next to Rimuru. Rimuru was currently healing his minions. That's right, Pony had beaten every notable figure in the Monster Federation. Rimuru also fought with Puni, and well, he lost. Puni's victory was narrow. That's because Puni was only in his early childhood. Even a teenager would have been killed instantly. Ruan Mei-chan. Haida-chan. Screw Gumu. Why are you here? Ruan Mei was delighted to see Rimuru, who provided her with many experimental samples. Rimuru, long time no see. We're here to find Yi Yun. Do you know where he is? Rimuru heard this. I know. He's over by the lake to the south. What do you want from him? Rimuru couldn't resist a little gossip. Haida spoke bluntly, without hesitation. We're here to find a god. A god appeared in Yi Yun's shop, and we wanted to inquire about the situation. Rimuru's head quipped with a question mark. A god? Really? Do you want me to send someone to lead the way? Haida shook his head, took out his wand, and with a wave, a magic carpet appeared before him. No need. I've been going on my own for so many years. The three of them boarded the magic carpet and headed south. It wasn't long before they found the 10 little ones, and Yi Yun playing by the lake. Yi Yun had set up a simple swimming pool on the shore. The water was only half a meter deep, and the 10 little ones were having a blast playing in it, just enough for them. Tian glanced at Tabeo, who was lying in the distance by the pool, her tiny feet slowly slapping the surface. Tabeo lay by the pool, admiring the beautiful view, humming a little tune, feeling quite cheerful. Suddenly, Tian shot out of the water and landed beside Tabeo, sending up a huge splash that submerged her. Tabeo struggled to her feet, and Tian laughed heartily at her awkward expression. Tabeo clenched her fists in anger. Tian! Tian made a face and took off running. Tabeo quickly caught up. Tian silently glanced at the two people running towards her, took a deep breath, and crouched in the water. When Tian approached, she suddenly jumped out and hugged Tian. Tabeo was delighted. Well done, Tianing. Tian suddenly squatted down, broke free from Tianing's arms, and swam away quickly in the water. Kelly and Bailu saw this. Kelly, come help. I'm coming too. Catch Tian. In an instant, the one-on-one situation became one-on-two, then one-on-9. Tian, with her loach-like agility, constantly dodged the pursuit of Kelly, Tabeo, and the others. Kelly saw this. Everyone, stand in a line. Hold hands. Let's go together. Tabeo, Tining, and Hook agreed in unison. Okay. The 9 little cuties stood in a row, hand in hand, and walked towards Tian without missing a beat. Finally, Tian was cornered against the wall and apprehended. The 10 little ones played happily in the swimming pool. Rios and Jinglu kept them safe. Rita had spread a picnic blanket on the beach, on which she had prepared 10 sets of dry clothes and folded towels. On a small table nearby, a pot of water was kept warm, and 10 small disposable paper cups were placed. Rita waited for Klee and the others to arrive. Once they arrived, she immediately dried them off, changed their clothes, and gave them a cup of hot water to warm themselves up. Haida, Ruan Mei, and Screw Gumu landed beside Yi Yun. Yi Yun was a little surprised to see them arrive. Why are you three here? Haida rushed over to Yi Yun. Yi Yun. Tell me, did a god appear in your shop? Yi Yun was a little confused. Huh? God? What god? Ruan Mei said. The god of the elves. Just now, All the elves in the Black Tower space station looked in the same direction for several minutes. And I just checked, it's not just the Black Tower space station, it's the elves throughout the universe experiencing this. Then Black Tower called a few elves over and asked, and they said, he's coming. Chapter 378. Yi-Yun understood after hearing this. I know now that you put it that way. Yes, what? You want to study him? Haida nodded. Yes. Where is he? Yi-Yun smiled and called out to the air. Puni. The next second, a shadow appeared not far away and slowly solidified. Puni appeared in the same spot. Boss, you're looking for me? Puni had already recognized Yi-Yun as the boss. He could lead him to find powerful individuals and become even stronger. Yi-Yun pointed to Haida nearby. This is my friend. She wants to study you. Puni glanced at Haida. Although you're my boss's friend, I can't agree to this. Sorry. Puni refused Haida, then his body flashed and left the spot again. Yi-Yun looked at Haida. Puni was once imprisoned and studied, so he's very disgusted with this kind of thing. The sight of Puni made Haida itch, eager to study him. Elves are already amazing, and the strongest among them are likely even more amazing. Haida approached Yi-Yun and unleashed his ultimate weapon. Yi-Yun, I heard Puni call you boss. Can you help me out? I offer 100,000 star coins. Tell Puni that we're not bad people. We just want him to occasionally play in my simulated universe. How about that? Yi-Yun shook his head. Although I'm his boss, I won't force him to do anything. He'd be on the train. You can ask him yourself when the time comes. Haida rubbed his chin. Is that so? Okay. I have to go find a star. Black Tower turned and left without a trace of nostalgia. Screw Gumu and Ruanmei saw this, and after bidding farewell to Yi-Yun, they boarded Black Tower's magic carpet. It was night. Everyone gathered at Yi-Yun's restaurant for dinner. Puni had also returned, having just taken Rios, Axia, and Jonas for a practice run in the star field not far from the train. Puni was annoyed. Black Tower clung to her like a dogskin plaster. Whenever she showed up at the restaurant, she'd rush over and pull her off explaining her grand plan for a simulated universe. Puni. Let me tell you, my simulated universe is fun. Yi-Yun said you like challenging powerful beings, right? I simulate a star god for you. How about that? Want to go play in my simulated universe? Puni shook her head. Not interested. It's too fake and boring. Seeing this, Black Tower proceeded to abduct the underage elves. Oh, my simulated universe is exactly like reality. I make sure you have a good fight, huh? It's not far, just a few steps from the portal. Puni still shook his head. No. Esther and Clara looked at this scene unsurprised. Alas, Ms. Black Tower is at it again, just like she did to Xing back then. Clara said with a smile. Ms. Black Tower is just like that. By the way, senior sister, Mr. Black Tower said he'd like to stay in Clara's lab for a while. Clara and Esther were both students of Black Tower, so there was nothing wrong with Clara calling Esther senior sister. Esther heard this. I understand about this. I'm sorry to bother you for a while, Clara. Teacher Haida said he wouldn't leave until he dealt with Pony. Having just returned from Rimuru's world, Haida headed straight to the second floor of the train and greeted Clara in her private laboratory, saying he'd be staying there for a few days. Clara was also confused at the time. Why would she stay in his own lab, when it was only a few steps away from a portal? At worst, they could stay in the treehouse. Haida said that wouldn't work, as it would seem insincere. If he wanted Pony to agree, he had to show his utmost sincerity. Haida was determined that Pony must be allowed to test the simulated universe. Pony was extremely annoyed, and just as he was about to leave, he felt a tug on one of his tentacles. Pony looked over and saw Klee pinching one of his tentacles. Pony. Klee will give you a little bite. Bear cookies. Klee held a bear cookie in each hand and smiled at Pony. Pony wanted to refuse and run away, but seeing Klee's innocent smile, he couldn't say no. He let Klee pull him over to the sofa and sit down in the tea break area. The 10 little ones gathered around Pony, playing around him and occasionally feeding him snacks. Pony accepted everything and devoured them all. Haida saw this and called out to Esther. Esther, place an order for me. Buy me all the snacks from the company app. Haida saw Pony eating the snacks Klee and the others offered him, assuming he liked them, so he planned a food attack. Little did he know, Pony couldn't say no to Klee and the others. If he refused, Pony would burst into tears. That would be troublesome, and he wasn't good at comforting children. Xing, Luing, and Hutao also noticed Pony and asked Yi-Yun curiously. Yi-Yun, who is that big light bulb? Yi-Yun said. His name is Pony, An elf, a being at the top of the elves. Xing and Hu Tao hissed at the thought. What? A being at the top of the elves? So awesome? Then what about my Miris? Isn't he the elf king? Yi Yun nodded. Indeed, he is an elf king, but your Miris is the light elf king. The elf king is the strongest of each element. Puni is the Holy Spirit elf king, and the strongest of all elf kings. Do you understand? Xing, Hu Tao, and the others nodded in understanding, casting respectful glances at Puni. They all knew the strength of Miris, the strongest of the elven kings. Even if it weren't for the fact that he could single-handedly annihilate an entire antimatter army fleet, it would be easy. They didn't dare to imagine how powerful Pony could be. After all, the strongest beings they had encountered so far were Yi Yun and Huan Quan. Yi Yun glanced at Pony and said, "You can call him if you're in danger. Just yell his name. He'd be there at your beck and call." Of course, this only applies to you in the same world, and only when you're facing an invincible enemy. Otherwise, Pony probably won't respond. Xing was surprised to hear this. Oh! Is this true? Yi Yun nodded. Indeed. Hu Tao heard this, picked up a glass of juice, and walked towards Pony. Let's go talk to the boss, and get acquainted first. Xing, Luing, and the others followed suit, each holding a glass of juice. Seeing this, Yi Yun continued cooking. Sandwich sauce, are the sliced meat I asked you to marinate ready? The little evil god came over, carrying a large pot of beef. It's ready. The little evil god placed the pot of beef next to Yi Yun and stood there, staring at him, motionless. Seeing this, Yi Yun asked, puzzled. What's wrong? You're looking at me, the little evil god said. I'm just wondering. I cook for so many people here every day. Shouldn't you pay me? Seeing this, Yi Yun smiled, but didn't answer the little evil god's question. Instead, he asked back. Has Lily Ling beaten you up yet? The little evil god nodded. Yes, I've been here all day. What's wrong? Yi Yun said. That's not surprising. Want a salary? Sure, then you should pay me for the vegetables you took from me earlier. The little evil god flatly refused. Why should I pay you for something I earned through my own abilities? Yi Yun said with a smile. Then I can just forgo paying you. Get back to work, quick. The little evil god, seeing he couldn't get his wages, could only dejectedly run off to help out. After the little evil god left, Aglaia came over. Yi Yun, I want to buy something to enhance my strength. The black tide is getting closer, and I need to improve quickly. Yi Yun heard this. With Tian here, the black tide shouldn't be a problem, right? Aglaia said. We can't rely solely on Teacher Tian. One more person means more strength, right? Once I become stronger, Teacher Tian's pressure will be much less. Don't you know? Teacher Tian has already opened 100 gates all around Oma, leaving only one entrance for entry and exit. Yi Yun heard this and smiled at Tian, who was playing nearby. This Tian, with his boundless vitality, is just messing around, right? Putting 100 gates all around Oma would be exhausting, wouldn't it? Okay, I understand. Go find Noelle, and have her take you shopping while I make dinner, Aglaia said. Don't worry, you go ahead. Half an hour later, Yi Yun, Xiangling, the little evil god, and Mei had prepared the meal. Everyone gathered around the table to eat. As they ate, Topa asked Xing. Xing, tomorrow is the last day of the Pokemon tournament. Are you ready? The champion will challenge you then. Xing waved his hand. It's easy. It'd be done in a minute. Luing thought for a moment. The top 8 are all our own people now. It's likely that Lisa Bubu will fight you then. Xing only noticed something was amiss when he heard Luing say that. Wait a minute. I remember grass types counter light types, right? Hu Tao nodded, gloating. Right. Hey, with those crazy skills from Lisa Bub, you're not going to lose tomorrow, are you? No. Xing frowned. Oh no. Something could really happen. Lisa Bub's crazy skills, if I can't kill her instantly, she slowly wear me down, just like when I fought Axia. Besides, grass types counter light types, and Miris' damage to them will be reduced. Shoo. Oh no. This is going to be bad. Xing quickly glanced at tomorrow's schedule. In the quarterfinals, Lisa Bubu faced Fu Xian's psychic-type Dawn Rabbit. While neither side was particularly strong, it was clear that Dawn Rabbit was no match for Lisa Bubu. Dawn Rabbit had already reached its highest evolutionary stage, and hadn't yet mega-evolved. Without a surprise, Lisa Bubu would definitely advance to the semi-finals. This wasn't esports, it was full of uncertainty. This was a real battle, the stronger was the stronger, and you simply couldn't defeat them. Lisa Bubu's opponent in the quarterfinals was Luing, whose Pokemon was a combat type, Incaris. Inkaris's combat power was indeed strong, but his win rate wasn't high either, his level was too low. Lu Ying's advance to the quarterfinals was largely due to overmatching. Inkaris's combat talent was immense. In the original novel, Inkaris could even battle against members of the God of War Alliance, such as Rei and Gaia. Moreover, Inkaros is a top-tier Pokemon in Seer. Inkaros's registration is significantly lower than Lisa Bub's. Inkaros is only level 40, while Lisa Bub is already level 69, about to reach level 70. In the finals, Lisa Bub will face Eula, if nothing unexpected happens. Eula's Pokemon is Waterbrook, level 50. If she weren't in a different group, she wouldn't even be able to defeat Inkaros. Xing looked at the match schedule and immediately took control. Good heavens. There's a high probability that Lisa Bub will fight him. The most important thing is, he's not sure he can win. Damn it! I'm afraid I spent a lot of money. After all this money, why can't I crush others? Silver Wolf smiled happily when he saw Xing being defeated. Xing, there's something going on here. A Kryptonian can't beat a tech giant, right? Oh. By the way, let me show you something. After saying that, Silver Wolf took out the 2 million star coins Malim had given him. Oh my! Look at what I have here. That's right, freshly minted star coins. Do you know where they came from? Hey! Someone gave them to me, a full 2 million. Hee hee. Xing was stunned. What? 2 million? Malim, are you crazy? Malim said. Huh? Why would I be crazy? Only 2 million? I didn't give it all away. I kept half for myself. Xing, Lu Ying, and the others were speechless at Malim's innocent expression. Well, this person really doesn't know the value of star coins, and doesn't consider them precious. Malim continued. Silver Wolf is my best friend, so of course I have to share my goodies with her, right? Best friend. Silver Wolf raised an eyebrow, pounding his chest with his hand as he pointed at Malim. That's right, best friend, our friendship will last forever. Silver Wolf finished, placing a large chicken drumstick in Malim's bowl. Tonight, each person gets only one chicken drumstick. Malim had already finished hers. Malim's mouth watered as she looked at the drumstick in her bowl. Wow! Best friend. You're so kind to me. Best friend. Silver Wolf raised his little head. You're welcome, best friend. We're best friends. The group then finished their dinner in a noisy atmosphere. Afterward, everyone went about their business. Yi Yun brought Aglaia to the bar and helped her choose items to enhance her strength. Aglaia asked, Yi Yun, what do you suggest? Yi Yun pondered for a moment and pulled up a product. Product, Goddess of Beauty, Venus Goddess. Description, the godhead of a deity from a certain medium-sized world who controls the power of beauty. Absorbing it will grant you that power. Price, 500,000 star coins. Yi Yun pointed at the godhead and said, this item only costs 500,000, but it will boost your strength to a level below that of a commander and above that of a destiny walker. What do you think? Aglaia looked at the product information. The godhead of the goddess of beauty, Venus? It seems to suit me. Chapter 379. Aglaia thought about it and decided to buy it. This goddess of beauty, Venus godhead, was indeed a perfect match for her. Aglaia handed the star coin to Yi Yun, who accepted it and inserted it into the coin slot. The next second, a diamond-shaped crystal wrapped in bubbles appeared before Aglaia. Within the crystal was a blazing ball of light, the entire crystal a pink gold hue, giving it a very high-end appearance. Yi Yun said, reach out and touch the bubble on the surface. Aglaia heard this and reached out to touch the bubble. The moment they made contact, the bubble vanished, and the diamond-shaped crystal quickly rushed towards Aglaia, burrowing into her body. A huge energy suddenly appeared around Aglaia, and under this energy, Aglaia slowly ascended into the air. A flood of unfamiliar information filled Aglaia's mind. Love, beauty, prosperity, dove of peace, rose forest, mirror of true self, golden apple of life. This time, Aglaia took over 20 minutes to absorb the unfamiliar information. The energy emanating from Aglaia's body slowly calmed. Aglaia slowly descended to the ground. Aglaia felt the changes within her body, feeling very satisfied. After absorbing the divine power, she not only gained an additional energy, but also directly learned several moves. Dove of Peace. Summon a dove symbolizing peace, with which Aglaia can share vision. In addition, the Dove of Peace has a soothing effect, bringing greater peace to ordinary people wherever it appears. Forest of Roses. Summon a forest of roses, possessing powerful power. Mirror of True Self. Summon a mirror, which renders ordinary people unable to lie. Golden Apple of Life. Summon a golden apple with healing powers. These skills are perfectly suited to Aglaia, covering all aspects. It can fight enemies, govern the city-state, and provide logistics and medical care. Aglaia looked at Yiyun. I'm very satisfied with this product. Thank you, Yiyun. Yiyun smiled. You're welcome. Cash on delivery. Look at Xing and the others, they're not polite with me. We're all friends. Come visit often when you have time. Aglaia nodded slightly. Okay. Aglaia stood up and left Yiyun's shop. At the same time, Tian, Tebeo, and Tining followed Aglaia back. Kelly waved goodbye to Tian. Tebeo and Tining pouted a little unhappy. She had wanted Tian, Tebeo, Tining, and the others to stay at Rose Castle today. Tomorrow morning, they could all go out together again. Yiyun rubbed Tian's head and comforted her. Kelly, Tian and the others are busy, so they can't be here with you all the time. Kelly nodded. Yes, Kelly understands. Then, Yiyun led Kelly and the others back to the cave. As they reached the cave entrance, Kelly glanced back at Puni, who seemed lost in thought. Back at the Rose Castle, the 7 little ones showered and went back to their rooms to rest. Seeing the 7 little ones asleep, Yiyun closed the Rose Castle door and turned to look at Rita, who was standing guard at the doorway. Are you planning to stay here? Rita nodded matter-of-factly. Yes. Yiyun was speechless. Leave now. You're the biggest danger. Rita refused to leave. Knowing she couldn't persuade Yiyun, she reached out and held the Rose Castle door tightly, radiating the aura of someone ready to die and refusing to leave. Seeing this, Yiyun chuckled. Ha, that's it? Yiyun snapped his fingers, and a chain composed of imaginary energy entangled Rita, binding her like a caterpillar and forcibly carrying her away. In the middle of the night, a small figure slipped out of Rose Castle. It was Klee. Snacks in hand, Klee had quietly made her way to Yiyun's shop. Klee leaned against the entrance to the cavernous crevice and peered inside, her gaze locked on Pony, who lay resting on the sofa. Klee tiptoed quietly to Pony's side, who opened his eyes. Klee? Klee saw Pony awake and, smiling, pulled out a bag of snacks, opened it, and handed it to him. Pony, Klee's treating you to a snack. Can you do me a favor? Pony extended a tentacle, took the snack, and popped a piece into his mouth. What favor? Just ask, Klee said. Klee heard from Brother Yiyun that you're very powerful. Klee wants to ask you to help Tian and the others. Their world is in danger. Tian and the others are busy every day and don't have time to play with Klee. Puni heard this. Do you know what kind of danger their world is facing? Klee shook her head. Klee, I don't know. Puni saw this and put away the snacks. You go back and rest first. I go check it out myself. Klee nodded happily at Puni's words. Okay. Puni, you're so kind. Klee's going to sleep first. After Klee left, Puni rose and flew into the portal to Ampharos. Outside Ampharos, the deep abyss. Aglaia, Bai, and Tian arrived here. Although the Titan of Dissension had been set on fire by Xingyi, some of its followers had survived. The Chongyuan was the hiding place of some of the Dissension's followers. Aglaia had come here to experiment with her newly acquired abilities. Bai looked at Aglaia with concern. Lord Aglaia, do you really not need our help? Tebeo echoed. Yes, Aya, do you really not need our help? Aglaia summoned a tailor and drew a sharp sword from his body. No, I can handle it all by myself. Aglaia held the sword in one hand and waved his free hand at the hundreds of Dissension's followers below. A pink energy materialized out of thin air around it. Then, the ground shook where the pink energy was, and countless roses burst forth from the ground. The rose vines spread rapidly, entangling each Dissension's follower, the thorns growing from their vines piercing their flesh. In a matter of seconds, all the Dissension's followers present were incapacitated. Aglaia extended his hand and gently grasped it, causing all the vines to shrink frantically, as if receiving a command. Over 100 of the bodies of the followers of Strife were shattered by the crushing force of the rose vines. Aglaia then summoned thousands of doves of peace, using them as his eyes to scout the surroundings. Bai, standing behind, was stunned. Has Lord Aglaia's strength increased so much? He honestly doubted he could have even dealt with that cluster of roses just now. Tebeo cheered Aglaia on. Aya! Congratulations on your strength. Now, we have a better chance of defeating the Black Tide. Aglaia's face also broke into a smile. Well, let's go! Let's first clear out the followers of Discord in the Deep Abyss. The 3 of them swept through the Deep Abyss, killing any followers of Discord they saw on the spot. With thousands of doves of peace around them, Aglaia and the other 2 saved themselves a lot of trouble. They no longer needed to search for them, they could simply follow the doves of peace. Over Oma, Puni floated high in the sky, surveying the city below. Puni glanced at the 100-realm gates surrounding Oma, figuring they must be Oma's defenses. The energy flowing through them was very similar to the energy within Tion's body. It must have been her work. And since Klee wanted to play with Tion, wouldn't she just need to help create a shield to replace the gates? With that, Puni's entire body radiated a brilliant light, creating a seal around Oma. This seal was much stronger than the 100-realm gates. It only allowed exit, not entry. Tion, strolling in the hero's bath, noticed something unusual and teleported over. Upon approaching, Tion saw Puni. Puni? Puni explained, seeing Tion. Yes, it's me. I set a seal for you. This seal only allows exit, not entry. It's much more defensive than your door. Tion thanked him before asking his own question. Thank you for your help, but why are you helping us? Puni said. Klee came to see me. She wants you to relax and have some time to play with her. Okay, it's settled. I'm going back now. With that, Puni flashed and left Omphalos. Tion glanced at the seal Puni had set and waved her hand, closing all the doors she had opened. After closing the 100 Worlds gate, Tion's expression instantly relaxed. Not long after, Adlaya, Bai, and Tabeo, who had been away, returned to Oma. When they saw the 100 Worlds gate, which had been covering Oma, disappear, they thought something had happened. They rushed back to the city as quickly as possible and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the peace and tranquility within. It looked like there hadn't been an invasion. Tabeo ran back to the hero's baths and found Tion. Tion, what's going on with the 100 Worlds gate? Why have they all disappeared? Are you feeling unwell? Let me help you. Tabeo reached out and touched Tion's forehead. His temperature was normal. Tion smiled. I'm fine. It was Puni. He came to help us set a seal around Oma. My 100 Worlds gate doesn't need to be kept open anymore. Tion nodded with a grin. Yeah. Now I have plenty of time to play. Hee hee. Bai was a little confused. Puni? Who is he? Tabeo asked. Puni is Yiyun's spirit, incredibly powerful. I heard he's some kind of god, Tion added. That's right, Xiao Bai. Look at the seal outside. It was set by him. It's much stronger than my 100 Realms gate. Xiao Bai heard this. I see. I don't go there often, so I don't know much about it. Adlaya looked at Bai. Go over there more often when you have time. With me here, Alma will be fine. Adlaya's strength had skyrocketed, and she was now confident in resisting the black tide. Bai shook his head. I won't go there for now. Let's wait until the black tide is resolved. Adlaya didn't force him. Well, it's up to you. Then the four of them entered the city. Then it was the next day. In New Shimi City. In Nashida's room, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window. Nashida opened her eyes, threw back the covers, and sat up. She got out of bed and went to the window, looking down at the bustling streets below with a knowing smile. It was still early, only 6 a.m., but many residents of Shimi City were already up and busy. Some were heading to construction sites, while breakfast shops were already cooking. Nashida went to the bathroom, stepped onto the stepping stone, and began to wash. After washing and dressing, Nashida walked to the wall where a ruler marked heights was placed. She raised her hand to measure her height against the wall, turned around, and sighed. Why haven't I grown taller? Ever since accessing the Star Railworlds network, Nashida had begun to resent her height. Because of my height, I can make a large online transaction that no one else will. What are you talking about? Kids, we're doing business here, not playing house. Darling, go play by yourself and don't disturb me while I'm working. Little girl, ask your parents to come out and talk to me. Even when I'm playing games, I'm still identified as a minor when I scan my face for verification. Damn it. I lived for 500 years. I'm not a minor. At that moment, the alarm clock on the desk next to me rang. Nashida turned it off, knowing it was time to go to work. Nashida left her room and rode her motorcycle to her office. On the way, many of the people of Shimi recognized her and greeted her. Good morning, little king of the auspicious grass. Little king of the auspicious grass. I have some freshly baked pocket cakes. Would you like to try some? Good morning, little king of the auspicious grass. You're still as adorable today. Nashida smiled and responded. When Nashida arrived at the new Shimi City office building on her electric scooter, the basket in front of her scooter was already filled with a variety of breakfast items. Pocket cakes, flour cakes, chingtuan, green rice dumplings, soy milk, and so on. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of her people, Nashida had to accept them. Nishida took the breakfast to the front desk and asked the receptionist to share it with the others. Nishida only took 2 pocket cakes, 2 flour cakes, and 2 cups of soy milk. Nishida took the elevator to the top floor office. When the elevator doors opened, Nishida saw the Great Compassion Tree King, already at work. Great Compassion Tree King, good morning. Nishida trotted over to the Great Compassion Tree King's desk and placed a breakfast on it. Try this. This is breakfast the people of Shumi sent me. The Great Compassion Tree King took it with a smile. Good morning, Nishida. Aren't you supposed to be inspecting the mushroom pig farm today? Why are you in the office? Nishida pointed to a smaller desk nearby. I came to get something and said hello. The Great Compassion Tree King smiled and reached out to touch Nishida's head. Remember to be safe when you go on the inspection, okay? Remember to bring plenty of guards. If that's not possible, would you like me to have Senior accompany you? Nishida shook her head. No need. I'm safe. I can do it on my own. Chapter 380. Nishida climbed onto her office chair, stood on it, and leaned one hand on her desk, searching through the documents. After a moment, Nishida found the document she was looking for and leaped down from the chair with a whoosh. Great Compassion Tree King, I'm going to inspect the Fungus Pig Ranch first. The Great Compassion Tree King smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll be back soon. Nishida nodded and agreed. Half an hour later, Nishida arrived at the Fungus Pig Ranch. All the plants and animals from Old Shumi have been transplanted to New Shumi. 60% of the fungus pigs have been concentrated in the Fungus Pig Ranch. It's worth noting that there are currently very few prisoners in New Shumi's prison. Are you asking about the former prisoners? Sorry, they all been left in Old Shumi. There's no room for them in New Shumi, so they're left to fend for themselves in Old Shumi. The Fungus Pig Ranch is located at the bottom of a river valley. The terrain here is flat, with a river flowing nearby and fertile vegetation, making it ideal for animal husbandry. Nishida, led by staff, arrived at the cub area, opened the fence, and stepped inside. Fungus pigs are currently Shumi's largest industry. The cub area alone boasts over 10,000 of them. Not to mention the adult area, which is even larger, numbering over 50,000. These cubs are also fed a very good diet daily, a small amount of wheat bran supplemented with a generous amount of various mushrooms, making their meat incredibly tender and rich in a fragrant mushroom aroma. Nishida picked up a cub and examined it. It was vibrant and well-fed. Nishida said to the staff behind her, Send me a full-grown mushroom pig tonight. I'm hosting a dinner for my friends. The staff followed their orders and directed several forest rangers to capture a full-grown mushroom pig. The forest rangers are the New Shumi army. The previous 30-man regiment has been disbanded. Dishia and Ramon are deputy commanders, and Tinari is the commander. The entire forest ranger army consists of 30,000 soldiers, which is enough to easily control the entire New Shumi territory. Tinari is still recruiting new soldiers, but the results haven't been very good. There's no way around it. The total population is there. With a population of just over 1 million, recruiting 30,000 soldiers is already a good number. Most of them are former desert mercenaries and soldiers from the 30-man regiment. To increase the population, King Daisishu and Nishida have also implemented a series of welfare measures. For example, giving 100,000 credit points for one child, 300,000 for a second, and even more for a third. A house, a large, 3- or 4-bedroom house of around 150 square meters. Not to mention, since this policy was implemented, Shumi has seen significantly fewer people strolling around at night. They all been hard at work. Next door, Liua is even better in this regard. Ningguang, with no shortage of money, is spending lavishly on childbearing. 500,000 credit points for one child, 1 million for a second, and another 1 million for a house for a third. Liua's latest data report shows that the number of pregnant women has increased by 70% compared to last month, a significant improvement. After inspecting the Mushroom Pig Ranch, Nishida went to a farm next door. The farm grows enough crops, vegetables, and fruits to supply the entire Shumi. Since she was already here, Nishida thought, she might as well check out the farm next door. She took a basket from the staff and wandered through the fields. Whenever she saw any fruit that looked good, she'd pick it and put it in the basket to eat with them later that evening. This tomato is good. Take a few and mix them with some sugar. This cucumber is pretty good too. Let's make some cucumbers. Wow, this watermelon is so easy to hit. It makes a nice sound when you knock it. It's a good one. I take it back. After packing the fruits and vegetables, Nishida set off on her way home. Back at the office building, Nishida first asked the kitchen staff to take the mushroom pigs and fruits, and other things she had brought back and process them. I'm having dinner tonight. There might be dozens of people. Please bear with me. The head chef smiled. It's not hard. Leave it to us, Lord Little King of Auspicious Grass. Nishida nodded, and took the elevator back to the top floor. After greeting the Great Compassion Tree King, Nishida walked through the portal. Now inside Yun's shop. Xing looked at Lisa Bubu with a worried look on his face. Lisa Bubu, why don't you stay in March's room and keep her company today? Maybe with your company she'd wake up? Xing tried to persuade Lisa Bubu to give up today's match. Honestly, among all the elves, Lisa Bubu was the only one who could pose a threat to Miris. He wasn't afraid of the others. He could just crush them. Lisa Bubu was no fool. She rolled her eyes at Xing, then turned and walked through the portal to the happy ball. Xing sighed at this. Oh, I feel like I'm going to make a fool of myself today. You put me on such a high pedestal back then. If I lose, won't I be embarrassed? Tappa smiled. It can't be helped. According to the original script, no elf could stand against Miris this time. And then, in this first round, you still win the final victory, continue to sit on the throne of the Elf King, and be portrayed as the Great Demon King. Who could have imagined that Lisa Bubu would suddenly appear? Xing looked at Miris. Miris, we need to keep up the good work. Miris pounded his chest. Mika! Just then, Nishida walked in. Good morning, everyone. Fernina was delighted to see Nishida and rushed over. Nishida, long time no see. Nishida smiled heartily at the sight of Fernina right before her. Long time no see, Fernina. How have you been? Fernina said. I'm fine. I've become a huge star in the universe. Nishida heard this. I heard about that from Nelu. By the way, are you free tonight? Want to come over for dinner? Then Nina heard this. Yes, I'm afraid I only have one schedule today, to sing at the Elf King Challenge. Nishida looked at the others again. If you're free tonight, please come over for dinner. I just brought back the dishes from our Shumi ranch and farm, and they're of excellent quality. Xing, Hutao, and Firefly, the idlers, naturally agreed immediately. Jing Yuan was about to agree, but refused at Fu Xian's slightly threatening glare. Fu Xian said, General, you have an alliance meeting tonight. Jing Yuan nodded. Yes, I understand, Lord Fu. Seeing this, Chike silently took out her phone and left a message for Nishida. Hee, I was really smart. I didn't tell her to her face, I sent it privately. Just as Chike was feeling smug, Fu Xian called out her name. Chike, you have to attend tonight. This matter concerns you. The product information you copied will be presented at the meeting tonight, so the generals and marshals can discuss what to purchase. You can also serve as a clerk and take notes on the meeting. Chike was stunned. Huh? I'm just a small employee of the Taibu division. How could I possibly deserve to attend an alliance meeting? Wow. We were planning to have dinner tonight, and then come back to organize a group to beat Yu and Xiongyu. It's all gone. Nishida counted the number of people, and sent a message to the head chef. Afterwards, Nishida followed the main group to the Happy Sphere. Inside the Happy Sphere. Today, the entire entertainment resort was packed with people. A sea of people. Today, the top contestant will be decided, and then the entire team will challenge the incredibly powerful Elf King. For this reason, many people have chosen to watch the event live at the Happy Little Ball. Even if they can't enter the venue, they can still watch from the large plaza outside. To accommodate these people, Sand Gold installed several massive screens outside the venue overnight, allowing those who didn't buy tickets to watch from around the perimeter. Practically the entire universe's attention is focused on the Happy Little Ball. Company executives also see the potential of the elf competition. If managed well, it could become the company's most powerful project. A single live broadcast attracted tens of trillions of viewers. The attention couldn't be higher. The board, previously divided, now reached a consensus on this matter, full support. Furthermore, the Strategic Investment Department was to be solely responsible for the project, requiring full cooperation from all other departments. This infuriated Schneider. Strategic Investment Department? Just wait. I get back at you sooner or later. If Sha Jin knew Schneider's intentions, he'd be eager for him to cause trouble, giving him a legitimate reason to take action against him. The day before yesterday, Poshio found Sha Jin, intending to cause trouble for him. Afterward, the two of them had a conversation and realized, wow, this was their natural ally. Sha Jin immediately dragged Poshio out to a bar for drinks, denouncing Schneider's misdeeds. Poshio also found Sha Jin to be a good match, so he stayed and became the security director for the Shajin Resort. From time to time, whenever they had free time, the two would get together for a drink and scold Schneider, which was a truly satisfying experience. As for being worried about not being able to defeat them, so what if I can't? At worst, I can just call for help. Do you really think those red envelopes Shajin sends out in the group chat are for nothing? Forget about anything else. Just give some star coins, and get stars easily. Still can't defeat them? Easy. Just keep calling for help. Give Teresa some resources and equipment, and have her send Kiana over. Stars and Kiana aren't enough? Then I just have to use my ultimate weapon. Spend a fortune on some remedies for Huang Quan to stay awake, and then let Huang Quan do the damage. Would Shajin be afraid of Schneider? Would a member of Yi Yun's shop customer group be afraid of a jerk like you? Bothio also enjoys his current job. Shajin doesn't restrict Bothio's freedom. He can do whatever he wants, as long as he maintains law and order. Podio summoned many Sea Rangers, who had retired due to injuries. Many of these Rangers had suffered irreversible injuries on the battlefield, such as missing limbs. The Rangers lacked a permanent base, so they faced some challenges in life. Podio recruited these individuals to serve as security. These individuals had officially retired from the front lines, so maintaining law and order was a breeze. The welfare benefits at Shajin were good, providing these individuals with a place to retire, and at least ensuring they would not suffer material hardship. Podio had a good reputation among the Rangers, and these individuals were willing to work for him. When Jing Yuan learned the news, he regretted it deeply. He wished he had recruited them earlier. They were all hunting companions. If he had recruited them, Podio would have definitely agreed. Furthermore, there would have been no objection within the immortal ship. Are you kidding? These are legitimate brothers, just one from the official side, the other from the civilian side. The Sea Patrol Rangers are legitimate, true hunting followers. In the universe, sometimes immortal ship people encounter Sea Patrol Rangers. Once the two introduce themselves, they might even be enemies, instantly joining together for a drink like good brothers. We're all family, so what's there to be afraid of? Would your brothers harm you? Jing Yuan still spoke with Poshio, who introduced some retired Sea Patrol Rangers to Luofu. General Jing Yuan, although this group I'm introducing to you is only a dozen or so, they all participated in the campaign against the Lord of Extinction. You must treat them well. Jing Yuan's eyebrows lit up when he heard this. Great. 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 It's that group. They're the elite of the elite. Of course. They're all hunting buddies. I, Jing Yuan, will definitely take good care of them. From now on, if you have anything like this, feel free to contact me, and I make arrangements. Poshio agreed. That's easy. I have to get busy now. There are a lot of people here today. I need to go on patrol, and see if anyone dares to cause trouble. Jing Yuan nodded. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. When you're free, come to Luofu and sit down. I treat you to some of Luofu's finest wine. The competition hadn't even started yet, and many tourists were shopping. Fei Xiao was currently taking Huang Quan for a stroll. Fei Xiao bought 2 strings of candied haws, and popped one into Huang Quan's mouth. Here, try this. Huang Quan bit into the candied haws, and reached for the string. It tastes delicious. Fei Xiao was delighted to hear Huang Quan say this. Then another one? Huang Quan nodded blankly. Yes. Huang Quan and Fei Xiao were inseparable every day. Even when attending general-level meetings, Fei Xiao would bring Huang Quan along. Marshal Hua didn't mind. He was essentially a master he picked up for free. How could he possibly push someone away? The other generals had no objections either. They already knew Huang Quan's information. Jiao Qiu had already reported it. After reading the information, the others lowered their guard. First, Huang Quan didn't belong to any faction, he was a lone ranger. Second, he wouldn't participate in the intrigues and schemes between factions. Therefore, there was no need to worry about Huang Quan leaking information. With his personality, he wouldn't be one to do so. Besides, Huang Quan was currently on good terms with his own General Tianji, spending time together daily. What was there to be afraid of? If Huang Quan hadn't been destined for nothing, Hua would have wanted to give him the rank of honorary general. The two of them strolled along the way, and Huang Quan's arms were filled with various snacks. Huang Quan didn't know which one to eat first. Chapter 381. Over an hour later, the competition officially began. The news of the start of the competition resounded throughout the area. The spectators on the streets flocked to the venue. In less than 10 minutes, all 4 squares were packed. Outside the squares, there was also a sea of people. The surrounding shops and malls were packed. Especially near the venue, Many tourists entered the shops and demanded booze, no matter the price. A tea house called Flower Tea Shop was raking in profits. The current spending by customers alone had already reached nearly 1 million. The venue was even more bustling with activity. The 8 finalists waited for their turn. 8 people, each in a different position, each standing on a movable platform. Xing and Miris also descended from the sky under the gaze of the crowd, sitting on the throne, exuding a kingly aura. Xiaojin slowly took the stage. Dear audience. Dear guests. Today, we are entering the final moments of our first Pokemon tournament. Let's cheer for the 8 contestants present and our Pokemon King's trainer, Star. The audience applauded, cheering on their favorites. Go Firefly. You must win the championship. You're the best. That's right. Encaris is so cool. Eula. Go Brook. Our water types are the best. You must make our water types famous. That's right. Water types are the strongest. What water types are the strongest? Our psychic types are the strongest. Every Pokemon is a rare one. Psychic types are awesome. Psychic types are awesome. No. Is that how you divide the factions now? Right, that's not right. That's definitely not the case in reality. It's just like that with elves, you don't understand. That's right. The Shadow system is heresy. Only the Holy Spirit system is legitimate. How is the Shadow system heresy? I think your Holy Spirit system is the heresy. Gold Sand listened to the audience's heated discussion about elves, feeling satisfied. No matter which system, it's legitimate. Elves are our companions, playing with us, working with us, and living with us. I believe everyone here already has their own elves. Ask yourselves, is this true? Gold Sand's words caused many people to look at their elves. Yes, elves have truly changed many people's lives. Gold Sand continued. Everyone, if you want to buy elves, please look for official sales outlets. First, the company's own elf store. Second, the company's shopping app. All others are counterfeit. Without further ado, let me announce the top 8 to top 4. Gold Sand paused, coughed twice, and cleared his throat. First match. Luing vs. Walter. Second match. Fu Xian vs. Sanueki. Third match. Eula vs. Amber. Fourth match. Yanqing vs. Shori. The match officially begins. As soon as Xiaojin finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in cheers. At the same time, 2 spotlights shone down, one on Luing and the other on Walter. The platform beneath their feet moved toward the center of the ring. They slowly stepped onto the stage and, without a word, began to fight. Go! Jonas. Encaris. Attack! The 2 released their Pokemon. Encaris flapped his wings and soared high, leaping towards Jonas. Jonas immediately released a shield to block Encaris' attack. Walter saw Jonas block the attack. Well done, Jonas. Keep using Shadow Barrier. Jonas followed Walter's command and released Shadow Barrier again. Luing, seeing this, remained calm. Encaris. Keep chasing. Use Dream Breaker. Encaris received the command and instantly moved behind Jonas, swinging his large mantises at him. Jonas's shield was surprisingly absorbed by Encaris, and Jonas took some damage from the attack. Walter was surprised. Encaris had never used this skill in previous matches. Luing said, seeing Walter's slightly surprised expression. This is Inkaros's skill, Dream Breaker. It absorbs the opponent's abilities, boosting their stats and dealing a certain amount of damage. Walter heard this. Inkaros actually has this skill. You're quite good at hiding it, Luing said with a smile. Because I haven't been able to use it before. Inkaros. Use Sky Soaring Blue Breaker. End this match. Walter also quickly gave Jonas instructions. Jonas. Fight back. Use Dark Portal. Jonas summoned a portal, from which a mighty torrent of shadowy energy surged. Inkaros, braving the onslaught of shadowy energy, instantly arrived in front of Jonas and swung his arms down, severely injuring Jonas. Inkaros, likewise, suffered some injuries. However, the problem wasn't serious. On the contrary, Jonas had essentially lost his fighting ability. Walter, seeing this, couldn't bear to see Jonas suffer any longer. Jonas was already being restrained by Inkaros, as fighting types are countered by shadow types. Not to mention, the opponent was a T0 level fighting type Pokemon. Jonas, come back. You done a great job. From the referee's booth, Jade and Tappa saw this and declared Firefly the victor. In the audience, the crowd was also very pleased with the fight. The aftermath of the clash between Inkaros and Jonas spread to the stands. Many of the frail spectators could barely stand. Especially during the final exchange, nearly everyone in the audience was confined to their seats, unable to even stand. If it weren't for Goldust's intervention to neutralize the aftermath of the clash, several people in the audience would likely have died. This scene was also talked about with great relish by the audience in the live broadcast room. Wow, that's amazing. It's unsafe to even watch a game now. Look at all those people here, few can even stand. Indeed, when the aftermath just hit, everyone there sat down like wheat being cut. If Director Goldust hadn't intervened, someone would have been in trouble. I'm so jealous. I wish I had a Pokemon this powerful. It would give me the ultimate sense of security, right? You make it sound like everyone wants one. The problem is, didn't you see how many people there were in the first round? There were multiple Pokemons, but only these few were there? What do you mean? There are even cases like that? Don't you know? Someone did some statistics online a while ago. Some extremely powerful Pokemon are unique. Huh? I was thinking of spending the money to hatch an Inkaros in a few days. Soon, the second match began. The platform beneath Lisa Bubu and Fu Xian began to move, and each of them, along with their two Pokemon, stepped onto the stage. Fu Xian looked at Lisa Bubu, feeling a headache. But since they were already in the ring, they might as well give it their all. Dawn Rabbit. Use the name of love. At this, the heart-shaped symbol above Dawn Rabbit's head flashed pink. Name of love is Dawn Rabbit's core skill, inflicting burns upon the opponent. Lisa Bubu's body instantly erupted with sparks, inflicting burns. Seeing the name of love take effect, Fu Xian immediately ordered Dawn Rabbit to continue its attack. Dawn Rabbit. Use Dawn Moon Time. A ball of white light emanated from Dawn Rabbit's body, and a moon projection appeared above its head. Dawn Rabbit raised its head and howled, and the moon projection emitted a beam of moonlight towards Lisa Bubu. Seeing this, Lisa Bub immediately unleashed her skill Golden Light and Green Leaves on the spot, instantly healing her injuries. At the same time, a burst of green light emanated from Lisa Bub's body, a sign that any new injuries would heal quickly. When the moonlight ray faded, Fu Xian, looking at the intact Lisa Bub, also gave up. Well, I can't win. My ultimate is enough to keep me safe, so there's no need to try other methods. The outcome of this match wasn't surprising, it was within reason. After all, Lisa Bub's abnormality was obvious to everyone. Dawn Rabbit is also a Pokemon with a burst of explosive power. After a burst of power, it will basically fall into a vacuum. Next came the third match. Eula and Amber's Civil War. Eula summoned Brooke, and Amber summoned Bumblebee. Amber put her hands on her hips. Eula. Even though we're best friends, I won't show any mercy. Bumblebee. Let's go! Use Tornado. Bumblebee soared into the sky, summoning a small tornado towards Brooke. Eula calmly pointed at the tornado. Brooke. Use Wave Roar. Brooke waved her hand, and a wave swept out, instantly engulfing the tornado. Goldust sat at the edge of the ring, feeling incredibly grateful. Luckily, I had the foresight to build the ring large enough, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to accommodate so much water. The entire ring was incredibly spacious, a full 4 square kilometers. Brooke's waves filled the ground, leaving Bumblebee without a landing spot. Thankfully, Bumblebee could still fly and still fight. Eula pointed again. Brooke. Keep using the piercing water gun. Shoot. Take down Bumblebee. Amber saw this, and could only let Bumblebee dodge. Brooke's piercing water gun skill possessed extremely strong penetrating power. Even Jonas's powerful shadow barrier couldn't withstand it. If Bumblebee were hit by one, it would be practically incapacitated. Brooke fired dozens of piercing water gun rounds, still failing to hit Bumblebee. Seeing this, Eula chose to unleash Brooke's ultimate weapon. Brooke. Use Heart of the Ocean. Brooke heard this enchanted, a wave of sound waves spreading out. Bumblebee's face instantly turned pale, and the entire bee seemed to have lost its vitality. Amber was stunned by this scene. Eula. What's this skill? Eula asked. This is Brooke's ultimate, Heart of the Ocean. Any target struck by the ripples will have their HP continuously reduced. Bumblebee had already been hit, unable to escape the Heart of the Ocean's range. Helplessly, Amber had no choice but to concede. The final fourth match. Yanqing and Sunday took the stage. Both were relatively low-key in this match. Yanqing's Pokemon was a combat-type Pokemon, Garar. Yes, Garar, the Pokemon of the green robot Atieda from the Seer anime. Sunday also released his own Pokemon. A Psychic-type Pokemon. Nina Finder. A Pokemon deeply fond of music. Her beautiful music possesses magical powers, and like Axia and the others, she is an SPT Guardian-level Pokemon. Nina Finder even possesses a Mega Evolved form. Sunday looked at Yanqing. Give up. Gager is no match for Nina. Yanqing snorted coldly. You know only after you try. Gager. Use charge. Sunday shook his head secretly at this. Nina used Siren Bliss. Nina tapped the ground lightly with his front foot, and many musical notes rose from the ground. Gager, unable to dodge, was hit by the notes, and his body instantly went limp and collapsed to the ground. Not only Gager, but many in the audience also suffered, falling into a deep sleep. If someone nearby hadn't woken them, they would have likely passed out. This move was also the first time Nina had used it in public. Sunday had been hiding it until then, but now that they had entered the knockout round of 8-4, there was no need to hide anymore. Nina walked over to Gager, lowered his head, picked him up, and placed him under the ring. Topa and Jade saw this and ruled Gager out. Yanqing sighed, turned around, woke Gager, and left the ring. The final four had been decided. Luing, March 7th, Sunday, and Eula. The audience stayed because the semi-finals were about to begin in half an hour. Many people got up and headed to the restroom. The line at the restroom door was long. They hadn't peed during the entire match, and now that it was over, they were already urinating. Xiaojin, Jade, and Topa also had their staff push carts to sell snacks and drinks. Many spectators chose to buy some. Isn't it fun to enjoy snacks while watching the game? Malim and Paimon each bought a cart and sat in the private room, devouring snacks like crazy. Watching the game? Not happening. They were there for snacks. Malim was now completely engrossed in her play. Since arriving on the train, she only returned to her territory once. That time was to retrieve the magic crystal, or otherwise, she wouldn't have brought any back. You're kidding. It's nowhere near as fun over there as here. Not only are there all sorts of fun games here, but there are also tons of delicious foods she's never tasted before. Go back? Go back and continue eating boiled radish? Then sleep when she's tired, eat again when she wakes up, eat again, sleep again? Isn't that boring? What a waste of life. Rimuru also brought Benimaru and Shuna to watch the match today. After watching the match, Benimaru decided he was no match for those elves. The elves alone were so powerful, I couldn't imagine how much stronger their masters could be. But come to think of it, these people were Rimuru-sama's friends. If Rimuru-sama was so powerful, his friends couldn't be simple either. Backstage, Funina and Mockingbird were applying makeup. The makeup artist looked at Funina. Miss Funina, I noticed a problem. You only have a few sets of costumes for your performances. It's time to buy more. Chapter 382. The Robin chuckled. I think she has a point, Funina. We bought a lot of clothes lately, but they're all casual styles, not really suitable for a performance. Funina rubbed her chin, thinking. You have a point. I just heard from Xing that there's a sister named Aglaia in Omphalos, who's a great dressmaker. How about we go over there after this performance? The Robin nodded in agreement. Okay, we go together later and make 2 identical outfits for 2 girls. Funina was surprised. That's a great idea. It's settled. We make 2 outfits for 2 girls. Aglaia, far away in Omphalos, was completely unaware that a big deal was about to come her way. On the ring, the first elimination round began. Firefly versus Bubble Flower. Bubble Flower, contrary to her usual style, actually took the initiative. The flower above the bubu flower trembled, releasing a cloud of pollen. Luing knew this move. It was a parasitic seed. The seed was hidden within the pollen. If contaminated by the pollen, it would cause a steady loss of strength. Inkaris, get out of the way! Inkaris quickly dodged. At this moment, the bubu flower attacked again, its dense clump of leaves flying like flying knives. Inkaris quickly waved his arms to block it. By the time the leaves disappeared, Inkaris's body had been pierced with several more wounds. Luing glanced at Lisa Bubu, and was about to provoke Inkaris to counterattack when she suddenly stopped. Lisa Bubu released another parasitic seed, adding to the previous one. A dense defensive ring of pollen appeared around Lisa Bubu. Inkaris's abilities were all melee, so any attack on Lisa Bubu would require exposure to parasitic seeds. The weather was calm today, so the pollen surrounding Lisa Bubu wouldn't disperse for a while. Just as Luing was stunned, Lisa Bubu attacked again. Several vines burst from the ground and rushed towards Inkaris. This was Lisa Bubu's ability, Super Drain. On impact, it drains the opponent's health. Inkaris slashed with 2 blades, severing them. Just as he blocked the attack, Lisa Bubu launched another attack. A chlorophyll beam struck Inkaris, leaving a deep wound. Seeing this, Luing could only let Inkaris fight to the death. Inkaros. Use sky-soaring blue breaking slash. Inkaros leaped with all his might, instantly dashing in front of Lisabubu. A flash of white light sent Lisabubu flying. At the same time, Inkaros was also parasitized by the parasitic seeds, his strength steadily draining. Lisabubu, on the other hand, rapidly recovered from the parasitic seed's nourishment. Lisabubu repeated her old trick, releasing another parasitic seed, blanketing herself in pollen. Hu Tao observed the scene with indifference, shaking her head. Lisabubu is playing it too hard. Zhongli took a sip of his tea, set the cup down, and spoke slowly. There are ways to counter Lisabubu's skill. A large-scale attack can dispel the pollen. Or perhaps a ranged attack. Jing Yuan smiled. However, Inkaros is truly being completely contained. Inkaros's combat skills are all based on close combat. What a shame, his level is too low. If it were higher, Inkaros would have been able to defeat Lisa Bub in seconds. After more than 10 minutes, Inkaros's stamina was depleted, and he lost the match. Xing sat on the throne, watching the scene. Although he still looked arrogant on the surface, he was actually panicking inside. Lisa Bub, are you really going to be so aggressive? I'm really going to be embarrassed when that happens. Soon, the second match was decided. Surprisingly, Nymphondo won, defeating Eula and her Brook. Brook was a perfect counter to Nymphondo. Yi Yun had used Brook when he fought Nymphondo in his previous life. Back then, only Brook's piercing water gun could penetrate Nympfondo's shield. I didn't expect Nymphondo to win. Eula was utterly dejected. Sunday! How come your Nymphondo is so fast? You always attack first. Sunday said slowly. Because this is the most suitable development direction for Nanafondo. Nanafondo has a lot of control skills, and as long as he's fast enough, he can gain the upper hand. Eula was very frustrated. Her Brook didn't even make a move, and was defeated by Nanafondo. Just like Garger just now, it was a miserable loss. Sha Jin stepped onto the stage, and called Sunday and Lisa Bubu to his side. Dear audience, our finalists have been selected. I was surprised that the two finalists who made it to the finals were from the same place and the same faction. They are Mr. Sunday from the train team, and Miss March 7th from the train team. The train crew is truly overflowing with talent. As a key partner of the train crew, our company is incredibly happy for the two contestants. Shajin's words not only praised the train crew, but also the company, and were delivered with remarkable artistry. Unfortunately, Miss March 7 has been ill recently, and therefore couldn't make it. And our Lisa Bubu, wanting Miss March 7 to be happy when she wakes up, signed up for this competition. That's why you haven't seen Miss March 7 yet. The audience, upon hearing Shajin's words, marveled at the relationship between Lisa Bubu and March 7. The audience believed that Lisa Bubu and March 7 must have a truly wonderful bond, one that many envied. Honestly, the appearance of elves has truly changed our lives. We only need to pay a small amount of credits to obtain a devoted elf. Yes, I always feel uncomfortable socializing, but interacting with elves is so easy. Did you know? There are even videos online of people abusing elves, and they cause quite a stir. I know. I reported it right away, but it seems to have been useless. Who? How dare they abuse Pokemon? Locate him. I stab him to death. Topa watched the comments in the live stream. After seeing the Pokemon abuse news, he immediately told Shajin about it, asking him to make his stance clear. Shajin received the news. Dear viewers, I have a company announcement to share. Anyone found abusing Pokemons will be blacklisted by the company. Furthermore, the abused Pokemons will be forcibly reclaimed by the company. The audience was startled at the mention of the word blacklist. Kiana, noticing their surprise, curiously asked Jeezy. Jeezy, is this blacklist that powerful? Jeezy nodded. Yes, the company's influence spans the universe. Across the galaxy, with the exception of a few major factions, virtually everyone in the other factions, whether human or biological, is dependent on the company. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all provided by the company's projects. Once added to the company's blacklist, not only the individual but also the entire civilization behind them will be blacklisted, effectively wiping out the future of a civilization. Silverwolf added. It's like cheating in a game and having your IP address blocked by another company. If you're cheating, everyone in the surrounding area can no longer play the game. Kiana understood after hearing Silverwolf's words. Oh, I understand now. On stage, Gold Sand smiled at the camera. To all customers who have already purchased Pokemons, if you already abuse them, please return them voluntarily. Don't wait for us to come to you, and don't cause us any trouble, okay? Gold-Dust's words were met with overwhelming support. Although this rule was strict, most people accepted it. What's there to be afraid of? What's there to be afraid of? I wouldn't abuse a Pokemon, so this rule doesn't apply to me, okay? After this brief hiccup, the finals officially began. Sunday brought Nymphondo to battle against Lisa Bubu. Lisa Bubu immediately activated photosynthesis at the start of the match. As soon as Nymphondo hypnotized Lisa Bubu, photosynthesis immediately cleared her hypnotic state. Lisa Bub used Leaf Storm to restrict Nymphindo's movements. Immediately afterwards, Lisa Bub unleashed Super Drain. Several vines burst forth from the ground, entwining Nymphindo, and frantically draining his energy. Sunday observed this. Nymphindo used the colorful sound domain. Nymphindo stomped her front foot onto the ground, and a cascade of multicolored musical notes formed a field that surrounded Nymphindo. Under the influence of the notes, the vines summoned by Lisa Bub quickly lost their vitality. With a slight effort, Nymphindo broke free from the vine's restraints. Fu Xian's eyes widened at the sight. It's been broken. The audience was also astonished. This was the first time they had seen a Pokemon break through Lisa Bub's technique. At the podium, Jimmy exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god! Someone has broken through Lisa Bub's Super Drain. Since the Pokemon competition, this was the first time they had seen someone break through Lisa Bub's Super Drain. Sunday said calmly. Nymphondo, Siren Bliss. Nymphondo chanted loudly, a wave of musical notes surging towards Lisa Bub. This blow dealt Lisa Bub some damage. Sunday chose not to continue attacking, instead having Nymphondo use her skill to summon a barrier, taking a steady approach. Seeing this, Lisa Bub released her parasitic seeds. The parasitic seeds spread, attaching to the barrier and absorbing it. Seeing the barrier disappear, Lisa Bub waved her hands, summoning a cloud of pollen. The pollen coalesced, following Lisa Bub's swing, and slammed heavily onto Nymphondo. Nymphondo cast another barrier at the last moment to block the attack. Sunday had Nymphondo unleash Siren Bliss again, damaging Lisa Bubu once again. Lisa Bubu's Super Drain and parasitic seeds failed to impact Nymphondo, whose stamina was already dwindling. Photosynthesis could only heal injuries, not stamina. Sunday continued to advance steadily, the scales of victory steadily tilting towards Sunday. Half an hour later, Lisa Bubu crouched on the ground, too exhausted to lift her hands. Lisa Bubu looked at Nymphondo, who still maintained her fighting strength, and felt a surge of self-blame. Bubu. Lisa Bubu hated herself for being useless, for not being able to bring back the championship trophy for her master. At this thought, Lisa Bubu felt a surge of resentment. She had come this far. She was just that close to bringing back the trophy for her master. She was just that close. She could make her master proud and happy the moment he woke up, but her body wouldn't obey her, and she wouldn't move. Seeing this, Sunday slowly spoke to Lisa Bubu. Lisa Bubu, you done well. Go back and rest. March will be proud of you. Lisa Bubu looked up at Sunday and happened to see the championship trophy behind him, placed at the foot of the long steps leading to the gods. No! I can't lose yet. I must win. Just as Jade and Toppa were about to declare Lisa Bubu defeated, the sky suddenly darkened, and dark clouds gathered, looming like a city. A strong wind swept across the entire arena, carrying many leaves high into the sky. Everyone's attention was drawn to this sudden change in the weather. At that moment, Lisa Bubu's entire body erupted in a burst of light, and her body began to slowly rise into the air. The leaves in the air flew rapidly towards Lisa Bubu, surrounding her in the center. Then, Lisa Bubu's entire body shone with a dazzling yellow-green light. The entire audience was so shocked that they could barely open their eyes. 10 minutes later, the light gradually faded. Sunday, the closest person, under the protection of Nymphondo, forced his eyes open and looked up into the sky. A ray of sunlight broke through the dark clouds, illuminating a figure. The figure wore a top resembling a pink rose, and a long skirt composed of tender green leaves. Above her head, a vibrant pink peony blossomed in the light. Petals fell around her. Lisa Bubu's super evolved form, the Lord of Creatures. Mona Lisa. The important people present stared at the scene in disbelief. Another on-the-spot evolution. Lisa Bubble is seriously going to win. Every time in despair. Every time in danger. Jimmy's eyes widened. This is a miracle. Lisa Bubble has evolved again. Mega evolution. The master of creatures. Mona Lisa. In the live stream, Mona Lisa earned a universally recognized title. Miracle Pokemon. Mona Lisa is the very definition of miracle. She always breaks through and finds new life in the midst of despair, At this moment, Mona Lisa was crowned a divine beast. Many trainers with bubble seeds looked at Mona Lisa on the screen, their eyes filled with hope. They all hoped that their bubble seeds, like Mona Lisa, would constantly break through and become powerful beings. Mona Lisa sat on a daffodil, waved her hand, and murmured, "1,000 shadows of trees." In an instant, within a 100-kilometer radius, countless towering trees rose from the ground, forming a primeval forest. Chapter 383. 10 minutes later. Sunday and Nymfondo retreated from the ring, having lost the match. After Mona Lisa unleashed 1,000 shadows of trees, Nymfondo was instantly struck by a powerful energy wave. With just one strike, Nymfondo lost his fighting power. Mona Lisa also returned to the private room. The Elf King challenge would begin in an hour. As soon as Mona Lisa returned, Hu Tao, Amber, and the others surrounded her. "Mona Lisa, you're amazing. Come, let me scan you and see how strong you are." "I want one too." Hu Tao, Amber, and the others scanned Mona Lisa with their Pokemon book. Soon, they learned Mona Lisa's information. Elf, Mona Lisa. Type, Grass. Level, LV80. Description, a Pokemon known as the Lord of Creatures, one of the most powerful Grass-type Pokemon. Hu Tao recoiled at the sight of Mona Lisa's level in the Pokemon book. Suck. Level 80. Oh my goodness! Amber, Eula, and the others also gasped. That's terrifying. Oh my goodness, what will Xing do to fight her later? Can she even win? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I just want to know what Xing is feeling right now, even if I spend money. Fu Xian calculated with his fingers. I calculated, and Xing will cry soon. Chike calculated with his fingers. That's not right, Master Taibu. I calculated that Xing won't cry, but will just be a little depressed. Could you have miscalculated? Fu Xian snorted. You are the Taibu? I am the Taibu? Then my calculations must be more accurate. Chike, you still have a long way to go, don't you understand? Qingqiue's lips twitched slightly. Yes, Master Taibu, I will try my best. Mona Lisa said with a smile. I should give it some water later, otherwise Sister Xing might be embarrassed. Mona Lisa's sudden words caught everyone off guard. Mona Lisa, you can speak? Hu Tao spoke out everyone's thoughts. Mona Lisa explained with a smile. Of course. Sister Hu Tao, don't make a fuss. Can't Big Puni speak too? And Rios, Axia, and the others too. Hu Tao thought about Mona Lisa's words. That's right, Rios and the others can speak too. There's nothing strange about elves speaking. It's just that Mona Lisa couldn't speak before, and suddenly speaking caught her off guard. Walter then said, Mona Lisa, take a break. You have a battle soon. Mona Lisa looked at Walter and smiled. Okay, Grandpa Walter. Walter couldn't contain his laughter when he heard Mona Lisa addressed him as such. He staggered and almost lost his balance. A silence fell upon the room. After a moment, Hu Tao burst out laughing, breaking the stillness. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. With Hu Tao's laughter, the others couldn't hold it in either. Jeezy walked over to Walter and said with a smile. Walter, according to seniority, Mona Lisa should call you Grandpa. Little Sangwei calls you Uncle Yang. You're a generation older than her. Mona Lisa is a generation younger than Xiao Sangwei, which means she's 2 generations younger than you. Calling you Grandpa is fine, right? Walter didn't want to talk at the moment, so he quietly retreated to a corner and grieved. Give me back my cute and obedient Bubu Seed. Back then, Bubu Seed was so adorable, always playing around me and smiling at me, so well behaved. Mona Lisa scratched her head. Andy Jeezy, did I say something wrong? Jeezy's laughter instantly died down when she heard Mona Lisa address her. The others laughed even louder, especially Hu Tao, who laughed uncontrollably. Jeezy said to Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, come with me after the game. I give you a lesson. Mona Lisa looked bewildered. Class? What kind of class was she supposed to attend? But Mona Lisa nodded and agreed. On the throne. Xing looked depressed. It was break time, and the lights in the throne room were off, making it difficult for others to see what was going on. How could this happen? How could something like this happen? Xing looked at Miris. Miris, you have to give it 200% of your attention later. This Mona Lisa is a bit too strong. Miris nodded solemnly. He wasn't at his peak level 100. He was only level 60 now, and Lisa Buba was already a bit of a challenge on her own, let alone the even more powerful level 80 Mona Lisa. An hour later, Gold Dust took the stage. Dear audience, the battles ahead are likely to be intense. please wear your company's protective clothing. If you are injured due to not wearing protective clothing, our company will not provide any compensation. The audience, upon hearing this, all donned the company-provided protective clothing. After confirming that everyone was properly dressed, Jade informed Gold Sand to begin the next stage. Gold Sand received the notification. Dear audience. Next, let's welcome renowned singers Ms. Funina and Miss Mockingbird to the stage to perform Ascend to the Gods, cheering on our challenger, Miss March 7th, and her spirit, Mona Lisa. As Gold Sand finished speaking, the entire venue went dark, and 2 spotlights shone on the long steps leading to the ascension to the gods. Funina and Mockingbird had been waiting there for a while. Hey, fate strikes the keys. Even if the road ahead is difficult, it will be as stunning as lightning. Ah, it's time to march forth. Look up at that high platform, and you see the gates of glory have already opened. 2 people took 1 section each, and 2 people each. After each verse, the stairway to the gods would light up, a sense of destiny reaching its peak. The victor ascends the stairway to the gods, ready for the world's worship. Soar through the skies. Fly to the sun. Sit upon the throne, shining brightly. The song reached its climax, and the chorus of Funina and Robin, coupled with the flaming dragons rising from the stairway, instantly ignited the battle scene. The audience roared, their excitement tantalizing them as they rushed in for the fight. At the end of the song, all the spotlights shone upon the throne. Xing sat atop the throne, looking like a queen. Xing slowly rose and pointed at Mona Lisa below the stage. Miris understood, transforming into a ray of light and charging towards her. In an instant, the battle began. Miris flew towards Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa waved her hands. 1,000 shadows. Countless giant trees rose from the ground and rushed towards Myers. Myers calmly grasped his hand, and a warhammer appeared in his hand. With one swing, Myers smashed the giant tree in front of him. Myers continued to swing his warhammer, breaking through the forest and reaching Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa lightly leaped back, dodging Myers' attack. Seeing Mona Lisa dodge, Myers touched the V-shaped cursor above his head, and a beam of light shot out. Mona Lisa summoned several vines to counter the beam. As always, the left side of the battle loses. Myers' beam of light disappeared first, and Mona Lisa's vines attacked Myers. Myers swung his hammer, shattering the vines. Myers stomped his foot hard on the ground, and flew away. The spot where Myers had just stepped on had become a chasm over 10 meters deep, and over 1,000 meters in radius. Mona Lisa, seeing this, flew into the sky, and Myers followed. Mona Lisa watched Myers catch up, her lips filling with tears. Vines of despair. Mona Lisa summoned thousands of 1-meter thick vines, charging towards Myers, who was pursuing her from below. Myers swung his hammer, smashing the approaching vines, but the sheer number of them ultimately overwhelmed Myers. Just as the audience thought the battle was over, a fiery light suddenly flashed through the cracks in the vines. The vines enveloping Myers began to collapse on a large scale, and a sphere of white light continued to expand. When the white light dissipated, all the vines Mona Lisa had summoned had crumbled to dust and fell to the ground. Miris reappeared intact and charged towards Mona Lisa. This scene left everyone stunned. As expected of the Elf King, his strength is too great. Mona Lisa has been constantly pursued. Yeah, just look at those 2 clashes just now. Even some Fate Walkers wouldn't be able to defeat them. How did you know, buddy? Haha, do you want to see what's next to me? Yeah. The protective suit my damn company gave me for free has been ripped apart by the aftermath. If I hadn't paid for another one, I wouldn't have dared to watch the match. Oh, I need another one too. It's only just beginning now. When the fight reaches its climax, one won't be enough. Many people pressed the purchase button, and a group of robots flew over to the audience, delivering protective suits. High in the sky, Miris had already arrived in front of Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa remained calm, unfazed, and executed her ultimate move with unwavering composure. Phantom Breeze Slash. Mona Lisa swung her hand towards Myers, sending a turquoise energy sword slashing towards him. Myers then unleashed his ultimate attack. Noah's Glory. The 2 clashed, unleashing a burst of intense energy. Shajin Topa and Feitsue used the power of their cornerstones to shield the entire arena just before the energy erupted. Walter, Jingyuan, and the others also responded, shielding the area surrounding the arena. Jeezy observed the scene inside. These 2 little guys are incredibly powerful. The energy generated by their clash rivals the attack of a high-ranking order. Fei Xiao dealt with the aftermath and returned to the private room. Wang Quan, their fight this time is as good as your heart-wrenching blow. Wang Quan glanced at Fei Xiao. Did they? I don't know, I forgot. After Miris and Mona Lisa finished their duel, the two chased each other. From the sky to the ground, from the ground to the sea, from the desert to the glacier, from the mountains to the plains. The entire little ball of joy became their battlefield. Aha saw his territory being ripped apart by Miris and Mona Lisa, not angry, but rather amused. Ha ha ha. Aha's been ripped off. What fun. Aha's so embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Aha was greeted by a powerful flying kick from Huahua. Huahua kicked Aha in the butt. What are you laughing at? Go fix it. Aha rubbed his butt and happily went to repair the damage. Miris and Mona Lisa fought in the front, while Aha followed behind to recover. The battle between the two reached a fever pitch, and the audience remarked that it was truly worth it. Oh my god! This is incredible! Do I think I ever get to see a battle of this magnitude? I envy the guys out there, who get to experience it up close. It's a good thing they had the company to protect them, otherwise everyone would have been wiped out by the aftermath. Indeed. Miris and Mona Lisa fought for an entire day. The winner wasn't decided until dusk. Miris, exhausted, lost the match. Thus, the first Pokemon contest concluded, and a new Pokemon King was born. The Grass Pokemon King. Mona Lisa. At the same time, Gold Dust announced the Pokemon King rules. The first place winner of each competition can challenge any Elf King. Winning the challenge will make them the Elf King. If the Elf Kings are from the same family, they can only challenge Elf Kings from the same family. When the competition concluded, the audience was reluctant to leave the venue. The same was true of the live stream viewers. Even after the boring commercial break, thousands of viewers were still enthusiastically discussing the battle between the two Elf Kings. If you ask me, if they were at the same level, Miris would definitely win. I just chuckled. How could you, Miris, defeat Mona Lisa? Attributes? Are you countered by me? That's right, long live Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa fan club is officially established. What are you barking about? My great Miris is so cool and powerful. Miris fans. Assemble. Miris and Mona Lisa have now become household names throughout the world. When you talk about how powerful other people, such as so-and-so or which commander, many ordinary people have no idea. I haven't even seen you fight, so how can I know how powerful you are? But Miris and Mona Lisa were different. Many people had witnessed their entire day's battle, and had a deep understanding of their strength. Some also noticed a blind spot. Damn, this newly restarted train is quite impressive. Both Elf Kings are actually elf members of the train. Many forces, unaware of Yi Yun's existence, began to secretly investigate the train's anomalies. They wanted to know how they were able to cultivate two Elf Kings. At night, most of the loving family group arrived at New Shumi as guests. Nashida stood at the portal, welcoming everyone. Welcome to New Shumi. Everyone, please feel free to do what you want. We serve the food once everyone arrives. From the balcony, Barnabas gazed down at the neatly planned and orderly New Shumi city, feeling a sense of admiration. Even Shumi is outperforming us, Jidong. We need to rethink our plans. Let's go back and have a meeting. We need to redraw our plans. If we continue with this plan, we'd be left further and further behind. Chapter 384. Kiana, Teresa, and the others were also invited. Kiana was very curious. Nashida, why did you want to treat us to a meal? Kiana asked, puzzled, chewing on some beef. Nashida smiled. Because I want to promote our New Shumi products. The food you're eating now is all produced on our New Shumi farms and ranches. Nashida pointed to the pan-fried mushroom pork chop in front of her. This pork chop, for example, is made with mushroom pigs carefully raised on our ranch. It's even more flavorful and tender than the previous ones. The little evil god beside her heard this, and silently called a waiter over, asking him to pack a large piece of raw mushroom pork for her. Nashida continued. And all the fruits and vegetables you're eating are grown on our farm. The best quality are the mushrooms, which are incredibly delicious. The little evil god waved his hand. Waiter, come here. Nashida finally pulled out a can of canned knowledge. This is a modified can of knowledge I created. Simply place it between your eyebrows, and you absorb the knowledge within. Also, the only side effect is a headache if consumed too much in a short period of time, which will go away with a good night's sleep. Kiana was surprised. Oh, there's something this good? Nashida. Can I have it custom made? I want to order the content from the St. Freya Academy textbook, then, using this can of knowledge, I learn everything in one go. Wouldn't that mean I get first place on the next exam? Nashida thought for a moment. Just give me the textbook. I make it for you. I call you over to pick it up when it's ready. Kiana was overjoyed upon hearing this. She readily pulled out a stack of star coins, spat, and counted them. Narsida, how much is one of these cans? Narsida smiled. 1,000,000 credits, or 100 star coins. Of course, if the contents are large, the price will increase accordingly. Kiana counted on her fingers. Chinese, math, English, and history, 8 subjects in total, I count. Kiana pulled out 800 star coins and handed them to Narsida, who accepted them with a smile. Seeing this, the others more or less ordered 1 or 2 cans of knowledge. This thing was interesting. It allowed people to directly gain knowledge. Haida, Screwgum, and Wanmei were not interested. They could make a similar device for canned knowledge. It was simple. Kiana returned to her seat and raised an eyebrow at Bronya, who was standing beside her, challenging her. Hee hee, idiot Bronya, I definitely surpass you on the next exam. Ha ha. Kiana was thrilled at the thought of becoming the top student. Bronya chuckled. Ha ha, you're overthinking it. You think you can get first place just by learning the textbook knowledge? If you can't apply it, you still can't solve the problems. Kiana, upon hearing this, pulled out a stack of star coins and slammed them on the table. That's easy. Narsida, give me 10 more problems. Help me add problem types and solutions. Narita agreed and took the 1,000 star coins. Teresa looked at Kiana speechlessly. Cheating blatantly in front of me? Just wait and see if I fix the problems. Now, I let you show off a bit. Once you see the exam questions, you be despairing. Cecilia didn't express her opinion. In her opinion, as long as Kiana was happy, her grades weren't important. Studying was both important and unimportant to Kiana. Learning more would definitely be beneficial. It didn't matter if she didn't study, Kiana's current strength was there. Happiness was the most important thing. As long as Kiana was happy, that was all. Cecilia looked at Yulindel, who was sitting next to her. Yulindel, unlike Kiana, was relatively independent. She was usually busy with her own affairs, and only came to chat with her when she had time, or to have a meal. Cecilia would take Kiana to see Yulindel when she had time. Yulindel was still in her old position. Yulindel smiled slightly when she saw Cecilia looking at her with a look of satisfaction. Mom, what's wrong? Cecilia shook her head. Nothing. How's work been lately? The mother and daughter chatted as they ate. Kiana ran back with a stack of papers, handing them to Nashida, telling her to use them in making canned knowledge. As they ate dinner, everyone started talking about the Genshin Impact dungeons again. Hey, who among us is progressing through the story the fastest? The main quest line? That should be Walter, right? I think he's already in Liyue. Xing pointed at herself. I'm in Liyue too, but I just got there. I'm currently exploring Dawazu. Walter reminisced. Well, I traveled farther than you. I haven't been looking for treasure chests or anything like that. I'm progressing through the main quest line. I just returned from visiting the immortals in Jianjian. Xing listened. Uncle Yang, can you tell us about the rest of the story? Hu Tao quickly chimed in. Indeed. Mr. Walter, this Hall Master would like to hear about it too. What will be the main storyline of our Liyue? I'm very curious. Walter paused after hearing this, and began to describe Liyue's main plot. The storyline of Liyue Harbor begins with the summoning immortal ceremony. As soon as Walter began, everyone's eyes fell on Zhongli. Because Zhongli was the one invited to Liyue's summoning immortal ceremony. Walter continued. This time, the ceremony to summon the immortals was presided over by Ningguang of Tianquan Star. However, something went terribly wrong. The situation suddenly changed, and the corpse of the Rock King fell from the sky. And for some reason, we, the Traveler, were forced to sneak out of the venue. Unfortunately, we were discovered by the Thousand Rocks army. Ultimately, it was the young master of the factory who rescued the Traveler and gave him the unrestricted talisman, allowing him to search for the immortals in Jianjian. The Traveler visited True Lord Xueyue Zhuang, True Lord Li Shui Daishan, True Lord Li Yunjiefeng, and the great sage Jiangmo. After learning of the assassination of the rock god, several immortals set out for Liyue. I only stopped here. I don't know what happened next. After hearing Walter's story, everyone slammed their desks. Great. It must have been Kong. Only a villain like him would assassinate a god. Walter shook his head. It's probably not Kong. The Abyss cult is largely absent from Liyue's storyline. Based on some clues, I suspect the rock god isn't dead. His death was a self-inflicted tragedy. However, I never fully grasped his motives. Ing finally sat down after hearing Walter's words. If Walter hadn't said that, Ing promised she would have captured Kong and interrogated him. Lu Ying looked at Zhongli. Why don't we just ask the person involved? He's sure he knows. Shonli, lost in thought, was prompted to look up. I think I know the reason, but I won't tell you. It would affect your gaming experience. Xing heard this. TSK. If you don't want to tell me, then don't. Let's go play Genshin Impact on our own. Luing, Hudao, are you full? If so, let's go. Let's play Genshin Impact. Luing and Hutao stood up and followed Xing back to the train. Inside Interstellar Peace Company, the director above Schneider convened a meeting and summoned Feitsue for questioning. Feitsue, do you admit your guilt? Feitsue looked up at the director above her. What crime have I committed? Schneider then said. Don't you know? It's your strategic investment department that sells spirit essence. You actually sold high-potential spirits like Miris and Mona Lisa to others. What's your crime? Jade understood after hearing this. It turned out that Schneider had taken Miris and Mona Lisa as his own. I'm innocent. Miris and Mona Lisa weren't spirits I sold. Schneider snorted coldly. Humph. How dare you say otherwise? In the entire universe, only your strategic investment department sells spirit essence. Who else could it be but you? Jade was about to tell Yun about this after hearing this. Thankfully, she calmed down. It was interesting. He was trying to trick her. He wanted to know where she was getting her supplies. Jade looked at Schneider. Schneider, put away your dirty tricks. This business is not for you. As she spoke, Jade looked up at the director sitting above her. This isn't something the company can have the final say on. If this isn't handled properly, it could be disastrous. Seeing Jade's impetuous behavior, Schneider stood up and was about to attack. Jade calmly turned and looked at Schneider. The atmosphere was tense, as if a fight was about to break out. Just as the atmosphere reached a critical point, the director sitting above spoke up. Jade, why don't we divide up the essence and sell it together? We're all family members of the company. We can make money together, and other departments can help you share the burden. How about that? And I promise to fully support you in every elf competition you hold in the future. Jade smiled faintly. Haha, a sweet reward after a hard knock? As long as other departments get the right to sell essence, they can organize other competitions. Change the name to the Strongest Elf King competition? Jade is sure someone will do it. Do you really think you're a fool? It seems these people have to suffer a little, otherwise they won't give up. Jade said. How about I go back and think about it for a night? The director also knew not to push people too hard. Jade now controls the entire essence supply chain. Okay, go back and think about it. I look forward to your response tomorrow morning. Jade turned and left the courtroom, glancing back at the courtroom's sealed door with a disdainful smile. Jade took out her phone and sent a message to Yi-Yun. Shortly after Emerald sent the message, a strange yet powerful elf stormed into the company's headquarters in Pierpoint. After severely injuring a company guardian, the elf fled safely, leaving the company with no means of control. The next morning, after a night of playing Genshin Impact, Xing, Hutao, and the others emerged from the dungeon. The first thing Xing did upon emerging was to go to the bar to exchange her star coins. Xing licked his fingers and counted them, a total of 6,000 star coins. Last night, Xing had earned 600 primo gems from grinding all night. Liyue, after all, has far more treasure chests than Mondstadt. You can't go far without a treasure chest or a puzzle. With the strategy Zhongli provided, Xing solved several large puzzles and uncovered a number of valuable items. After exchanging his star coins, Xing happily ran into the bustling kitchen. Xing poked his head out from beside Xiangling. Xiangling, is there anything to eat? Give me something first. I'm hungry. Eat. Xiangling was frying dough sticks. I'm frying dough sticks, so why don't you try one first? Xing gave an okay sign. Okay, that's fine. Xiangling pointed to the basket next to her. That's where the fried dough sticks are. Take one yourself. Be careful, it's hot. Xing nodded, took out a few tissues, wrapped the dough stick, picked it up, and took a big bite. Xing chewed, feeling it was a little dry, so she ran over to the little evil god. The little evil god was simmering soy milk, stirring it slowly with a large spoon. Sandwich sauce, give me a cup of soy milk. The little evil god glanced at Xing, and took out a ceramic bowl and placed it on the counter. Then, the little evil god took a large spoonful from the pot and poured it into the bowl, making it just the right amount. At this moment, Hutao, Luing, and Amber saw this and ran into the kitchen to find food. Each of them grabbed a few fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk and sat down at the table. Hutao dipped the dough stick in the soy milk and took a bite. I noticed something. It seems so hard to draw your own character in this game. Dialek and Jean have drawn countless times, but they haven't gotten their own. Luing heard this. Their characters are 5-star. Isn't it normal that they can't draw their own characters? Hu Tao shook her head. The problem is, Lisa, Kia, and Xiangling are the same way. They can't draw their own characters either. That's a bit strange. Yi Yun, who was steaming buns nearby, heard this. You can draw them, but it's very difficult. And, after you draw them, something special happens. If those of you from Teyvat draw your own characters, you can simultaneously unlock your own constellations in real life, increasing your strength. Xing stared at Yi Yun with wide eyes. Constellation? Is there really such a thing? Oh my god. You guys from Teyvat got it. Hu Tao, Amber, and the others instantly awoke to Yi Yun's words and prepared to tackle the Genshin Impact dungeon again. Amber knew her own constellation. 1 life grants her an extra arrow. If this were real, wouldn't that double her attack power? As for Hu Tao, Yi Yun had told her that her character was drawn from the upgrade pool, a few patches away. Hu Tao planned to support Mora and invest everything in her upgrade pool once it was released. Xing raised her hand. Yi Yun. Is there a dungeon in our world? Yi Yun nodded. Yes, it's called Honkai Impact 3rd, but it's definitely not released yet. Come to think of it, you're the protagonist. Xing was instantly overjoyed when Yi Yun said this. Oh! I'm the protagonist. Wahahaha. I'm the protagonist. Tight pants are hot. It's really tight pants. Chapter 385. Luing pondered. Xing, you not only have a destiny of destruction, but also a destiny of preservation and harmony. This is unique in the universe. So, Xing, you truly are the protagonist. Kafka took a sip of her tea and spoke slowly. Indeed, you are the protagonist. After all, if it weren't for meeting Yi Yun, Xing would have had a script. In the very end, Xing will face the destructive star god Nanak. GZ was slightly surprised upon hearing this. Is that your script? Isn't it a bit too dangerous? Kafka smiled. Dangerous? It is, but if it can be achieved, it will be the best outcome. Yi Yun then said. What are you afraid of? The protagonist has the aura of a protagonist, they can't die. That's right. After being shot in Bellowberg, he was immediately rescued by Si Yunhu. In the immortal ship, his teammates began to exert their strength again. Dan Heng directly opened the sea, and he had a group of powerful teammates to help him. At Pinocchio, another harmonious glance. Even in the original storyline of Omphalos, Xing was gone before she even touched the ground, snatched up by Fu Li. However, that didn't happen in reality. Xing and Dan Heng were far more powerful than in the original storyline and dodged the attack before it arrived. Thus, this incident didn't occur. Still, Yi Yun had a vague feeling that Xing would somehow catch Fu Li's eye. Xing felt completely elated. I'm the protagonist. Hee hee. I'm the protagonist. Woohoo. Awesome. Just then, Jing Yuan and Zhong Li arrived on the train. Each of them dragged a birdcage, inside which 2 thrushes chirped. Xing saw them arrive. Hey. Good morning, gentlemen. Jing Yuan wasn't surprised that Xing addressed him as uncle. He knew his own self well. Good morning, Xing. By the way, did you see the morning news today? The company headquarters was attacked by a mysterious and powerful individual yesterday, and they managed to escape unscathed. Walter nodded. I saw it. I heard it looked like an elf. Xing heard this. Oh my god. To be able to attack the company headquarters and escape unscathed, it must be at least an elf king level elf, right? Luing said. Many of the company's powerful commanders are at the level of a commander-in-chief. Anyone who could leave safely must be at least a commander-in-chief level commander. Hu Tao pointed to Tua, who was working in a booth not far away, wearing headphones. Isn't there a company executive over there? Why not just ask her? Hu Tao jumped up from her chair and walked towards Topa. Topa, who was in a meeting with his subordinates, was suddenly surrounded by Hu Tao, Xing, and a few others, interrupting the meeting. You guys continue your conversation. I have something to deal with. Topa took off his headphones and looked at Xing in confusion. What's wrong? What do you want to talk to me about? Hu Tao sat down next to Topa and asked directly. Topa, I heard your company headquarters was attacked yesterday. Topa nodded. Yes, what happened? Hu Tao continued. You're a company executive. Do you know who attacked the company? Topa nodded. I know. We were the ones who called that person over. Hu Tao heard this as if she had just heard something incredible. What? You just said you were the ones who attacked the company headquarters? No. Did I hear correctly? Topa smiled. You heard right. The one who attacked the company headquarters was indeed Boss Pony. The director from the marketing department summoned Faitsue yesterday, wanting to interfere with the elf project. We naturally couldn't agree to that, and neither would Yi Yun. So, we sent Pony over yesterday to put a damper on those people's arrogance. Let them know they can't interfere in everything. After listening to Topa's story, Hu Tao and the others understood. Yeah. So that's how it is. Boss Pony is really powerful. He can just walk away from a place like the company headquarters at a moment's notice, and the company has no way to deal with him. Topa nodded. That's right. Boss Pony was very powerful yesterday. He beat the director, who was interrogating Faitsue, to the ground. If the other directors hadn't come to his aid, he'd probably be dead. What a pity, what a pity. At that moment Yi Yun approached. I told Puni to hold back. Do you really think those elves are a match for him? The elves attacking the company headquarters is bad enough. If the director dies, the elves' situation will worsen. We won't be able to sell our essence so easily then. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, Haida hurriedly emerged from the portal. Yi Yun. Where's Puni? Where is he? Yi Yun looked at Haida, puzzled. What's wrong? What do you want from him? Haida stared at Yi Yun with wide eyes. Why are you looking for him? He's causing big news. Xing heard this. Big news? We know about that. Isn't it just an attack on the company headquarters? We just found out. Haida rolled his eyes at Xing. It's just an attack on the company headquarters. It's not big news. Do you think something like that could pique my interest? Just now, Luosigumu Ruanmei and I detected 2-star god-level energy reactions. We carefully investigated and destroyed several observation instruments before we managed to capture a single photo. After saying this, Haida produced a photo. The image was very blurry, showing 2 figures engaged in combat in the center. Hu Tao and the others came over to take a look. Isn't one of them Boss Puni? And this other one looks familiar too. Who is he? Let me think, Luing said. Nanook, the star god of destruction. Hu Tao, reminded by Luing, remembered. Oh. Yes, that's right, that Nanook. Xing was a little incredulous. No way. Boss Puni is fighting Nanook? Yi Yun thought to himself. Puni? After a moment, Puni's voice echoed in his mind. I'm fighting a white-haired guy. We talk later. Hearing Puni's response, Yi Yun was a little stunned. It really is you, Puni? I know you like to challenge the strong. How long have you been here? And you're already fighting Nanook? Yi Yun answered Haida's question. I just contacted Puni. It's him. He's fighting Nanook. Xing heard this. Frog fun. Is Boss Puni so awesome? Walter said to Jeezy after hearing this. Jeezy, tell Pam we go help. Yi Yun saw this and quickly intervened. No need, Pony can handle it. Jeezy looked at Yi Yun worriedly. Really? Yi Yun nodded. No, just wait. Haida then said. There's really no need to worry. The energy level we detected shows Pony's level to be slightly higher than Nanook's. It shouldn't be a big problem. Pony can handle Nanook. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Especially Xing. Watch you, so now we have a star god level powerhouse backing us. Haida said. That's about right. There are so many monsters on your train right now. Xing wiped his nose. Of course. I'm the protagonist. So isn't our train crew the protagonist group? That must be awesome. Haida looked at Xing in confusion. You're the protagonist? What do you mean? Xing heard this and told Haida about the Star Rail dungeon. After listening, Haida rushed over to Yi Yun and hugged Yi Yun's thighs. Please let me play the Star Rail dungeon. Yi Yun pushed Haida aside. My dungeon is open to everyone. Haida approached Yi Yun and asked with a smile. So when will the Star Rail dungeon open? Tomorrow? Or the day after tomorrow? Not the day after tomorrow, right? Yi Yun rolled his eyes at Haida. Why are you so anxious? This Genshin Impact dungeon has only been open for a few days? Haida suddenly became unhappy and sat aside sullen. After a while, a dark figure flashed, and Puni returned to the train, looking refreshed. Ah. Cool. Fighting. Cool. White hair is such a good guy. So strong and willing to fight with me. As soon as Puni returned, Xing and the others immediately dropped their game consoles and rushed over to surround him. Boss Puni. Did you win? Boss Puni. You're so cool. You can actually fight a star god. Awesome. Boss Puni. Boss Puni. Can I study you? The last voice rang out, and everyone's eyes fixed on Haida, who was mingling in the crowd. Haida was momentarily embarrassed, snorted coldly, and returned to his seat to continue sulking. Puni shouted at Haida. Who's that? Haida, right? I'm in a good mood today, so I play your What's That Universe with you for a bit. Haida rushed to Puni in the blink of an eye, as if hearing heavenly music, excited. Simulated universe? Simulated universe? Boss Puni, are you really willing to play once? Puni nodded. Well, I'm in a good mood today, but I need to rest. I've been exercising quite a bit. Haida immediately agreed. Okay. You rest now. I go debug the simulation to give you the best experience. Haida dashed through the portal, summoned Wanmei and Screw Gumu, and began adjusting the simulation. Puni continued chatting with Xing and the others. Xing and the others were curious about the battle between Puni and Nanak. They gathered around Puni, listening to him recount the entire battle as if he were listening to a story. Puni had originally planned to stroll around, but unexpectedly encountered Nanak. Having finally encountered a powerful opponent, Puni decided to approach and ask Nanak if he wanted to spar. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. As soon as Puni approached, Nanak attacked. Puni wasn't unhappy, on the contrary, he was excited. Great. This is great. I like this. Skip the nonsense and get straight to the fight, and so, the fight broke out. And the result was a draw. Puni returned to rest for 2 days to digest the gains from this battle. Once he was rested, he would go find Nanak and continue the fight. You mean he couldn't find him? You're kidding. Puni had already marked Nanak. As long as he was in the same universe, the same world, he would be able to find him. Company headquarters. The board of directors, who had been meeting to launch a campaign against Puni, dropped their plans after learning that Puni and Nanak had fought to a draw. The director of the Strategic Investment Department looked at the miserable state of the director of the Market Development Department. He was covered in bandages, with only his eyes visible. Let's just forget about this. Someone overreached this time, and we should reflect on ourselves. What do you all think? The other directors, naturally no fools, quickly backed down when given the chance. I think you're right. Let's forget about this. We were the ones who irritated them in the first place. Well, Puni is powerful. It's better to make friends than to be enemies. I remember the 3 guys from the Strategic Investment Department seemed to be quite familiar with Puni, right? Could they please go and apologize for us? Okay. I have Shajin, Topa, and Faitsue run some errands when we get back. Does anyone have any objections? If not, let's adjourn. The director of the marketing department also saw the situation clearly. None of these guys wanted to deal with Puni, and he couldn't do anything on his own. After the meeting, Topple, Jade, and Gold Dust all received their company rewards. Omphalos, Oma, Marble Market. Fernina and Robin were strolling around with the Lancelot Knights. Fernina and Robin had come to Aglaia to order custom clothes. Xing had heard that Aglaia was a master of tailoring, and Fernina and Robin were looking for some outfits for performances. So, they came to Omphalos. However, Aglaia was busy, so Tebeo received them. Tebeo told them they could first explore the Marble Market, and that she would come and pick them up after Aglaia was done. This was the first time for Fernina and Robin to see a civilization like Omphalos. It was fine to just wander around and experience the exotic locale. Lancelot was surrounded by 10 knights. As they strolled, Lancelot's clothes were laden with bags and bags. The locals of Omphalos didn't recognize Fernina and Robin, so no one approached them for autographs or anything. The 2 of them were relaxed, buying anything they saw along the way that they hadn't seen before. The main thing was shopping. While they were strolling, they ran into Bai. Bai was slightly surprised to see Fernina and Robin. The 3 of them knew each other, but only knew each other's names and appearances. They hadn't exchanged much conversation. Bai approached Fernina and Robin. Miss Fernina, Ms. Robin, what brings you to Omphalos? Fernina and Robin smiled and waved at Bai. Bai, long time no see. We came to ask Aglaia to make some clothes, but unfortunately, she was busy, so Tebeo sent us here to shop. Bai understood. Lord Aglaia is in a meeting, so it should be a while. How are you 2 doing? Do you need me to guide you? Fernina said with a smile. No need. We almost finished exploring. You have so many fun things here. We're planning to go back to that palace and rest for a while. Bai heard this. Okay, I be busy now. I have patrol to do. Chapter 386. Fernina and Robin bid farewell to Bai. Lancelot and Bai passed each other. Lancelot turned to give Bai a meaningful look before following after Fernina and Robin. Bai continued his patrol. A little over 10 minutes later, Fernina and Robin arrived at the heroes' baths, where Aglaia welcomed them. Aglaia had a deep impression of these 2. 1. Robin, was a prominent figure from one of the most powerful families in the universe. The other, Fernina, was a star who single-handedly drove a nation to rapid development. Although they rarely appeared on the train, Aglaia remembered them very clearly. "Welcome to our Omphalos, Fernina, Robin," Fernina said with a smile. "Aglaia, I heard from Xing that you're very skilled at making clothes, and I'd like your help in making a few dresses," the Robin said immediately. "Yes, we like to make a few sets of sister outfits." Aglaia smiled slightly at this. "Is that so? Then please follow me. I take your measurements." Aglaia led Fernina and the Robin into a dressing room. Half an hour later, Fernina and the Robin emerged from the dressing room, wearing long dresses very similar in style to Aglaia's. Fernina and the Robin looked in the mirror, very pleased with their looks. Aglaia, standing by, explained, "This slim-fitting dress is perfect for you too. You can wear it every day, as well as for performances. Also, I chose tulips for the pattern, which symbolizes friendship. Miss Fernina's was a blue tulip, whose flower language means may true friends never be separated. Miss Robin's was a pink tulip, whose most classic symbol is eternity. Wishing you two an everlasting friendship." Fernina and Robin were even more satisfied after hearing Aglaia's explanation. "Wow! Aglaia, you're amazing. We love both of these outfits. How much are they?" Aglaia smiled faintly. Ever since merging with the divinity of Venus, the goddess of beauty, Aglaia has clearly felt the restoration of her humanity. She consulted Yi Yun. Yi Yun explained that, in the universe, compassionate gods are the norm. Just give as much as you see fit. Transfer the money to Teacher Tabeo. She's our special financial steward at Omphalos. Credit points, star coins, and other currencies are all managed by her. Hearing this, Fernina took out her phone and transferred money to Tabeo. After paying, Aglaia invited the two for tea and a chat. Then Fernina and Robin left Omphalos with the Lancelot Knights. As soon as they left, Tabeo rushed to find Aglaia. "Aya! This is bad. We suddenly have a lot more money in our account." Tabeo slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of Aglaia, pulling out his phone and showing it to Aglaia. Aglaia looked and saw a transfer record for 10 million credit points on the screen. Tabeo pointed at the transfer note. "Aya, did someone transfer the money by mistake? 2 pieces of clothing for 10 million. We don't have clothes that expensive in Omphalos, do we?" Aglaia looked at the transferer Fernina. "You didn't make the wrong transfer, Teacher Tabeo. Fernina and Mockingbird just came to me and ordered 2 sets of clothes. This should be their payment. I just didn't expect them to transfer so much." Tabeo looked at Aglaia in shock. "What? This is Aya. You made 10 million from selling clothes. That 10 million can buy so many things." Tabeo suddenly thought of something and looked at Aglaia seriously. "Aya, let's open a shop selling clothes. We definitely make a lot of money." Aglaia smiled. "Opening a shop is possible, but it definitely won't be that profitable. Fernina and Mockingbird are different. They don't need money. If we open a shop, most of our customers will be ordinary people," Tabeo said. "That's fine. I believe in your craftsmanship, Aya. We definitely make tons of money. Then we can buy a ton of high-tech weapons, and we won't have to worry about the Kuroshio tide anymore. For example, we could ask Topa to buy a battleship, dock it at Oma, and just fire away." Aglaia thought for a moment. "That's fine, of course. Teacher Tabeo, you can arrange it. We tailors can make ordinary clothes." Seeing Aglaia agree, Tabeo happily ran through the portal. Tabeo went to Yi Yun's shop and told him about it. Yi Yun thought for a moment. "If you want to open a shop, you need to find a location first. My suggestion is either the company's or Pinocchio's. They have a lot of traffic and customers." Tabeo was a bit perplexed upon hearing this. "But opening a shop in these 2 places is very expensive, and we might not have enough credit points." Jeezy, standing nearby, put down her newspaper and suggested, "How about, Tabeo, you guys open a shop on the train, and I can rent you an empty carriage in the back. You can conduct transactions online then. As for the rent, I charge you 300,000 credit points a month. What do you think?" Tabeo immediately agreed. This was a great idea. "Really? If so, I go back and call Aya over," Jeezy said with a smile. "Of course, it's true. Go ahead and call Aglaia over to discuss the rent. If it's okay, we sign the contract." Tabeo, upon hearing this, swiftly slipped through the portal back to Omphalos. A few minutes later, Tabeo brought Aglaia to Yi Yun's shop. Aglaia greeted Yi Yun and Jeezy first. "Yi Yun, Jeezy." Yi Yun smiled in response, inviting Aglaia to sit down. "Come, sit down and chat. What would you like? Tea? Coffee?" Aglaia smiled. Black tea, please. Yiyan nodded and called to Noel. Noel, bring me a cup of black tea. Noel, who was sitting nearby, chatting with the little evil god, brewed a cup of black tea and placed it in front of Aglaia. Miss Aglaia, your black tea, please enjoy. Noel then returned to her seat and continued knitting with the little evil god. The sight of the two of them gave Yiyan a strong sense of déjà vu. Why were these two people becoming more and more like those old ladies at the village entrance, who knit while gossiping? Aglaia and Jeezy talked for a short while before signing the contract. Jeezy and Pam took Aglaia and Tebeo to an empty carriage at the back. Kelly, Bailu, Chi-Chi, and the other little ones also joined in to watch the fun. The entire carriage was just as empty as when Yiyan had rented it. The 7 little ones, seeing such a large open space, immediately broke into a run, chasing and playing. However, it was a perfect place for renovations. Jeezy explained. This carriage was originally a cargo car. Ever since Yiyan opened his shop, all the cargo cars on the train have been vacated. All the goods and other items are stored in the storage ring Yiyan gave to Pam. The space isn't very large, only 130 square meters, but it's basically enough for a small clothing store. Aglaia nodded. Well, I'm very satisfied with this one. Let's go with it. I have someone come over to decorate it soon. Teacher Tebeo, please transfer the rent to Jeezy. Tebeo took out her phone and readily transferred the first month's rent and deposit to Jeezy, a total of 900,000 credit points. After securing the shop, Aglaia and Tebeo began decorating it. Tebeo was painting the walls with a small brush. Kelly, Bailu, and the other little ones stood by, watching enviously. They wanted to play too, but Tebeo was busy, and they couldn't interrupt. Otherwise, they wouldn't be good children. Seeing this, Yiyan took Kelly, Bailu, and the others to a car further back. Yiyan took out a few buckets of harmless paint, gave Kelly and the others a small brush each, and then led Kelly, Bailu, and the others to play. Klee was having a blast, painting a Dodoko pattern on the wall with a small brush. Chi-Chi drew a small tufted sparrow, just a small tufted sparrow, and it took her over half an hour to finish. It was nightfall. After spending the entire afternoon in the dungeon, Xing and the others emerged from the portal. As they emerged, they saw Donheng and Walter moving tables. They were helping Aglaia, and the others move their belongings. Aglaia still didn't want the common people to know about the existence of the outer world. So, it wasn't convenient to ask the common people of Omphalos to help move the things. Wendy and Bai, the 2 laborers, had work to do. Wendy was now in charge of guarding the city gate, the only way in and out of Oma. Everywhere else was sealed by Puni, preventing anyone from even thinking of entering. Bai had been assigned to oversee the city's security, and was on daily patrol. Seeing this, Walter and Donheng stepped forward to help. Xing ran over. Donheng, Uncle Yang, what are you doing moving things? Walter asked. Aglaia and Tebeo rented a car on our train to open a clothing store. We're helping them move. If you have time, come and help. Xing, Luing, and the others rushed through the portal upon hearing this, and went to help move things. Jingyuan, Zhongli, and the others who came out later were also captured as soldiers to help move things. Thanks to everyone's efforts, Aglaia's shop was decorated before dinner began. The entire shop was styled after the Omphalos style, with marble decorations predominantly. The cash register, fitting rooms, and clothes hanging rails were all made of pure white marble. The surrounding walls were also painted white. The entire shop looked bright and warm. Tebeo brought a case of mineral water and distributed it to everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Let's take a break and drink some water. Xing took a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and drank it all in one gulp. Tebeo, why are you guys thinking of opening a shop? Tebeo said. I have made 10 million yuan selling clothes today. Aya's craftsmanship is amazing, and we were thinking of using her skills to earn some credit points. Xing was a little confused. What the hell? 10 million yuan for 2 pieces of clothing? Tebeo nodded. Yes, that's what Funina and Mockingbird bought. They went to Andy to get their clothes custom-made today. Xing wasn't surprised to hear it was Funina and Mockingbird. These two had endless credit points. Xing remembered that Funina had been worried about running out of credit points. At this moment, the little evil god walked in, spatula in hand. Masha Moshi. Everyone, it's time to eat. Everyone stood up and headed towards Yiyan's shop. Everyone sat down at the table. The little evil god began to call out the dishes. Tonight's dinner, braised radish and beef brisket, steamed grouper, tuna sashimi, stir-fried sweet potato leaves, dates with watercress, and winter melon soup. After calling out the dishes, the little evil god, Xiangling, and Guoba began to serve the dishes. Xing, knife and fork in hand, glanced at the tuna sashimi in front of him with a lack of interest. Why is there whole tuna sashimi again? This stuff doesn't taste very good. The little evil god was surprised. Huh? This is tuna. Incredibly delicious tuna. Xing whistled. It just doesn't taste good. I still prefer cooked food. Malim moved closer to Xing. Xing, since you don't like it, let's switch seats. I quite like it. Xing agreed and switched seats with Malim. Xiangling called for the meal to begin. Everyone began to eat. Jingyuan, Zhongli, Walter, and Huayan sat together. Jingyuan took out a small jar of wine. Shall we have a few drinks? Zhongli nodded slightly. Of course. Jingyuan poured 4 glasses of wine. The 4 of them clinked their glasses and drank them all in one gulp. Chi-Chi, who was sitting in the chair next to Jingyuan, looked up curiously at Jingyuan. Chi-Chi sat in the chair, her eyes level with the tabletop. She fixed her gaze on the white wine glass Jingyuan had set down. Jingyuan smiled. Chi-Chi, you can't drink. Children aren't allowed to drink. Chi-Chi gave a look of pity. She wanted to try the flavor. Ever since her sense of taste returned, she become very fond of eating and exploring all sorts of flavors. To be honest, she never tasted alcohol. Zhongli saw this. General Jingyuan, give Chi-Chi a little to try. Her constitution is very strong, and she can't be compared to an ordinary child. Hearing this, Jingyuan carefully poured a little for Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi happily took it and drank it. A second later, Chi-Chi's face was filled with pain, her face wrinkled, drooling, her tongue hanging out. T tastes terrible. Chi-Chi doesn't like it. Chi-Chi glanced at the wine jar on the table with disdain, turned away, stood up, picked up a piece of beef, and began to eat. Jingyuan, Zhongli, Huayan, and Walter were all amused by Chi-Chi. You wanted to drink it yourself. You can't blame us. Besides, your expression is hilarious, especially the difference between the front and back of the wine jar. One moment, you look curious and eager. The next, you look disgusted, not wanting to even look. Aglaya, Jeezy, and Kafka sat together. Aglaya asked about the tips for opening an online store. Jeezy and Kafka patiently explained. The 3 of them also agreed that after dinner, Jeezy and Kafka would go to Aglaya's shop to get a dress made.